Our story begins in a vast forest. A wide, sprawling expanse of trees stretches out endlessly, and in the middle of it all stands our main protagonist, taking it all in. He reflects on how, when the world was ending and everyone else was consumed by fear and chaos, he felt something else, something strange. Even now, as we see flashes of him fighting massive magical beasts, that feeling is still there. He doesn't quite understand it. Was it calm, peace? Even in the thick of danger, surrounded by death, there was a thrill. Whether he was firing arrows from a distance or clashing blades in close combat, something about the chaos made him feel alive. He was in his element, covered in blood, fighting for survival. It all just made sense. This new world felt like it was built for him. It wasn't peace he felt. No, it was something deeper. It was pure excitement. But it wasn't always like this. Back before the fall of the world, he was a quiet, awkward guy. Shy, isolated, someone who found it hard to make friends. He used to listen to radio shows about how to hold conversations and the basics of small talk. Tips and tricks just to seem normal. One of the first tips: make eye contact. Show you're paying attention. He remembered standing next to a woman with vibrant purple hair, wondering if she was looking at him. He turned toward her just to check. And maybe because of that, she decided to speak to him. She asked about his weekend. He told her it was good and asked about hers. She said she and her husband had planned to go fishing at the lake but were stopped by bad weather. Eventually, she stepped out and left him alone in the elevator. The doors closed. He let out a sigh and facepalmed, frustrated by how bad he was at this. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him. In his thoughts, he explained how difficult it had always been to make real connections. He had moved out of state to take a new job, hoping for a fresh start. But even after years, nothing had changed. He still felt like a stranger wherever he went. In a world that placed such high value on social skills, he felt completely out of place. He started wondering if things would ever be different. Even in his childhood, he had only tried solo activities. Archery was his favorite, one of the few things that brought him peace. But that peace always came alone. It felt like the world just wasn't made for people like him. Day in, day out, he sat in his cubicle, a quiet, gray space that stretched endlessly between morning and noon. Time crawled. No family in the city, no friends at the office, no one even knew his name. Well, almost no one. Out of nowhere, someone appeared behind him, calling out, "Jake." It was a man with blonde hair. Adam. Adam asked Jake if he wanted to join him and a few others for lunch. Jake considered it for a moment. Adam was the opposite of him. Confident, outgoing, effortlessly likable. The kind of person who could lead a room without even trying. And somehow, Jake still liked him. Adam never made Jake feel small. He didn't mind doing the talking, and that made things easier. Normally, Jake would have said no. He'd avoid situations like this to prevent the awkwardness he always feared. But maybe because it was Adam, he thought it might be different. So he said yes. They walked to the elevator, and as the doors opened, two well-dressed women stood inside. One of them was Caroline, the bright-haired woman from Human Resources. As always, Adam dove into conversation without missing a beat. He invited them to lunch too, promising to use the company card. Jake tried not to look at Caroline. Still, Jake couldn't help but think that Caroline was one of the few bright spots in that dull office. Her energy was different. He admired her from a distance. Now they were all riding down together. Caroline turned to Adam and playfully warned that he'd get fired one day for abusing the company card. Then she turned to Jake. She said it was rare to see him out with the group, that it was unusual to see him socializing. Jake smiled faintly to himself. She didn't use his name. She never did. He wondered if she even knew it. Maybe that's why she never spoke to him directly. As always, her attention drifted back to Adam. Jake watched her, thinking about how she lit up in conversations with others, how effortlessly she fit in. But then the elevator shook. It wasn't subtle. Everyone inside stopped talking. The light above them flickered. Caroline looked around in confusion. Adam calmly said it was probably just an electrical issue, nothing serious. No reason to panic. But then the second tremor hit. This one was worse, sharp and sudden. Alarms blared. The ground below them groaned. The elevator jolted violently. Adam, snapping into action, told Jake to hit the emergency stop. Jake did, but nothing happened. Caroline stared at the controls, screaming about it not working, and still yet nothing happened. And in that moment, for the first time, it wasn't surprise or being startled they felt, but a deep fear set into their eyes. Just then, the lights inside the elevator shut off completely, leaving everyone in total darkness. From the back, a woman named Joanna spoke up, asking why the power had suddenly gone out. No one had an answer. They were still shaken from the tremors when Adam, trying to keep everyone calm, asked if everyone was okay. Then, without warning, something appeared in the dark. A glowing notification window floated in the air in front of them, as if it had been waiting all along. The message was clear: the 93rd universe's invitation had been accepted, and the tutorial sequence was about to begin. It wasn't just them. All over the world, people saw the same message. Even far beyond Earth, on a completely different planet, a strange creature looked up and saw it too. This alien being spoke to itself in a gloomy tone, saying that the people from this universe would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Before Jake could make sense of any of this, everything changed again. Suddenly, he was no longer in the elevator. He didn't even know where he was anymore. He looked around but saw no sign of the others. It was just him, alone, in a strange place that made no sense. In front of him stood a creature unlike anything he had ever seen. It looked otherworldly but spoke politely, introducing itself to Jake. But Jake was too shocked to respond. He ignored the greeting and asked what the creature even was. The creature answered, saying it was the entity in charge of helping him adjust to this new reality. Just then, a 5-minute countdown appeared above the creature. The timer had started, and the entity said they had limited time, urging Jake to listen carefully. Jake asked what kind of reality this was. In response, a blue system window appeared in front of him. It showed various details and stats about Jake. According to the screen, his race was human, but he had no class, no profession, and no titles. His other stats were also low. Obviously, things like strength, dexterity, and endurance were barely developed, likely because they hadn't mattered in his normal life until now. The entity explained that this screen was called a system list. It would display important stats and other information Jake would need to survive in this new world. It also mentioned that the moment Jake's universe passed the bare minimum requirement for entry into the multiverse, the system had begun initializing it. That was all the information it could give for now. The rest would come later when needed. Jake took a second to process everything. He wasn't sure whether this was all amazing or just ridiculous. But before he could get too deep into his thoughts, the entity told him it was time to pick a class. Another screen opened, showing different weapons and symbols, each representing a class. Jake scrolled through them one by one. Each class offered different stat bonuses and abilities. There were a lot of options, but Jake didn't want to rush the choice. He wanted the one that felt right. For a moment, he considered the caster class. It had potential. But then he saw the archer class, and as soon as he looked at it, something about it just felt right to him. He chose the archer. The blue system window confirmed his selection. The entity, now aware that time was almost up, continued the introduction. Jake was told he would be sent to something called the Great Forest Tutorial Zone. There, he'd face monsters and challenges. Each victory would earn him tutorial points, or TP, which he could use to unlock stronger skills. If he gathered enough TP, he might even be able to fight the powerful beasts known as Beast Lords. Jake asked how long the tutorial would last. The entity answered that it would continue for 64 days. When it ended, those who survived would be ranked and rewarded based on the number of TP they earned. That was the last thing the entity revealed. A bright blue glow began to surround Jake's body. He was being teleported. He felt a rush through his chest, a sudden wave of energy. But instead of feeling scared, Jake felt something else. Excitement. Another blue screen appeared, letting him know that the introduction was complete. His new reality had officially begun. Now, Jake and his co-workers were standing in a massive forest, surrounded by tall trees and thick vegetation. They were all wearing new armor and gear suited for battle. Most of them looked confused, trying to make sense of their new appearances. But Jake didn't seem worried. He admired his new archery equipment, quietly impressed by how natural it all felt. As the group tried to figure out where they were, Adam stepped forward. Always the leader, he tried to calm everyone down and get them focused. But before he could say much, the ground began to rumble beneath them. Cracks started to form under their feet, and the earth opened up into a growing fissure. Adam hesitated, unsure whether to panic or keep trying to reassure the others. Either way, it was clear that something was pulling them downward. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a different group was moving through the trees. They were cautious, moving slowly, when a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. The group leader raised a hand to signal the others to stop. He asked if anyone else had heard it, then prepared his blade for whatever might be coming. He called out, telling whoever was hiding to reveal themselves. From the bushes, a blonde-haired boy appeared. He looked scared and held up his hands. He apologized and said he didn't want any trouble. He explained that he got separated from his group and was trying to find them again. One of the women in the group, who had green hair, noticed how young the boy looked. She felt bad for him. The leader also relaxed a bit and told the boy they wouldn't hurt him. They asked when he last saw his group, and the boy said they had been attacked. He got separated during the chaos. The leader and the woman looked at each other. If the fight had happened a while ago, his group could be anywhere by now. Still, they told the boy he could stay with them for now. They promised to help him find his people. The boy smiled and thanked them. He looked grateful, but as he spoke about how scared he had been to be alone in the forest, something else was revealed. Behind him, hidden from view, was his sword, still stained with blood. And just like that, it became clear to us that things might not be what they seemed. Somehow, Jake and the rest of the group had survived the ground splitting apart. Now, they were walking under the thick canopy of trees in the forest, trying to make sense of their new surroundings. They stopped walking when Joanna asked what they were supposed to do next. Another member of the group then spoke up, wondering if he was the only one who had seen that strange alien-like creature earlier, referring to the entity. Adam reassured everyone. He said that they just needed to take things one step at a time and that everything would work out eventually. Watching him, Jake couldn't help but think that Adam really did seem like a natural-born leader. Once they started moving again, Adam suggested that their first priority should be to find shelter, water, and food. As they moved through the forest and tried to learn how to use their new skills, Jake kept thinking about the other pillars he had seen from above during the introduction. If those were anything like theirs, then his group wasn't the only one out there. That meant there were other survivors too. While Joanna stood nearby, amazed at having just cast her first spell, Jake thought about how important this early stage was. It was their chance to get used to the system and figure out how it all worked. He also noted that their group seemed pretty balanced. Their teamwork was already showing signs of potential. That became clear when Adam wrestled a deer to the ground and held it in place just long enough for Jake to land a clean shot with his bow. Afterward, Caroline moved in to heal Adam's injuries. They were starting to understand their roles and how to support one another. Adam and Caroline even looked a little awkward during the healing. That night, they all gathered around a bonfire. Caroline looked across the flames at Jake and mentioned how surprised she was by how well he handled his bow. She told him he was really good at using it and seemed impressed. Jake, who had always felt invisible to people like her, didn't know what to say. The fact that she knew his name meant a lot to him, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He just looked down, unsure of how to respond. To change the subject, Adam jumped in and suggested that Jake help him as a team captain. Jake quickly turned the offer down. He said he wasn't cut out for leadership and that he wasn't good at talking to people the way Adam was. Adam didn't argue. He just pointed out that this was a new world and that the old rules didn't matter anymore. He wanted Jake to understand that maybe he didn't need to be the same person he was before. A few hours later, it was time for the first night watch. Jake and Joanna were on duty. The forest was quiet. In the stillness, Joanna tried to talk. She told Jake that she and her husband had planned to meet up for lunch the day everything changed. She figured he had probably been nearby when it all started. Trying to get Jake to open up, she asked if he had someone in his life, if he had a girlfriend. Jake said no, at least not anymore. Then he started to talk about his past. He said that back in college, he had two real friends, a guy named Andy and a girl named Madeline. Andy had been his roommate, and Jake described him as a genuinely good guy, the kind of person you could trust completely. And Madeline, she was the girl Jake had fallen in love with. Like him, she wasn't very social. But when they were together, that didn't matter. They enjoyed each other's company and preferred quiet moments. At least, that's what Jake believed. He told Joanna that those had been the happiest years of his life. Or maybe he had just convinced himself of that. Because while he was busy falling in love, he didn't realize what was happening right in front of him. The two people he trusted most, the girl he loved and the friend he would have trusted with his life, were apparently more than just friends behind his back. Joanna listened quietly. When he was finished, she said that maybe he was better off without people like that in his life. But then her voice began to crack. Already in tears, she admitted that thinking about her own husband left her feeling sick. The worry never stopped. She kept imagining what he might be going through. Jake saw that she was hurting. He thought about saying something to comfort her. But before he could, Joanna stood up and asked to be excused. Without waiting for a reply, she walked off into the forest, disappearing into the trees. Jake sat there for a moment, thinking. Maybe Adam was right. Maybe he did need to step up. Joanna had chosen to talk to him. Caroline had remembered his name. That didn't usually happen to someone like him. Maybe things could be different now. Maybe in this new world, he didn't have to stay in the background anymore. Just as he was thinking about all this, a scream tore through the night. It came from deep in the forest. Jake didn't hesitate. He knew the situation could be dangerous, and someone might be in trouble. Without wasting a second, he grabbed his bow and ran straight toward the sound. When Jake arrived, he saw three men surrounding Joanna. One of them stepped forward and threatened her, demanding to know where her group was hiding. But Joanna, brave and loyal despite her situation, kept insisting that she didn't know. She refused to say anything, no matter how hard they pushed. The leader of the thugs eventually gave up trying to get answers the easy way. He looked her in the eyes and told her she could have it her way. Without another word, he struck her leg with a brutal attack, smashing it to pieces. Her blood sprayed across the forest floor as she let out a scream of pure agony. Then, out of nowhere, a flurry of arrows came flying in toward the three men. One arrow hit its mark cleanly, going straight through one thug's neck. He dropped instantly. The other two managed to block or dodge the remaining arrows. One of them spotted where the arrows had come from and shouted to the other to go after the archer. Without hesitation, the man took off in that direction. He ran deeper into the trees, but eventually stopped when he realized there was no one in sight. Just as he looked around, Jake leapt from the shadows and drove an arrow into the side of the man's neck. But the man didn't go down easily. He let out a roar, grabbed Jake, and threw him aside with surprising strength. He reached for his giant axe and charged at Jake, swinging wildly. Jake blocked the first hit with his bow, but the weapon cracked under the pressure. He knew it wouldn't hold much longer. As he backed away, his eyes darted to Joanna, who had passed out from the pain. Blood pooled beneath her, and her leg looked like it had been torn clean off. Then Jake froze. He suddenly remembered the third thug, the one who had stayed behind. That's when he felt it, a presence behind him. He turned just in time to see the remaining thug about to land a devastating blow. And worse, an arrow came flying in from another direction. There was an archer, a fourth man. Jake stood in the middle of it all, surrounded and outnumbered. He felt like it was over. He didn't see a way out, so he closed his eyes and focused, bracing for the end. But then, something strange happened. He could feel them, the two enemies around him. It was like time slowed down, not from a spell or any kind of magic. This was something else. A system notification appeared in front of him. It said that a new ability had awakened, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter. Jake didn't know what that meant, but he could feel the change. His instincts sharpened. His vision narrowed. His eyes began to glow red. Then he moved. In one smooth motion, he dodged the attack from behind. The arrow flying toward him was caught mid-air. Without thinking, he threw it back at one of the thugs and watched as it pierced the man's chest, killing him on the spot. Jake stared at his hands, stunned. But he didn't freeze. He sprinted to grab a blade off the ground and used it to finish off the other attacker. The enemy archer, hidden nearby, fired a volley of arrows toward Jake. But Jake blocked every single one. His movements now too fast, too precise. Then, Jake stepped forward and dropped his blade, taunting the last remaining thug to face him directly. The enemy, shaking but desperate, stepped out from the bushes and charged at Jake, grabbing his coat with one hand and raising a dagger with the other. He looked Jake in the eyes and asked what the hell he was. Jake didn't answer. He grabbed an arrow and drove it into the man's eye. The thug collapsed to the ground, screaming. Jake picked up another arrow and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then another. Then another. He kept going until the man stopped moving. By the time the rest of the group arrived, it was already over. They looked around the clearing, shocked. Two corpses lay on the ground. Adam and the other members of the group stepped forward and asked what had happened. All he said was, "I won." Laying there in the dirt, Jake had a grin on his face. But it wasn't relief or pride. Our main protagonist Jake flashes back to when he was younger and in school, remembering a time he had tried to help a girl who was being bullied. His kind attempt, yet, was met with nothing but dread by the girl, who seemed completely mortified at the sight, even asking him what the hell he was doing. Both boys were sent to the office and then suspended for fighting. This was when Jake finally understood that in their world there was absolutely no difference between the good guys and the bad. Back in the present, Caroline hurries to our main protagonist, asking him if he is okay. She is worried because of the amount of blood on him, but Jake shrugs it off, unaffected, making sure to let her know that none of the blood on him is actually his. Just then, a system notification appears in front of him, showing him the experience he has earned after the fight. Much to his surprise, because he didn't think they got points for killing survivors as well. A smile plays on Jake's face as he has just realized he gained a new skill. Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, wondering to himself what exactly a bloodline even is. Adam comes up to Jake asking him who exactly their attackers were and why they would even attack them. Jake tells Adam why he feels they were attacked, most likely as a result of the need for experience or tutorial points, noting the high amount he just got from that fight alone, telling them all they need to reconsider their survival strategy. They suggest finding a safe place to hide and waiting out the tutorial, but as Jake and Adam stood discussing, Jake was called by Caroline. Slowly rising to her feet, she asks Jake why Joanna was alone. Jake tries to answer her, telling her that Joanna seemed anxious and he felt she needed space. Caroline, however, was not having it, yelling at him and telling him Joanna isn't doing well. She continues telling him that Joanna's leg is too crushed for her healing abilities and asks him what exactly they should do. Jake, surprised by this, asks Caroline if she is blaming him for the events. Adam quickly jumps in, recognizing that he helped save her, but even with that, why would he let her go off on her own without waking them up? He ends it by asking Jake what he was thinking. Jake begins to show bits of his shy former self stuttering while trying to explain that the choice he took was a split-second one, following his instincts. They ask Jake to give his actions some thought next time as they are humans and not beasts after all, asking him what if his actions had ultimately led to his death out there. Jake, a little frustrated, reiterates his apology, but Caroline cuts him off, yelling at him, asking what exactly he would have done if Joanna had died. The question halts the air as the tension grows. Jake clenches his fist and finally yells back, shouting at the people with him to get a grip, reminding them that Joanna only survived because of the action he took, telling them that if he had taken the time to wake them, no one knows exactly what could have happened. He moves to Adam, questioning him if, when it came to it, he would have the balls to take someone else's life. He reminds them that the world has now changed and they should stop expecting anyone to hold their hands. They need to learn to adapt if they want to survive. Bertram quickly responds, asking Jake just what exactly he suggests they do. Jake, already preparing to walk away, stops and turns to face them, telling them he suggests they do whatever they need to level up and make it through the situation they find themselves in. He tells them they need to do what the system wants them to do and they need to stop blaming him because they haven't caught up. And with our main protagonist walking away from the group, all they can do is watch him go. The next morning, as our protagonist wakes up, he hears a voice telling him he is finally up. The voice turns out to be Casper, who is sitting next to him. He rubs his eyes as he wakes up and tells Casper that he half expected that everyone would have ditched him by the time he woke up. Casper acknowledges that it was a thought, but after talking it out, they all decided they needed to start pulling their weight. Jake has a flashback about him and Casper at the old job and how, besides Adam, Casper was the closest thing he had to a friend back at that job. He thought about how they bonded over their poor romantic lives. He still really likes having him around even now. Just then, Joanna walks towards our main, and a look of pure shock washes over him. Joanna, now one limb short, still stands confidently in front of him as Casper explained they couldn't figure out how to save her leg, so this was the next best option, saying it was Joanna's idea. He goes on to say just how they hope that when they level up, Caroline will learn some sort of regrowth magic. All this shocks Jake, who just knows how Caroline might actually be the toughest out of them all. Out adventuring, Jake can't help but remark on how everyone is really giving it their all. He remarks on how Bertram is the best fighter there besides him, and commenting on how Joanna is also making use of her ranged magic. But even with all that, Caroline is the most impressive, though. He knows that what happened with Joanna has seemingly awakened something in Caroline. But even with the potions they got in their beginner gear, or at least that some of them got, none of them were powerful enough to fix Joanna's leg. And without knowing how to make more potions, Caroline has proven to be a valuable asset. But even at that, they haven't spoken a word to each other since the night before. Jake doesn't know who is supposed to talk to whom first. He ultimately decided that pretending like nothing happened was the best way to resolve the issue. An hour after the battle against the giant badgers, Casper and Jake aim to test Jake's ability to perceive incoming projectiles by having Casper hurl a ball of mud at him while he is blindfolded. This doesn't work, however, and the mud hits him with a loud splat, leaving the main character perplexed as to why the ability didn't activate. Jake ultimately draws the conclusion that the ability didn't activate since Casper didn't really want to actually harm him. Their training session was then interrupted by Adam, who calls out to them, telling them it's time to call it a day and find some shelter for the night. While wondering, they find a cave they deem to be a safe place, where they would at least be protected from the rain if nothing else, and they head in. And as they do, Jake can't help but see the cave as protection from possible ambushes from different people, telling himself that so long as he stays alert, they will be safe from more attacks. Still thinking about Joanna and last night, Adam walks up to our skilled archer and asks him if he is still thinking about what happened the night before, to which he simply says he just doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes twice. Adam finally apologizes to him for how he acted then, before he walks in with the torch leading the group in with him. Jake looks at him fondly, stating that the group most likely wouldn't have survived without Adam's leadership. Even he wouldn't have survived without him. We get another flashback of when Jake and Adam met for the first time, when Adam personally requested to have him on his team, causing our then shy protagonist to blush and stutter. As they head into the cave, they hear an ominous sound, leaving them wondering what exactly that could have been. Then again the sound came, and again, but this time causing the cave to crack as it sounded and causing debris to fall from above. Jake panicked and yelled that the team needed to go. As they ran, Jake noticed Caroline was about to be hit, calling out to her desperately, reaching out. The team was running for their lives as the cave behind them began to collapse, each second bringing them closer to being buried alive. Jake glanced back and saw Caroline, the healer, struggling to keep up. Massive chunks of rock were falling behind her, and at the pace she was going, she wouldn't make it out in time. Without a second thought, Jake tightened his grip on his bow and took off toward her. He sprinted forward with incredible speed, his eyes locked on her. Just as a massive boulder came crashing down, he lunged and grabbed her, pulling her away from death at the very last second. The stone slammed into the ground where she had been a moment earlier, blocking the path and trapping both of them behind a wall of debris, cut off from the rest of their group. Even though they hadn't spoken much since their last encounter, Jake immediately asked if she was alright, and Caroline confirmed that she was okay. On the other side of the wall, Adam's voice called out, filled with worry. He shouted their names, hoping they could hear him. Caroline moved to respond, but Jake quickly stopped her. He told her to stay quiet, pointing out how unstable the cave was. Loud voices could trigger another collapse. He also warned that they didn't know what kinds of creatures might be lurking in the shadows, possibly tracking them through sound. Caroline nodded again, this time more seriously, realizing the truth in his words. As they inspected the wall of fallen rock, it became clear that it was far too thick to dig through. Even with effort, there was no way they'd be able to move all that stone. On the other side, Bertram stepped forward and suggested breaking through it with his hammer. But Adam immediately shut the idea down, saying that the vibrations could cause the entire cave to come down on them. Joanna, now visibly shaken, begged them not to leave Jake and Caroline behind. Trying to stay calm, Adam explained that the cave had other paths. He told her the best thing they could do now was keep moving forward and hope the tunnels would eventually connect again. If there was an intersection somewhere deeper in, they might reunite with them. Jake, overhearing the conversation from the other side, understood that Adam's assumption wasn't a guarantee. But it was still their best option. So he suggested that he and Caroline head further into the cave on their side, looking for a way to circle back. Jake felt confident he could handle whatever threats they encountered on his own. But having Caroline with him made things more complicated. He wasn't sure he could keep her safe if something attacked them. Caroline, probably in an attempt to stay strong, told their leader that they would be fine, and she confidently said she didn't plan on dying in some cave. Our main protagonist let out a small smile at her words. An hour passed and Adam and the others continued walking, but the mood had shifted. Doubt was creeping in. Adam was starting to wonder if leaving Jake and Caroline behind had been a mistake. Bertram tried to reassure him. He pointed out that, in a lot of ways, Jake and Caroline were probably better suited to surviving down there than the rest of them. He admitted that Jake made him uncomfortable, but there was no denying the truth. Jake was the strongest member of their party. And with Caroline's healing abilities, the two of them stood a better chance than anyone. Adam looked at him, confused. Bertram continued, explaining that while he respected Jake's commitment to survival, something about him didn't sit right. He couldn't forget the way Jake had looked after the fight with the thugs. That grin, that expression. Jake lying in a pool of blood with that twisted smile on his face. To Bertram, it wasn't the look of someone who had just survived. It was the look of someone who had enjoyed what he had done. Adam didn't want to believe it. He brushed the concern aside and said that Jake had only acted that way because of the situation. Because of what he'd gone through. Bertram nodded, but reminded him that people change in times of crisis. He said Jake was becoming something unpredictable. A wild card, but Adam stayed firm. He remarked about how Jake is his friend and he chooses to trust him for now. On the other side of the stone wall, Jake found himself alone with Caroline. She turned to him and noticed something that he hadn't. Blood was slowly soaking through the sleeve of his shirt. It was clear he had been injured, probably during the fall. She pointed it out, and when Jake looked at his arm, the realization hit him that he hadn't even felt the wound until now. She told him to stop moving so she could heal him, but Jake hesitated. There was still some tension between them, and he wasn't sure if she was still angry. He asked, cautiously, if she was really okay with helping him after everything that had happened earlier. Caroline replied plainly. She might have been upset before, but that didn't mean she was going to let his wound get worse. It wasn't about liking or disliking him. She simply wasn't the kind of person to let someone suffer just because they'd had a disagreement. She told him to hold still and began channeling her healing magic. As she worked, Jake stood awkwardly, unsure what to say. The silence stretched, and he could feel the weight of it. He started to run through mental notes, trying to recall what he had learned about talking to people in moments like this. Small talk, questions, anything to break the stillness. Before he could get far, Caroline spoke up again. She told him he needed to be more careful. Just because he was strong now didn't mean he was invincible. Everyone knew what Jake was capable of, but even the strongest could fall if they were reckless. She went on to mention that she was still learning. Her magic wasn't unlimited, and there were times it failed her. There would be wounds she couldn't fix if people didn't give her time or let her improve. Jake listened and then asked her why she had chosen the healer class in the first place. Out of everything she could have picked. Why healing? Caroline deflected the question with one of her own, asking why he had gone with Archer. Jake explained that he chose what felt most practical, something that would help him survive. Caroline echoed his thought. She said survival was her reason too. She admitted that she didn't know much about the tutorial itself or what it all meant. But she had played enough games back in the old world to understand the basics. Healers were usually the least popular class, mostly ignored by others. But she had learned early on that people always needed a healer. No matter the game, there was always demand. Jake asked if she still played games, and she told him not anymore. Then she shared something personal. Back when they were kids, her younger brother had been sick a lot. He spent more time in hospitals than at home, and there were long stretches where she wasn't allowed to visit him. During those weeks apart, the only way they stayed close was by playing online games together. Jake hadn't known she had a brother. It was a quiet reminder that there was still so much about Caroline he didn't understand. She laughed a little and said that people always made her play the healer class just because she was a girl. At first, she hated it. She wanted to be a fighter, like everyone else, maybe someone who could deal massive damage and charge into battle. But over time, she noticed something. The damage dealers always struggled to find teams. They had raw power but no one to support them. Meanwhile, as a healer, she was always in demand. Everyone wanted her on their side. It didn't matter what the game was. As long as she could heal, people made room for her. They protected her, and in return, she kept them alive. She said this tutorial didn't feel all that different. As she adjusted the wrap on Jakey's arm, she admitted that she didn't know who they would meet deeper in the forest or what threats were waiting. But if she could offer something useful, something like healing, then she would always be valued. People would guard her not out of kindness, but because they needed her. That was to be her way of surviving. Jake found himself a little surprised by her reasoning. It was smart. Not just the logic of it, but the way she'd thought it all through, and he told her as much. Caroline gave a tired sigh and asked if he had ever really thought about her before. Whether he had simply seen her as the red-haired beauty, the former HR worker, and not much else. She wondered if he had underestimated her, probably not out of malice, but because he hadn't looked past the surface. Jake didn't answer right away. He began to wonder if she was right. Maybe he had admired her from a distance, maybe even liked her, but had he ever truly tried to understand who she was? She tied the last knot on the bandage and told him he was good to go. Then, without waiting, she said they needed to keep moving and headed further into the cave. Time passed as they walked, and eventually they came to a split in the tunnel. Two paths stretched ahead, one leading left, the other right. Caroline turned and asked what they should do. Jake didn't answer immediately. He listened instead. The cave seemed to breathe with quiet noises, soft scraping and distant echoes. Something about it felt unnatural. He told Caroline he couldn't sense anything directly, not yet. His perception skill hadn't activated. But even so, something didn't feel right. There was a pressure in the air, a weight. He asked her if she felt it too. Then, in the distance ahead, barely visible in the darkness of the tunnel, a wall of tiny blue eyes stared back at them, hundreds maybe more, all motionless, all waiting. Jake looked at them and gave the faintest of smiles. Something terrifying was down there, and it was waiting for them. Jake stood at the mouth of a shadowed path deep in the cave, caught in a strange pull between excitement and cautious warning. Something powerful lurked in the darkness, and every instinct in him screamed caution. Still, a part of him was drawn to it. It was as if the danger itself was calling to him, whispering promises of strength and purpose. He turned to Caroline, suggesting that they investigate the path ahead. The red-haired healer immediately questioned him, shocked he would even consider going in that direction. But Jake, unable to explain the strange craving inside him, argued that whatever was ahead had to be strong, and that kind of strength meant a lot of experience points. If they wanted to grow, if they wanted to survive long-term, they had to chase challenges like this. To him, it only made sense. Caroline, trying to pull him back to reality, reminded him of their actual goal. They were out here to find their friends. Not to grind for points like this was some sort of game. She looked at him like he'd lost it, completely bewildered by how he could be thinking like that in their situation. Jake pushed again. insisting that they didn't know where their friends were anyway, and that the dangerous path might even lead to them. He didn't believe that, not entirely, but it was the only justification he had. Still, she wasn't buying it. With her arms crossed and her face set, she pointed out that if they were wrong, they'd be throwing themselves into a death trap for nothing. At least the safer path led in the direction they'd come from. At least that one made sense. Jake tried to press one last time, saying that the dangerous path guaranteed something, even if it was just the experience. He argued that the tutorial world they were stuck in probably wanted them to take that route anyway, to push them into becoming stronger whether they liked it or not. Caroline had enough. She rubbed her forehead and let out a sigh, clearly frustrated. To her, this wasn't a trial or a challenge with rules to be figured out. It was real life. She told him to stop treating it like some game where everything had to be optimized. This was about survival, not chasing whatever twisted thrill had gotten into his head. Jake paused, thinking about it for a moment. And deep down he realized she was right. None of his reasons were logical. He admitted to himself that he simply wanted to fight. It wasn't strategy. It wasn't necessity. He just wanted to see what was waiting for him down there. Caroline, calmer now, said that even if Jake enjoyed fighting, the rest of them weren't looking to risk their lives for something so meaningless. To her, survival came first. Everything else could wait. Jake looked away, hesitating, then asked what was so wrong with wanting more. He didn't understand why they should settle for just making it through the day when they had been given the chance to live lives unlike anything possible in the old world. They could be extraordinary now. Why cling to mediocrity? But Caroline snapped back without hesitation. Not everyone wanted this. Some of them preferred the old world. They didn't ask for this new reality, and they certainly didn't ask to become killers. She urged him to stop thinking only of himself, and to think about the others who were depending on him to make the right choice. Jake looked up again. The cave above still creaked and shifted, the air around them tense and unstable. He realized that his mindset wouldn't help anyone. With a breath of resignation, he gave in and agreed to take the safer route. Caroline let out a soft breath of relief and gave a small nod as the two of them continued forward. Elsewhere, deeper in the cave system, the rest of the group continued moving through the winding tunnels. Time was passing, and the longer they went without finding Jake and Caroline, the more anxious everyone became. Joanna finally spoke up, voicing her concern for the two missing teammates. Her voice was tight with worry, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong. Casper, trying to keep things calm, reminded her that Jake was with Caroline. Between the two of them, they'd be able to handle any beasts they encountered. He pointed out that the bigger challenge right now was the layout of the cave itself. The winding, branching paths were hard to navigate, and even with his high perception stat, he was having trouble seeing more than a few meters ahead. Bertram glanced at the others and said that if they didn't find Jake and Caroline soon, they might need to think about setting up camp. It was getting late, and they would only get more tired and vulnerable the longer they wandered in the dark. But Adam wasn't ready to give up. He insisted they keep moving, keep searching, until they had real reason to believe the others were safe. It seemed as though to him, stopping wasn't an option. Not while there was still a chance they were close. Bertram stopped Adam as he tried to push further into the dark, pointing out that they could continue the search first thing in the morning. He brought up Joanna, whose leg was gone as she was battling to stay upright, looking like she was in no shape to continue, and asked Adam to consider her condition. Joanna, clearly not wanting to be a burden, tried to insist that she was fine, but Adam didn't want to stop. Not yet. Not until he was sure the rest of the group was safe. He raised his torch higher, scanning the path ahead. That's when Casper paused, his posture stiffening as he said he heard something. He asked if anyone else had caught the sound. Adam immediately told everyone to stay silent. The group crouched low, tense, bracing for whatever might be approaching. Adam took a step forward with the torch, his eyes locked on the growing darkness ahead. The cave around them seemed to close in tighter with every breath, and the air grew heavier with each second. Bertram leaned toward Casper, trying to get his attention and asking if he could make anything out. But Casper, squinting into the pitch black, said the darkness was too thick. Even his vision, normally sharp, couldn't cut through it. The cave was alive with strange echoes, and the noises were starting to rattle even Adam, whose face showed signs of nervous tension as he strained to see through the void. Still, Casper picked up on something. Whatever was coming, it was getting closer, fast. His instincts kicked in, and he warned the group, readying himself even though he still couldn't make out the exact shape. But then something shifted in his eyes. Recognition. He told the others to hold on. A moment later, Adam called out into the dark. And from the shadows, Caroline and Jake emerged. Relief swept through the group. Caroline ran straight to Adam, clearly overwhelmed to see them again after being separated. Jake followed behind, quieter but equally relieved. Bertram immediately moved toward them, asking if they had faced any trouble. Jake looked like he was about to answer, but Caroline jumped in first, saying everything was fine. Just a long walk, nothing more. Jake nodded quickly, letting her version stand without any challenge. Caroline then asked if they could find a better cave to spend the night. One that felt safer, less likely to collapse. But before anyone could respond, Joanna shrieked in surprise. She had spotted a spider and struck it down with her staff. Embarrassed, she apologized for the sudden noise. Casper frowned and made a quiet comment about the unnecessary violence towards spiders. He picked up the one she had hit, examining it with something close to admiration. He said it was harmless and important, and made it clear he didn't think it deserved to die. He turned and walked toward the edge of the cave to let it go somewhere safer, a place out of their path. But the moment he released it, he noticed something strange. More spiders were crawling out from nearby, appearing in clusters, dropping from the ceiling in small but growing numbers. He speculated that there could be a nest nearby. Jake saw this and suggested they move quickly before the situation got worse. But Casper, still calm, told them not to panic. He explained that spiders were rarely a threat to humans. He didn't see the one behind him. As he turned to speak to the group, distracted and unaware, a spider crept up along the wall behind him. Adam noticed it too late. He called out and rushed forward, but before he could reach him, the spider latched onto Casper's neck and bit down hard. Casper froze. Jake's hands moved on instinct, raising his bow as more spiders began descending from the cave ceiling. In seconds, they were surrounded, boxed in. There was no escape route. The air grew tight with the sound of skittering legs. Joanna, rattled, asked what they were supposed to do now. Her voice trembled. Casper, still standing, looked down at his hands and legs. He tried to move but nothing responded. Panic set in as he looked to the others, barely holding back tears. He told them he couldn't move. Paralysis was setting in fast. Then, in the darkness ahead, something moved. Eyes. Dozens of them. Red and unblinking. Jake stared ahead. His expression shifted from focused to alarmed. Something massive was emerging. A huge yellow spider nearly the size of a house crawled out from the shadows. Its body was grotesque, bloated, and covered in fine hair. Its legs scraped against the stone with a dry hiss, and its face was twisted with clear hostility. There was no question now, this wasn't just a cave. They had walked into a nest. The enormous spider towered over the group, its legs twitching and ready to strike. Everyone braced themselves for what would be a desperate fight, everyone except Casper, who was still frozen in place. The venom from one of the smaller spiders had left him paralyzed, and now he could do nothing but call out in fear, begging for help from the others. That's when it happened. An arrow flew through the air and struck the spider right in its open mouth. Its cry echoed through the cave as blood sprayed out. The shot gave Adam just enough of a window to act. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward Casper, grabbed him by the arm, and slung him over his back. He yelled for everyone to run. Jake stayed behind, readying another arrow. Adam handed Casper off to Bertram in passing, then took a quick glance back just as Jake let the arrow fly. But the giant creature, a level 13 mammoth spider, barely flinched. It deflected the shot like it was nothing. While the others took off running, Jake stood his ground. A smile crept across his face as he faced the towering beast alone. Behind him, the rest of the group scrambled to escape. Caroline helped Joanna along, still burdened by her missing leg. Adam and Bertram ran ahead, Bertram shouting that they needed to get out immediately. Adam called out to Jake, urging him to retreat, but Jake didn't move. He didn't want to waste what he saw as a rare chance. Instead of fleeing, he charged the massive spider head on with his blade drawn. The creature lunged, but Jake dodged and slashed with surprising ease. He even managed to drive the blade into its belly, tearing into it with wild energy. But the momentum didn't last. The spider retaliated, landing a hit that sent Jake flying across the cave. He crashed into a stone wall with a force that made the entire cavern tremble. The ceiling groaned, loose rocks already starting to fall. Caroline cried out that they couldn't wait for him, that Adam needed to get out and save himself. But Adam refused. He wasn't about to abandon anyone, not even someone as reckless as Jake. Jake slowly got back up, breathing heavily but acting like the blow hadn't fazed him. He stood tall, even as the cave continued to crumble around him. Something inside him stirred, a pressure he'd only felt once before. A system window materialized in front of his eyes. The message was clear, the bloodline of the primal hunter had been awakened. He didn't fully understand what it meant, but he felt the difference. His senses sharpened, his instincts locked in. A red aura began to form around him as he grabbed at an arrow and dagger, preparing for one final stand. Stones rained down from the ceiling, but Jake didn't flinch. He wasn't going to run, he was going to fight. The spider lunged again. Jake met it head-on, dodging and countering. Every movement seemed calculated. The primal instincts guided him. It was like he could feel each strike before it came, responding with a kind of clarity he had never experienced before. He thought of what Caroline had said about how they weren't playing a game, that this was survival. But for Jake, the goal had changed. Survival wasn't enough. He wanted strength and nothing else mattered more. Adam watched, panicked. The cave was collapsing and they were running out of time, but Jake wouldn't stop. He was locked in, consumed by the fight. There was no reaching him. Jake didn't care. In that moment, he was in his element. He ducked and rolled, clashed and countered, each move more precise than the last. Then, just as Jake closed his eyes to strike with his dagger, he felt a hand attempt to grip him from behind. Before he could think it through, that hand was nearly sliced off by Jake's blade. But after the first strike, Jake saw it wasn't the spider. It was Adam. Adam had charged in, injured but determined. He pulled Jake back, desperate to drag him out. He shouted that throwing his life away like this wasn't the answer. Something about that finally clicked. Jake paused. For the first time in minutes, he hesitated, and then he relented. Together, they stumbled toward the exit as the cavern gave way behind them. The spider tried to follow, but the collapsing tunnel trapped it inside. The dust filled the air, rocks sealed the path, and the roar of the beast faded beneath the rubble. Outside, the group huddled in shock. Joanna frantically looked around and began to panic, unsure if Jake and Adam had made it out alive. No one answered right away. Then, they finally emerged from the collapsed cave, pushing past the smoke of the debris. The sunlight hit their faces for the first time in what felt like hours. They had made it out. The unstable cave, packed with deadly magical beasts, was now behind them. The rest of the group had already gathered outside. It didn't take long before Caroline noticed the blood trailing down Adam's side. Her expression shifted the moment Jake explained that he had accidentally cut Adam while fighting what he believed was another spider. Caroline's face hardened. She questioned why Jake would even keep fighting after everything they had just been through. The anger in her voice made it clear that, to her, this wasn't just another mistake. Before things could escalate, Adam stepped in. He brushed it off, saying he was fine. But not everyone agreed. Bertram cut in, his tone sharp. For him, Jake's recklessness was one thing, but injuring a teammate crossed a line. Even if Jake had a reason, Bertram made it clear he wasn't ready to let it go. Adam, trying to de-escalate, insisted it was just a scratch and asked Caroline to patch it up. She nodded, saying she could manage the healing, but Bertram wasn't finished. He turned his attention back to Jake and called out his behavior, claiming that Jake was the biggest liability to their team. He said it plainly that the group couldn't keep functioning if they were always worried about whether Jake would lose control or push things too far. Jake stood there, quiet. The words sank deeper than he expected. He began to wonder if that was really how they saw him all along. Not just unpredictable, but dangerous. Caroline's earlier words echoed in his mind. The way she said they hadn't asked to become killers. She thought he was just some mindless brute who'd lost sight of what they were trying to survive for. Bertram continued, saying that as Adam's friend, he had to point out the truth. Adam's life would only get harder if Jake kept acting with no regard for the group's safety. His actions weren't just mistakes anymore. They were selfish, careless, and eventually, they'd come at a price. Jake didn't speak, but inside he was unraveling. Maybe they were right. Maybe he was the real threat to their survival. A burden they were being forced to carry. Or maybe they were the problem. Maybe they were the ones slowing him down. His thoughts turned bitter. He started remembering. He remembered how Joanna had passed out from the pain, how his concern for her pulled his focus at the worst possible moment. That hesitation nearly got him killed. He remembered Caroline. He had gone back to rescue her and ended up cut off from the others, nearly trapped. He remembered Adam stepping in, holding him back. If Adam hadn't interfered, the spider would have died. Jake would have gained experience, leveled up, and become stronger. But that moment was taken from him. As all these memories played back in his mind, he continued to contemplate. But then, as if solely just to rip him from his thoughts, he heard something close by. A faint rustle from the bushes just ahead. He raised his bow and pulled an arrow into place. His voice cut through the forest, as he demanded to know who was hiding in the brush nearby. The air grew heavy with tension as a tall, muscular figure emerged from the trees, sword in hand. His presence was immediately intimidating, not just because of his size, but the way he moved like someone used to being obeyed. He introduced himself as Richard and explained that he had come to investigate the noise from the rockfall. According to him, he meant no harm, but his calm voice didn't match the way everyone felt. His group, much larger and more imposing, stood just behind him in the trees. Jake kept his arrow trained on the man, glancing over at Adam, waiting for a signal. Adam stepped forward and tried to defuse the situation, introducing their group and making it clear they weren't looking for trouble. But Jake remained on edge. Something about the way Richard smiled didn't sit right with him, and he couldn't ignore how large and well-equipped the other group seemed. Richard acknowledged their hesitation. He said he understood their caution but insisted that joining forces would be in everyone's best interest. He spoke of survival, of unity, and how his group had already merged with two others. His tone was friendly, cooperative even, but Jake couldn't shake the unease gnawing at him, especially when a blond guy standing in Richard's ranks locked eyes with him and grinned. There was no warmth in it, only something smug and calculated. That discomfort only grew when Richard's gaze shifted toward Caroline. She had instinctively moved closer to Adam, holding his arm tightly. Richard noticed. It didn't take him long to figure out that she was a healer, and once he realized that, the mood shifted. He said his group had recently lost their own healer. Without potions or recovery skills, they were vulnerable. He didn't hide that they were interested in Caroline specifically. His words were wrapped in politeness, but the implication was sharp. They didn't need the whole group, only her. Jake's thoughts spiraled as he tried to process what was happening. Caroline was vital to their survival. Without her, they wouldn't have made it this far. Richard made it sound like a request, but everyone heard what it really was. It was a warning. Adam asked what would happen if Caroline said no. The smile vanished from Richard's face. He laughed, not out of amusement, but in that way people do when they're no longer pretending. The threat was clear. One way or another, he planned to take her. Jake felt the pressure closing in. Their group was tired, their stamina drained. He might have been the only one who could still fight, but even then, the odds were impossible. Maybe he could take one or two by surprise, but with how many Richard had behind him, they wouldn't last long. He kept scanning around, trying to think of something, anything, that could shift the balance. Richard kept talking, trying to sound reasonable again. He said they wouldn't hurt her, just needed her help. Jake could hear the lie in every word. He didn't believe for a second that Caroline would be safe in their hands, but escape seemed impossible. They were surrounded, outnumbered, and tired. Adam stepped closer to Jake and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said maybe joining them wasn't such a bad idea. At least it would prevent a fight they couldn't win. Joanna immediately objected. She said she didn't trust Richard. She couldn't explain it, but she knew something was wrong. Casper, trying to keep the peace, pointed out that maybe Richard's group was just desperate. Maybe they could be reasoned with. Adam then turned to Caroline and asked what she wanted to do. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She didn't want to fight, she just wanted this to end. If going with Richard's group would keep things peaceful, then she was willing to do it. Her words hit hard. Nobody wanted to let her go. But the reality of their situation made the choice feel impossible. And slowly, the group seemed to be leaning toward surrender. Not because they agreed, but because they were out of options. Jake stood frozen. He could see Caroline's hands trembling. Her decision wasn't made out of willingness, it was made out of fear. And if they went with Richard, Jake was convinced things would only get worse. Just as Adam began to finalize the agreement, Jake suddenly stepped forward. He called out to Richard and asked a simple question: what level was he? The air stilled. Richard, slightly confused but still composed, replied that he was at level 9, with several others in his group at 7 or higher. He followed up by asking who Jake was supposed to be. Jake grinned. The sarcasm in his voice was thick as he introduced himself with mockery, saying he was someone Richard could go screw himself over. The mood shifted instantly. Tension spiked. Adam turned toward Jake, confused and anxious, asking what he was doing. Richard was no longer smiling. He said they had almost reached a peaceful understanding, but Jake interrupted him, saying not to worry about the others. They could go, join Richard's group if that's what they wanted, but Jake wouldn't be joining them. He said he had bigger prey to hunt. He told Richard that from this moment on, his group was under Richard's care. That if anything happened to them, there would be consequences. Richard narrowed his eyes and asked if Jake was being serious. Jake still smiled as he asked Richard a question of his own. Did he really think he was the predator here? He gestured toward the trees and asked just how fast Richard thought his archers were. Were they faster than Jakey? Faster than someone like him? The threat hung in the air. The message was clear. Jake let Richard know that he could easily take his head off if he wanted to. One of the archers standing behind Richard immediately began to ready his bow. Tension filled the air. Richard, who had kept a smug composure until now, suddenly realized Jake wasn't bluffing. Jake didn't take his eyes off him. He made it clear that he would be watching closely. Richard didn't argue. Instead, he called over the blonde guy from his group. The two leaned in and began whispering quietly to each other. Jake watched them for a moment, then turned inward, running through the risks in his mind. He figured Caroline would be safer staying with Richard's team. They needed a healer, and as long as Caroline felt respected and useful, they would have no reason to hurt her or the others. Keeping her alive meant keeping their own team strong. It wasn't a perfect plan. He knew there was still a chance Richard would act out eventually, but at the very least, the threat he just issued would force the guy to think twice before making any bold moves. That was the best Jake could hope for. He had to believe it would be enough. As he turned to leave, Adam called out to him. His voice was filled with concern. Before Jake could respond, Casper stepped in, grabbing his shoulder, clearly shaken. He asked Jake if he was seriously planning to leave them. Jake smiled, calm and sure of himself. He confirmed that he was. He said he had his own reasons for going through this tutorial, his own path to follow. The others, he argued, stood a better chance of surviving by sticking with Richard's group. As long as Caroline stayed important to them, everyone would be protected. He promised to keep an eye on things from a distance. He wouldn't be far. Just as Jake was about to go, Adam reached into his pocket and pulled out a few potions. He handed them over with a firm look and called Jake a friend. There was nothing else to say. Jake took the potions, gave a nod of gratitude, and thanked him. Then he turned and walked away. As he disappeared into the forest, the blonde guy from Richard's group watched him closely. His eyes had a desire for action, and for a second, it looked like he was about to do something. Maybe follow, maybe even attack. But Richard stopped him. Whatever was on the blonde's mind, Richard gave him a firm signal not to act. The moment passed. Then Richard glanced over at the archer and his party. The man nodded and gave a strange smile, not one of amusement or agreement, but something colder. A smile that hinted at something else. The forest was quiet, but the tension in the air was anything but. The faction of Richard's group moved with reckless abandon. They had their orders, and the task was clear. They needed to find Jake and take care of him. Just like Richard wanted. At the front of the group was one of Richard's men, an archer, who couldn't stop complaining. He muttered bitterly about how this could have all been avoided if he had simply dealt with Jake earlier. It felt ridiculous to him that they were now wasting time tracking someone who should have been eliminated long ago. Another member of the group spoke up, suggesting that Jake was probably weak, probably not even at level 5. The archer agreed. If that was the case, then there shouldn't be any issue. Finishing Jake off would be easy. But before they could make any kind of move, the forest answered them. 2 arrows came out of nowhere, both slamming into the eyes of one of the men, and the group froze in place as the body hit the ground. Panic rose instantly. The archer at the front immediately went into high alert, eyes scanning the dense green around them. But he couldn't see anything. Just leaves and shadows. Then came another arrow, this one lodging deep into the throat of another teammate. Blood spilled from his mouth as he crumpled to the floor with a wet gurgle. And now the forest didn't feel quiet anymore. It felt predatory, as if it were alive. The 3 that remained didn't wait to think. They turned and ran, sprinting blindly through the underbrush with no sense of direction, only the desperate instinct to survive. They ran until their legs burned, and eventually they slowed down, gasping for breath. For a brief moment, they thought the danger had passed. But the forest shifted again. A bush rustled nearby, and the archer raised his hand, pointing toward it. He ordered one of the others to go check. The man nodded and approached the bush with caution. There was nothing inside, just branches and leaves. He relaxed for a second too soon. Jake emerged silently from behind, eyes glowing faintly, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Without a word or hesitation, he slit the man's throat. The sound was barely louder than the wind. The archer reacted fast and let an arrow fly. It struck Jake at his side, but something was wrong. Jake didn't scream or stagger. He reached down, pulled the arrow out like it was a splinter, and looked up with blood-red eyes that seemed to pulse with violent energy. There was no pain in his expression, only enjoyment. Another 2 arrows were fired in desperation. Jake rolled under them effortlessly. They hit a nearby tree, harmless. He stood again, slow and calm, as if nothing in the world could touch him. Jake pulled out an arrow and launched it back toward the archer. It veered wide and missed. Or so it seemed. The arrow struck a branch overhead, snapping it loose. It fell toward the archer, nearly striking him. He managed to bat it away with his bow. But by the time he looked back, Jake was no longer in sight. The forest around him felt still, but only for a second. Jake appeared behind him. There was no warning. A sharp pain tore through the archer's back, and he collapsed forward onto the dirt. His breathing grew shallow. Jake had already moved on. Still smiling, Jake tilted his head, listening. He said he could hear someone else nearby. A woman stepped out from behind a tree, barely holding herself upright. Her hands trembled as she raised her weapon, but her grip was weak. She was terrified. Her entire body screamed with fear, and her voice shook as she tried to beg for mercy. Jake looked at her. His red eyes gleamed darker, deeper. The primal hunter inside him was in full control now. He took a single step forward, and before the scene could unfold any further, the perspective shifted away. Elsewhere in the forest, the combined group of Richard's main party and Adam's team continued their journey together. The smaller strike team Richard had sent after Jake was no longer with them, and their absence went unnoticed for now. As they walked, Richard broke the silence. He brought up Jake, asking casually about the archer who had just parted ways with them. He made it sound like an offhand comment, but there was a curiosity behind it. Adam answered without much concern. Jake wasn't just some stranger, they had worked together back in the real world. Just co-workers before all of this had started. Richard didn't seem entirely convinced. He pointed out how Jake and Adam seemed unusually close. Adam shrugged off the implication and said it was just natural. As the office manager, it was part of his job to look out for his team. Old habits didn't die just because the world had changed. Richard smiled and placed a hand on Adam's shoulder. He praised him, calling it a respectable mindset. Then he reassured Adam that he wasn't a threat. He admitted that things had gotten a little tense earlier, but insisted he didn't want any of Adam's people to suffer. To make his point, Richard gave Adam a friendly bump on the chest, as if sealing an agreement between them. He promised that in his camp, nobody from Adam's group would be harmed. They were all in this together now, and cooperation was the only way to make it out alive. According to Richard, survival required unity. And that was a fact. As they continued their journey, Adam turned to Richard with some confusion, asking about the camp. It seemed he hadn't realized that their destination was more than just a simple checkpoint. Richard gave him a look of mild amusement and explained that this wasn't just a random location in the forest. He and his people had built something. A base. A proper one. And as of now, they had officially arrived. What stood before them was more than anyone in Adam's group had expected. It was a growing camp, clearly expanding by the day. The layout was organized with several tents, makeshift wooden structures, and defensive barricades already in place. For a place built in the chaos of the tutorial, it was impressive. Caroline looked around and made a quiet comment about how surprisingly nice and well put together it all was. Bertram nodded, clearly impressed himself. Even he had to admit it was a lot better than he anticipated. Casper, meanwhile, was distracted. A girl from the camp waved in their direction, and he turned red almost instantly. As the rest of the group looked around, he muttered that the place was perfect. It was hard to tell if he was referring to the camp or the girl. Adam glanced toward Caroline and asked for her thoughts on it all. She looked around and gave a light response, saying that it might not be a 5-star hotel, but compared to the dark, damp cave they had originally planned to camp in, this was paradise. Richard gestured for them to follow him deeper into the camp. He walked with confidence and assured them that someone from his group would guide them to their sleeping quarters. They were welcome to settle in, relax, and get comfortable. For now, this was their new home. Before anyone could reply, a strange sound echoed through the camp. A faint noise at first, but it grew louder and sharper with each passing second. Everyone froze for a moment, trying to make sense of it. The unease in the air was immediate. Casper asked nervously if anyone else had heard it, but before he got an answer, someone came running toward them. A girl, her face pale, her movements frantic. She looked like she had seen something terrible. Her steps were heavy, desperate, and it was clear from the panic in her eyes that something had gone very wrong. Richard's expression shifted instantly. The calm confidence he usually carried was gone. He called for the guards, already bracing for the worst. The blonde boy from earlier, the one who had nearly attacked Jake, responded instinctively. His hands moved to prepare magic. Eyes locked on the newcomer. Adam watched the scene, tense, his eyes darting between the guards and the approaching girl. One of the guards raised a hand and shouted for everyone to wait. He pointed out that the person running toward them wasn't a stranger. She was one of their own. Now close enough to see clearly, the girl ran up to Richard, breathless, shaking, and clearly disturbed. Her voice broke as she called out to him, and even though she was still trying to catch her breath, it was obvious she was in a state of shock. Richard demanded answers. He wanted to know where Nicholas was. He asked what had happened to the team she had gone out with. He didn't know it yet, but the very squad he had sent after Jake had been wiped out. The girl, still gasping for breath, gave him the truth. Everyone was dead. Her voice cracked when she said it, but the message was clear. The entire team had been killed. Richard's face shifted from confusion to anger. Immediately, his mind went to betrayal. He asked if Nicholas had turned on them, if someone from inside the group had turned traitor. But the girl quickly clarified that Nicholas was dead too. His patience was wearing thin now. The idea of betrayal was bad enough, but hearing that Nicholas, one of his most capable men, had fallen, made things worse. He demanded an explanation. The girl's reply only deepened the tension. She said it was Jake, the archer, the one they had underestimated. Richard's expression twisted into something dark. He couldn't believe it. It didn't make sense. He wanted to know how Jake had managed to kill everyone. Why was she the only one left? Why had he let her live? The girl's hands trembled as she explained that Jake had spared her only to send a message. He wanted Richard to know that Nicholas had fought well, and he wanted Richard to understand that the warning he had given before wasn't just words. He had meant every part of it. Richard, still furious, stepped forward and grabbed the girl roughly. His voice was sharp as he pressed her for more. He didn't care about excuses or shock. He wanted every detail. He needed to understand what had just happened or who Jake had become. She flinched but spoke. Her voice quivered. Jake hadn't fought like someone defending himself. He had enjoyed it. There was something wrong with him and he wasn't normal. He was dangerous, beyond what they had believed. She told Richard plainly that Jake wasn't just another survivor. He was something else entirely, a predatory monster. Jake moved through the dense forest with slow, heavy steps, his thoughts stuck on what to do next. He was drained, both mentally and physically, and knew he needed to find a safe place to rest. The chaos of the night before had left him with little time to breathe, and now that the forest had quieted, he finally had a moment to go through his system notifications. Scrolling through them, he saw the logs of his recent kills. One of them was a level 6 medium warrior. That fight had earned him 365 XP. Another entry confirmed the death of a level 9 human archer. As he kept reading, he realized he had already hit level 7 in the archer class. That caught him off guard. The fights had come so fast that he hadn't stopped to consider how much he had progressed. The level up gave him 3 unassigned stat points. He considered where to put them, thinking about his current condition. Vitality and endurance were both tempting, especially given how vulnerable he was now. Alone in the forest, with the temperature dropping and the sun fading, any wrong move could cost him. Still, he couldn't help but consider adding points to his perception. The synergy between that and perception had become more obvious after his earlier fights. He remembered the edge it had given him in those split-second moments. In the end, he committed all 3 points to perception, hoping that extra awareness would help him survive whatever came next. He opened his status window and saw that his health was dangerously low. Less than a third of his HP remained. He thought back to the arrow that had pierced him during the fight with the enemy archer. That one mistake had brought him closer to death than he liked to admit. Caroline was no longer there to back him up. That meant he had to be more careful. Potions were limited, and reckless choices were no longer an option. His thoughts were interrupted when several wolves began creeping out of the shadows around him. He realized instantly that the timing couldn't have been worse. The scene shifted to the camp. Caroline was quietly setting up her tent. Her hands moved with the same precision she always showed, focused on the task. Then the blonde guy from earlier walked up to her. He seemed unsure of himself, hesitating before he spoke. He asked if she was Caroline, and she acknowledged him. She also pointed out that he was one of Richard's fighters. The guy scratched the back of his head and tried to explain himself. He didn't want to be lumped in with the rest of the group or come across as aggressive. He introduced himself as William and admitted he was only 19. Much younger than most of the others. That was part of why he had put on such an act. He said no one would respect him if they saw him as just a teenager, so he tried to act tougher than he was. He admitted that it was all for show. He wasn't dangerous. He was just trying to survive. Caroline, hearing that, offered him some reassurance. She told him she understood. He was just another person trying to get through the madness like everyone else. Her voice was calm and kind. But as she turned away, William's expression changed. The awkward smile dropped. What replaced it was something cold and sinister. Back in the forest, the ground was covered with the lifeless bodies of wolves. The area was still, almost peaceful. A bunny nibbled quietly on a patch of flora near the corpses. Then Jake suddenly woke up, and the animal darted away in fright. Jake sat up, startled. He looked around and tried to guess how long he had been asleep. The sky had already shifted. It was morning. He pushed himself to his feet and started brushing himself off. The rest hadn't been long enough, but it would have to do. He told himself that time was running out. There were still more threats ahead, and he needed to be ready. As he spoke to himself, the reality hit him again. He was alone now, no backup, no support, just his skills and instincts to carry him forward. He went out and began hunting. First, he caught a rabbit. Then he kept going, picking off animals one by one. A bird, a wild boar, even a strange, gray lion-like beast that prowled near the edge of a clearing. Each hunt pushed him further. Each kill gave him more experience. By the end of it, Jake had reached level 10. For just one day of work, it wasn't a bad outcome. As Jake continued moving through the forest, he spotted a faint light coming from a tree. He paused and tried to figure out what kind of light it was. Suspicion crossed his mind. It could have been a trap. He knocked on the tree a few times to test that theory, but nothing seemed off. It didn't feel dangerous, just unusual. That was enough for him to climb up and investigate further. From a distance, he noticed something tucked away in the tree's upper branches. It turned out to be a small, mysterious box. When he got closer and picked it up, the system provided a description. It was an uncommon magical jeweled lockbox created by the system itself. The message said it contained a rare and powerful item. He didn't waste any more time thinking about it. He opened the box, eager to see what was inside. What he found, though, surprised him. It was just a pair of leather bracers labeled as the bracers of the novice rogue. The description mentioned they were designed for new initiates of an organization called the Order of Umbra. According to the system, the bracers could self-repair and granted 5 points of agility and 3 points of strength. They also boosted the effectiveness of all stealth-related skills. Jake didn't understand what the Order of Umbra was, and it left him puzzled. Still, he couldn't deny how valuable the stats were. Those kinds of boosts were far from ordinary, especially for something labeled as a novice item. He decided to equip the bracers immediately. Inside the box there was something else tucked beside the bracers. It was a separate item called a tutorial equipment upgrade token. The description said it could be used to transform any basic starter item from the tutorial into one of common rarity. That opened up a few options. He thought about upgrading his bow first, but the more he thought about it, the more he hesitated. The bow already felt strong and reliable. There didn't seem to be any urgent need to change it. Then he glanced down at his cloak. It was torn and soaked with dried blood from the earlier fights. Compared to the bow, the cloak looked like it had been through a war. He figured that upgrading the cloak might be the smarter move. He used the token, and as soon as he did, the fabric began regenerating on its own. A blue system notification confirmed the update. The cloak was now a common archer cloak, equipped with a slashing resistance and the same kind of self-repairing enchantment the bracers had. Jake thought it was a great outcome. The cloak might not be as flashy as the bracers, but having gear that could fix itself was already a major upgrade. After climbing back down from the tree, his mind went straight to the possibilities. If that kind of box was just sitting there, what else might be hidden in the forest? He believed there were probably more boxes like that scattered around, tucked away in places most people wouldn't even think to look. Hard-to-reach areas might have even rarer items. And that thought stuck with him. He remembered the giant cave spider again. That thing had been the strongest monster he had fought so far, a level 13 threat. In his mind, that made it the kind of creature that might have been guarding something important. But the rockfall had closed off that path completely. There was no going back now. As he moved through the underbrush, he looked over a nearby cliff and began wondering if there might be another cave out there. He kept walking for a few hours and eventually stumbled upon one. It looked different from the first. This one didn't give off any immediate signs of danger. He didn't sense any nearby monsters or threats. What he did feel, though, was something else. There was a strong sense that something valuable was waiting inside. The feeling was enough to make him smile. With a torch in hand, he stepped inside and started to explore. The cave had a faint blue glow that caught his attention. He looked down and saw glowing mushrooms on the floor, giving the entire area a strange, dim light. He pressed forward until he reached an old, rotting door. The wooden sections looked like they had been untouched for a long time. That made him wonder how long it had been sitting there. Then the system interrupted his thoughts. A blue window popped up, stating that a new challenge dungeon had been discovered. Another message followed listing the entry requirements. The system said he had to be below level 10 in both class and race, not have a profession, and be ranked in the top 5% of survivors by tutorial points. He met all the conditions. That meant he was now confirmed to be among the top 5% of participants in the tutorial. A final system message appeared with a choice. He could accept or refuse the challenge. Standing there in front of the door, Jake looked at the screen and considered his options. But the decision didn't take long. With everything in front of him, he couldn't see any reason to turn down something like this. Jake entered the dungeon and immediately noticed how different it was from the outside. Blue glowing mushrooms were everywhere, scattered along the cave corridor in such large numbers that they lit up the entire space. The strange sight made him wonder what kind of place he had just stepped into. A blue system window popped up in front of him, displaying his objective. It stated clearly that the only way to complete this dungeon was to survive until the end by overcoming all the challenges that would be presented. Failure would result in death. Jake didn't look particularly excited about that mission. There was a hint of doubt in the way he processed the information. But then he noticed something new hanging from his neck. It was a red jewel, and a notification appeared identifying it as the Necklace of Holding. The system said it had been granted to whoever entered the challenge dungeon and allowed the user to store certain items found inside. He figured it was some kind of storage space. It made him wonder if the necklace was connected to the kind of challenges he would be facing. Before he could think more about it, the necklace started to glow and vibrate. That made him pause. Something strange was happening. He wondered if there was something inside the necklace. Then, without warning, a strange blue creature appeared in front of him. It let out a low growl. Jake had no idea what it was. He immediately reached for his sword, but when he tried to draw it, he realized it wasn't there. He had no idea where it had gone. The small blue creature with tiny wings began to attack him, but Jake didn't move. He stood completely still, watching it try to do damage. It kept attacking him over and over, but nothing worked. He didn't even flinch. He called the thing pathetic for its failed attempts, and that clearly struck a nerve with the creature. The monster snapped back, claiming it would show Jake who the real pathetic one was. What caught Jake off guard wasn't the threat itself, but the fact that the creature could talk. That was what finally made him nervous. In that distracted moment, Jake accidentally stepped on a hidden mechanism inside the cave. A trap was triggered, and a sharp projectile was launched out of a hole at high speed. Jake dodged it just in time. He realized now that it was a trap and not just a random attack. The projectile was powerful. When it hit the stone, it cracked the area and got embedded deep into it. Green liquid started leaking out of it and began corroding the surface. That told Jake everything he needed to know. Getting hit by that would have been a serious problem. The small creature started laughing, clearly amused by what had just happened. Jake looked at the projectile still stuck in the stone and asked if the monster had led him into some kind of death trap. The creature responded with sarcasm, acting like it had no idea, and claimed it was just a fool who got trapped in some necklace. Jake asked if someone had actually trapped the thing in there. Before the conversation could continue, another trap was triggered and another projectile shot out. The creature pointed out that Jake had more pressing matters to deal with, and he was right. Jake barely avoided the next trap and realized he couldn't afford to keep getting distracted. Trying to catch his breath, Jake refocused. The only thing that mattered now was getting through the corridor without getting hit. He needed to make it to the other side. He started running, pushing himself to move fast. Trap after trap was triggered as he moved, but he managed to weave and dodge every single one. With quick reactions and full focus, he avoided all the projectiles. After a few intense seconds, he finally reached the end of the corridor unharmed. He paused to catch his breath while the monster commented that it wasn't a bad escape. Jake then asked if the little creature planned to follow him around everywhere. The creature responded with irony, saying that it didn't exactly have any other place to go. And while Jake looked slightly annoyed, he didn't argue much. He simply continued forward. Jake reached another section of the cave where a massive rock wall stretched high above him. At the very top was a door, likely the exit, but the only way up seemed to be through a series of half-transparent, floating platforms embedded into the wall. It was clear that this part of the dungeon was about vertical movement. A new system notification appeared in front of him. It stated that the objective here was to collect 5 silver mushrooms. From the looks of it, they were located across some of those floating platforms. He started to wonder if this was what the necklace of holding was meant for, to safely store these mushrooms as he collected them. Inspecting the rock wall more closely, Jake noticed several large holes placed in predictable patterns along the walls near the platforms. He pointed out that they were obvious enough that even someone without a high perception stat would be able to notice them. He suspected these were where the acid spike traps would launch from once he got close to the mushrooms. The small blue creature beside him, who had been observing quietly, commented that maybe Jake could use the placement of those holes to calculate the angles of incoming projectiles. If he did that, he might be able to plan a route that kept his exposure to a minimum. Jake acknowledged that this could work, but dismissed it right away, saying it wouldn't be any fun to do it that way. Instead, he launched straight into the climb, leaping from platform to platform while triggering one trap after another. Acid spikes flew at him, but he dodged every single one with ease, relying on his high speed and the boost from his bloodline ability. As he moved, he made sure to collect each mushroom he came across, tossing them quickly into the necklace storage as he advanced. Cecil, the blue creature, started to look more and more impressed. Jake was moving so quickly and efficiently that there was only one mushroom left. But then, during a moment of distraction, Cecil didn't notice one of the traps being triggered. A projectile launched toward him, and he froze in place, cursing as he realized he was in danger and unable to dodge in time. Jake saw what was happening and reacted instantly. He sprinted toward the blue imp, grabbing him and moving them both out of the projectile's path. The spike hit the area behind them, but they were safe. Together, they reached the final platform and made it to the top of the rock wall. Cecil, still catching his breath, admitted that he owed Jake for saving his life. But Jake wasn't interested in gratitude. He immediately snapped at the little creature, demanding to know what was wrong with him and why he had gotten distracted enough to almost die. The imp explained that he had been trapped inside the necklace for a long time and wasn't as agile or sharp as he used to be. That seemed to calm Jake down a bit. He asked the creature what he was, and the blue imp introduced himself as Cecil. Jake gave his name in return, calling himself Jake. He then asked Cecil who had sealed him inside the necklace, but the imp refused to say, brushing it off as a long story he didn't want to talk about. Cecil also apologized, assuming Jake hadn't managed to collect the final mushroom because he had stopped to save him. But Jake revealed that he had, in fact, gotten all 5. He held them up as proof. Cecil was shocked. Not only had Jake saved him, but he still managed to grab the mushroom mid-rescue. He admitted that Jake was surprisingly good at this. Then, in typical Cecil fashion, he added that Jake was still an idiot for charging through a room filled with deadly traps without planning anything. A talented idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. Jake didn't argue. He just thanked him for the half-hearted compliment and moved forward. Eventually, they reached another room. This one was completely filled with a strange neon green liquid. Dozens of square stone platforms stuck out of the surface, each with differently colored boxes placed on top. A system message popped up explaining that the challenge now involved moving across 3 rooms using the platforms and that each room had a time limit of 15 minutes. Jake looked over the setup and assumed this would just be another platforming sequence. Jump from one to the next like he had already done before. He didn't think it sounded difficult at all, but then another system message appeared almost as if reacting to his overconfidence. The difficulty spiked immediately. The message said that all of his stats had been reduced to 10 points and all his skills had been deactivated. That hit him hard. He was stunned by the sudden change. The system clarified that his stats and skills would return after the challenge was over, but that didn't comfort him at all. For a moment he just stood there. Then, visibly shaken, he dropped to his knees on the rocky floor. The sudden weakness left him feeling powerless. He started to sweat, overwhelmed by the pressure, as he cursed and struggled to figure out what to do next. Jake remained on the ground for a moment, overwhelmed by how heavy his own equipment had become. With all his stats reduced, especially his strength, the gear that once felt manageable now weighed him down like dead weight. Even lifting himself back onto his feet felt like a struggle. It was almost as if the gravity around him had increased, pressing him harder into the stone floor. He opened his status window and saw exactly what he feared. Every stat had been dropped to 10. He was back to being nearly as weak as he had been before entering the tutorial. But despite this, his primal hunter bloodline was still active. That part of his status hadn't been disabled. He started to think about why that might be, wondering if the system didn't classify bloodline abilities the same way it did skills. It was a strange thought, and it left him with more questions about what his bloodline really was. While he was stuck in thought, Cecil asked if he was okay. Jake confirmed and apologized for spacing out. The imp seemed relieved but quickly reminded him that the clock was already ticking. The countdown had dropped to 13 minutes and 48 seconds. He needed to move. This time, unlike before, he knew brute speed wouldn't help him. He needed to figure out the room's mechanics and plan his way through. The objective was simple: make it across the room without falling into the neon green acid below. But the solution wasn't going to be straightforward. He looked more carefully at the platforms and noticed 3 distinct types, each marked with different symbols. The first showed a snake eating a mushroom. The second displayed a winged serpent surrounded by other creatures possibly being worshipped. The third featured a wyvern. He tried to make sense of it, wondering if this was meant to show a growth cycle of some kind. Cecil gave him credit for the observation and called it clever. But Jake admitted that even if it was some kind of progression or evolution, it didn't tell him how to cross safely. The imp made a sarcastic remark about humans lacking wings, which didn't help the situation. Still, Jake kept looking. He knew there had to be a solution here. After a bit more thinking, he picked up a silver mushroom from his inventory and threw it onto one of the platforms with the snake eating mushroom symbol. As he watched closely, the mushroom was absorbed by the platform. That was the clue he needed. Cecil realized what was happening as well. The symbols weren't just decoration, they were part of the puzzle. Some platforms required an offering of mushrooms to activate or become safe. The ones with snakes were the ones that could be triggered with mushrooms. The imp teased Jake a little for figuring it out, but Jake didn't mind. He had a working theory now. He trusted his instincts and believed the glowing platforms were the most dangerous. If he could deactivate that glow by feeding them mushrooms first, then jump afterward, he could make it across. Time was running out. The clock had dropped to 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Jake knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He threw a mushroom onto another platform and, without waiting for confirmation, took the leap. He landed. The platform held steady beneath him. He wasn't dead. That was all he needed to know. Cecil actually smiled at the result, visibly glad that Jake had survived. But then the imp quickly caught himself and questioned why he even cared. There was no reason he should have been concerned about a human. Jake didn't slow down. He kept the momentum going, using the same method to disable more platforms before jumping. One by one, he made his way across the room, using mushrooms to secure each landing. Eventually, he reached the far end of the chamber and stood before the next door, breathing heavily but alive. He barely had time to process what just happened before another blue notification appeared. It told him to proceed through the next door. A fresh 15-minute countdown had already started. He realized there would be no time to rest. It didn't matter. He pushed the door open and saw that the next room had even more platforms. Just ahead, resting on a lone platform, was a strange-looking dagger. Jake stared at it, uncertain if it was actually a weapon. It looked more like it had been carved out of bone than forged from metal. He took it anyway, remarking to himself that it gave off an unsettling, cult-like vibe. With the dagger in hand, he turned to study the room again. There wasn't a clear route ahead like before. The platforms with snake symbols no longer formed a straight path. And with all his stats lowered, he knew there was no way he could make large jumps across long distances like he could before. The room was different now, and so was the strategy. He tightened his grip on the dagger and tried to think things through. If mushrooms deactivated the snake platforms, then maybe this new item was meant to interact with another type. He focused on the winged serpent symbols, wondering what those platforms might need. The symbol showed the creature surrounded by what looked like small figures that seemed like worshippers. That was the only clue he had. After a moment of hesitation, he did something risky. He used the dagger to slice open his palm and splashed blood onto one of the winged serpent platforms. The effect was immediate. The glow on the platform faded, indicating it had been deactivated. Cecil watched from behind and made a sarcastic comment about hoping humans had plenty of blood to give. Jake felt the pain from the cut more than he expected. Unlike tossing mushrooms, this method hurts. And even more concerning, the blood kept pouring out longer than it should have. He had only made a small cut, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. Cecil pointed out that there was now a clear path forward using those winged serpent platforms. According to him, Jake only had to make 3 more jumps to reach the other side. Jake looked down at his injured hand, the pain still pulsing through it. But he knew he didn't have a choice. He leapt to the first platform. He made the distance. But on landing, he slipped and hit the stone hard. When he lifted his hand again, he noticed that the area around the cut was starting to darken. Something wasn't right. That dagger had done more than just injure him. Still, there wasn't time to stop. He tossed more blood onto the next platform, already feeling the effects of blood loss. His body was getting weaker, and by now he could barely stay upright. He knew he had to keep moving. Lying down would only get him killed. With what strength he had left, he pushed off for another jump. Midair, an intense pain shot through his body. It wasn't just fatigue. Something was wrong at a deeper level. Even Cecil started to panic, wondering if Jake could really survive like this. Jake nearly plummeted straight into the acid. He barely managed to catch the edge of a cliff, holding on by one hand. And worse, the hand he was using was the same one he had cut earlier. The pain was unbearable. But he held on. Cecil rushed to try and help, reaching for Jake's arm to pull him up. But the little imp couldn't do much. Jake was too heavy and the situation too desperate. His foot dipped into the acid and began to dissolve almost instantly. The damage was real and fast, and there was nothing he could do about it. Hanging by one arm, his leg slowly destroyed and the acid seeming to creep closer. Jake was losing strength. He clung to the edge with everything he had left. His face said it all. He didn't think he was going to make it, and his fear was evident. The dread had set in. It felt like death was only a few seconds away. Jake's hands were still clinging to the ground, refusing to let go. His body felt like it was moments from shutting down completely. He couldn't end it like this. Dying alone in that place, he was reduced to nothing but air at the hands of a pool of acid as poison infiltrated his entire body. This wasn't how his story would end, he knew that much. Cecil kept pulling at his arm, trying to help, but the imp's small frame was no match for the weight of a human adult. Still, Jake didn't blame him. He started to claw his way forward, digging into the ground, trying to haul himself out of this mess with what little strength he had left. He told the imp that he would handle it himself. His entire body was breaking down. His vision started to blur as he looked at the blue imp. His nerves were shutting down. The veins on his face had started turning black. It was obvious his body was reaching the limit. But even with all that pain and with every part of him telling him to give up, he didn't. He stopped thinking too much and just kept moving. And when it seemed like it was all over, and he was finally dead, his resilience ended up saving him. A blue window finally appeared again. It declared that there was just one room left and said that everything about the challenger would now be restored. His body began to glow as the system activated the restoration process. Cecil called out, trying to get Jake's attention, telling him to wake up as he had passed out, more like he died really. But now, Jake's body was healing rapidly. The damage from the acid, the pain in his hand, the ruined leg, everything was restored in moments. Even his clothes were back to normal. He breathed out, feeling the relief hit all at once. Somehow, he was still alive. Cecil let out a laugh, clearly relieved. He had genuinely thought Jake was going to die back there, and Jake laughed too, even if it was out of disbelief. After everything, the two of them sat there, smiling through the tension of what had just happened. Looking down at his palm, Jake flexed his fingers. No more pain. The wound was gone. He was whole again. But the imp reminded him they weren't done yet. A system window popped up, showing a new countdown. The clock had already started. Jake stared at the screen and realized it. One more room. But he wasn't about to rush in. Not yet. He was lying on the ground, still trying to calm his breathing. He said he just needed a minute. Just a minute to process everything. Because a few seconds ago, he was about to die. And not in some dramatic way, but in a slow, agonizing, meaningless one. Cecil looked at him, concerned, and asked if he was alright. Jake nodded, but admitted something. For the first time since entering the tutorial, he had actually felt death breathing down his neck. It wasn't a fight. It wasn't a battle. It was just a slow death by acid. He made it clear that while he liked combat and enjoyed all the dodging and striking and the thrill of it all, dying in such a way, all alone and helpless, wasn't something he could accept. Cecil said he understood. He told Jake he used to think he was fine being a loner too. But after spending eternity inside that magical artifact, isolated in a pocket dimension, without seeing another living being, he had come to see things differently. Being alone wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Jake eventually pushed himself off the ground and stood. He cursed the dungeon out loud, vowing not to let it beat him. He refused to be taken down by some system, designed trial. And with that, they both stepped forward and opened the next door. Inside, another room. Another set of challenges. Just like before, the floor was broken into platforms. But this time, something was different. The platforms weren't scattered in strange patterns. Instead, they were neatly aligned in rows and columns, like a grid. They both paused, taking in the layout. It looked suspicious. Cecil guessed maybe Jake could use the same mushroom trick to make his way across like before. But Jake wasn't so sure. He had a feeling this one was playing with his mind in a different way. As he knelt down to study the layout more closely, he noticed something. One of the lines of platforms, the ones running the entire length of the room, each carried the third symbol. It was subtle, but he caught it. The symbol showed a wyvern growling alone atop a desolate mountain. That was all Jake saw at first. No clear instructions, no clues. Just the beast and its roar. He stood in front of it, studying the creature carved into stone, wondering if it was angry. That's what it looked like at first glance. But something didn't sit right. He kept looking and his expression changed. No, it didn't seem angry. Not exactly. He thought back to the beginning of the tutorial, to his own fear, his own panic, and then it clicked. He said out loud that the wyvern wasn't roaring in rage. It was roaring in fear. The realization made him pause, then straighten. A thought formed. Maybe he did know what to do here. He started walking backwards, eyes still locked on the platform path ahead. He was going to test a theory. He had an idea now and he was going to trust it. Cecil's eyes widened. The demon began to panic as Jake neared the blue, glowing symbols. He warned Jake that the glyphs were still active and that stepping on them would almost certainly be fatal. But Jake didn't stop. He picked up speed instead. Cecil shouted after him, frantic, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. But Jake kept running and without hesitation, he jumped onto one of the glowing platforms. Cecil immediately covered his face. He didn't want to watch what he was sure would be Jake's final moment. But nothing exploded. Jake landed, kept his balance, and jumped again. As he soared through the air to the next platform, he started speaking. He said that in the face of fear, the answer was courage. That first platform shattered behind him the second he jumped from it. He kept going, platform to platform. Each one broke apart as soon as he leapt away, crumbling and falling into the abyss. Still he pressed forward. He said that what mattered most was willpower. He remembered everything he'd endured up to this point. All the battles, all the pain, all the survival. And then he said it. The courage to keep moving forward was the key. He reached the final platform and jumped one last time just as the path behind him blew apart in a chain reaction of collapsing stone. His feet landed on solid ground. The challenge was over. A system window popped up confirming it. He had completed the trial. Cecil screamed in celebration. He hadn't expected Jake to survive, let alone succeed. The system chimed in next, announcing that Jake's stats had been fully restored and all abilities reactivated. Jake could feel the difference immediately. His body felt alive again. His power was returning. His senses were sharper. His energy surged. Cecil, overcome with excitement, started playfully smacking Jake's head and called him crazy for pulling it off. Then another message appeared. The hidden challenge was complete. Its condition had been to demonstrate courage. As a reward, a hidden bonus room was now accessible. Jake looked up. Bonus room? He wondered what kind of place that might be. The two of them stepped forward and the bonus room opened up. It wasn't what they expected. There was no danger, no enemies, no puzzles, just a massive mural covering the wall. A story told through carved stone and ancient symbols. Jake stared at it as the images unfolded before him. It began with a serpent. The serpent devoured mushroom after mushroom, growing larger each time. As it grew, wings began to form. Then it took to the skies. It flew over the world, casting a shadow that devastated everything below. In time, other creatures began to worship the winged serpent. They followed it like disciples, offering themselves up as servants. But the creature kept evolving. It fought stronger and stronger monsters. Its strength grew beyond comparison. Eventually, it no longer resembled a serpent. It had become a wyvern, a fearsome, relentless predator. And the wyvern destroyed everything. Even its own followers. It left nothing behind. At the end of it all, it stood alone atop a mountain. The last living thing. It looked up and roared at the sky. And as the years passed and ages changed, the wyvern ascended once more. No longer a wyvern. Now a true dragon. Cecil pointed at the scene and asked if the beast had really killed its own followers. Jake answered yes, it had. Just then, another system window appeared. Jake had witnessed the will of a true dragon. He was awarded plus 10 willpower points for seeing it through. Cecil glanced over and asked what Jake thought the story meant. Jake just smiled and said he didn't know. But then he fixed his gaze back to the final depiction on the mural. The dragon vast and mighty. And Jake said something else. Something honest. He said he would love to fight that dragon one day. After some time moving through the cave, Jake couldn't help but comment that all he was seeing were more corridors. A seemingly endless hallway stretching far ahead. No new things and no enemies, just more of the same thing. He figured it was probably because he hadn't fully cleared the dungeon yet. There was still something left unfinished. They kept walking, but the path was getting darker. The narrow corridors were wrapped in pitch blackness, and visibility dropped to nearly zero. That's when Cecile, the tiny blue demon, accidentally slammed his head into Jake's side. He groaned in frustration, saying he couldn't see a thing in this pitch dark passage and that he was really starting to miss the glow of the shiny mushrooms from earlier. He asked Jake how he was managing to see anything at all. Jake explained that he'd invested a lot of his attribute points into perception. That was a big reason he could make out shapes and movement even in this kind of gloom. But inside, Jake knew it wasn't just his stat distribution. Something else was happening, he could feel it. His bloodline was evolving again. He could sense it. Normally, his perception would spike only in times of danger, enhancing his awareness and reaction speed. But now, it felt constant, always active. He was beginning to notice a subtle, invisible dome around him. A sphere of awareness, like a passive skill had awakened within him, one that never turned off. He thought about telling Cecile. Maybe the little imp would understand. If he was really as ancient as he claimed to be, he might know something useful about bloodlines or passive abilities like this. Jake turned to him and said that if the darkness was bothering him so much, he could always hop back into the holding necklace until they found a light source. Cecile's reaction was immediate and firm. No way, he absolutely refused. Jake blinked in confusion. He asked why Cecile was so against the idea and whether the necklace was really that bad. Cecile clarified, it wasn't that the place itself was terrible. Inside the magical charm, he could still see what was happening in the outside world. But the problem was that once someone sealed him in, he was stuck. Powerless to escape. He had to wait and hope someone would eventually let him out. He didn't want to be trapped like that again. Not for another millennium. Not after what he'd already endured. Jake looked at him with newfound understanding. He finally connected the dots. Cecile had mentioned being sealed away before, but this was the first time the fear behind that memory came through. Trying to offer some comfort, Jake reached out and patted Cecile gently on the head. He told him that he'd never do that to him. But Cecile just shook his head and replied without emotion, that's what everyone says. Before Jake could respond, Cecile suddenly shouted. He pointed forward, eyes wide. There was light up ahead. They immediately made their way toward it. Jake was cautious, watching the shape of the glow as they approached. He said it didn't resemble the soft bioluminescence of the mushrooms they'd seen earlier. As they stepped through the final corridor and into the next space, they stopped in surprise. They had entered a massive room. Towering shelves stretched upward, filled with dusty old books and scrolls. A faint magical light glowed from the walls and ceiling, bathing the chamber in a warm hue. Jake stared at the scene, baffled. What kind of place was this? Cecile was quick to answer. He said it looked like some kind of library. Jake started inspecting the books on the shelves and quickly realized how old they were. The covers probably looked worn, the spines probably looked brittle, and the entire shelves seemed to be covered in their dust. Curious, he reached out to touch one of them, but as his fingers got close, a blue energy field shimmered into view, blocking him from making contact. He pulled his hand back and remarked that it seemed he couldn't touch the books directly. Cecile, already wandering around the room, called out to Jake from another corner. The imp had found a table and pointed out that there were utensils for writing laid out on top. Jake moved over and tried to interact with those two, but once again, his hand met the same kind of invisible barrier. He stepped back, frowning. Whatever this place was, it clearly wasn't meant for direct interaction. Well, at least not yet. No challenge had been announced, and there were no enemies or puzzles in sight. That only made him more suspicious. He wondered what the purpose of this room was if he couldn't touch or use anything. While he was still thinking about it, Cecile pointed toward an open door in the far corner. Jake turned to look and realized they'd have to keep moving forward. They walked through the doorway and found themselves in another hallway, fully lined with doors this time. Door after door, stretching ahead. Cecile muttered a comment about how the dungeon was starting to feel repetitive, and Jake couldn't really disagree. He opened one of the doors at random and saw a bedroom inside. Nothing strange about it. Just a regular bedroom. He opened another. This time it was a bathroom. Cecile took a turn and opened a door himself. Inside was a garden filled with colorful flowers. Jake opened yet another. And this one was either a science lab or some sort of torture chamber. He wasn't entirely sure which. As they kept going, Cecile said it was starting to feel like they were walking through someone's house or something like that. Eventually, they reached the last door at the end of the hallway. This one felt different. Jake approached, and sure enough, it looked like another challenge room. They stepped inside, and Cecil pointed out the pedestal at the center. It reminded them of a previous one they'd seen before, but something was clearly different this time. There was no dagger resting on top of the pedestal like before. Instead, there was an imprint of a hand. Just an ordinary-looking human hand. Jake looked at it and said it probably meant the challenge wanted him to touch it. Cecil quickly cut in, warning him that after what happened with the dagger last time, maybe that wasn't the smartest idea. But Jake just laughed it off and teased the imp, asking where his sense of adventure had gone. Then, without waiting any further, he placed his hand onto the imprint. Almost immediately, something snapped into action. A spike shot up from within the pedestal and pricked Jake's palm before he could react. He yanked his hand back, but the damage had already been done. Cecil panicked at the sight. Jake fell to the ground, clutching his hand. A bleeding hole had opened in his palm, and the skin around it was starting to turn black. The spike had been laced with poison. While Jake tried to steady himself, Cecil called out again, telling him to look at the other side of the room. Another pedestal was rising from the floor. Sitting on top of this new pedestal was a book. The same symbol of the snake eating mushrooms was etched onto the cover. Jake figured it had to be part of the challenge. A blue system window appeared, confirming his thoughts. It read, Dungeon Challenge, become an alchemist of the evil viper and cure yourself of the poison that runs through your veins. It added that the poison would remain dormant for 30 days. After that, if he hadn't cured himself he would die. He looked down at the blackened wound in his palm. The realization hit hard. Then, another window appeared. Rejecting the challenge will result in full recovery and immediate return to the Great Forest. All rewards earned will be withheld and collected items will be removed. Jake now understood what this was. He had a choice. If he accepted the challenge he'd be gambling with his life. If he rejected it, he'd be cured and safe. But everything he'd earned so far would be lost. He could walk away right now and it would all be over. Cecil asked him what he planned to do. Jake didn't hesitate long. He said there was only one thing he could do. He didn't come all this way just to back down from a challenge. The scene begins in a part of the Great Forest, where a herd of deer grazes peacefully. Among the trees Adam, one of Jake's old companions, is crouched down observing the animals. He's focused and quiet, planning a hunt. In his thoughts, he recalls that he and William had approached the herd from the eastern side. They prepare to make their move. Adam explains mentally that the plan is simple but effective. He and William would attack first, drawing the herd's attention and driving them west. Meanwhile, Bertram would come from the south to cut off their escape. The deer, startled and panicked, would rush straight into the trap they had set up the previous night. The plan unfolds just as intended. At the right moment, Adam shouts for Casper to pull the rope. Casper reacts quickly, and the trap springs into action. A net whips up into the air, capturing 3 of the deer in one motion. It works, but Adam quickly notices that one deer managed to slip away. William, a young man with blonde hair, says he'll take care of the last one. Without hesitation, he throws 3 daggers at the fleeing deer. The blades fly through the air, and one of them hits its mark. The deer stumbles and collapses injured. William grins, satisfied with the result. But then they notice a problem. One of the daggers had accidentally grazed Casper during the throw. William quickly apologizes, admitting that his aim is terrible. Casper brushes it off, saying it's only a superficial wound and not to worry about it. William, still pointing at the now captured deer, says at least they've got enough meat to last for the week. Adam steps up and gathers everyone together. He tells them they did a great job and turns to Lyra, asking if she can help him finish off the injured deer. She agrees without hesitation. An hour later, the group finished up. They've cleaned and prepared the deer, and now they're carrying the meat. Casper looks a bit disappointed and apologizes to Adam, saying he's sorry his trap didn't catch all of them. Adam reassures him that there's no need to be upset. They caught more than enough for one hunt, and that's what mattered. As they walk, Lyra turns to Casper and asks if he's okay, calling him sweetie. The affection in her voice makes it clear they're together. Casper says he's fine and tells her to go on ahead since he and Adam will be taking the meat to the butcher's. After Lyra leaves, Adam smirks and starts teasing Casper. He brings up how she called him sweetie, and jokes that things seem to be moving pretty quickly between the two of them. Casper seems caught off guard by the comment and asks if he's really moving too fast. He says he hopes Lyra doesn't think he's some kind of sleaze. Adam puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him to relax. He says it's the end of the world, and because of that, things should move quickly. People should enjoy what time they have left. Casper, not missing the chance to return the jab, asks if that's why Adam has been sneaking into Caroline's cabin at night. That shuts Adam up. He looks away, a little embarrassed, and doesn't say anything. Casper laughs and tells him not to worry. He hasn't told anyone about it, though he adds he thinks everyone already knows anyway. Later, Adam walks into a tent and calls out for the smith. He asks how he's doing. The smith replies by asking if Adam's sword needs repairs again. Adam says no. Caroline is there too, and he admits that he's not there for weapons. He's there to find her. He tells Caroline that Casper was injured during the hunt and might need some healing. Caroline apologizes, saying she has to get some armor ready for Richard. Adam raises an eyebrow and asks if Richard really has her running errands now. She replies casually, saying that's just how it is. Richard does whatever he can to keep her in his main group, so she doesn't leave his sight. Adam changes the topic, now smiling. He tells her that apparently Casper saw him visiting her at night. He even jokes that Casper might be sneakier than Jake. Caroline laughs and says Adam always finds a way to bring things back to Jake. She tells him to move on, even calling him Oni at the end. Adam looks a little sheepish and says he only does that because he's still worried about Jake. It's been weeks since Jake left and went off on his own in the forest. No one has heard anything from him since. Caroline, keeping her tone light, says Jake is a grown man and knows how to take care of himself. Then Adam asks her what she thinks Jake might be doing right now. Caroline, still holding his arm, chuckles and says Jake is probably doing something stupid and dangerous. Maybe something like fighting a shark. And somewhere else, deep within the dungeon, far from the surface world and its sunlight, Jake was off doing his own thing again. At the moment, he was gathering mushrooms and muttering to himself. He complained aloud that he was sick of these damn mushrooms. Cecile, always nearby with a snarky comment ready, said maybe if Jake stopped eating them, he wouldn't have to keep coming back to collect more. Jake shot back with sarcasm, saying he'd unlocked an ability that let him learn about poisons by consuming them. Then he added dryly that it's not like there were chickens running around in these caves to keep him fed. It was the same monotonous survival routine, mushrooms or nothing. Cecil responded by saying he was doing just fine living off moss and cave water. The imp even demonstrated by opening his mouth and chomping down on a mouthful of moss, telling Jake he should give it a try sometime. Jake didn't seem convinced. After a while they made their way back to the library, the strange, ancient chambers full of untouchable books and peculiar furniture. As they arrived, Jake, who was very much in the middle of becoming an alchemist whether he liked it or not, asked Cecil to fetch him one of the mana potions. He needed to restore some of his mana before beginning the brewing process again. Cecil looked at him, unimpressed, and asked if maybe Jake could just rest for one night. They'd been grinding away for hours already and the imp was clearly growing concerned. But before Jake could answer, a sharp pain surged through his body. It was sudden and fierce, like a warning. He grimaced and clutched at his side. The poison in his hand was spreading. That made his decision clear. He told Cecil firmly that no, he couldn't rest. Not now. He needed to figure out this alchemy business and cure himself before it was too late. So he got back to work. He began grinding up ingredients, trying to follow the basic principles of potion crafting. The first step was to mash the materials into a paste. He did that. Then came the part where he injected mana into the mixture. That too seemed to go as planned. The last and trickiest part was transmuting the mana into the necessary attributes, a delicate step that required both precision and control. If he did everything correctly, the paste would turn red, signaling success. But as he stared down into the bowl, he saw it turn brown instead. It was another failure. Frustrated, he slammed his hand down. That was yet another batch ruined, and the process was starting to wear on him. Cecil tried to calm him down. He reminded Jake that he'd only been at it for a week. There was still time. But he also pointed out that Jake's wisdom stat was probably too low, and that was why the process felt so inefficient. And now Jake was drained. He needed another mana potion to keep going. But Cecil quickly reminded him that mana potions had cooldown periods. He warned that if Jake just kept chugging them without waiting, they'd become useless and wouldn't do anything. Then Jake suddenly winced again. Another wave of pain hit him. Cecil rushed toward him, asking if he was all right. Jake pulled off his shirt and the situation became clearer. The poison wasn't just in his hand anymore. It had spread across the right side of his body, blackened veins and corrupted flesh now running from his shoulder down to his waist. He was getting worse. Time was running out. This chapter opens with Adam stepping into a room, responding to a summons from Richard. Adam asks if Richard wanted to see him, and Richard greets him by expressing his gratitude for coming quickly. Standing with his arms crossed, Richard gets straight to the point. He informs Adam that one of the fighter squadrons had returned, but there was a problem. A hunting squad sent out earlier had come back empty-handed, and now the camp was running low on meat. Richard goes on to say he wants to send Adam and his group on an impromptu hunting mission. This time deeper into the forest. Adam, visibly surprised, asks him if he meant outside the safe zone, beyond their usual territory. Richard, unfazed, confirms with a simple smile. Yes, that's exactly what he meant. It's more dangerous out there, he admits, but that's precisely why he's entrusting this mission to Adam. He needs someone competent. Adam, appreciative of the trust but clearly unsure, doesn't give an immediate answer. While he doesn't say it out loud, it's obvious from his expression that he's concerned. The risk is higher, and putting his team in danger over a meat shortage didn't sit right with him. Sensing this hesitation, Richard reassures him. He says that if anything truly dangerous were to appear, his own team would intervene. He insists he's not the kind of leader who sends people to die needlessly. Trying to lighten his mind, Adam asks if he could take Caroline with them. Having a healer around would help ease his nerves, especially with how risky the mission was. But Richard, with that same calm smile, turns him down. He tells Adam that he can't allow it. It's not personal, he says. He just organizes his parties very carefully and doesn't like to mix roles between teams. With a quiet sigh, Adam stands up. He accepts the conditions and says he'll gather his group now. Just as he turns to leave, Richard calls out to him again. There was one more thing. He asks Adam to leave Casper behind at the camp. That catches Adam off guard, and he asks why. Richard explains without changing tone. A scout reported a gap in the camp's fence, and there's a chance another group of survivors has managed to sneak into their territory, possibly spying on them. Since he's heard that Casper is an excellent trap maker, he wants him to stay behind and reinforce the perimeter. Adam says he'll let Casper know. Later that day, Adam's team is already deep in the forest. They're surrounded by trees, blood, and the bodies of freshly hunted creatures. Specifically badgers. They're loading them up after a successful hunt. Adam looks over the pile and asks how many they've taken down. Lyra, standing nearby, tells him she thinks there are 8. He agrees, saying not only are the beasts tougher out here, but there are a lot more of them too. He lifts the last one and tosses it onto the pile. William, with a grin on his face, comments that they must have earned a ton of training points. Adam looks at him and points out that William is soaked in blood. He suggests that while the rest of them wrap up the bodies, William should go wash up near the river because he looks awful. William agrees and heads off. While walking toward the river, William's smile fades. He starts thinking. His thoughts turn bitter, focused on Adam and Richard. He's irritated by both of them. He thinks they're starting to get on his nerves and even calls them a bunch of pretentious NPCs. He's getting tired of the whole camp setup and thinks to himself that he can't wait to be done with all of it. But then something in the forest catches his attention. A sound. He stops and crouches down, alert. There's someone nearby. Hidden behind some trees, he peers out and spots a man telling someone else to keep it down. The man warns that they don't know who might be listening. William watches closely. He then sees the second person the man is talking to, which was a woman, who tells him to relax, saying they'll be quick. Then, a third voice speaks up, belonging to another man. He says he just needs to wash his wand. 3 people, unknown strangers to him. And none of them seems to be of the healer class. William notes this and starts to wonder what level each of them might be at. Then, the group in the forest hears something nearby, a rustling in the bushes. One of them suddenly alerts the others, saying there's someone hiding in the bushes. William, now realizing he's been spotted, starts to panic for a second. But he quickly tries to calm himself down. In his mind, he tells himself to relax. He's pulled off this trick before. No need to lose his cool now. The woman in the group, an archer, calls out in a sharp voice. She tells whoever's hiding to come out slowly or she'll shoot. With no other option, William emerges from the bushes, hands raised, trying to look harmless. He quickly blurts out an excuse. He begs them not to shoot, says he's sorry, and explains that he got separated from his team after an attack. He tells them he thought he heard someone nearby and followed the sound. But the girl doesn't buy it. She stares at him with suspicion. William, however, can't quite tell that yet. In his head, he's already half smiling, thinking to himself that women usually fall for that kind of story. It's worked before, except this one doesn't. Without hesitation, she fires an arrow past his head, close enough to make him flinch. He stares in disbelief, wondering if she really just did that. She doesn't let up. She calls him an idiot and says there's no way they'd believe that kind of nonsense. They weren't born yesterday. Then one of the warriors steps in, shouting for William to drop his weapons and back away slowly. William, still keeping up the act, nods and says he's going to comply. But as he moves, the woman shouts at him to hurry up. She doesn't trust him and wants him to act faster. But William isn't planning to give up. As her voice rises, he reaches toward his wand strapped to his left side. She catches the movement and shoots again. But this time William is quicker. He jumps to the side, dodging the arrow just in time. While midair, he draws 3 daggers and throws them at the group. The daggers fly toward the male warrior, who manages to block them using his shield. As the blades bounce off, he yells to the others to catch William. The archer fires 2 more arrows in rapid succession, but William evades them again, slipping away into the trees while the group wonders aloud what kind of magic he's using. As he runs, William reflects on the encounter. They were stronger than he expected. The lady, still tracking him, has her bow drawn again and declares that she's got him in her sights. But William isn't done yet. He activates his magic and suddenly the 3 daggers he had thrown earlier reappear. One of them shoots forward and pierces straight through the archer's neck, killing her instantly. The warrior sees her fall and shouts in anguish. He charges forward in a frenzy. That's the mistake William was waiting for. With the man distracted by grief, William uses his telekinetic magic again. The remaining 2 daggers shoot out, slicing through both the warrior and the mage who had been with them. The blades behead them cleanly, ending the fight in an instant. Now alone in the clearing, William sits casually on top of the dead bodies. He checks their stats one by one to see what kind of rewards he might get from killing them. One of them turns out to be level 10, and the other 2 are level 9. Smiling to himself, he says out loud that it wasn't a complete waste of time. But then someone approaches. A voice calls out from the trees, asking if William is there. It's Lyra, Casper's girlfriend. She's just found him, and she freezes in shock at the sight. William is standing over a pile of bodies, soaked in blood. She stammers asking if he did this. William doesn't bother hiding anything anymore. His expression shifts, cold and direct. He asks her why she couldn't have just stayed away and minded her own business as he moves towards her. And with that, she's no longer part of the conversation. Roughly 5 minutes later, William returns to his group. Adam sees him and lights up, glad to have him back. He tells William that they had just sent Lyra to go looking for him. William plays dumb. He asks if that's so, acting surprised. Says he didn't see anyone and casually adds that he hopes she didn't get lost on the way. The chapter closes with a quiet image of the stream where William had come from. The water runs red with blood, strongly suggesting that Lyra never made it back. William had taken care of her, just like the others. The girl was sleeping with the fishes now. After returning from his foraging mission, Cecil arrived back with the mushrooms he had set out to collect for Jake. He looked around, unsure of where Jake had gone, and called out, trying to get a response. But the silence in the air gave no answer, and Jake was nowhere in sight. Concerned, Cecil wandered the area, scanning every corner of the library for any sign of him. His eyes finally landed on a figure lying motionless on the floor. Jake was there, passed out beside his potion-making bowl, surrounded by scattered healing potions that littered the floor like what remained after his frantic efforts. Cecil rushed over without hesitation. The blue imp knelt down next to him, shaking him and calling out, trying to rouse him, but Jake didn't respond. It was then that Cecil noticed something strange. The veins on Jake's neck were blackened and pulsing, a clear sign that the poison he had previously been affected by had taken its toll, weakening his body far more than expected. With urgency, Cecil reached for one of the many health potions lying nearby. Thankfully, Jake had managed to brew them before collapsing, and Cecil was grateful for that foresight. He held Jake's head up gently and helped him drink from the vial. After a moment, Jake began to wake up as his eyelids opened slowly. And with his vision still blurred and unfocused, he could finally make out what was in front of him. He saw Cecil leaning over him, still trying to get him to fully wake up. Slowly, Jake sat up, his movements sluggish and heavy. In a tired voice, he asked Cecil what had happened. The imp responded that he wasn't sure himself, only that he had found Jake unconscious on the floor with all the potions scattered around. Jake nodded, still disoriented, and admitted that he was feeling completely drained. Cecil observed the situation and noted that it probably wasn't just the poison. There were dozens of potion bottles around them, and it looked like Jake had pushed himself too hard. When asked how many he had made, Jake estimated that it was probably around 50. He explained that he had gotten a good rhythm going and that he was even considering moving on to attempting poison next. Cecil, trying to show concern, suggested that Jake should slow down and take a break. But Jake quickly dismissed that suggestion, stating that there wasn't time for rest and that he needed to continue practicing. Cecil reminded him that he still had about 2 weeks left on the timer, implying that pushing himself too far this early might actually be counterproductive and possibly even dangerous. Jake, not in the mood to hear what sounded like a weakling's caution, responded with irritation. He compared Cecil's words to those of his old coworkers, claiming they had a tendency to avoid pushing limits and preferred taking the easy way out. To him, it was a mindset of fear and hesitation, one that only a coward had. This comparison didn't sit well with Cecil, who responded sharply, telling Jake to stop implying that he was cowardly. Jake, caught up in his emotions and exhaustion, went further and outright said that Cecil's mindset was cowardly. That was the breaking point. Cecil, clearly offended, lashed out by knocking the potion, making bowl out of Jake's hand. The bowl clattered to the floor, its contents splashing and breaking the silence that had followed Jake's remark. Cecil stood firm and told Jake not to insult him like that. And realizing he had gone too far, Jake quickly tried to take back what he had said, attempting to apologize. But the damage was done. Cecil wasn't ready to accept the apology. The imp pointed at Jake with frustration, trying to assert his own strength and courage. Then, without another word, he turned and flew off, heading out of the library. As he left, he shouted back that Jake could get his own mushrooms next time. The next day came, and Jake was still thinking about the fallout. Cecil hadn't returned since flying off, and the silence left behind was starting to feel heavy. Jake briefly considered going after him to apologize again, but eventually decided against it. He told himself he needed to keep working, and that Cecil would understand in time. With that thought, he returned to his studies, now diving into offensive alchemy. He had finished reading through introductory materials that covered how to brew damaging concoctions. One in particular caught his attention: necrotic poison. The process wasn't entirely different from potion making. In fact, he noticed that poison brewing shared many steps with regular alchemy. The primary difference lay in how one treated the ingredients. Instead of preserving their vitality, the goal with poisons was to crush it, removing life essence and enhancing harmful properties. After giving it a try using what he had just learned, a system notification appeared, confirming that Jake had successfully crafted necrotic poison. It was a moment of triumph. Without thinking, he called out to Cecil to share the news. There was no response at first, but Jake tried again, his tone a bit softer this time. To his surprise, Cecil eventually appeared at the doorway, asking what Jake wanted. Jake eagerly told him that he had managed to make poison and on his first attempt too. Cecil, still clearly upset from the day before, gave a sarcastic response, asking if Jake wanted a reward for it. Jake immediately recognized the bitterness in his tone and realized that the imp was still angry. As if to shift the focus, another notification window appeared in front of Jake. It stated that he had reached level 24 in his alchemist profession, specifically tied to the malefic viper path. Along with this milestone, he was awarded 2 free stat points. Jake chose to allocate both into wisdom, noting that alchemy seemed to be proving its value after all. No sooner had he processed that update than a second notification appeared. This one informed him that he had reached the requirements to evolve his profession. The concept of profession evolution was new to him, and he asked aloud what it meant. Cecil, his curiosity piqued despite his earlier attitude, admitted that he had never seen such a thing before and thought it sounded interesting. The system then posed a question to Jake, asking if he wanted to begin the evolution process. Jake wondered whether this would enhance his alchemy abilities. Unfortunately, Cecil had no answer. Still unfamiliar with this development, as Jake debated whether to proceed, another notification appeared, this one carrying a warning. If Jake chose to delay the evolution, it might negatively impact his professional experience and stall his progress until he completed it later on. Faced with this pressure, Jake recognized that not evolving now could effectively halt his advancement for the time being. Seeing no real alternative, he accepted the prompt and braced himself for whatever was about to happen. Within moments, the environment around them began to react. The entire room started shaking violently, and both Jake and Cecil were left trying to keep their balance. Confused and alarmed, Cecil asked Jake what he had just done. Jake responded that he wasn't sure either. Then, without further warning, the world around them warped. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the library twisted out of place, as though space itself was being altered. When the distortion ended, they found themselves somewhere else entirely. Both were now on the ground in an unfamiliar location, and it became clear they had been transported away from the library to a new setting. Jake looked around, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The terrain suggested they were on the surface of some distant world, though he couldn't identify it. Despite the mystery of the place, he didn't sense any immediate danger. Everything felt still. That calm didn't last long. Jake picked up on something, or rather someone approaching from nearby. Instinctively, he turned in the direction of the presence. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, though not entirely human. His skin was covered in white scales and his eyes had the unmistakable appearance of a reptile. The scaled figure looked directly at both of them, clearly trying to assess who, or what in Cecil's case, he was looking at. Jake stood frozen. Though the area felt absent of immediate hostility, Jake's instincts screamed that something was deeply off. His bloodline skill, which had always triggered in the face of genuine danger, remained dormant. That, in itself, should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Every fiber of his being whispered that the being in front of him was dangerous beyond comprehension. The white, scaled man spoke again, breaking the silence. He asked, calmly but firmly, if the two of them, Jake and Cecil, hadn't heard him the first time when he'd asked who they were. His words were casual, but there was something about his tone that carried weight. Before Jake could respond, the scaled man suddenly appeared right in front of them. The speed with which he moved was unnerving. It was as if he had simply bypassed the space between them. Once there, standing only feet away, he repeated his question. What were the two of them doing here? Jake steadied his breathing. He mentally told himself to relax, reminding himself that the lack of bloodline activation meant he wasn't actually in danger. It had never failed to warn him before. Holding on to that rationale, he finally spoke. He told the figure that its own guess was as good as his. One moment, he was advancing his alchemy under the title of Malefic Viper Alchemist. And the next, he found himself transported to this place without explanation. The figure raised an eyebrow in faint surprise, then turned away from Jake with the air of someone going through a social formality they'd rather avoid. In a voice that sounded disinterested and tired, he gave a half-hearted greeting, saying it was nice to meet Jake. The effort was so minimal it ended up being kind of funny. He then struck a dramatic pose, facing away from the two, and raised a middle finger in parting. He introduced himself as the Malefic Viper and told them, in no uncertain terms, to F off. Jake blinked, thrown off by the absurdity of the encounter. He asked aloud if the man was really the Malefic Viper. In Jake's mind, the title conjured images of something more mythical, maybe a giant snake-dragon hybrid or some serpent deity. In response, the being began to shift its form. With a cocky grin, he asked if this was what Jake had been expecting. As he spoke, his white scales changed slowly, and his body began to transform. Large wings sprouted from his back. His entire body elongated and reshaped, taking on a massive, epic form. In a matter of moments, the humanoid figure was gone and was replaced by a towering dark and green dragon with gleaming eyes and a presence that dwarfed everything around. From this new form, he asked Jake if this appearance was more fitting for someone like him. Cecil, who had been largely silent up until now, took a cautious step forward. The imp was visibly shaken, clearly rattled by what he was witnessing. Now trembling, Cecil confessed that he could hardly believe he was truly standing before the Malefic Viper in the flesh. To him, this was like witnessing a legend brought to life. The Viper, still in his dragon form, leaned closer to Cecil and asked if they had met before. Cecil quickly denied it but added with reverence that he was a loyal servant of the Malefic Viper regardless. That seemed to amuse the Viper. He returned to his humanoid form in a fluid transition, remarking that if Cecil truly was one of his servants, and also an imp, then he must predate the very organization dedicated to the Viper himself. Jake, watching this exchange, stepped forward and made a clarification. He said that he didn't know what Cecil was blabbing about. But as for him, he wasn't one of the Viper's followers. He was just someone who had entered the challenge dungeon, nothing more. The Viper's reaction was instant and filled with laughter. He asked if Jake was serious, clearly finding the entire thing entertaining. He began laughing harder, almost doubling over as he wiped at his eyes. He found the idea of Jake enduring the dungeon without any real context hilarious. He joked that he must have designed that death trap a long time ago and expressed disbelief that someone had actually gone through all of it. Jake commented that it seemed the Viper was the creator of the entire challenge, which the Viper confirmed with a chuckle. Still laughing, the Viper asked Jake how he had found the part of the dungeon where he had to feed mysterious items to him through those platforms. Then he brought up the part where Jake was forced to study the Viper's entire history, only to be rewarded with a giant mural glorifying the Viper's accomplishments. That thought made him laugh even harder. Jake, in a quieter tone, noted that the Viper was incredibly narcissistic. Instead of being offended, the Viper seemed to take it as a compliment, flashing a self-satisfied grin. Then Jake posed a more serious question. He asked if the Viper was some kind of god. Without answering directly, the surroundings suddenly changed again. In an instant, they were standing inside a massive throne room. A grand throne sat in the center, elevated slightly, and the Viper was now seated on it. From his new vantage point, he confirmed Jake's suspicion. He told him that if he kept leveling up, eventually Jake would gain a domain of his own. He explained that the process of becoming divine was long and annoying, but the perks, especially immortality, were worth the effort. Jake, intrigued, admitted that divinity sounded interesting, but he also said that he would probably pass on immortality. To him, the risk of death was what made everything exciting and worthwhile. The Viper stared at him from his throne, quiet for a moment. Then he spoke and called Jake's reasoning idiotic. Still, he added with a smile that he liked that kind of thinking. Meanwhile, Cecil was on the verge of a breakdown. Tears welled in his eyes as he bowed and apologized profusely for Jake's behavior. He addressed the Viper as Sir, and called Jake rude and reckless. Cecil was completely overwhelmed and clearly afraid. Through his sobs, Cecil turned to Jake and demanded to know how he could even bring himself to talk back to a god. Jake replied honestly that he wasn't entirely sure. He thought maybe it had something to do with his willpower stat being high. But the Viper quickly shot that down, saying that wasn't how it worked. The Malefic Viper began to explain what stats truly meant for someone like Jake. He said that while stats like willpower could influence certain things like staying calm under pressure or enduring the weight of immortality, they didn't fundamentally change a person's mind. The core of who someone was, their mental makeup, their flaws and shortcomings, that stayed the same no matter how high their numbers went. Willpower, he explained, could help someone handle the endless passage of time, the loss that came with watching the world change while they remained unchanged. But even then, it wasn't enough by itself. One needed certain abilities just to make that kind of endurance possible in the first place. And not everyone had those abilities. Not even the powerful could be sure that they had what it took.
He said many beings with strength far beyond imagination had still fallen. Not because they were defeated in battle or destroyed by a greater force, but because their minds gave out. They collapsed under the weight of their own thoughts, their regrets, and their own solitude. Some had never learned to bear the stillness. Some never recovered. And contrary to the common saying, time didn't always heal everything. Sometimes time was the thing that broke them. Jake looked at him carefully. For the first time, he noticed a kind of sadness in the Viper's voice. There was no obvious grief, but there was a heaviness there, like someone who had carried a burden for so long they forgot what it was like to not have it. But the Viper didn't stop. He told Jake to pay attention. This was the true path to power, and it was lonely. The deeper you went, the higher you climbed, the fewer people were with you. Friends faded. Families disappeared. And eventually, you stood alone. Jake walked toward him slowly. He said it sounded like the Viper had gone through a lot. The archer didn't speak like someone talking to a god. He just spoke like one person talking to another. Then he reached out and casually patted the god, like being on the shoulder, saying that sulking in his domain wasn't really helping anyone. Cecil, already overwhelmed by the events of the day, lost it at that moment. He demanded to know if Jake had completely lost his mind. Touching a god so casually, saying something so direct. As far as Cecil was concerned, Jake was marching straight into death without realizing it. But the Viper didn't lash out. He didn't even look annoyed. He just kept shaking his head and said Jake didn't understand. It wasn't something he could explain with words. It was something only lived experience could teach. Still, Jake didn't back down. He replied that maybe the Viper had simply run away because the approach he'd been using wasn't working. So instead of giving up, maybe it was time to try something different. Cecil stood to the side, biting his lip and practically shaking with anxiety. From his perspective, this back and forth was like watching someone poke a dragon in the eye and expecting not to get burned. He was sure that if this went on any longer, the Viper would lose his temper and obliterate them both. But instead, the Viper looked over at Jake. Jake looked back, this time with a calm, sincere smile that said he wasn't trying to challenge him, he was only trying to reach him. The Dragon Lord let out a soft scoff and said Jake was getting all deep and profound with him now. Then, with a shake of his head, he got up. He said that despite everything, he really liked Jake. Almost immediately, Cecil popped back into the conversation and asked if the Viper liked him too. "What about me?" he said with wide eyes. The Viper gave him a blank look and replied, "What about him?" in a tone that made it clear he hadn't been thinking about Cecil at all. Time passed, and the tension eased. Eventually, the three of them were sitting on a cliff somewhere, talking and eating snacks. They had found a strange kind of peace, like old friends catching up after years apart, even though they'd just met. At one point, the malefic being asked Jake if Coraline had really said what he claimed she had. It was a private moment, but it hinted that their conversation had become personal. Cecil, as usual, chimed in with a comment. Something along the lines of, "Woman, am I right or what?" Jakey and the Viper went completely silent. For a few seconds they just stared at Cecil in stunned silence. Then, at the exact same time, both of them burst into laughter. Cecil's began to flail his hands, clearly upset that he was the butt of the joke. He demanded to know what was so funny, but Jake just said it was nothing. He wrapped an arm around the god's shoulder like they were old buddies. The Viper, now laughing freely, teased Cecil and said he was sure the little imp had plenty of experience with imp girls. Jake was still smiling when he noticed a sudden blue window appear in the corner of his vision. A system notification he must have missed earlier had finally registered. It said his bloodline ability had been upgraded. He now had 10% bonus perception, up from 5%. The Viper, curious, asked what the notification was about. Jake explained the increase, saying it looked like his bloodline skill had just improved a bit. The Viper raised an eyebrow. Even he seemed slightly surprised. A bloodline ability, he said, was something rare and interesting. Sensing his interest, Jake asked if the Viper knew anything more about it. Possibly anything the system might not be revealing. The Viper paused for a moment, then answered. He said the system usually didn't respond well to anyone revealing its secrets, especially after what happened during the Fifth Age. Some god had destroyed a smaller universe just to try and cheat the system back then. Then, to clarify, he added that it hadn't been him. Just in case Jake was wondering. Jake let out a tired sigh and said he should have expected that kind of answer. The Viper stood up again, this time with more finality. He said that although this meeting had been enjoyable, it was probably time for Jake and Cecil to go. As Jake got up to leave, the Viper looked at him seriously and said that Jake had given him a lot to think about. He said it wasn't often he met someone with Jake's kind of ambition and drive. Jake smiled and jokingly asked if this meant he passed the job interview, and if he was now a true alchemist of the malefic Viper. The Viper gave him a thoughtful look and agreed. He said that, yes, he supposed Jake was. Then he reached out and placed a hand on Jake. A soft golden light appeared, wrapping itself around Jake's form. The Viper said he was leaving Jake with something he called a small string of karma. It would stay with him from that moment on. The energy shimmered faintly, almost like a mark of recognition. The Viper then said that he'd genuinely enjoyed their time together. Jake agreed. He said it had been a lot of fun for him too. Finally, Jake said goodbye, promising that they would see each other again. After Jake and Cecil left, the Viper remained alone in his domain. He stared out over the empty space, speaking quietly to himself. He said that because Jake had such a powerful bloodline ability, he would need to keep an eye on him. Then he turned, walking slowly toward one of the ancient stone pillars scattered throughout his domain. He placed a hand on it, deep in thought. He said that maybe he'd spent enough time wallowing here. Maybe it was time for the malefic Viper to make his return. This chapter begins with Adam, William, and Bertram returning to camp from their mission. But Lyra wasn't with them. The three walked in with heavy expressions, their silence speaking louder than words. The tension hung in the air as Casper approached them, clearly unaware of what had happened. He greeted them with a tired but proud smile, wiping sweat from his forehead as he mentioned the new fence he'd been working on. He asked for their thoughts, maybe expecting a comment or some appreciation for his effort. But none of them had the energy to respond to that. Their expressions were too blank, too weighed down. They didn't even acknowledge the fence. Adam couldn't meet Casper's eyes. He simply muttered Casper's name and kept looking at the ground, clearly struggling to speak. That was when Casper seemed to sense something was wrong. He paused, glanced around, then asked where Lyra was. She had gone out with them, after all. His voice was calm, but there was a note of concern that hadn't been there before. Adam, still looking at the ground, finally placed a hand on Casper's shoulder. He quietly said that he was sorry, but they didn't know what happened to her. Lyra had gone into the forest with them, and then she was just gone. His voice was low and rough, as if the words themselves were painful to say. There was a long pause, heavy with unspoken fear. Casper's face changed instantly. He frowned, confused. He asked what the hell that even meant. How could she just disappear? That didn't make any sense. His brows furrowed deeper as he tried to wrap his mind around the impossible. The silence stretched, filled only by distant bird calls and the faint rustling of leaves. William stepped in to explain that they had searched the forest for hours. They looked everywhere, but there was no trace of her. No tracks, no signs. She had vanished without a sound. He shook his head slowly, as if trying to erase the image from his mind. Adam added that they weren't sure what to think anymore. They had gone over it again and again, but nothing added up. They didn't want to believe it, but it was the truth. Lyra was just gone. His tone was grave, as if saying it out loud made it more real and unbearable. Casper's voice rose as he asked if they were joking. This couldn't be real, but Adam only shook his head. He said again that she was gone, and that he was sorry. The shock was clearly visible on Casper's face, and for a moment, no words came out. The scene then shifted to 1 week later. Inside Richard's office, a man stood before him, giving a report. He said he had gathered new information about William. Richard, seated behind his desk, told the man to continue. His posture was calm, but there was an edge of interest in his voice. The man explained that protecting William might not be worth it anymore. If Richard gave the order, he could deal with the boy rather quickly and cleanly. He even admitted that he already had 2 men watching William right now as they spoke, and they were doing a fine job watching him from the shadows without being noticed or suspected by William or anyone else. An image was shown of William working at a forge, hammering metal like a blacksmith. The 2 watchers, though unseen by others, were in the background, succeeding in blending in perfectly. The man's voice carried a note of frustration at the incompetence of the watchers. Richard didn't seem surprised. He calmly responded that the boy should be left alone for now. He said he knew William's type. He was the type that was arrogant and full of himself, but not without value. Richard acknowledged that William had real skill. A person like that could be very useful, as long as they were properly controlled. His eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the possibilities. The man agreed without argument, and the scene shifted again. Now we saw William at the forge working hard. Adam and Caroline approached him. Adam asked how things were going with the stone arrowheads. William said he had just finished and handed them over. He apologized for how long it had taken. He said he was still getting used to blacksmithing and was trying his best. His tone was a mix of pride and frustration with himself. Caroline noticed the mess he was in and reached out to clean him up a bit. William brushed it off and said there was nothing wrong with getting dirty for the sake of the job. He called out to his mentor Mr. Smith for confirmation. Mr. Smith nodded and said it was a sign of hard work. His voice was firm but encouraging, like a teacher praising a student. Caroline, still unconvinced, asked why he didn't just become a tailor instead. That way, he wouldn't be constantly covered in grime. She smiled lightly, trying to ease the tension. William responded that blacksmithing was fun to him. He liked learning things from Mr. Smith and working at the forge. Caroline sighed and told him to at least be careful around the fire. She didn't want him getting hurt. William gave her a fake smile and said sure. But after she and Adam left, his expression changed. His thoughts turned bitter. He found her annoying. He hated the way she acted like she could tell him what to do. If she weren't as attractive as she was, he thought nobody would be able to stand her. Then his thoughts turned darker. He reminded himself that soon, a war between Richard and Hayden would break out. When that happened, there would be bloodshed and opportunities. He looked forward to killing people, taking their TP points, and leaving all this nonsense behind. His jaw clenched as he imagined the chaos to come. Mr. Smith interrupted those thoughts, calling for William's help to lift some boxes. William snapped out of it and agreed. Meanwhile, Adam entered another tent. He brought the arrowheads to Casper, who was working with intense focus. Casper barely looked up as Adam approached. Adam handed the items over and asked why Casper hadn't gone to get them himself. He suggested maybe Casper needed a break. Casper replied that he didn't go because he didn't want to see someone. At first, Adam assumed he meant Mr. Smith, but Casper corrected him. He meant William. The name hung heavy in the air between them. That got Adam's attention. He brought up the subject directly, asking if Casper really suspected William had something to do with Lyra's disappearance. Casper's answer was sharp. He said that anyone who acted innocent had something to hide. There might not be proof, but his gut told him William couldn't be trusted. He even added that Jake wouldn't have trusted someone like that. Casper's eyes were hard, filled with suspicion. Adam could see how strained Casper was. He reached out and put a hand on his shoulder, asking gently how long it had been since Casper last got any sleep. Casper angrily knocked the hand away. He yelled at Adam not to patronize him. If Adam didn't want to help, that was fine. But he should just leave him alone. The tension between them was thick. Adam backed off a little but said he didn't think Casper was entirely wrong. Still, he pointed out that the way Casper had been acting, like pacing around the camp and watching William like he was prey, was starting to scare the others. People were whispering about him. Some were saying he might snap at any moment. And frankly, Adam couldn't blame them. He glanced around at the traps Casper had been setting up lately. These weren't simple hunting tools for catching deer or rabbits. They looked like they had been made with another kind of target in mind. Casper's demeanor was cold yet passionate as he replied. He said there were things in the forest far scarier than deer. Someone had to be ready to deal with them. If no one else would step up, then he would. The 19th chapter opens with Jake deep in the middle of an intense workout. Suddenly, the silence was broken as Cecil barged into the room. He came in quickly and asked Jake if he was ready. But Jake didn't answer immediately. He continued his push-ups without missing a beat, nearing the end of his count. Cecil raised an eyebrow and asked again, now curious just how long Jake had been going at it. Then, he pushed himself up into a kneeling position and wiped the sweat from his face. He told Cecil that he'd been at it for 30 minutes straight. There was no pride in his voice, just quiet determination. Jake commented on his own progress. He said it hadn't been too bad, considering he'd only been training like this for a month. But still, he admitted he wished his endurance stats were higher. The physical training was helping, but it wasn't enough. Not yet. Cecil, ever the voice of reason, cautioned him to be careful. He reminded Jake that there was still a long day ahead. If Jake pushed himself too hard now, he might burn out before the real test even began. Jake, undeterred, smiled at him. He admitted he was just happy to finally be leaving the cave. Being cooped up there had been driving him crazy. But Cecil wasn't so quick to celebrate. He reminded Jake of the condition he was still dealing with. The poison that had entered his bloodstream was no joke. It had been eating away at him from the inside, slowly turning the veins in his body black. If he didn't craft the antidote soon, it would kill him. As if to emphasize this point, a blue notification appeared in Jake's vision. It showed that he had just over 23 hours left before the poison would become fatal. Jake saw the timer, read the alert, and grinned like a man who enjoyed the challenge. He muttered to himself, let's do this. Meanwhile, back at camp, the story shifted to William. He was busy with his hands. Caroline arrived without warning, and the moment William saw her, he stopped what he was doing and greeted her. He offered a polite smile and informed her that he wasn't sure if Richard's armor was ready yet. If she wanted to check, she could. But Caroline immediately clarified that wasn't why she was there. She hadn't come for any update on the armor. She had come to warn him. She looked serious as she told him to avoid going anywhere near Hayden's camp. William blinked, slightly confused, and asked if something had happened. Caroline explained that things were getting tense between the camps. It was still safe to go hunting, but William should steer clear of the direction Hayden's people occupied. William nodded. He said he understood. Caroline seemed relieved. She said it was good to know she could count on him. Then she mentioned how she had tried telling the same thing to Casper, but it hadn't gone well. Casper had his own ideas. William, curious now, asked what Casper was even planning. Caroline hesitated. then said that she thought Casper was trying to set up traps or something like that. She wasn't entirely sure. Casper had been distant lately. He has been cold and unreachable. He wasn't speaking to people, just disappearing for hours or even days. Caroline even wondered aloud how many tutorial points Casper had accumulated by now. William didn't answer that part but reaffirmed that he'd stay away from Hayden's camp like she'd asked. But then, the scene shifted again. Now we were in Richard's office. He sat behind his desk as usual, calm and composed, asking someone out of view how it went. Then it was revealed that he was speaking to Caroline. Her expression was flat as she responded. She told him that it was done. William would go after Casper. That brief conversation with William, where she pretended to warn him, was part of a setup, a quiet manipulation. Richard seemed pleased. He stood and walked over to her, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. It was meant to be a gesture of comfort, but it carried weight. He told her that he knew she hadn't enjoyed doing it. He understood, but it was necessary. Both William and Casper had become problems. William thought too highly of himself, like he was some clever mastermind. He was always scheming, always plotting something. And Casper, he was a different kind of threat. The way he was acting, Richard said, it was like he could snap at any moment and burn the whole camp to the ground. Caroline finally spoke up. She defended Casper, saying that he was grieving. That was all. He wasn't a threat, just a boy trying to cope with loss. But Richard wasn't convinced. He asked if it was really grief. After Lyra's disappearance, Casper had vanished for days. No one had seen him. No one had known where he went. That wasn't normal grieving, Richard said. That was something else. Then, the scene changed. This time it showed all the things that had likely taken place during the few days Casper went missing when he left camp. A memory or experience of Casper's, important enough to explain how things got to where they are. Casper was shown alone in the woods. He was calling out Lyra's name. His voice echoed through the trees, but there was no response. Eventually, he reached a stream. But what he saw there froze him in place. Two wild animals, both big, aggressive, and snarling, were fighting each other beside the water. They were locked in a struggle, clawing and biting over something. It didn't take long for Casper to realize what that something was. Lying between them, partially dragged through the mud, was Lyra's body. He didn't stop to think. He shouted and ran toward them, waving his arms and yelling as if he was telling the animals to get away. The creatures snarled but scattered when he came too close, disappearing into the forest. Now kneeling beside her, Casper finally saw her clearly. Her skin was pale, her body still. There was no movement, no breath. She was dead. Tears filled his eyes immediately. He picked her up in his arms, pulling her close like he still couldn't accept what he was seeing. He screamed, demanding to know who had done this. His voice cracked as he shouted again and again. Then, through the tears, he noticed something on her skin. Cuts, not the kind wild animals leave. These were thin and precise. The most obvious one was a deep stab wound. It was a clean cut, far too clean to be from some animal. He thought it might be from a blade. His thoughts jumped. One image came to mind almost instinctively, and it was a thought of William. William, who always carried daggers. But the anger was there now, building beneath the surface of his grief. Then, something strange happened. A voice spoke to him. It came from somewhere nearby, but he couldn't see anyone. It was just a voice, calm and distant. It called out to him, repeating his name. Casper looked around, confused, asking who was there. The voice ignored the question. It asked him something else. It asked Casper if he wanted to bring Lyra back. He answered without thinking, immediately shouting yes. That one word was all the voice needed. It told him to follow it, follow the sound. Then, the scene showed him walking into a dark cave, a challenge dungeon. He was still holding Lyra in his arms, following the voice's call deeper into the cave. The memory ended there. Now the story returns to the present. Richard was speaking again. He sat in his office, talking about Casper. He said whatever had happened to him out there in the forest had changed him. Casper wasn't the same anymore. He wasn't stable. He was now a wild card. Caroline was there too. She didn't argue with the assessment, but she said it was still cruel. Casper had been one of their friends. This wasn't just strategy, it was something personal. Richard replied with no emotion. He said the entire tutorial was cruel. That was the nature of it. But he added that it would be over soon. Once it ended, they'd return to the old world. Back on Earth, they could rest, rebuild. He told Caroline to look on the bright side. Maybe Casper would kill William. Maybe that would get it out of his system. Maybe after that, he'd go back to the way he used to be. Caroline mentioned that Adam would be happy to have his old friend back. Richard agreed. He said that was what both of them wanted. Both him and Caroline. Then, shifting to a different tone, he hinted at something else. He spoke about how all their support and loyalty could lead to something good. He talked about Caroline and Adam having their happy ending. Happily ever after, he called it. Caroline didn't say much to that, other than mentioning her desire to get out of this awful world. She referred to it bluntly as a hellhole. Richard just smiled at her words. Then he remarked how the young and foolish were willing to do anything for love. The conversation ended there. The story then moved to a new location. Somewhere deep in the forest again. Casper was waiting. He stood in a quiet clearing alone, looking around like he was expecting something or someone. After a short silence, he heard movement in the bushes. He tensed, then turned his head slowly toward the sound. William appeared, just as Casper had hoped. He stepped through the trees casually, like he wasn't concerned at all. He greeted Casper with a smirk, asking if Casper had been waiting for him. Casper, calm but intense, said it was about time he showed up. Now they stood face to face, neither one backing down. Casper finally broke the silence. He said he had started to think William wouldn't show up. William replied calmly, explaining that Caroline had warned him to avoid this confrontation. But William couldn't resist. He admitted he had seen how Casper had been staring him down back at camp. It was obvious Casper wanted a fight. Yet, William added that he didn't understand why Casper would want to fight him at all. Casper had grown tired of William's arrogance and pretending. He told William to stop acting innocent. Casper was certain William had killed Lyra, his girlfriend. William shrugged and said that even if it was true, he didn't see the point of all this. He reminded Casper that he was far stronger and more experienced, having hunted more than Casper ever had. William believed Casper didn't care about strength or hunting anyway, so why bother? Casper's anger flared. He thought it was ridiculous for William to question why someone would seek justice for someone they loved. The very idea that Casper wouldn't care was absurd. As Casper's anger rose, memories of Lyra flooded his mind. The story of their relationship began to unfold. It was not just a passing thought, but a deeply personal recollection that fueled his pain and determination. They had met for the first time in a simple moment. Casper had introduced himself awkwardly. Lyra had laughed softly when she heard his name, saying it reminded her of a movie character. Casper had been nervous and shy, calling his own name stupid. But Lyra told him she thought it was cute. That small compliment made him feel both happy and nervous at the same time. A week later, they were sitting by a campfire. Casper offered Lyra some food. Then, unexpectedly, she asked him to go out with her. Casper repeated the question back in surprise, as if unsure it had really happened. Lyra blushed and apologized quickly. She explained why she had asked. She said she thought Casper was nice, and that she enjoyed spending time with him. She worried she might have been stupid for asking. Casper answered with a yes, but it was unclear if he was agreeing she was stupid or simply answering the question. Realizing the confusion, he babbled nervously, trying to clarify that he meant yes to going out with her, not that she was stupid. Just as he feared he might have ruined his chance, Lyra kissed him on the cheek. That quiet gesture stopped his frantic rambling and made his heart race. Back in the present, Casper's voice was harsher. He looked William in the eye and asked if he had ever lost someone he loved. William's expression grew colder. He challenged Casper, asking if he had truly lost all sense of logic because of this love Casper spoke of. Casper's eyes filled with tears. The pain he felt was raw and deep. He told William that when you love someone, they become your entire world. If you lose that world because of someone else's actions, you want revenge. The longing for justice, or perhaps vengeance, was all-consuming. William responded coldly. He said fighting Casper wouldn't bring Lyra back, so what was the point? His words were like a knife, cutting through Casper's anger with blunt realism. Casper admitted it didn't make sense logically, but he couldn't let go of it. Love was too complicated for him. He believed someone like William could never understand it. It was not something he could explain in terms William would accept. William watched Casper carefully. In his mind, he thought Casper was trying to provoke him and it was working. William reached for his wand slowly, tension rising with every second. Casper wasn't finished. He accused William of looking down on how others felt. He said that was William's greatest weakness. That flaw made William more broken than Casper felt himself. Now holding his wand firmly, William said he had had enough. He warned Casper to obey him if he wanted to spare his life. It was the final warning. Casper looked at William without fear. He told him threats didn't work on him. He wasn't afraid to die. Not after everything he had already lost. The determination in his eyes was clear. He wasn't bluffing, not even in the slightest. The confrontation escalated as William, standing with confidence, declared to Casper that he would now die. Without hesitation, he activated his telekinetic magic, launching several daggers through the air in a swift motion aimed directly at his opponent. The projectiles flew fast, but Casper reacted with perfect timing, sweeping them all aside effortlessly with a single, practiced swing of his spear. Watching this, William paused for a moment, acknowledging internally that Casper was faster than he had anticipated. There had been no delay in the way Casper had moved. It was just a fluid reaction that left no room for hesitation. Casper wasted no time. He pulled out a dagger and flung it in William's direction. The blade whistled through the air but missed its mark completely. It didn't even graze William. Standing unfazed, William began to laugh. The attack had failed, or so it seemed to him. There wasn't even a scratch to show for it. But then Casper smiled and calmly explained that the throw hadn't been intended to hit him in the first place. The dagger flew past William and struck a specific location, an exact point that triggered one of the traps Casper had set earlier in preparation for this battle. As the trap activated, a barrage of arrows was released, all aimed toward William. The sudden danger forced William to reassess the situation. In his mind, he acknowledged that the tactic had been clever. He hadn't seen it coming. However, he responded quickly, using his magic to erect a barrier or shield of some sort, managing to block the arrows before they could reach him. Seeing an opening in the chaos, Casper surged forward. He closed the distance between them, spear in hand, pressing the attack. William began to dodge, weaving and moving away from each spear thrust as Casper continued to strike. But then, without warning, William's leg snapped shut inside another trap. This time, it was a bear trap specifically designed by Casper ahead of time for this very fight. Reacting instantly, William used his magic to force the trap open, freeing himself before it could cause more serious injury. He prepared to make a break for it, but Casper was already on top of him again. He went in with another strike, this time aiming directly for William's head. Although William managed to dodge at the last moment, the spear's edge still grazed him. A thin line of blood appeared where the tip had cut him, marking the first time Casper had actually landed a hit in the fight. William jumped backward, creating space between them once more. Surprised by the cut, William looked at Casper with renewed interest and told him he wasn't half bad. A moment later, he announced that he would now be stepping things up a notch. With that, he began activating more of his telekinetic magic. Dozens of daggers once previously hidden or stored rose into the air all around him, forming a deadly display of weapons that floated above, each pointed in Casper's direction. William sent the blades flying toward him all at once, daring Casper to try deflecting them like he had before. Casper, standing calmly, began to speak. As he did, a black aura began to form around him. He explained that during a challenge dungeon, he had met someone who had picked him up when he was at his lowest. That person had made him a deal. The dark energy around him thickened. With his arms extended outward and his eyes closed, Casper did not move as the daggers flew toward him. The black aura swirled and expanded, and then something unusual began to happen. William's magic seemed to lose its grip on the weapons. The daggers had previously obeyed his control without resistance, now trembled in the air, losing momentum and slowing as if something stronger was interfering. Casper continued speaking, his voice steady. He said that the deal he made had granted him power. The black smoke around him intensified, beginning to twist and spiral into a vortex. He described this power as something born from emotion, a force that thrived not on logic or control but on feeling. The dark vortex condensed, and from within it formed a ball of concentrated energy. Casper held it forward and told William to witness the strength that someone like him, someone without deep emotion, could never grasp. He gave the energy a name. He called it the resentment of the fallen. William, upon seeing the display, froze. The sheer intensity of the aura overwhelmed him. His confident demeanor cracked, and his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. He stumbled backward, and in doing so, tripped over a small rock behind him. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground. Now sitting in the dirt, William raised his hands in surrender. His tone changed completely as he pleaded with Casper not to kill him. He promised to leave the camp if he was spared. Casper, the black energy still swirling around him, replied that he had never intended to kill William. The point had never been to end his life. Instead, it was to show him the power he possessed. He said the fight, while unnecessary, had served its purpose. And before leaving, he added that he still had to hit William just a little. He had to give him something to remember him by. Confused by this sudden shift, William asked if he truly intended to leave now. Casper replied with a simple farewell, saying he hoped their paths would never cross again. Then, with the black smoke engulfing him, Casper vanished. The smoke swirled and collapsed inward, and he was gone. Moments later, in another location entirely, 3 cloaked figures stood in a circle around a glowing magical insignia drawn on the ground. In the center of this symbol, Casper reappeared. He stood before them and declared that he was done. One of the figures, cloaked and speaking with authority, praised him for his efforts. They acknowledged that the ritual had likely confused him, but confirmed that their patron was pleased with what he had done. Then, from beneath one of the robes, a skeletal hand emerged. It reached out toward Casper and welcomed him. The figure told him to rise and to accept his place in the afterlife. William remained alone, standing silently in the field where the confrontation had just ended. Casper had vanished moments ago in a swirl of black smoke, leaving nothing behind. From where William stood, it looked as if Casper had simply exploded and disappeared into nothingness. The scene was so abrupt and disorienting that for several seconds William didn't even move. He just stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened. His mind spun as he recalled the immense pressure and raw power that had poured off Casper during those final moments. He remembered that Casper had said it was a power fueled purely by emotion. That part stuck with him. But whatever it was effective, and more importantly, William wanted it. That kind of strength. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Jake, the story's main protagonist, sat in a meditative pose. His eyes were closed, his posture steady, but the signs of his condition were growing worse by the minute. Beside him, the small blue imp Cecil hovered nearby, watching him closely. Cecil couldn't help but worry. Even just looking at Jake was difficult now. The dark poison visibly pulsed through the veins that spread up Jake's neck, and the signs of its toll on his body were clear. He looked like he was in pain, yet he sat completely still, breathing in and out, focused entirely on whatever inner calm he was trying to maintain. In Cecil's mind, the thought rang, if it were him in Jake's position, he'd be terrified. No doubt about it. The idea of sitting calmly with death approaching so quickly felt impossible. He didn't understand how Jake was able to keep it together. And then Jake spoke, breaking the silence without even opening his eyes. He told Cecil to stop staring. Startled, Cecil asked how he even knew he was being watched. Jake responded calmly, saying that he could sense everything. Even with his eyes shut, he was aware. That was a result of his bloodline ability, one that heightened his awareness to an unusual degree. Cecil admitted that he was worried. He felt like he was the only one who truly grasped how little time was left. The timer was running out, and Jake wasn't doing anything. He pointed this out, frustrated, asking Jake how long he intended to just sit there meditating instead of doing something about the poison. Jake answered without panic. He said he would continue meditating until he was ready. That was all. Still concerned, Cecil pushed further, questioning why Jake wasn't trying to brew an antidote right now. He reminded Jake that he had just 1 hour left before the poison would become fatal. Time was slipping away, and this seemed like the moment to act. Jake's reply was calm and rooted in something personal. He thought back to his time in college and remembered how people used to panic before big exams. He had seen how that kind of panic helped no one. The students who freaked out often performed worse. He had learned that the best thing to do in those moments wasn't to stress, but to relax. He compared the situation to archery. The same principles applied. You didn't rush a shot. Instead, you steadied yourself. You breathed deeply. You let everything else fade away until the moment was perfect. Only then did you release the arrow. As he thought this, brief flashes of his archery training passed through his mind. Cecil then suggested prayer. Maybe that would help. Jake brushed it off at first, saying he didn't really believe in prayer. But Cecil quickly pointed out the irony in that statement. After all, Jake had met a god just last week. The malefic viper, a real divine being, had spoken to him directly. Hearing this, Jake conceded. He admitted he hadn't thought about it that way. Meeting the viper had changed things. And it was true that the god had blessed him. He opened a blue notification window and showed it to Cecil, revealing that he had received the blessing of the malefic viper. The notification identified Jake as a true alchemist recognized by the god itself. Jake explained that the blessing came with significant stat boosts. They had helped a lot. It wasn't just a symbolic gesture. The god's power had made him stronger in real, tangible ways. He then mused aloud that maybe prayer wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Still, knowing the viper's personality, he joked that any prayer sent its way might just go straight to voicemail. Despite his earlier doubts, Jake eventually decided to try praying to the malefic viper anyway. But in typical Jake fashion, he didn't do it the conventional way. He looked upward and cursed at the god, calling the malefic viper stupid and reckless. He shouted that if he were to die today, he'd make it his mission to hunt the viper down in the afterlife and make him pay. It was more of a challenge than a plea, and the words came out with a defiant edge. Cecil, watching and listening nearby, was stunned. His jaw dropped in disbelief. He could barely believe what he was hearing. Jake had just insulted a literal god. Cecil immediately began shouting, demanding to know what the hell Jake thought he was doing. He pointed out that saying things like that to a being like the viper was suicide. If the god chose to descend in that moment, Jake might not survive the encounter. It was madness. Jake only laughed. He waved it off, smiling through the pain that was still pulsing through his body. He claimed that the viper probably liked that kind of prayer. Somehow, he could feel a sense of encouragement, as though the god had heard him and approved of his fiery spirit. It was typical of the bond he had with the viper, which was strange, unpredictable, and unlike anything one might expect from a mortal and a divine being. But then, without warning, Jake's body shuddered. He winced as a pulse of sharp pain tore through him. He began coughing violently, and Cecil quickly stepped forward, asking if he was okay. Jake kept smiling, but it was forced. He half-joked that maybe he was wrong and that maybe that sudden burst of pain was the viper's response. As he pulled his hand away from his mouth, blood was visible on his palm, a grim sign that the poison's effect was escalating. Still, he didn't panic. Instead, Jake looked determined. He told Cecil that he wouldn't let things end here. Not after all the struggles he had endured. Not after the countless enemies he had defeated, the damage his body had suffered, or the sacrifices he had made along the way. There were people he had left behind, bonds he had formed. All of that would be meaningless if he failed to push through now. He glanced at the timer, which showed a little over 44 minutes remaining. That was all the time he had left to create a cure before the poison took his life. Tightening his fist, he told Sissel that it was time to get to work. There was no more time to waste. Jake moved quickly. He began setting up all the necessary tools and ingredients on the table in front of him, which was his working surface. Every movement was deliberate and practiced, the mark of someone who had spent years mastering the art of alchemy. The first step was extracting the juices from a rare kind of mushroom. This required care and precision. He then combined that with a special mixture of blood and aged moss. The process was time-consuming, and it demanded intense concentration. He had to avoid slipping into a haze from the pain. Cecil supported him by fetching more supplies and making sure everything stayed in order. To keep his body from completely collapsing, Jake used whatever leftover potions he had to stay replenished. Despite the burning in his limbs and the dizziness creeping in, he kept working. As the liquid inside the cauldron began to bubble, he muttered aloud that if it was bubbling, then things were probably going right. He moved to the next step, injecting mana into the concoction at a slow and steady pace. He focused hard, maintaining the flow just as needed. He didn't rush. Every second counted, but one wrong move could destroy everything. Then, suddenly, a blue notification appeared in front of him. It informed him that he had successfully created something an unstable form of malefic vita. Cecil, looking over, asked if that was the result Jake had been aiming for. Jake hesitated. He wasn't entirely sure. It wasn't exactly what he'd envisioned, but it was something. Another notification followed, providing a more detailed description. The potion he had made was classified as unstable. It contained an immense level of vitality, but it was highly volatile. The energy within it would begin to decay in less than 10 minutes. That meant they had a very small window of opportunity to use it. Jake, still unsure if it would work, voiced his confusion. The description didn't clarify whether it would actually counteract the poison, but with time running out, Cecil reminded him they didn't have the luxury of hesitation. They had to act. Now, looking back at the timer, Jake saw that less than a minute remained. That was all he had left. Making a decision, he picked up the potion and drank it. As the liquid passed down his throat, Cecil wished him good luck, his voice quiet but sincere. After a few moments, Cecil asked if Jake felt any different. Jake admitted that he didn't, at least not yet. But he could feel the countdown approaching its end. He pointed out that the poison was about to kick in. And then, as if on cue, it did. A violent pulse shot through Jake's entire body. His muscles locked up as a wave of pure agony surged through him, more intense than anything he had felt so far. Cecil, watching helplessly, immediately called out, asking if Jake was okay. But before Jake could even respond, another surge of agony racked his body, cutting off his breath. His knees buckled. He staggered, then collapsed to the floor, gasping as he clutched at his chest. With a strained voice, he barely managed to whisper that he couldn't breathe. The antidote hadn't worked fast enough, or at least, not in time to prevent the poison from advancing even further. Jake's eyes widened in panic. The sensation spreading through his limbs wasn't just pain anymore, it was more like paralysis. His fingers twitched, but he couldn't control them. His chest felt tight, like it was being crushed by invisible chains. He could feel the poison crawling upward, inching toward his heart. Desperation took hold of Cecil. With no time to think and panic overtaking reason, he rushed to the nearby stash of health potions, grabbing anything that looked remotely helpful. He called out to Jake again and again, begging him to hold on, to stay with him just a little longer. The world was fading. His heartbeat slowed to a dull echo in his ears. His limbs turned cold. His thoughts drifted. Standing before him was Adam, his old friend, long gone. Adam's expression was stern, not sorrowful. He looked Jake in the eye and asked, "Is that it? After everything, you're just gonna lie down and die?" Jake, still weak and trembling, shook his head slowly. "No," he replied through gritted teeth. "I'm not done yet." Summoning strength he didn't know he still had, Jake forced his body to respond. His arms trembled as he pushed himself up from the ground. Pain screamed through every muscle fiber, but he didn't stop. With a growl that came from the core of his being, Jake rose to his feet, standing tall even as the poison raged inside him. Cecil, still rushing toward him with bottles in both hands, stopped in his tracks. He saw Jake, who was sweating, shaking, gasping but trying to stand upright. Eyes wide, he asked what happened. Jake placed a trembling hand on his chest, feeling his own heartbeat. It was still weak but steady. Between heavy breaths, he told Cecil that the antidote must have finally kicked in, just barely in time. Cecil's eyes darted to Jake's arms and face. The veins that had turned pitch black before were now returning to their normal color. The dark tendrils of poison were retreating. Jake nodded slowly, confirming what Cecil saw. He had passed the test. The poison had been stopped. He didn't celebrate immediately. There was a moment of silence, heavy with the weight of how close he'd come to death. Jake, his voice barely above a whisper, muttered, "I'm alive." Then, with a sudden burst of emotion, he threw his hands into the air and shouted it again, louder and with triumphant defiance. "I'm alive." Cecil, overcome with relief, dropped the potions he'd been holding and joined in the celebration. Unseen to either of them, elsewhere in a separate realm, the malefic viper observed the outcome from afar. His massive, serpentine body coiled in the shadows, his eyes glimmering with interest. He murmured to himself that Jake had done fairly well. Though the antidote he concocted could have been more stable, the sheer force of Jake's willpower and vitality had pushed him through the ordeal. The god acknowledged that his belief in Jake hadn't been misplaced. In fact, he was beginning to see that this mortal might be something truly special. Back in the dungeon chamber, Jake was still catching his breath when a blue notification window shimmered into view before him. It informed him that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. His rewards would be delivered shortly, and the dungeon itself would close in the next 4 hours. Jake stared at the message. They had done it. Against all odds, Jake had survived. Jake, now out of immediate danger, took a moment to assess their situation. He looked around and calmly stated that he didn't have much to carry with him. Then he turned to Cecil and asked what about him. Cecil blinked, caught off guard. It was clear from his expression that he hadn't expected to be asked. He hesitated, unsure of how to answer. But Jake wasn't just making conversation as he followed it up with a more direct question: was Cecil coming with him? That made Cecil freeze for a second. He looked genuinely surprised, even confused. He hadn't thought about it. After everything that had happened, he hadn't considered what would come next for him. So, he asked Jake if he really wanted him to come along. Jake answered without hesitation. Of course he did. He told Cecil that he wouldn't leave him behind. After everything they had faced together, they were in this for the long haul. Jake raised his fist and said that they were partners. That sealed it. Cecil, moved by the gesture, raised his own fist and bumped it against Jake's. The moment was simple, but meaningful. Something about it struck a chord in Cecil. The imp suddenly found himself getting emotional. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he tried to hide them. Jake noticed and asked him if he was actually crying. Cecil, clearly embarrassed and trying to save face, shot back with a flustered, "If you, man," turning his head slightly to hide his face. Just then, before they could say much else, Jake was hit with a barrage of blue notification windows. The system had begun unloading all the dungeon rewards at once. There were stat upgrades, bonuses, items, enhancements, more than Jake could process in a single glance. The list kept going, stacking up one after the other, covering large parts of his vision. He skimmed through a few of them, noting increases to strength, stamina, agility, and several equipment boosts that pushed his combat efficiency even higher. Cecil watched Jake quietly for a moment and then asked how he felt now, after getting all those rewards. Jake gave a small grin and said he felt strong, at least stronger than he had in a long time. Later, as they walked away from the dungeon's depths, Jake mentioned how good it felt to have his weapons back. He flexed his hand around the grip of his bow, checking the tension, reacquainting himself with its weight. Cecil glanced over and asked if Jake thought he'd be a little rusty. After all, it had been a while since he'd last used them. Jake admitted that yeah, he probably would be, but that wasn't what concerned him most. His focus was on his class levels. As an alchemist, he had made a lot of progress. But as an archer, he was still stuck at level 9. That was far behind what might be necessary to handle whatever threats were waiting outside. He didn't know what the current average level in the forest region was, but he had a gut feeling that he would need to catch up quickly if he wanted to stay competitive or survive. Cecil, always one for brutal honesty, pointed out that he wasn't likely to be much help in that department. He didn't have any levels, not a single one. He was purely support. Jake, realizing the truth of that, suggested that if things got rough, he could always stash Cecil back in the pocket dimension inside the magical holding necklace. It was a secure place and had kept him safe before. But Cecil immediately rejected the idea. Jake, curious, asked if he was still worried about getting trapped inside again. Cecil responded firmly. Of course he was. Anyone who had been imprisoned inside a timeless void for a millennia would feel the same. The trauma of that experience hadn't faded, and it made him uneasy just thinking about being sealed away again. They didn't dwell on the subject for long. Soon, they reached the exit of the cave, like dungeon. The moment they stepped out into the open, Cecil visibly perked up. He was excited to finally get a breath of fresh air after such a long time underground. He stretched his limbs and took a deep breath, enjoying the sensation. He looked around and commented that the outside view was much better than that cramped, musty dungeon. The moment was peaceful but short-lived. Without warning, a deep growl echoed from nearby. Jakey and Cecil turned sharply to see the source. A massive, lizard-like beast stood before them, its eyes locked on the two of them. Cecil narrowed his eyes and said it looked like they had company. The tension escalated quickly as more of the creatures appeared, slithering and stalking into view. They began to form a circle around Jake and Cecil, cutting off any easy route of escape. Cecil sighed in frustration and muttered about how they couldn't just get a moment to enjoy themselves. But Jake didn't seem troubled. In fact, his expression shifted. He calmly reached for his bow and readied an arrow. He said it was actually perfect. This was exactly what he needed. It was a real fight. He saw this encounter as an opportunity to shake off the rust and get back into proper form. Yet despite their intimidating presence, Jake assessed the threat as moderate. He had fought tougher opponents, and he was confident that he could handle this encounter. His mind raced, formulating strategies even as adrenaline sharpened his senses. Two of the velociraptors suddenly broke into a sprint, charging toward him from the left. Jake's instincts kicked in immediately. He resolved to thin the herd while the beasts were still at range, knowing that once they closed the gap, his chances would decrease sharply. Taking careful aim, he let loose 2 arrows in quick succession. The first found its mark right on the head of one raptor, piercing its skull and killing it instantly. The second arrow shot clean into the mouth of the other, forcing it to drop dead as it landed heavily on the ground. 2 down. Turning away from the fallen creatures, Jake barely had time to catch his breath when the other 2 velociraptors lunged at him. Cecil, ever watchful, warned Jake just in time of the impending danger. With teeth bared and jaws wide open, one raptor roared as it lunged forward, attempting to seize Jake in its powerful bite. Reacting with lightning speed, Jake jumped out of the way, narrowly evading the deadly attack. He made a mental note of the raptor's impressive speed. Was it truly the beast that was so fast, or had Jake's reflexes slowed? He shook the thought off and stayed focused. Suddenly, Cecil called out again, his voice filled with alarm. The imp's life was at stake as one of the raptors was chasing him relentlessly. But Jake, now fully engaged in the fight and having been spotted by the raptor he had dodged moments earlier, replied coolly to Cecil that he was a little busy at the moment. Without hesitation, the raptor lunged again with a violent roar, jaws snapping toward Jake's head. Instinctively, Jake drew his blade as the beast came close, meeting its attack head-on. With a precise slash, he cut deeply into the raptor's neck, severing vital arteries. The beast staggered, bled heavily, and collapsed to the ground, dead. Jake wiped his brow, catching his breath, and noted aloud that only one more raptor remained. But just as he thought the battle was winding down, a dangerous sensation prickled his senses. He turned sharply and froze. The forest around him was no longer quiet as the bushes rustled and shifted, and more velociraptors appeared. Far more than before, dozens of glowing eyes locked onto him as the pack growled menacingly. A slow smile spread across Jake's face. He spoke softly to himself, convinced this was no accident. This had to be some kind of test from the universe, maybe a challenge designed to measure how much he had grown so far. It was a chance to prove himself. Confident and unafraid, he declared boldly that he would not fail. Raising his blade with determination, he prepared for their attack. The pack charged simultaneously, a blur of snapping jaws and claws. Jake met them head-on, his blade slicing through the air. With quick, heavy blows, he struck each raptor once, staggering several and dealing damage with every swing. The rhythm of the fight was intense as it was fast and brutal. As he fought, his mind kept turning to his own resolve. He vowed silently to himself that he would keep fighting until he became the strongest, no matter what it took. Suddenly, a raptor growled close behind him, attempting a sneak attack from the rear. Jake pivoted quickly, slashing at the beast's body and forcing it back. Then, with precision, he stabbed his blade deep into the raptor's open mouth, ending its threat. As he did so, he thought about how he had already overcome the grueling challenge dungeon. Surely he could survive this as well. Before he could relax, 3 more velociraptors burst out from the bushes, growling aggressively. They surrounded him on all sides, eyes blazing with hostility. But Jake didn't flinch or hesitate. The fight was far from over. Calmly, he drew his second blade, gripping it tightly and readying himself. He smiled grimly and said under his breath, "Let's do this." Aback with Cecil, the little blue imp found himself perched nervously atop a steep hill overlooking the clearing. Despite the height and the safety it offered, there was one determined velociraptor that refused to give up its hunt. Just when it seemed the raptor might succeed Jake, the arrow flew true, cutting through the air with deadly precision, and struck the raptor directly in the neck. The beast gave a strangled cry and collapsed instantly, lifeless. Cecil was finally relieved, his tension finally easing. Jake had finished off the last of the predators. The fight was over. With the danger past, Cecil spoke aloud, his voice tinged with nervous humor and a hint of regret. He wondered if he should have just stayed safely hidden in that pocket dimension inside the magical holding necklace, instead of risking himself out here in the open. Jake admitted that the fight had been far more intense than he originally expected. Despite his confidence, the rapid pace and ferocity of the velociraptors had pushed him to his limits. Yet he told Cecil that it would probably get easier now that he had been warmed up. The adrenaline was still coursing through his veins, and he felt a renewed strength building inside him. Cecil considered Jakey's words but was still hesitant. The imp was reconsidering his earlier decision, now thinking that maybe the pocket dimension wasn't such a bad place after all. The near miss with being devoured by the dinosaurs was a terrifying experience for him. Dinosaurs are not exactly my favorite, Cecil muttered under his breath, shaking his head. Just then, Jake's attention was drawn to a barrage of blue notifications flooding his vision. They were system messages confirming the defeat of all the enemies. Each notification brought rewards, tutorial points, stat boosts, and other bonuses that seemed almost endless. The sheer volume overwhelmed him for a moment, but as he sifted through the details, he saw something exciting. His level as an archer had jumped dramatically. He was now at level 13, meaning he had gained 24 levels from just this single fight. It was a massive leap that left him stunned. Jake reasoned that the reason for such a huge level boost was that the system had awarded him extra points since the beasts he fought were far above his previous level. This was a huge advantage, giving him a chance to catch up quickly to others who might have been ahead of him. Cecil pointed out the silver lining. Even if Jake had been behind others in levels so far, catching up might not be as difficult as he thought. The imp smiled, trying to lift Jake's spirits. Maybe this was a turning point for them both. Suddenly, another notification popped up. This one was different as it was a new skill that had been unlocked for Jake's archer class. The skill was called Power Shot. As Jake read the description, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Power Shot allowed him to increase the damage of his arrows by pulling and holding the string longer before releasing the shot. This would be perfect for ambushes and hit-and-run tactics, especially combined with his alchemy skills. Jake thought about the possibilities. He could pre-coat his arrows with poison, but he knew that most poisons lost potency quickly once applied. With Power Shot, though, he could time his attacks perfectly to maximize damage before the poison faded. A deadly combination was within reach, a way to strike hard and fast, taking down enemies before they even realized what hit them. Lost in his thoughts, Jake suddenly stiffened. An intense sensation washed over him, an energy so strong and distant it was hard to place. Cecil noticed the change in his expression and immediately asked what was wrong. Jake told him that he had sensed something far away, a massive source of power that radiated with overwhelming force. Curious and concerned, Cecil asked which direction the energy was coming from, suggesting that maybe they should avoid it. But Jake shook his head. Whatever this powerful presence was, it was worth facing. It was a challenge he was ready to take on, no matter the risk. Meanwhile, back at Richard's camp, the atmosphere was quieter but heavy with worry. Caroline sat alone in her modest room, brushing her long hair thoughtfully. The rhythmic sound of the brush moving through her locks was the only thing breaking the silence. Suddenly, Adam entered, his face tight with concern as he asked about Casper's whereabouts. Caroline looked up, meeting his anxious eyes. She told him there was no new information on Casper yet, but explained that it hadn't been long since he left. Richard had promised to send out a scout by tomorrow to search for any sign of him. Adam didn't look reassured by this news, his brow furrowed deeper, and Caroline moved closer to comfort him. She reached out, offering soft words meant to calm his fears, telling him that everything would be fine. Adam confided that he worried Casper might have gotten into trouble. He reminded Caroline that everyone knew Casper had been targeting William, and now both of them were missing. The situation was worrying beyond words. Adam asked if William had said anything unusual to Caroline before he left. She hesitated, visibly nervous, but shook her head and said no, assuring Adam that she would have told him if she had known anything important. She then pulled Adam into a hug, a gesture of comfort that masked her own worry. The tension on her face was clear and it betrayed the fear she tried to hide. The chapter opens with William sitting in a quiet, sterile room, facing a woman who appears to be his therapist. She looks calm, professional, and focused, with a notebook resting on her lap. She asks him directly if he can explain why he is here today. William meets her eyes steadily and responds that he was forced by a court order to attend therapy. The therapist doesn't let the conversation stop there. She presses gently but firmly, asking if he understands the reasons behind the court's decision. William answers coldly that it's because they believe he lacks empathy and has violent tendencies. The therapist doesn't let it go at that, leaning in slightly as she asks him to be honest and say more about what happened. Under this pressure, William takes a deep breath and admits the truth. About a year ago, he killed his younger brother. The scene shifts back to a year earlier. William is sitting quietly in a hospital waiting area beside his father. His dad tries to encourage him, asking if he's ready to meet the new baby brother. William's expression is blank, showing no sign of interest or excitement. His dad continues to cheer him on, telling him to be supportive of his mom during this difficult time, but William remains silent and distant. Suddenly, a doctor approaches William's father and requests to speak with him privately. Concern quickly crosses the father's face as he comes close to the doctor and he puts his hand on the shoulder of the expecting father. The doctor explains that the baby has experienced complications during delivery and needs further testing. William's father listens carefully, his worry evident. William watches all of this silently, but does not appear emotionally affected. Later, William visits his baby brother in the emergency unit. The infant lies on life support, fragile and struggling to survive. William's thoughts reveal a cold and harsh judgment. He does not see the baby as a brother, but as a useless burden, a nuisance that requires machines to keep alive. There is no connection, no compassion in his gaze. Fast forward 6 months. William is at home, and we see his family going about their day. His mother asks him to get the mail, and among the bills and notices, one letter stands out to William. An acceptance letter from Stanford University. His face lights up with excitement as he reads it again. He quickly runs to tell his parents the news, expecting their joy. To his surprise, they seem more concerned than excited and admit they didn't even know he had applied. William explains that he hadn't told them because he didn't think he would get in. His parents immediately ask about the cost of tuition. William hesitates, knowing this conversation will be difficult. They explain their financial situation, mentioning the heavy expenses related to the baby brother's ongoing medical care. They suggest he consider a state school instead, where tuition would be more affordable. William's heart sinks, then burns with frustration and disappointment. He had insisted that Stanford is one of the best schools and that he deserves this opportunity. But his parents remain unable. They tell him they're proud of him and even give him a hug, but that they are stretched too thin financially. They want him to be realistic and understand their situation. This rejection fuels a growing anger inside William. His feelings spiral out of control as he visits the baby brother once again. This time the bitterness takes over completely. Inwardly, William lashes out at the newborn, calling him barely human and blaming him for tearing the family apart. He resents how his parents seem to value the baby more than him, even though the baby is helpless and dependent on machines to breathe. William places his hand gently on the baby's fragile head. He thinks about how this tiny life, so dependent and helpless, is nothing but a burden to his parents. He slowly reaches out and disconnects the baby's life support. The monitors immediately begin to beep wildly, signaling the baby is suffocating. Moments later, William's parents rush into the room, panic written all over their faces. They find William standing beside the baby as the life support machines go crazy. His mother pushes past him, desperate to reach the child. With tears in her eyes, she asks him what he has done. William looks at her coldly and says simply that he has solved their financial problems. The weight of those words hangs in the air. His mother breaks down in pain, realizing their baby brother is no longer breathing. But William doesn't seem to understand why they are so upset or frantic. He asks them why they are making such a fuss. In his mind, removing the baby who was ruining their lives was an act of liberation, a solution to their suffering. William's father, anger now flooding his face, grabs William roughly by his shirt. He demands how his son could do something so cruel. William replies without remorse, telling them he was just trying to help. 1 year after that terrible night, William finds himself locked away in a cold, clinical facility. He is given drugs every day to keep his mind quiet, to control his anger and impulses. The medications dull his thoughts so much that he can barely think straight anymore. Time seems to lose meaning inside the white walls. William cannot even tell how long he has been there. More than anything, he cannot understand why he is there, or why his parents have abandoned him. Their silence and absence feel like punishment, but for what? The boy still didn't get what he did wrong. But that day something happened. This was the day everything changed, the day the old world seemed to turn upside down. That day, a blue notification appeared in front of him, marking the start of a tutorial sequence. That moment was the beginning of the path that turned William into the murderous mage he is today. Now, in the present, William is making his way through a dense forest after a brutal battle with Casper. His body is bruised and battered. Each step aches, but his mind races. He curses Casper under his breath. He had fooled everyone else, but Casper had seen through him. William thinks about Casper's power, how immense and overwhelming it was. He realizes he needs to understand how Casper's abilities work if he wants to get it for himself. But first, he needs to recover. He remembers how Casper didn't try to kill him outright, yet the energy spell Casper used was so powerful it nearly ended his life. The memory of that energy still burns in his mind, and although that seemed to take up all his mental resources, the boy had another problem entirely. His throat was dry and raw. He feels dizzy and weak. If he doesn't find water soon, he knows he will collapse. Just then, almost as if on cue, he hears the sound of flowing water nearby. He spots a small stream cutting through the forest. Relief hits him hard, but then he hears footsteps approaching the water. He quickly hides behind a large rock, careful not to make a sound. Through the bushes, he sees a figure moving toward the stream. William squints, trying to get a better look. As the person bends down to fetch water, William's breath catches. He recognizes the figure. It's someone familiar, someone from his past. For a moment, William hesitates. After William realizes who the man at the stream is, Jake, our protagonist, the story takes us back to just a short while earlier. Jake had arrived at the scene of the aftermath of a powerful clash, unaware it was the result of a fight between Casper and William. As he stands over the large crater in the ground, Jake tries to make sense of what happened. He comments that it feels like there was a massive release of energy, an explosion that suddenly vanished without a trace. Cecil, floating nearby, looks around in awe and wonders aloud what kind of magic soul could cause such destruction. Jake doesn't have a solid answer. He speculates that it might have been some sort of magical bomb or weapon, considering how unnatural the blast pattern appears. Still observing the crater, Jake wonders if the person responsible could still be nearby. He considers acting quickly, thinking maybe he could catch them before they disappear. But Cecil doesn't seem too eager to stick around for that. He tells Jake that he's heading back into the holding necklace and jokes that it's not worth risking his life, especially on his first day out of a cave he's been trapped in for millennia. Jake shrugs and tells Cecil to do what he wants, but warns him not to complain later about being bored. With that, he uses the necklace to send the imp back into the pocket dimension. Finally, he's gone. Jake mutters to himself, sounding more relieved than he lets on. But Cecil's voice echoes back from within the necklace, saying he can still hear everything Jake says. Jake smirks and lies, claiming he knew that all along. Now, back in the present, Jake is kneeling at a stream filling a bottle with water. Quietly, he speaks into the necklace, telling Cecil that someone is hiding behind a nearby rock. Cecil, still inside the pocket dimension, asks if Jake thinks it's the same person who caused the massive crater earlier. Jake doesn't think so. He can sense that the hidden figure is powerful, but not on the level needed to cause such devastation. Cecil asks what Jake plans to do. Jake answers that he'll play it safe for now. He instructs Cecil to be quiet so whoever is watching doesn't realize he's carrying magical items. Jake then calls out asking if someone is there. Hearing this, William assumes he's been discovered and steps out from behind the rock. He greets Jake with a fake smile and acts friendly, asking what brings him to that area. Jake replies that he recently left a cave and is just exploring. William nods, thinking to himself that Jake probably doesn't recognize him. Back then, all the tension between Jake and Richard must have distracted him. The two shake hands. Jake casually asks if William knows of any nearby survivor camps. William confirms that there are a few, mentioning that he's part of one. Jake presses further, asking who the leaders are. William explains that the main ones are Hayden and Richard, but the two are currently at odds and in the middle of a war. This surprises Jake. He thought their main problem would be fighting monsters, not each other. William agrees, telling him not to worry and offering to lead him safely back to Richard's camp. He says he knows the safest routes. Jake agrees to go with him and asks William to tell him more about the campmates. He's curious to know if he recognizes anyone. William introduces himself by name, saying he's William, but Jake doesn't give his own name in return. He simply nods and urges them to start moving. William, meanwhile, begins to grow suspicious. He notices that Jake never gave his name and starts trying to remember what it was. All he can come up with is Jacob. He keeps that in mind but doesn't say anything yet. As they begin walking through the forest, William starts talking more, trying to make conversation. But Jake barely hears him. His thoughts are focused elsewhere. He notes that William is a level 24 caster and is fairly strong, definitely not someone to ignore. Jake can tell something's off, and he doesn't fully trust him. Still, he believes that if William tries anything, he can handle it. The two continue walking, their conversation shallow, each one silently studying the other. A thin layer of tension builds between them. Jake stays alert, watching for any signs that William might be hiding something more. William started talking about someone back at his camp, a blacksmith named Smith. Jake found the name easy enough to remember. At least it's simple. He replied with a shrug, not thinking much of it. Hoping to learn more about someone he knew, Jake asked if William had met a man named Adam, but before William could answer, he suddenly went quiet and narrowed his eyes. He said he felt something. He asked Jake if he could feel it too. Jake's instincts immediately went on alert, but based on his own perception, especially with the heightened awareness his recent power-ups had given him, he didn't feel anything nearby. If there was something dangerous lurking, he should have noticed it by now. Still, when William crouched down as if he were preparing for an ambush, Jake did the same. He wasn't convinced, but he didn't want to tip his hand just yet. William whispered that he had a special skill. It allowed him to detect hidden mana, concentrations of magical energy that others might miss. He claimed there was an ambush up ahead. Jake didn't believe a word of it. If there really was something that dangerous in front of them, he would have sensed it already. But rather than call William out, Jake nodded and played along. William told Jake that since he was an archer, he should move forward using stealth to scout ahead. He said that he would stay back and provide support if anything happened. Jake stared at him. He didn't buy the excuse for a second. This was a poor attempt at deception. It felt sloppy. Still, Jake crouched down and moved ahead slowly, telling William he was trusting him. In truth, he was watching William's every move. Behind him, William's face shifted into a smug expression. He wondered if this cautious, calm archer was really the same person who supposedly killed Nicholas. He reached out, activating his magic. His fingers glowed faintly as several daggers made of mana formed in the air, all aimed directly at Jake's back. He mumbled to himself that he needed to vent the frustration from his failed fight earlier. But before the blades could even hit Jake, the archer sensed the danger. He didn't need to turn around to know something was wrong. With practiced motion, he whipped around and fired off arrows mid-motion, using the sharp tips and powerful force of his shots to knock away the incoming daggers. The blades clattered or vanished in sparks of light. Jake narrowed his eyes and told William, only a fool would fall for such a cheap trick. William grinned and replied, "You'd be surprised how many fools I've met here." Immediately after, William launched another wave of magical daggers. This time, he went all in, speed, number, intensity. He was trying to kill Jake outright. Jake didn't try to block this time. Instead, he dashed to the side, leaping between trees and rocks, evading the attack with swift, precise movements. William followed, not letting up. He knew Jake had the advantage at range, and if he allowed the archer to get too far, he'd lose. He needed to keep Jake on the defensive, close enough that his blades could reach him first. The chase grew intense. William kept attacking, kept pressing, but Jake was quicker than expected. His movements were hard to follow, like he was always 2 steps ahead. William frowned, annoyed. Jake was slippery. But he couldn't run forever. Eventually, he'd slow down. That's what William told himself. But just as he thought that, Jake reappeared out of nowhere, moving like a shadow, and slammed his dagger into William's side. William's eyes widened, completely caught off guard. He asked why Jake stopped running. Jake gave a tight smile as he pushed the blade in deeper. "You think I run just because I'm an archer," he said. His voice was calm. "You never understood your opponent." He twisted the blade and added, "That was your first mistake." Jake didn't waste time. The dagger he was using wasn't ordinary. It was the one he earned from the challenge dungeon, a cursed weapon designed to cause bleeding that no normal healing could stop. He figured William had less than a minute before he bled out, unless Jake decided to finish it faster. Which in this case he did. He shifted his stance to deliver a second blow. But right then, William's hand twitched and his eyes glowed. Jake realized something was wrong. A new energy filled the air and it was cold, fast, intense. William activated a trump card spell. He had been saving it for Richard, but with death staring him down, he didn't hesitate. It was a skill called Flashing Steel. Jake barely had time to react. He stepped back just as William's body was suddenly surrounded by an ominous blue light, the glow pulsing with power and intent. Something was about to happen and it was anything but good. 1 week before the battle between William and Jake, things were already tense. Back then, William had approached Richard with something on his mind. He wanted to talk, though Richard didn't look like he had any patience for it. William complained about the way mana potions were being rationed. He argued that the restriction was hurting his ability to hunt effectively. Richard didn't budge. With the rising tension between their camp and the surrounding survivor groups, Richard said they had no other choice. Resources were tight. Priorities had to be managed. But William wasn't done yet. He asked if he could borrow from Richard's personal supply instead. That, however, was instantly shut down. Richard told him flatly to ask the others if he needed more. He then turned and walked away, saying he had more important matters to deal with. William watched him leave, his jaw clenched. His irritation grew into anger. Who did Richard think he was, talking to him like that? The more William stewed in it, the more frustrated he became. Later that day, as he wandered the forest alone on a hunt, the bitter thoughts swirled in his mind. He even considered stealing every potion in the camp just to make a point. He was sick of the group, sick of being told what he could and couldn't do. He just needed a bit more power, and the right moment to strike, then he could take Richard down. And then it happened. While walking through the woods, he unlocked a new skill. A glowing blue notification appeared before him, Flashing Steel. The description said it allowed him to release a bright flash of light followed by a barrage of razor-sharp metal shards. A deadly burst of power. As he read the notification, a wicked smile crept onto his face. Finally something he could use. Back in the present, that same spell was now active. William stood aglow in blue light, activating Flashing Steel. Against Jake. In front of him, a glowing metal orb materialized, humming with power and light. It dropped to the ground between them like a bomb waiting to go off. Jake realized what it was immediately. Whatever this spell did, he had no intention of being there when it triggered. He leapt away just as fast as his body could manage. The orb detonated. A thunderous boom filled the air, and a wave of blinding light surged outward. Shards of glowing metal exploded in all directions, slicing through anything in their path. Jake, though quick to react, wasn't fast enough to fully escape. A storm of metal ripped through the forest and struck his body. piercing through flesh and armor alike. The force of the blast threw him through the air and slammed him against a jagged rock wall. He lay there for a moment, battered and bleeding, wondering what kind of attack he had just endured. Even with his advanced bloodline and Hund reflexes, he had barely managed to respond in time. He gritted his teeth. That spell was no joke. Still, he figured William couldn't have gone far. The dagger he used earlier should have been enough to cause fatal bleeding. If he wasn't already dead, he would be soon. Jake turned his head slowly, trying to spot his enemy. To his surprise, William was still moving. In fact, he was running away through the trees. Jake attempted to stand, but pain flared through his entire body. His limbs trembled. That blast had done more damage than he realized. A moment later, Cecil emerged from the holding necklace. He was greatly concerned and asked Jake if he was okay. Jake grunted and said he was a little beaten up, but he had managed to shield his vital spots. Cecil sighed and urged him to let William go. Jake was in no condition to chase him, let alone fight. Jake leaned back, frustrated. There was a bitter irony in the situation. Earlier, he'd lectured William about underestimating opponents. And yet, he had failed to follow his own advice. He hadn't considered that William might have something that powerful hidden up his sleeve. Cecil asked if Jake thought that spell might be what caused the crater from earlier. Jake shook his head, unsure. He said he didn't know. He had no real sense of how strong people out here had become while he was locked away in the challenge dungeon. If someone like William was the average, then Jake knew he was in for a real fight with the rest. Cecil joked that maybe they should just find another dungeon and hide. Jake, despite the pain, smiled. "No way," he said. "It's time for me to level up." Elsewhere, in a quiet room inside Richard's camp, Caroline was showing a pair of handmade gloves to Joanna. Joanna smiled, saying they were nice, clearly impressed with Caroline's handiwork. Caroline explained that she made them for Adam, who had been working hard lately. She just wanted to do something kind. Joanna grinned and teased that they looked like a couple. Her face then turned a little sad. She admitted that it reminded her of when she met her own husband. That moment of nostalgia quickly gave way to sorrow. Since the world had turned upside down, she hadn't seen him. Seeing the sadness on Joanna's face, Caroline tried to cheer her up. She reminded her that no one knew for sure what had happened to the rest of the people on Earth. Maybe her husband was in another tutorial zone, doing fine. Caroline even joked that some of those other tutorials were probably easy, and her husband might be roasting marshmallows somewhere safe. That got a smile out of Joanna. She thanked Caroline and said she hoped to see her husband again when all of this was over. Caroline then glanced at her notification panel and noted that they only had 30 days left until the tutorial ended. Soon they'd be able to return to their real lives. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, calling for Caroline. She stood up and asked what was wrong. The man said there was an emergency and Richard needed her right away. Inside Richard's office, Caroline walked in and immediately noticed William lying unconscious on a bed, his body wrapped in bloodied bandages. She asked what had happened. The man who brought her in explained that he found William in the forest, barely alive. He thought someone from Hayden's camp might have attacked him. Richard told the man he did well and asked him to fetch some water. Once the man left, Richard turned to Caroline and asked about William's condition. She looked over the wounds carefully and said it was worse than expected. She was surprised William was even still breathing. Richard asked if she could save him. Caroline hesitated at first, then said she could try to do it and see if it works. But she also asked a more difficult question. Is that even what we really want? Well, Caroline's question came out plainly. She asked Richard if he even wanted William to be saved. Richard looked at her seriously. He asked if she was really suggesting they just let the boy die. Caroline didn't back down. She explained that the poison William had been exposed to was advanced. Even if she tried to heal him, there was no guarantee it would work. She added that William had already caused them a lot of trouble in the camp. Maybe this situation could be seen as a chance to get rid of a problem. Richard didn't like that. He reminded Caroline that while he'd given her a lot of freedom because of her loyalty, this wasn't her decision to make. Life or death calls were his responsibility. He told her clearly try to save the boy. Caroline agreed. She placed her hand on William's body and began the healing process. It took a lot out of her. She strained as she worked, focusing all her energy on the effort. While she worked, Richard kept thinking. He asked her if she thought this was Casper's doing. Caroline shook her head. It didn't fit Casper's methods. This was poison, and Casper didn't usually attack that way. Richard wondered if it came from a wild beast. Caroline said that didn't seem likely either. The wound on William's stomach looked more like something made by a weapon, not a creature. Richard asked if maybe someone working with Hayden had done it. Caroline said that whoever was responsible, it probably wasn't Hayden. He had never used poison this strong before. That led Richard to another thought. Maybe this wasn't any of their known enemies. Maybe it was someone completely new. That possibility made things more complicated. They now had another threat to deal with, and they knew nothing about who it was or what they wanted. Meanwhile, the story shifted to Adam and Joanna. Adam walked over to her and handed her some fabrics she had asked him to find. Joanna thanked him, but he had something else on his mind. He asked her what was going on near the medical ward. Joanna said someone had come looking for Caroline earlier. They said it was an emergency and took her away quickly. Adam asked more questions, clearly worried. Joanna hesitated, but then told him that there were rumors going around. People said they saw William being brought into the medical ward. Adam was shocked. He didn't expect that. He stood there, trying to process it. Then Richard came out of the medical ward, raising his voice and telling the crowd to move. Caroline was beside him, and William was being carried out on a stretcher. Adam rushed over to Caroline to ask what had happened. She told him William would recover eventually, and they were taking him to Richard's cabin, so he could have some privacy when he woke up. Adam asked if they needed help, but she told him it was under control. She said she would see him later and went back to work. Adam stayed behind thinking about everything that had just happened. William getting poisoned, being taken to Richard's cabin. It didn't sit right with him. He started to wonder where Casper was in all of this. Things were getting out of control, and Adam could feel it. But he didn't want to give up just yet. Then the scene shifted again. This time, it was inside William's head. William found himself sitting in a therapy session. It took him a moment to realize where he was. The doctor asked him a question, but William didn't understand it. The doctor repeated what William's mother had just said. She had talked about feeling like she lost 2 sons that day. The doctor asked how that made William feel. In his mind, William felt angry. He thought it was insulting that his mother would compare him to his younger brother. He didn't understand how she could say they both were lost. To him, his brother was defective and not the same as him at all. But William hadn't said anything out loud yet. The doctor called to him again, pulling him out of his thoughts. William then gave a short answer. He said he was sorry this had happened. It was a lie, but he didn't care. He just wanted to say what they needed to hear so they'd leave him alone. Suddenly, Richard was in the room. He asked if the medicine was working. But William quickly realized this wasn't really his dad. Something felt wrong. Before William could figure it out, the doctor answered instead. He said the medicine was helping. Then he added something strange. William had more tutorial points than Richard. William was confused. None of it made sense. The doctor asked if he remembered what else they'd talked about. At the same time, black smoke started coming from the doctor's body. William said no. He didn't get what was happening. A black ball of energy showed up behind the female doctor. She smiled and said of course he remembered. She reminded him that they had talked about the thing he was missing. William started to feel nervous. The dark energy around her made it worse. The doctor smiled in a creepy way and told him they had talked about how weak he was. Then her smile grew even more twisted. She said he was pathetic. She kept insulting him, saying he was broken and would never be strong. Her body started to change. She grew into a giant, strange monster. Her voice turned deeper and more threatening as she kept saying William was worthless and would never be able to reach real power. William shouted, asking what she was and what was going on. Then someone else came in. It was Jake, holding a dagger. William got up, trying to get away, but Jake ran at him and stabbed him in the stomach. William couldn't move. Blood poured from the wound. Then the people around him, his family, the doctors, even Jake, started laughing at him. They all laughed together while he was frozen and bleeding. The laughter felt endless, and the humiliation made him cry. That's when he woke up. William sat up suddenly, breathing hard. His whole body was tense. Sweat covered his face. He looked around, confused and panicked. But then he realized it had all been a dream. The therapy session, the attack, the insults, none of it had been real. It was just a nightmare, brought on by whatever he'd gone through. As he calmed down, he noticed where he was. He was in Richard's cabin. Caroline was sitting nearby. Richard was beside her. Richard looked at him and spoke. He said he hoped William got some rest, because now they had to talk. After William woke up, still visibly worn out from the ordeal, Caroline leaned in and asked how he was feeling. He said he was fine but looked around and asked how he had ended up there. Richard answered, telling him that one of the scouts found him passed out in the forest. He was lucky. Because, without that discovery, he'd be dead by now. They asked him to explain what had happened. And William started lying, claiming he'd gone to look for Casper for help. But before he could get far, Richard interrupted him. He told him to stop lying as they already knew he'd gone out there with the intent to kill Casper. He urged the boy to drop the act and just be honest about what really happened. That made William pause. In his head, he wondered how they could possibly know. Richard, almost as if reading his thoughts, said he wasn't nearly as subtle as he thought. Probably because of inexperience. The camp leader admitted that they'd let him run wild for far too long. But despite everything, he didn't think William was useless. In fact, he thought the boy was brilliant. He said he was someone with massive untapped potential. Dangerous, yes, but very interesting. William asked when Richard had figured it all out. The older man replied that he'd known from the moment they met. When he looked into his eyes, he didn't see a kid. Instead, he saw a living weapon. William scoffed and asked if Richard wanted him to stay and be his little soldier. But the man corrected him, not just a soldier, a super soldier. Then came the offer. Richard proposed a partnership. He and Caroline would support William, protect him, and help him grow stronger. In return, William would help Richard rise to power and become the leader of the entire forest. The teen stared at him and asked why he should go along with it. Why not just kill Richard instead? After all, doing that would probably earn him a ton of tutorial points. Richard, calm as ever, acknowledged that killing him would bring a reward. But working with him would bring something far more valuable. If William wanted power, influence, and real progress, this was the better path. At that, William smiled. Finally, someone who saw his worth. Richard asked if they had a deal. William agreed. With that settled, Richard told Caroline it was time to go. As they prepared to leave, William called out, asking if they were seriously going to leave him there unattended. Richard told him he could do whatever he wanted. When he felt better, he should come find them as they still needed to discuss whoever had attacked him. Then the two left, closing the door behind them and leaving William alone. He sat there quietly, still unsure if everything that had just happened was real. Outside the cabin, Caroline commented that it had gone exactly as Richard predicted. The camp leader gave a small nod. According to him, people like William liked to think of themselves as complex. But in truth, they were simple. Say the right things, feed their ego, and they were easy to steer. Then the story moved back to an hour earlier, before William had even woken up. Richard and Caroline had been inside the room, planning their next move. She had told him she still believed letting William die would have been the smarter choice. But Richard thought differently. He explained that the boy was arrogant. The kind of person walking around like he owned the camp. He believed a near-death experience might break him a little. Caroline asked if he thought that would help the teen grow. Richard laughed and said no. He believed William was already broken and this would just break him more. But that wasn't a bad thing. His plan was to take advantage of the boy's shattered state. The more vulnerable he was, the easier it would be to manipulate him. That's when they'd step in to make him feel valued, seen, important. They'd stroke his ego, make him feel respected. That would lower his guard and make him loyal. Caroline, clearly concerned, asked how he could be sure that William wouldn't turn on them. Richard said he wasn't worried. He had a skill for that. A skill he acquired through a personal given quest. The system had apparently tasked him with unifying the survivors and removing the competition. As a reward, it gave him the ability to sense disloyalty in others. Caroline asked what the skill said about her. Richard looked her in the eye and told her she'd been loyal from the start. He'd never doubted her once. That made her smile. But in his mind, Richard was hiding something. He hadn't told her that he'd already been manipulating William behind the scenes. He'd used the boy to eliminate untrustworthy members of the group. It was his way of keeping peace without ever getting his hands dirty. Back in the present, after the deal was sealed, Caroline asked him again, what did the skill say now? Richard said William was loyal. For now, they were safe. Then she asked what would happen when all this was over. She knew what he had done, and she was convinced that Casper wasn't coming back. As far as she was concerned, William had completed his mission. Richard turned to her, his voice calm but firm. He told her not to mistake this alliance for kindness. As far as he was concerned, William was just a dog. A dangerous one, yes, but a dog nonetheless. He would feed it, train it, and keep it useful. But once he had power, once Hayden was gone and the forest was his, he'd put the dog down. Caroline understood. She nodded quietly and left. Left alone, Richard stood by the door, thinking. In his mind, he went over the remaining loose ends. There were still a few people in the camp he didn't trust, including Mr. Smith, Bertram, and Adam. But there was time. He'd deal with them later. And with that, the camp leader smiled, a devious smile that said everything about the man he truly was. Within the dense woods, Jake stood in place, eyes narrowed, bow drawn and aimed precisely at a hulking ostrich-like creature. The muscles in his arm strained as he held the position, fingers trembling ever so slightly. He'd been still for what felt like forever, trying not to alert the beast, which continued to scan the area, but never looked directly at him. Just then, rustling came from behind. The familiar voice of his blue-skinned companion, Cecile, rang out as the imp announced his return with a bunch of mushrooms. Unfortunately, the sound reached the creature, which spun around, spotting Jake immediately. It shrieked in panic and began to flee. Seeing the moment slipping, the archer released his arrow. It shot forward with impossible speed and force, crashing through the ostrich's body and continuing on, boring a wide hole into a tree behind it. Flames erupted from the impact, engulfing the wood in fire. Cecil stared, eyes wide. What the hell was that? The young fighter lowered his bow, replying calmly that it was a fully charged power shot. The imp muttered in disbelief, calling the attack insane, and asked why something like that hadn't been used in his fight against the caster. Jake gave a short laugh, then explained. The ability, while strong, had significant limitations. To charge it, he needed to remain perfectly still, something difficult to manage in live combat. It also took time, around 12 seconds for that last shot. In fact, by the end of it, he felt like his arm would fall off. Cecil noted dryly that the skill was only practical as an opener, and Jake added it also worked well for ambushes. Just as the conversation settled, a blue notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he'd reached level 19 as an archer. But there was no satisfaction in his expression. His progress was slowing. He suspected the others had cleared out most of the beasts while he was trapped inside that cursed challenge dungeon. Now, he was left picking through scraps. Hearing this, the imp hesitated before offering a suggestion. If the goal was to level up fast, then deeper regions of the forest might offer more monsters. Jake had realized the same earlier, but hadn't acted on it. There was hesitation. Going deeper came with its own risk. He might cross paths with those from his past. And then what? What would he even say to them? Worse still, what if there was no one left to speak to? He pushed the thought away and told his companion they would explore deeper, but with caution. He wanted to avoid any camps. The last thing he needed was to get dragged into someone else's war. The imp raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying the excuse, but said nothing more, only adding a sarcastic, "Sure. That's the real reason." They resumed their journey through the forest. At one point, the archer hunted down a wild pig, bringing it down cleanly with a shot. Later, he scaled a tall tree, carefully retrieving eggs from a bird's nest. Still later, he plunged into a river to catch fish, emerging with his haul dripping but successful. Eventually, the pair stumbled upon something unusual, a tall gate, crafted from wood and partially covered in moss. It marked the entrance to a dungeon. They both stood in front of it, uncertain. Jake eyed the structure, saying it looked familiar. The imp agreed, noting there were far fewer mushrooms than before. A notification displayed itself before the archer, stating that entry and exit were unrestricted. That alone suggested it wasn't nearly as brutal as the last one he'd entered. The imp echoed the same question the system posed. Would he enter into the dungeon? After a moment, Jake nodded. If he wanted to level up, this was the best option. The moment he confirmed, another blue panel appeared. He had entered the dungeon known as the Badger's Den, and his objective was simple: defeat the Den Mother. Straightforward. That's what he thought. Just some running around, thinning out the monsters, then finishing off the boss. Cecil, ever the pessimist, scoffed at the idea and muttered that they'd been conveniently tossed into a death pit. As if summoned by the remark, a huge badger emerged from the shadows. Its eyes glowed an ominous red, and a deep growl rumbled from its throat. The imp backed away, muttering that Jake had gotten his wish for dangerous beasts. Surveying the creature, the archer noted that these badgers were far stronger than the ones found outside. That fact brought a smirk to his face. He welcomed the challenge. His companion wanted no part of it. The little creature retreated into the necklace hanging around Jake's neck, telling him to call if needed, or preferably, not at all. With a shrug, the archer turned his attention back to the beasts. He loosed 2 arrows. One hit its target dead on, but the other missed. The second badger lunged before he could react. With no time to dodge, he had to block instead. Pain surged through him as the creature's fangs bit deep into his arm, but it was so fixated on mauling him that it didn't expect retaliation. With his free hand, he drove an arrow into the monster's chest, ending it. Both beasts fell and another notification rang. He'd reached level 20. Jake chuckled to himself, half joking about skipping the boss entirely and just grinding through the smaller enemies. As he pushed deeper, wave after wave of aggressive badgers charged toward him. They bit, clawed, and swarmed. But the venom in their fangs, their deadliest feature, had little effect. Thanks to his class as an alchemist of the malefic viper, he had gained partial resistance to such toxins. Though battered and panting, he pressed forward, enduring each attack and retaliating with deadly precision. Once the horde was cleared, the forest warrior exhaled heavily, admitting that the dungeon was giving him quite the workout. But he liked it. From deep within the necklace, Cecil's voice called out. The imp had spotted something glinting beneath the soil. Jake's eyes followed his direction and soon found it a golden box half buried in the earth. He walked over, muttering that he hadn't seen one of these in a while. He unearthed the lockbox and opened it. Inside was a beautifully crafted short sword, lined with jewels and pulsing with cold energy. The short sword of icy winds. He admired the chill that came off the blade, noting aloud that it probably had a freezing effect when it struck enemies. But that wasn't all. Another notification appeared. He had been granted a new archery skill, basic twin fang style. An old dual-wielding technique. He grinned. He'd tried dual-wielding before, often using arrows as makeshift blades, but now the system seemed to recognize his potential. With actual training, he could probably pull it off. Still smiling, Jake remarked on just how much the dungeon had already given him. He hadn't even found the Den Mother yet, and he'd received a new weapon, a new skill, and a level up. But before he could finish the thought, a thunderous growl echoed through the cave. A massive force stirred in the depths ahead. The boss had arrived. Without hesitation, Jake moved toward the source of the growl, venturing deeper into the cave. Eventually, in the shadowy inner chamber, he found her, the Den Mother. Her red eyes glowed in the darkness, and her dark, bristled fur gave her an imposing presence. She stood silent, as if daring him to come closer. Jake quickly noticed that the system couldn't even display most of her stats or information. From within the pocket dimension of the necklace, Cecil suggested it might be because her level was just too high for the system to register. The imp, still staying hidden within the safety of the necklace, offered a half-hearted suggestion that maybe Jake had gotten enough out of this place and should just exit the dungeon now. But Jake wasn't having it. He firmly disagreed, and his voice carried a weight of certainty. He recalled the strange alien creature who had first briefed him about this tutorial. That being had warned him about immensely powerful monsters known as Beast Lords. As he stared at the Den Mother, something in his gut told him she was one of them. Cecil, unconvinced, asked from inside the necklace why Jake believed that. Jake explained the Den Mother was clearly a dungeon boss, but she was so strong the system couldn't even scan her properly. If you followed game logic, that was beyond unusual. It meant she surpassed regular boss parameters. That made her a Beast Lord in Jake's eyes. From where he stood, Jake realized he had a clear vantage point. It was the perfect setup. He could hit her with a combination of a poison arrow and a fully charged power shot. It was an opening he simply couldn't ignore. Cecil, unimpressed, sighed from inside the necklace, muttering that this was one of those times he wished he had stayed behind at the library in the challenge dungeon. Undeterred, Jake took his stance and raised his bow. He knocked a poisoned arrow and began charging up the power shot, holding the bowstring tightly, fingers trembling under the strain. The Den Mother still hadn't moved, almost as if she didn't care that she was being targeted. Seconds ticked by. Jake held the arrow steady, gritting his teeth as the strain built. After 12 agonizing seconds, the power shot was ready. He released. The arrow tore through the air with explosive speed, trailing yellow flames that signified the raw power of the skill. But just as it was about to hit its mark, the Den Mother reacted. She turned toward the projectile, crouched, and used her body to deflect it. She didn't dodge. She just simply redirected it with calculated precision. The arrow still grazed her, which gave Jake a flicker of hope. He figured the poison might still take effect. But that hope was quickly crushed. In a horrifying display of instinct and control, the Den Mother bit into her own flesh and tore out the area that had been grazed, eliminating the poisoned tissue completely. Watching this, Jake's stomach dropped. This Beast Lord wasn't just powerful, she was surprisingly kind of smart. Jake quickly grabbed another arrow and aimed. But before he could fire, the Den Mother charged. He loosed the arrow, but before it could reach her, she let out a growl so intense it shattered the arrow mid-air. Clutching his ears, Jake reeled from the sound. It wasn't just a roar, it was some sort of sonic attack. In a flash, she was on him. Her claws slashed across his side, tearing into his abdomen. Jake cried out in pain, blood erupting from the wound as he stumbled back. He coughed, his body shuddering, and then he felt it, the pulse of venom surging through his system. He had assumed his alchemist-based resistances would protect him. But her venom was on a different level, far more potent than that of the regular badgers. She didn't follow up immediately. Instead, the Den Mother hunched low, staring at him, letting out a steady growl as if waiting for his next move. Jake knew he couldn't take another hit like that. He needed distance, fast. He turned and dashed away, retreating deeper into the cavern to regroup. While running, he called out to Cecil, asking if there were any health potions in the necklace's storage. Cecil, unhelpfully, reminded him that what they had were mostly vials of poison. Jake paused, the gears in his mind turning. Poison. A new idea sparked in his mind. He stopped running and spun around, cursing at the Den Mother and provoking her for a round two. He reached into the necklace and grabbed one of the poison vials. As the Den Mother lunged toward him again, he threw the bottle directly at her. As he had predicted, she reacted with another sonic attack, trying to shatter the projectile mid-air. It worked, but not in her favor. The vial broke apart, and the poison liquid splashed across her face. Jake grinned. The trap had worked. The potent toxin began to corrode her skin immediately, necrotizing patches around her jaw and eye. But even as her face began to blacken, the Den Mother wasn't done. She let out a different kind of roar this time, one that reverberated through the entire dungeon. Jake blinked. From the corners of the cavern, more creatures began to appear. They were large, alpha venomfang badgers, and they surrounded him from every direction. Cecil, peeking out from within the necklace's pocket dimension, panicked, asking Jake if he saw what was happening. Jake calmly responded that the boss had called for reinforcements. With a grim look, Jake drew his new dagger. He muttered that he had hoped to save this weapon for later, but it looked like now wasn't the time for hesitation. Activating Twin Fang style, Jake launched into the swarm. He was a blur of motion. His blades cut clean through his enemies, severing limbs and decapitating heads. He ducked, twisted, and turned with precision, the new fighting style allowing for faster, more fluid strikes. Still, the fight wasn't easy. For every badger he killed, another got close. One sank its teeth into his leg, and as he stabbed it off, another bit his arm. He shook it loose, only for two more to jump at him from behind. But his senses were sharp. Anticipating their attacks, he turned with a spinning slash and tore them apart. By the end of it, Jake stood panting, his body covered in blood, surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. But the battle wasn't over yet. The Den Mother was still standing. Jake looked up, meeting her gaze. With blade still in hand, he charged. She ran at him, her fury unrelenting. They clashed head-on. In one swift, powerful motion, Jake swung both blades, slashing straight through her. His attack split her down the middle, cleaving the Den Mother into two perfect halves. Silence returned to the cave. Jake, exhausted and soaked in blood, dropped his blades to the floor. As the adrenaline left his body, a blue notification screen appeared in front of him, announcing the spoils of victory. From inside the necklace, Cecil gasped in disbelief. He couldn't believe Jake had actually done it, but Jake didn't respond. Instead, with his eyes closed and his chest heaving, he let out a deep, primal roar, loud, victorious, and animalistic. The blue notification lingered before his eyes, proclaiming that not only had he completed the dungeon, but he'd also been awarded bonuses for doing it solo. Cecil emerged from the necklace's pocket dimension now that the immediate danger had passed. His eyes swept across the blood-soaked cave and the ruin Jake had left behind. With a tone mixed between admiration and disapproval, he commented on how Jake had really turned the entire den into a complete mess. Jake didn't respond with humor or his usual cockiness. He was too tired for that. Instead, he simply admitted that he needed to rest. His breath came in ragged bursts, and his muscles ached from strain. But before he could truly process his fatigue, another notification slid into view. He had reached level 29 as an archer. A 6-level leap from a single dungeon was staggering. Jake couldn't hide the satisfaction in his voice when he pointed it out. He then told Cecil they needed to get moving, aware that more badgers could appear at any moment. But before they could leave, another notification arrived. This time it wasn't about experience or the dungeon, it was about a new skill. Jake paused, intrigued by how quickly it had come. He hadn't been expecting anything more after the fight. His curiosity grew as he read the notification revealing the name of the skill. The basic Shadow Vault of Umbra. It was a strange name, and it triggered something in his memory. Jake furrowed his brow, trying to recall where he'd heard it before. After a few seconds of silence, he told Cecil that the name sounded familiar. He thought he'd seen it while reading in the library during his time in the challenge dungeon. If his memory was accurate, it wasn't just any random name. It belonged to some kind of god. Cecil's immediate concern was about allegiances. He pointed out that if this skill was indeed tied to another deity, then Jake using it might offend the malefic viper. But Jake dismissed the worry quickly. He didn't think the viper would be the jealous type. He even said the viper didn't strike him as that kind of guy. Whether or not that was wise, Jake didn't care. The skill was simply too useful to ignore. An hour later, the scene had shifted back to the forest. Jake was high up on a mountain ledge, testing his new skill. To anyone watching from a distance, it would seem like he was teleporting, as in disappearing in one place and blinking into existence in another. Jake clearly enjoyed the experimentation, calling out to Cecil to watch as he attempted a move from the peak to a tree further below. But the maneuver didn't go as planned. Instead of landing cleanly, Jake slammed into the tree with a thud and collapsed to the forest floor. Cecil, unimpressed, delivered a sarcastic remark, telling him it was a nice attempt. Jake, groaning from the impact, admitted he was a bit hurt. Cecil noted with a smirk that it was refreshing to see something Jake wasn't immediately good at. Jake brushed it off, saying all he needed was a few days and he'd have it down. According to him, the skill was actually pretty straightforward. He compared the sensation to riding a fast motorcycle, powerful and jarring, but something he could eventually control. Curious, Cecil asked if the technique was truly like teleportation. Jake clarified that it wasn't. He explained that he essentially turned into a shadow and traveled in a straight line at incredible speed. It only looked like teleportation because of how fast it was. But the limitation was significant. He couldn't pass through solid objects, which meant it was far from true teleportation. Cecil chuckled, joking that their dreams of robbing banks were on hold. Jake agreed it was just a basic skill for now, but he couldn't help but wonder how powerful it might become as it leveled up over time. Far away, the narrative shifted to an entirely different setting, the sacred hall of the malefic viper. A woman sat meditating in the center of a candlelit circle. Her thoughts were solemn and filled with centuries of devotion. She reflected on the long ages her people had waited, generation after generation, never wavering in faith. But now, only a single hall remained. She thought of the malefic viper himself. Many had begun to doubt his return, questioning when, or if, he would ever offer them a sign. Still, her belief remained strong. The silence of her meditation was broken when the doors opened. A cloaked man stepped in, bowing and addressing her as the honored hallmaster. She looked at him coldly, warning that she'd better not have been disturbed for a petty reason. He remained respectful and explained that he was there on behalf of the Lord Protector, who had summoned her to his realm. She blinked in surprise and asked him to repeat himself. He confirmed it, she had been summoned. Concerned, she asked if something had gone wrong, but the messenger claimed he didn't know. With that, she rose to her feet, declaring she would depart immediately. As she traveled, her mind revisited the only other time she had seen the Lord Protector. It had been during her inauguration as Hallmaster. That appearance alone had been momentous. He had not even attended the funeral of the previous Hallmaster, so for him to summon her now meant something was different. Something important. She began to suspect that had finally happened. She arrived at a large stone gateway adorned with the emblem of a great serpent. As she stepped through, she called out, saying she had come as requested. From the other side, the Lord Protector urged her to hurry, and she did. She rushed in and opened her mouth to ask what had happened, but the moment she saw it, she fell silent. The obelisk was glowing. The Lord Protector looked at her and confirmed what she already feared to believe. The glow signified that the malefic viper was coming. Her heart raced. She began to weep tears of joy as she repeated the words, he was truly returning. After everything, after all the ages, he was coming back to lead them to glory. Her faith had not been in vain. But jubilation quickly turned to urgency. She began listing the preparations they needed to make. The hall had to be cleaned and restored to perfection. She would need to brief the others, alert all minor branches, and ensure that every inch of their world was ready for his return. Her voice quickened as her thoughts spiraled. Time, how much did they have? Hopefully a few days, she said, praying that his arrival would not be immediate. But fate had other plans. Before she could even finish the sentence, he appeared. The malefic viper was here. He didn't speak grandly. He simply looked ahead and greeted someone affectionately, referring to them as Little Snappy, asking if they had missed him. The malefic viper stood calmly before the Lone Protector and the Hallmaster. His arrival was sudden, his presence undeniable. The Lone Protector stared at him, stunned. The weight of years, maybe even centuries, of waiting came crashing down in that single moment. The disbelief was obvious in his voice as he struggled to process the fact that his master was really there, right in front of him. He said as much, barely able to hold himself together. In response, the viper smiled gently and addressed him as Little One. Even though he was a very old man, the malefic viper apologized, saying he knew it must have been difficult, being without him for so long, keeping the faith alone through the ages. Then, without hesitation, the god embraced him. He pulled the Lone Protector into a hug, resting a hand on his head and telling him that he had done well. The Lone Protector returned the embrace, his body shaking as tears ran freely down his face. The Hallmaster watched it all happen. She didn't speak. Her hands instinctively rose to cover her mouth as shock took over. She had dreamt of seeing her lord with her own eyes. But now that it was happening, it didn't feel anything like she had imagined. It was strange, touching, and completely disarming. She had pictured something more formal, more dramatic. But what she saw was personal and intimate. Then, the viper turned his attention toward her, still using the nickname, Snappy. For the Lone Protector, he asked who the young woman standing to the side was. Snappy quickly introduced her. He said she was the latest Hall Master of the Order, and since theirs was the last remaining order, that made her the highest-ranking member they had left. The god didn't hesitate. He walked directly toward her, stopping only once he stood in front of her. His eyes met hers and he asked plainly for her name. She bowed slightly, trying to compose herself even as she stammered. She addressed him as, My lord, and told him her name was Viridia. Then she went lower, fully bowing before him. Her voice trembled as she asked if she might have the honor of officially welcoming him back to the order. She also apologized deeply for what she saw as their poor performance during his absence. As she began to offer an oath, saying she would swear on her life, the viper cut her off. He told her he only asked for her name, not for her to throw herself at his feet. He sounded slightly amused as he said it. He reached down, lifted her off the floor, and as he helped her stand, he said that he should be the one apologizing to her. But then, with a grin, he added that he had already apologized to Snappy just a moment ago, and he didn't like to apologize more than once in a single day. It was a rule he tried to stick to. Viridia nodded quickly and accepted what he said without complaint, repeating, Of course, my lord. With both of them now standing, the god patted her gently on the head. He told her that everything was fine. In fact, the mere fact that the order still existed at all was more than impressive to him. Viridia tried to remain composed, but she couldn't stop herself from blushing. The god had just patted her on the head like a child, and yet she was filled with joy. It wasn't the type of interaction she had ever expected, but the praise meant more to her than any ceremony ever could. Then, Snappy spoke up again. He turned to his master and asked why he had chosen now to return. He quickly added that he wasn't questioning the decision. He was happy about it, of course, but he was curious. He wanted to know if it had anything to do with the new universe that had recently been integrated into the system. The malefic viper looked around the chamber, then made a small comment. He acknowledged that his sudden return and everything surrounding it might have placed the others in a bit of an awkward or disadvantaged position. After a brief pause, he added that maybe what they all needed was a drink. As soon as the words left his mouth, Viridia lit up. The hallmaster turned sharply, saying she would go fetch some drinks immediately. Her excitement was hard to miss. The viper watched her go, mildly amused, and pointed out that she was quite enthusiastic. Then he turned his attention back to the Lune Protector. Picking up from where their conversation had paused earlier, he answered Snappy's question. Yes, he confirmed, his return had everything to do with the newly integrated universe. As he spoke, he gave Snappy a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Next, he brought up something specific. He asked if Snappy remembered the dungeon, the one he had created a long time ago in preparation for something he called the Second Era. Snappy thought for a moment, then nodded. He remembered. He asked if the viper meant the one with all the spikes. The viper confirmed it. Yes, that was the one. And then he dropped the real surprise someone had actually managed to clear it. Snappy reacted immediately. He said that was incredible and asked if the person who did it was a newly awakened follower, but the viper shook his head. No, the person wasn't a follower at all. Then, with a small smirk, the god said something unexpected. He admitted that although it might sound strange, he thought he had made a friend. Elsewhere, deep within the great forest, it was nighttime. A small campfire crackled softly under the trees. Jake sat on the ground, chewing on a mushroom. Sissel was nearby, sitting comfortably, listening. Jake muttered something as he swallowed. He said he wasn't sure which was worse, having to eat nothing but mushrooms for weeks, or the fact that he was starting to actually enjoy them a little. Sissel replied with a casual jab, saying it still beat feeding on moss and dirt like he had to do back in the challenge dungeon. Jake chuckled and leaned back a little, eyes scanning the stars above. He started reminiscing. Back on Earth, he said, they had a delicacy called steak. Just saying the word brought a wave of nostalgia, and as he imagined it in his mind, fresh and raw, marbled steak ready to be cooked, his mouth began to water. He said out loud that he'd probably kill for some steak right about now. Then, curious, he turned to Cecile. He asked if the imp missed anything from his own world. Cecil didn't hesitate. He said no, not really. Jake looked at him sideways, not surprised. He pointed out how secretive Cecil always was about anything relating to his past. He even mentioned that, come to think of it, Cecil had never told him how he got trapped inside that holding necklace in the first place. Cecil brushed it off. He called it a long story and half, joked that maybe he'd share it one day, if Jake got him drunk first. Jake caught on to that, grinning a little. At least that meant Cecil knew what alcohol was. He called it progress. Then, suddenly, Jake froze. Something was off. His expression changed in an instant, and his tone turned sharp. He told Cecil to get in the necklace. Cecil blinked, confused, and asked why. But Jake didn't explain. He just yelled again, more urgently this time, ordering him to get inside now. Cecil didn't argue. He vanished into the pocket dimension of the holding necklace without another word. Jake stood up and quietly moved toward the nearby bushes. His posture was calm, but his eyes were locked in the direction of the sound. Someone was there. From behind a nearby rock, bushes rustled. The group hiding there had just realized they were spotted, but Jake was already walking right toward them. Without raising his voice, he spoke clearly. He told them he knew they were there. There was no point in hiding. The moment they realized they'd been spotted, one of them stood up. He was a red-haired man and immediately raised his sword, pointing it at Jake. The others gathered close behind him, tense and alert. The man demanded to know who Jake was and what he was doing in their territory. Jake, guessing that they were acting more out of fear than confidence, made a choice. He raised both hands slowly, showing he meant no harm. Calmly, he said he was just a lone archer, not looking for trouble. He'd recently finished a hunt, and that was the only reason he was here. Then, one of the group, a woman with striking blue hair, spoke up. She asked if his name was Jake. That made Jake pause. He looked at her cautiously and asked how she even knew his name, but her expression shifted. She looked angry. Without warning, she started casting a spell. A large crystal of ice began forming above her, glowing cold and sharp. She yelled at him, saying this was for someone named Mickey. Then she called him a psycho. Jake reacted fast. He leapt into the air, dodging the attack just before it could hit him. While still mid-air, he shouted down at her, asking who the hell Mickey even was. When he landed, Jake tried again to de-escalate. He told them clearly that there must be some mistake. He said he never killed anyone named Mickey, and that there was no reason for any of them to fight. But the red-haired man raised his sword high, his stance solid. He shouted to the others not to believe a word Jake said. According to him, Richard had already warned them that Jake would say things like this. He had tried something similar when he fought the Metal Mage. Hearing that, something clicked for Jake. The Metal Mage had to be William, so this group must be his allies, and Richard, the man in charge, must have put a bounty on him after the fight with William. That explained the hostility. Jake realized they weren't going to listen. They weren't here to talk. They wanted a fight. He sighed and slowly reached for one of his arrows. While drawing it from his quiver, he said he had hoped to settle things peacefully, but clearly, that wasn't going to happen. Looking at the 5 of them, he warned them directly. They were now marked for death. Without hesitation, 2 of the men rushed forward to attack him. One was the red-haired swordsman from earlier. The other was a rugged man with a noticeable scar and a large mallet in his grip. As they charged, they shouted that they'd find out soon enough who would be dying. The man with the mallet was the first to swing. Jake dodged just in time, moving quickly out of range. The man grunted in frustration, readying another strike. At the same time, the red-haired swordsman stepped in and swung, claiming he had a clean hit. But just as both attackers tried to make contact, Jake vanished. He used his Shadow Vault ability, disappearing into the darkness mid-attack, leaving both of them striking only air. Confused and momentarily off balance, the 2 men looked around, trying to figure out where he'd gone. Jake then reappeared at a distance, standing calmly and drawing back his arrow. He called out to them, getting their attention again. But before he could release his shot, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a flaming arrow tore through the air toward him. It wasn't his. The arrow was surrounded in bright yellow flames, a clear sign of a power shot. Jake's eyes narrowed. Someone else in the group was an archer too. The arrow didn't hit him. Instead, it struck a nearby tree and exploded in a burst of violent flames. The impact scorched the bark and sent embers flying. Jake stared at the flames, surprised. Whoever this mystery archer was, they weren't a novice. They knew how to use power shot just like he did. Jake understood how power shot worked. The technique took a brief moment to charge before firing, and if that charge was interrupted, the shot could be thrown off or completely stopped. With that in mind, he came up with a quick plan. He decided to fire his own arrows to disrupt the other archers' channel time, hoping to break their rhythm before the shot could be released. But the moment Jake shot his arrow, a massive wall of ice rose up between the opposing archer and his shot. It blocked his arrow completely. The sudden wall wasn't random, it was a spell cast by the blue-haired woman. She had anticipated Jake's plan and stopped it perfectly. That was when Jake realized something important. They weren't just a random group of fighters. They were coordinated. They covered each other's weaknesses, moved with purpose, and backed each other up. This was a team used to fighting together. While he processed that, another flaming arrow, a second power shot, was already on its way toward him. Jake didn't have time to think. He instantly vanished into the shadows with Shadow Vault, disappearing before the flaming arrow could hit him. He reappeared some distance away, landing smoothly. His expression had changed. This fight was turning out to be more difficult than he'd expected. Suddenly, the red-haired swordsman and the scarred man with the mallet charged him again. They looked frustrated by his constant escapes, and one of them shouted that Jake should try dodging this next attack too. Seeing them rush in, Jake knew he couldn't rely on his bow for close combat. Without wasting time, he holstered it and drew both of his blades. He activated his Twin Fang style and prepared to fight them head-on. As the 2 came at him with full force, he moved with sharp precision, using his blades to block and deflect their attacks. Meanwhile, another man, one who had been hiding in the nearby bushes, decided this was his chance. He saw Jake preoccupied with the 2 in front and quietly moved in from behind, ready to strike. But Jake's instincts kicked in. He sensed the threat creeping up behind him. Now boxed in on all sides, Jake realized he was cornered. He quickly weighed his options. At that same moment, the red-haired swordsman was thinking too. He assumed Jake would probably teleport, again using that same vanishing move. If he could just guess where Jake would appear, he might be able to cut him down mid-escape. But before any of them could act, Jake did something unexpected. Instead of dodging or disappearing, Jake let the man sneaking up from behind stab him. The blade sank in, but Jake didn't even flinch. He turned his head slightly, locking eyes with the man, and asked with a cold expression if he was surprised. The man didn't get to answer. At the same time, the guy with the mallet tried to capitalize on the moment and swung, but he was too slow. Jake twisted, pulled his dagger free, and stabbed him with it in one quick motion. Blood sprayed. The red-haired swordsman stood nearby and watched the scene unfold in shock. Drops of blood landed on his face as his teammate collapsed. He muttered that it should have been impossible. Behind him, the blue-haired mage looked stunned. Her expression froze. Jake had just killed one of her comrades, and it had happened so fast she couldn't even react in time. Now standing over the body, Jake looked up at the remaining 4. His eyes swept across each of them. Then, in a calm but clear voice, he asked, "So who dies next?" "A weeks before the current battle. Jake had a private conversation with the malefic viper. They were alone, the atmosphere quiet. Jake broke the silence by asking a question that had been weighing on him. "How do you get used to it?" he asked. The viper raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. Jake explained. He wanted to know how the viper got used to killing. He quickly clarified he wasn't saying he killed innocents, never that. But the truth was, in the span of just a few weeks, he had gone from being a regular office worker to someone who killed people as part of his daily life. It was a huge shift. A hard one. Jake admitted he didn't regret the choices he made or the battles he fought. But it still sat heavy with him sometimes. The weight of it. The violence. The viper listened, then offered a story of his own. He told Jake that back before he ascended to godhood, back when he had only just taken on a humanoid form, he thought it might be interesting to live among people. To blend in with society. Up until then, he'd only interacted with beasts who were dangerous, yes, but straightforward. They attacked, they killed, but they didn't deceive. But the enlightened races, humans and others, were different. They smiled as they lied. They shook hands while planning betrayal. Within a year of joining civilization, someone the viper considered a friend betrayed him. Tried to steal from him. Even after that, he gave them the benefit of the doubt. That was his mistake. They responded by stabbing him in the back. The viper's rage exploded. The fight that followed was brutal and long, so intense that by the time it ended, 9 planets had been destroyed. It was a level of destruction that most would call extreme. But the viper said that after that, no one ever dared to cross him again. Jake sat with that for a moment. He asked how the viper had even managed to destroy 9 entire planets. The viper brushed it off like it was no big deal. He called it a lesson for another time. Then he looked at Jake and gave him the core message. Hesitation is a luxury you can't afford. Mercy is not something your enemies will give you, so don't give it to them. That was the lesson. Back to the present. The blue-haired mage was still frozen in shock. Her comrade was dead. Jake stood above the body with his twin blades drawn and asked the question. Who's next? The red-haired swordsman looked shaken. He stepped back slightly, clearly rattled. But the mage shouted at him not to back down. She told him to hold Jake off, saying that she was going to end this. Her voice was filled with resolve. Raising her wand, she started to cast. A magical glow gathered above her, pulsing with power. She was preparing her strongest spell, and the swordsman realized it. He had to keep Jake busy, no matter what. So he charged forward again, gripping his weapon tightly. His sword came down with force. Jake raised his blades and blocked it. The clash rang out. Steel met steel as the two began to fight in close quarters. It was a furious exchange. The swordsman was skilled, but so was Jake. Their weapons collided again and again in a tight, brutal rhythm. As the fight dragged on, the red-haired man noticed something alarming. Jake's movements weren't slowing down, they were getting sharper, more focused. And at the same time, he couldn't find any gaps in Jake's defense. There were no openings, nothing he could exploit. Then Jake's eyes shifted. Just for a second, he saw something in the distance, another flaming arrow streaking toward him. Another power shot. Jake didn't hesitate. In an instant, he activated his shadow vault and disappeared from the spot. The flaming arrow blasted through the space he had just occupied, slamming into something behind him with a loud, echoing boom. Debris flew into the air. The red-haired swordsman, now realizing that Jake had vanished once again, called out to the others, urging them to locate him quickly. At that same moment, the masked archer was still struggling to understand how Jake could slip through his senses. His perception was supposed to be among the highest, and yet Jake remained elusive, nearly impossible to pin down. Before he could finish processing the thought, Jake suddenly appeared behind him. In one swift, silent move, Jake stabbed him through the back, adding another name to his growing list of victims. Elsewhere, the blue-haired mage continued charging her spell, still focused and determined. She warned her remaining allies not to panic, assuring them that her magic was almost ready. But just then, the masked archer's attention shifted. He heard something, faint but familiar, a sound he recognized. He quickly tried to warn the red-haired swordsman to stay alert. The warning came too late. Jake's power shot, launched from a hidden position, struck the red-haired man with violent force. The explosion engulfed him in flame, reducing him to a charred corpse. Now furious and shocked, the masked archer clenched his jaw and raised his bow. He demanded Jake show himself, but he didn't even have the chance to finish speaking. Jake appeared right in front of him, and in a blur of motion, decapitated him with a single clean strike. Blood sprayed outward, staining the nearby mage girl as the archer's head rolled lifelessly across the ground. Jake, wasting no time, turned his attention to her. He appeared behind her and drove a blade into her back. Blood immediately began to pour from the wound. Jake leaned close and calmly told her she had less than a minute before the injury would end her life. But he offered her a deal. If she answered his question, he'd give her a health potion to survive. As the blood continued to drip from her, Jake asked why Richard and William had sent them after him. With difficulty, the girl spoke. Through her bleeding lips, she gave a single word, Revenge. Jake repeated it to himself, trying to make sense of what that meant. In his eyes, he had only ever acted in defense. He hadn't attacked anyone unprovoked. He hadn't started anything. But the girl, clearly holding deep resentment, lashed out. She blamed him for everything, accusing him of killing people and being the one who had sparked the war. She claimed this was all his doing. Jake paused, recalling a conversation with William. There had been mention of a conflict between two camps of survivors. Richard's camp and another. It was a tense situation, and now it seemed he had been thrown into the middle of it. The girl coughed up more blood. Her strength was fading. Despite everything, Jake decided to honor his word. He took out the health potion and offered it to her. But she slapped it from his hand. She told him she would rather die than be saved by someone like him. He asked her why, but she gave no answer. Her eyes simply went dull, and her body collapsed to the ground. The battle was over. With the enemies defeated, Jake opened the necklace and let Sissel out. The imp emerged, looking around at the blood-soaked scene. He asked what had happened. Jake told him honestly that he didn't fully understand it himself. But one thing was clear. He hadn't started any war. They both looked at the aftermath, the fallen bodies, the scorched earth. Cecil questioned if all of this really came from some sort of misunderstanding. Jake shook his head. He didn't believe that. To him, this wasn't confusion. It was something more deliberate. He was convinced someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. Someone wanted to frame him. And Jake wasn't going to let that happen. He had survived. But now he knew this was only the beginning. With the battle now behind him, Jake had taken the time to gather all the bodies of the fallen. He laid them together in a single pile, performing a rough embalming before setting them alight. The flames crackled and roared, casting dancing shadows across the area. Jake stood in silence beside Sissel, watching the fire as it slowly consumed the remains of his former enemies. The orange glow filled the forest and lit their eyes as the bodies burned, reduced bit by bit to ash and smoke. Cecil asked if Jake had any final words to offer the dead. Jake, visibly weighed down by the events, responded solemnly. He said he was sorry things ended this way. None of them needed to die, and they wouldn't have, if it had been up to him. He didn't understand how Richard or William had managed to manipulate them into thinking he had started a war, but whatever lies they were told, he promised he would be the one to end the conflict. Cecil simply offered a farewell of his own, telling the dead to rest peacefully now that it was over. As the fire continued to burn, Jake glanced at his system notifications. A message appeared, alerting him that he had reached level 31. He exhaled, more exhausted than satisfied, and muttered that it didn't feel right to go through system messages in a moment like this. It felt as though he was stealing tutorial points from the dead. Cecil, trying to reassure him, pointed out that this wasn't stealing because he had earned it. But Jake disagreed. The points he received from defeating the Den Mother, those felt earned. That was a fight he sought out, trained for, and overcame through sheer will. But this had been something else entirely. It hadn't felt like a battle. It felt like meaningless slaughter. Cecil, keeping his tone calm, told Jake that whether it felt good or not, the points were his now. The real question was what he planned to do with them. Jake repeated the question aloud, mulling it over. He couldn't exactly march into Richard's camp and demand answers. He was growing stronger, yes, but he wasn't strong enough yet. Not to take on an entire army. Even if he wanted to confront them, he wouldn't survive a direct assault. Cecil offered another possibility. Maybe it wasn't an entire army. The talk of a war might be more figurative than literal. A few dozen fighters on either side, not hundreds. Jake conceded that it was possible, but the uncertainty lingered. It could just as easily be hundreds. He didn't know enough to act, and that meant any rash decision could get him killed. Charging in blindly would only get him buried. So instead, Jake tried to think more strategically. He wondered what Adam would do if he were in this situation. The story shifted elsewhere. Far away, Adam was already deep in the woods, observing a tense meeting between two powerful figures. The leaders of the opposing camps, Richard and Hayden, were standing face to face, their conversation sharp with suspicion and doubt. Adam remained silent, quietly watching from the sidelines right next to his camp leader, Richard. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of chaos Jake had gotten himself involved in. Hayden, the head of the camp that opposed Richard's, voiced his disbelief. He didn't buy the idea that some lone archer was out there dismantling squad after squad. If someone like that really existed, someone that dangerous, they would have heard or seen more evidence by now. Richard, however, didn't share that skepticism. He corrected Hayden firmly, explaining that it wasn't just a random archer causing all the trouble. It was Jake Thane. And he wasn't killing out of madness or chaos, he was doing it with purpose. According to Richard, Jake's goal was to win the tutorial. To climb higher. The system, after all, was designed to encourage this kind of bloodshed. Killing others meant greater rewards. That was the real motivator. And Jake, in Richard's view, was simply playing the game to win. Hearing this, Hayden questioned something more personal. He asked Richard if he truly believed that Jake had killed his son. The tension between them thickened as the conversation hovered there, on the edge of accusation and uncertainty. And from the position he was standing right next to Richard, Adam continued to listen, piecing together the weight of what was unfolding. Richard didn't hesitate in defending his position. He insisted that the members of his camp had never been the ones attacking Hayden's people in the first place. According to him, the brutality inflicted on the corpses and the level of violence and precision was beyond anything his fighters were capable of. He claimed to have seen the aftermath himself and was certain it didn't come from his side. Hayden, however, looked unimpressed and clearly skeptical. He pressed further, wanting to know how they even knew anything about this Jake individual in the first place. At that point, Adam stepped forward, choosing to speak up. He explained that Jake was someone he used to work with before all this, back in the normal world. He admitted that Jake had always been a bit of a loner, but not someone violent or dangerous. When the tutorial began, Jake had proven himself a capable fighter, but so had many others. Nothing Jake had done so far, in Adam's view, definitively pointed to him being responsible for the carnage. Adam acknowledged the possibility of a third party, just like Richard had suggested earlier, but emphasized that there was no concrete proof that Jake was behind it all. Richard let out a short scoff at that. Then, with a condescending tone, he stepped toward Adam and gave him a small shove to move him aside. He addressed Hayden directly, apologizing for what he described as Adam's misplaced loyalty clouding his judgment. Richard maintained that when all factors were considered, Jake remained the most likely suspect. They could waste time entertaining other theories, or they could be pragmatic and act quickly before more lives were lost. Hayden, now mulling over Richard's argument more seriously, asked what Richard proposed if he were to accept this version of events. Richard responded without hesitation. He suggested a formal alliance between the two camps. By combining their forces into a single united squad, they could scour the forest, locate Jake, and eliminate him before he could cause any more damage. After a moment of contemplation, Hayden agreed. He reached out and shook Richard's hand, agreeing to a temporary alliance with the singular goal of hunting down and killing Jake. With the decision sealed, Adam stood silently, disappointment etched across his face. He had come with hopes of initiating peace talks, hoping reason might prevail. Instead, all he had accomplished was witnessing both camps redirect their hostility onto someone who had once been his friend. Meanwhile, William, the real threat, remained untouched and unnoticed, his manipulations still working perfectly in the background. The focus shifted elsewhere. Deep within the forest, William stood over a battlefield of his own making. The ground was littered with the bodies of slain raptors. Blood soaked the soil, the carnage fresh and raw. William stood at the center, victorious, his breathing steady as he wiped his brow. In his mind, he thought about how Richard should be finishing up his meeting right around now. If everything had gone according to plan, and if things continued to play out smoothly, Jake, the one who dared to defy him, would finally be dealt with. As he scanned through his system notifications, William noticed something new. A skill had been granted to him, the Spear of Feroris. The discovery lit a spark of excitement in him. Just then, a surviving raptor burst from the nearby bushes, hissing and charging at him. William didn't flinch. Instead, he saw it as the perfect opportunity to test out his new skill. He hurled his spear with lethal precision, aiming straight for the raptor's neck. The weapon struck true, but something unusual happened. Instead of collapsing, the raptor suddenly froze mid-motion, its entire body transforming into solid metal. William observed the phenomenon with fascination. Internally, he reflected on his last fight with Jake. That battle had shown him that he wasn't strong enough back then. But now, things had changed. He had grown stronger. Much stronger. With a violent swing, William smashed the metallic statue of the raptor, sending shattered metal and bone clattering to the ground. As the creature's skull tumbled down, he picked it up slowly, almost as if it signified the start of something new. Holding the skull in his hand, William made sort of a quiet vow to himself. No matter what came next, no matter how many obstacles stood in his way, he would be the final victor of the tutorial. The next scene opened inside the Hall of the Malefic Viper. The Hallmaster Viridia walked slowly toward a circle of lit candles, deep in thought. Her mind was focused on one strange idea. The Viper, an ancient being of unimaginable power, had somehow made a friend. She couldn't understand how it was possible. A being like the Viper was ancient, above mortals, and far removed from the concerns of those still struggling through the tutorial. Yet somehow, one mortal had caught the Viper's interest. Viridia felt uneasy. She held the highest title in the order among mortals. Yet this unknown man made her feel small by comparison. Even though he hadn't finished the tutorial, his presence was already enough to make her feel threatened. She tried to push those thoughts away, but they lingered. As she stood thinking, a man entered the hall. He asked her if she had called for him. Snapping out of her thoughts, Viridia told him that she had, and that it had been a difficult day. She said she needed his help finding something important. The man agreed and asked what she wanted him to look for. She told him she needed records. Lots of them. She explained that she wanted information about someone named Jake Thane. Everything available, she wanted it all. She needed to know more about this man who could befriend a god. Elsewhere in the forest, Jake was walking alone. He moved through the trees, calling out for familiar names, Caroline, Adam, hoping someone might answer. The woods were quiet at first, but then he heard movement in the bushes. His body tensed as he demanded whoever was there to show themselves. He braced for a fight, unsure of what to expect. Then someone stumbled out, bloody and barely able to stand. It was Casper. He collapsed to the ground, saying he couldn't walk anymore. Jake rushed to him and asked who had done this. Casper struggled to speak but managed to explain that William and Richard had attacked their camp. Everyone was dead. Friends and allies alike, no one survived. With blood still dripping down his face, Casper grabbed onto Jake's shirt. He cried, asking why Jake had left them, why he had let them all die. Jake stood frozen, his expression filled with shock, but it wasn't real. Jake woke up suddenly, sitting up by the campfire in a cold sweat. His breathing was heavy, and he was still shaken by what he had seen. It had all been a nightmare. Cecil, sitting nearby, noticed how disturbed he looked and asked if the dream had been that bad. He also joked that the mushrooms Jake had been eating might be to blame. Jake, still wiping sweat from his face, admitted that the nightmares had been getting worse each night. The imp offered a thought. He said that dreams were the mind's way of dealing with unresolved things. Maybe, he said, Jake needed to let some of it out. Jake didn't buy that idea and said it didn't sound very scientific. He turned the focus back on Cecil, pointing out that he was also awake in the middle of the night. He asked what kind of nightmare Cecil might be having. Cecil, his tone more serious now, explained that sleep was the only thing he ever did while trapped inside the necklace. And whatever nightmares he'd had, he already lived through them once. Jake paused, then said he was tired of avoiding the truth. He offered Cecil a trade. He would talk about his dreams, what they really meant, if Cecil would finally explain how he ended up sealed in the necklace. Cecil hesitated but eventually agreed. Looking up at the night sky, Jake began telling his story. He explained that when he first arrived in the tutorial, he wasn't alone. He had come with a few coworkers. Some were friends, some were just people he used to see in the office. Back then, in the old world, Jake was just another guy stuck at a desk. He described himself as someone who couldn't hold a normal conversation, someone most people didn't notice. But once they were thrown into this strange world, everything changed. The great forest was nothing like the life they'd left behind. For a while, things even seemed better. He thought maybe this new beginning would finally give him a chance to become someone different. But as Jake now realized he had been wrong, very wrong, Jake continued speaking, explaining how his goals had been different from those of his friends. While they just wanted to survive, to get through the tutorial alive, he had wanted more. He wanted to grow stronger, to live fully, to chase the opportunity the tutorial had presented. That difference in mindset led to arguments, especially with Caroline. Their fights had gotten intense, and eventually, Jake made the decision to leave them behind. He struck out on his own, believing it was the right call. But looking back, he admitted he'd left them in a dangerous situation, possibly under the influence or threat of Richard and William. Jake shared that his nightmares always took him back to that choice. In the dreams, he found his former co-workers one by one, each of them dead, lying in pools of blood. The details changed from dream to dream, but one thing stayed the same: they always blamed him. Always asked why he left and why he let them die. The guilt weighed on him. He said maybe they were right. Maybe if he had just stayed, protected them, stuck together, they might still be alive. Cecil, hearing this, commented on how heavy that burden sounded. But Jake brushed it off with a shove to Cecil's shoulder and told him it was his turn to talk. Cecil sighed. At first, he wasn't sure it was worth telling, but eventually, he gave in. He admitted that he had once been a lot like Jakey. Long ago, so long ago it felt like another lifetime, he had been one of the lowest members in the Malefic Viper's cult. Nobody respected him. He was the joke of the group, the one everyone picked on, even the new initiates. They mocked him constantly and never took him seriously. The only ones who treated him decently were a group of imps who showed him some kindness. In return, he helped them with their enchantments. But thinking back now, he realized he wasn't really their friend. He was more like a test subject. They had him try out all kinds of magical devices, and one day, they asked him to test a necklace they had created. Something went wrong. As soon as he put it on, he was pulled into a void like space inside the necklace itself, trapped. Alone. Cecil explained that while he was stuck inside, he could still see what was going on outside through a small window in the necklace. At first, he saw panic. The imps who had made the necklace were clearly terrified by what had happened. They tried to figure out how to get him out, but eventually, they gave up. He remembered the moment they dropped the necklace to the ground and walked away. After that, years passed. Dust and dirt slowly covered the window, making it harder to see. Sometimes, someone would pick up the necklace. They'd wonder aloud what happened to him, but they always assumed he'd died in some ridiculous or stupid way. Then they'd laugh and move on. No one ever came back to find him. No one ever tried again. He was just left there to rot. Cecil, clearly saddened by the memory, said that being forgotten was the worst part. Not the accident itself, not even the abandonment in the moment. It was the fact that no one ever returned, that they pushed the incident to the back of their minds and let him fade away like a bad memory. Jake, listening closely, pointed out that what happened to Cecil sounded a lot like what he had done, as he had left his friends behind just like they did. Cecil disagreed gently. He told Jake he wasn't a monster. He had made a difficult choice in a chaotic situation. That didn't make him evil. People mess up when things are uncertain and dangerous. The real tragedy, Cecil explained, isn't in making mistakes, it's in choosing to forget and never making it right. That's what the imps had done. That's what Jake still had time to avoid. But Jake was still unsure. He asked what he was supposed to do if his friends were already gone. If they were dead, how was he supposed to deal with that? How could he carry that kind of guilt? Cecil didn't have all the answers. He just placed a hand on Jake's shoulder and said that they'd cross that bridge when they came to it. For now, he told Jake, his friends might still need him. Those words sparked something inside Jake. His mind drifted back to the last moments with his team. He remembered telling them he had goals of his own. He remembered saying they would be fine under Richard's protection. He remembered the promises he made, to check in, to not disappear. Now those memories filled him with regret. But also, a new kind of determination. He finally admitted Cecil was right. He had been running from the consequences of his decisions. But that would end now. He stood up from the ground, clenching his fists. The time for running was over. Tomorrow, he would find Adam. He would face whatever came next, and one way or another, he would settle things once and for all. After Jake made his decision to find Adam, he didn't waste any time. The very next day, he and Cecil were already traveling through the forest, heading in what they hoped was the right direction. Their goal was to locate Richard's camp, though it quickly became clear the path wouldn't be so straightforward. Cecil, grumbling as he trudged alongside Jake, started complaining about the uncertainty of it all. Even though he had been the one to push Jake to do this, he now questioned whether they actually knew where they were going. He pointed out that they had been walking for quite a while and had barely seen anything promising, just a couple of wolves. A quick flashback showed those same wolves attacking Cecil earlier, and how he had barely managed to escape. Jake reminded him that he'd already been given a healing potion and would be fine. But Cecil, never one to miss a chance at being dramatic, replied that emotional trauma wasn't so easily healed. Jake laughed, calling him a crybaby, which got a reluctant smirk from Cecil. Jake then admitted that he didn't really know where Richard's camp was, but he reasoned that if they kept following the river, they were bound to find something eventually. Camps needed water, whether it was for drinking, laundry, or fishing. He figured if they stayed on this path, they'd run into someone sooner or later. Cecil teased him, saying he was starting to sound like a real hunter. Jake brushed it off, saying he'd been in the tutorial for a month already. It would have been strange if he hadn't picked up at least a few survival skills by now. After a short pause, Cecil changed the subject and asked Jake if he had thought about what he was actually going to say when they arrived. Jake responded that the first thing he would do was scout the area. He remembered that Casper had been learning how to set traps before he left the group. If Casper had gotten any better, then there was a real chance the camp would be full of traps now, and Jake didn't want to walk blindly into one. But Cecil saw through it. He pointed out that Jake seemed to be focusing on the possibility of a fight as a way to avoid dealing with the emotional weight of it all. These people weren't just enemies, they had been his friends once, and Jake had come to talk, not just fight. That made Jake pause. He admitted that not all of them were his friends. Some, like Adam and Casper, had been close to him, but others like Caroline or Bertram, he was sure they would rather not even see him if they didn't have to. It wasn't just about clearing up misunderstandings. It was about navigating a minefield of emotions, alliances, and danger. Still, Jake told Cecil that his first priority was to clear his name. He needed to explain the situation to Adam, let him know that someone had framed him. If he could get Adam to believe him, maybe Adam could convince the rest of the group. Cecil asked what would happen if that didn't work. Jake replied without hesitation. If things went badly, then traps would be the least of his worries. He pictured dozens of people coming after him, and he knew that survival would be a fight. Cecil didn't argue. He just said they should keep moving forward and hold on to hope. They walked on in silence for a while, letting the tension settle. Then, out of nowhere, Jake came to an abrupt stop. Cecil, confused, asked what was wrong, but Jake quickly hushed him, holding a hand up and pointing at something ahead. There, deeper in the forest, was something strange. A sort of shimmering curtain that stretched between the trees, flickering with colors and barely visible if you weren't looking closely. It gave off a feeling of wrongness, something unnatural. Tsul, awed by the sight, wondered aloud if it was made of water. But Jake shook his head. It wasn't water, it was magic. He could tell because when he tried to look past it using his sphere of perception, the view warped and twisted unnaturally. It was like the forest on the other side wasn't stable. Something was interfering. Jake guessed that it might be a barrier. Cecil asked if it was meant to keep them out, but Jake considered another possibility. Maybe it wasn't to keep people out, but to keep something locked in. Something dangerous. A monster, perhaps. He couldn't say for sure. But one thing was for sure, he wanted to find out. Just as Jake began moving toward the barrier, curiosity pulling at him, Cecil quickly stepped in. With a swift motion, he slapped some sense into Jake, not really out of anger, but enough to snap him out of it. He reminded Jake that they had no idea how the barrier worked. It might be a one-way passage, a trap disguised as an entrance. If Jake went in now, he might get locked inside, separated from his friends forever. Cecil's voice had an edge of urgency and Jake paused, finally realizing the risk. With a heavy sigh, Jake agreed. Cecil had a point. As tempting as it was to explore the unknown, he couldn't afford to lose sight of his real objective. Turning away from the barrier, Jake said that finding his friends came first. If he succeeded in that, maybe he could return to investigate the strange phenomenon later. Still, even as they left the shimmering wall behind, Jake couldn't stop thinking about it. He admitted that he couldn't wait to discover what was on the other side. Soon, they stumbled across a new sight, one that filled Jake with both surprise and a bit of cautious hope. Up ahead, partially hidden by trees and foliage, was a small base. Jake suspected immediately that it could be Richard's camp, and his instincts were right. Cecil, struggling to make out the details from their vantage point, admitted he was impressed that Jake could tell what he was looking at. He couldn't see much at all. But Jake explained that there wasn't anything particularly unusual going on. Just people moving through their morning routines, setting up for the day. It looked ordinary. Calm, he pointed out the cabins, noting their solid structure. Whoever built them had done a good job. Then his eyes were drawn to something specific. There was a blacksmith, and nearby, someone caught his attention. Jake's breath caught for a moment. He whispered an exclamation, and Cecil quickly asked what was going on. Jake was referring to a woman sitting at a table, chatting with several others. It was Joanna. He recognized her instantly. But something was different. Her leg was back. Joanna had lost that leg during the first night of the tutorial. She'd been ambushed, and Jake hadn't been able to get there in time to save her. That failure had stuck with him. But now, seeing her not only alive but fully healed, it sparked something in him. Relief, maybe even joy. Jake smiled, explaining to Cecil who she was and how they'd met. He guessed that Caroline must have found a way to heal her, maybe through magic or perhaps a rare item. Whatever it was, it worked, and that gave Jake hope. If Joanna was alive and doing well, maybe the others were too. Cecil noticed the change in Jake's expression and commented on how happy he suddenly looked. Jake admitted that it was just good to see a familiar face again. One that hadn't been twisted by nightmares or clouded by guilt. He reminded himself that he still needed to find Adam though. That was the priority. Meanwhile, somewhere inside one of the cabins in the camp, Adam was just waking up. He lay next to a red-haired woman, the priestess healer Caroline, and chose not to disturb her. As he quietly rose, he glanced through his notifications. There it was. A reminder that only 25 days remained until this tutorial came to an end. Just 25 days until things could return to normal, or at least some version of it. He let the thought settle in for a moment before focusing on his plans for the day. Adam remembered he had a hunt coming up soon, but before that, he needed to stop by the smith. He got dressed and stepped outside, expecting a quiet morning. Instead, he was greeted by a scene already in full motion. The camp was alive with activity. People moved quickly, preparing supplies, coordinating jobs, and talking in small groups. Adam realized he had overslept more than he thought. Still, he hoped things would run smoothly. Then something unexpected happened. A sharp sound cut through the air. An arrow flew straight toward him. Adam flinched slightly, instinctively bracing for impact, but the arrow hit the ground just in front of him. He looked down, puzzled, and noticed a scroll tied to the shaft. Cautiously, he picked it up, unrolling the scroll and reading its contents. His eyes widened slightly with surprise. It was a letter from Jake, not containing any platitudes or greetings but going straight to the point. Jake was asking to meet him. Chapter 37 opened with a swarm of huge bats screeching loudly as they dove towards someone in the forest. That someone was William. Without hesitation, he charged back at them, gripping his new weapon tightly and roaring fiercely. He moved fast and precise, slicing through one bat cleanly, then stabbing another right in its body. The last bat didn't stand a chance. William tore it apart with swift, brutal strikes. When it was over, he stood among the shattered stone forms of the bats, their broken bodies stained with dark blood. He thought about how he'd spent the entire morning hunting these beasts, using the time to test and sharpen his skills. A smile crossed his face. This was what life was supposed to feel like. Full of action and power. As he walked back toward the camp, still covered in blood and still smiling, he reflected on how different he felt now. In the past he'd have washed up before returning to the camp, trying to hide the mess. But now, partnered with Richard, he didn't see the need. He didn't care if he looked frightening. The Knave Kid act was gone, and no one bought it anymore. And honestly, with the power he had now, no one could challenge him. Then William noticed something odd. Where was everyone? The camp was usually more crowded at this time of day. He spotted a group of people crowded outside one of the cabins and peering through the windows. It was Caroline's cabin. He guessed something important must be happening, but shrugged it off. He wasn't about to pretend he cared anymore. If it was truly serious, Richard would have told him. The scene shifted inside the cabin. Jake's friends were gathered there in a tense meeting with Richard, who demanded to know what was going on. Bertram, angry and blunt, said someone had attacked Adam that morning. But Adam corrected him, explaining it wasn't an attack, it was a message. Richard asked who it was from. Adam told them it was Jake who wanted to meet him. Richard asked to see the notes. Reading the message, he joked a little, saying Jake was a man of few words and that it felt like a trap was being set. Adam disagreed. If Jake really wanted him dead, he said, the arrow would have been aimed at his neck. This might be a chance for peace, a negotiation instead of violence. Richard scoffed at the idea, clearly skeptical. Adam pressed on, suggesting maybe Jake had found out about their alliance with Hayden and thought they planned to hunt him down. If that was true, it made sense Jake wanted to talk. Richard corrected him, saying they were the ones hunting Jake, and he believed Jake wanted to strike first. Joanna, looking overwhelmed by the tension, asked if it really had to come to a fight. She said the violence was breaking her heart. Richard spat back that the violence had started with Jake, and they were only reacting. Joanna shook her head, disagreeing. She said she didn't know Jake well, but she didn't think he was a bad person. She remembered the first night of the tutorial, when she was attacked. Jake had tried to save her. Caroline wasn't convinced. She suggested maybe Jake wasn't trying to save Joanna, but was instead chasing the thrill of a fight. At that moment, Richard decided they needed privacy. He told Joanna and Bertram to leave the cabin. He wanted to keep the conversation just between himself, Caroline, and Adam. Bertram called out to Adam, but Adam nodded in agreement, saying he'd update the others as soon as possible. Once Joanna and Bertram had left, Richard turned sharply to Caroline and Adam. In order to get straight to the point and avoid a back-and-forth conversation, like the one they just had while Bertram and Joanna were here, he told them to stop the nonsense before they even started. Jake might be their friend, sure, but Richard wasn't about to risk losing his best healer, Caroline, because of this reckless plan. Adam suggested that Richard should just let him go alone, but Caroline was quick to say no. As Adam tried to protest, Caroline stood firm, insisting that if Adam went, she was going with him. Richard's frustration boiled over. He asked if they seriously expected him to let both of them walk off into what was likely a deadly trap. He reminded Adam that while he might be a fine role model for their people, he was no killer. How was he supposed to handle someone like Jake, who could take out entire teams single-handedly? Adam was calm but resolute. He told Richard that he didn't plan on fighting Jake. The meeting would be set near their base, and if things went wrong, they'd run. No need for confrontation. Richard pressed further, demanding to know why Adam was so determined to put his life on the line for a coworker. Adam replied that Richard didn't truly know Jake like he did. Adam had stayed here, followed Richard's orders for a long time, and now all he was asking was for Richard's trust. Just this once. But Richard refused. He grabbed Adam's arm roughly, saying he had no way of knowing if Adam had been secretly working with Jake all along. Who was to say Jake wasn't an enemy in disguise? This accusation stung, and Adam's anger flared in response. To cool the rising tension, Caroline stepped between them, breaking up the confrontation and urging them both to calm down. Turning to an angry Adam, she told him to go talk to Bertram and Joanna, and that she would handle things from here. Adam, still angry, dismissed the whole thing and left. Outside the cabin, Bertram asked how it went. And Adam didn't sugarcoat the situation, he said it went very badly. But no matter what Richard said, he was going anyway. Bertram put a reassuring hand on Adam's shoulder and admitted, though reluctantly, that he agreed with Richard. Adam shouldn't be wandering out into the forest to meet Jake. Adam, however, refused to back down. He reminded Bertram that they'd known Jake for years and asked if Bertram really thought Jake would hurt them. Bertram urged caution. Maybe they didn't know Jake as well as they thought. After all, they had seen what Jake did on the first night, and since then, he'd killed a dozen of Richard's men. Still, Adam couldn't accept it. He asked Bertram directly if he trusted him. Bertram said, always. Adam then asked Bertram to trust him in this situation as well, trust that Jake was innocent, and that the war had nothing to do with him. Just then, Caroline emerged from the cabin, smiling. She told them that although it took some yelling, Richard had finally agreed to let them go see Jake. Adam was surprised and asked how she managed it. Caroline laughed and said it wasn't easy. When you're the only good healer in camp, you hold a trump card. She told Adam that if Richard didn't let them go, she was ready to leave the camp herself. Adam's surprise deepened at her words. Caroline simply held him and said that, although she disagreed with Jake a lot, she didn't think he'd kill them without reason. And since it seemed important to him, it was important to her too. Now smiling, Adam thanked her. She hugged him tightly and told him she was with him till the very end. On the other side of the cabin door, Richard watched Caroline and Adam with a strained glare, his anger barely contained at the sight of their determination. We begin deep in the woods, where Jake carefully reviews the surrounding landmarks to confirm that he's in the right place. He spots a large boulder, a small river trickling by, and a cut-down tree stump. These familiar features match what he remembers, and with an agreement to himself, Jake concludes this is the spot where his former co-workers and teammates agreed to meet him. Standing nearby, Cecil looks around and wonders aloud why Jake's old friends would pick this particular location. Jake takes a moment to consider the reasoning behind it. He figures the location's close proximity to their camp might be intentional. If it's nearby, it could mean they're afraid of navigating too far into the forest. Or, more concerning, it could mean they suspect Jake might attack and want to ensure they have a short path back in case they need to retreat quickly. The thought lingers in his mind, unsettled. Cecil, picking up on Jake's negative assumptions, lightly scolds him for being so pessimistic. He urges Jake to try seeing things from a more hopeful perspective, but Jake isn't entirely convinced. He admits that while he still trusts Adam and Casper, they've spent a whole month under Richard's leadership. That's a lot of time for Richard to influence their views, and Jake knows it. A month is enough for people to change. Enough time for them to be persuaded, manipulated, or simply swayed by the wrong crowd. He doesn't know for sure what kind of person they've become during his absence. Jake then brings up the possibility that others in the group might have also taken William's side. He doesn't mention names, but it's clear he's no longer certain about where anyone stands. Cecil hopes that's not the case and brings up William directly, calling him deranged. Jake agrees and adds that William's not just unstable, he's also dangerous. As Jake continues preparing for the meeting, he sits down to sharpen his arrows, fully aware that things could go wrong. He's not planning on starting anything, but he's not walking in unprepared either. Glancing over at Cecil, Jake tells him maybe it's better if he stays inside the necklace during the meeting. He doesn't know how things will unfold, and if a fight does break out, he won't be able to keep Cecil safe out here. Cecil, although disappointed, understands. He sighs, tells Jake not to die out there, and reminds him how annoying it is being stuck in the necklace for too long. They share a brief, familiar fist bump, an unspoken promise to make it out of this, and then Jake activates the necklace, putting Cecil away. The scene then shifts to Adam and his group, consisting of Caroline and Bertram, as they carefully navigate through the forest. Bertram, still uneasy, rests his hand on the hilt of his sword. He asks Adam what exactly the plan is. Adam immediately notices Bertram's posture, and tells him to ease up. If he walks in like he's ready for a fight, that's exactly what might happen. Bertram nods and apologizes, admitting he's just a little tense. Adam reassures him, saying it's fine, but insists again that he'll handle the talking. Adam explains that the goal here is simple: keep things peaceful. No drawing swords. No spells, just words. He plans to lead the conversation, speak calmly, and try to maintain a friendly atmosphere. He doesn't want to escalate anything. Eventually, they arrive at the designated spot. Adam catches sight of someone waiting ahead and quickly identifies him. It's Jake. He tells the others that Jake's already there. He steps forward, calling out to him. Jake turns as he sees them approaching and smiles as he responds, happy that they had made it to the meeting site, honoring their agreement. Adam apologizes for the delay, and as they close the distance, he comments on Jake's appearance, saying he looks different. Jake looks like he's bulked up. Jake chuckles and says he's been getting a lot of exercise lately. Adam looks closer and thinks to himself that even though Jake has gained some muscle, he's still got that familiar nervous energy. Despite everything, this is still the same Jake he remembers. Trying to keep things light, Adam asks how Jake's been holding up. Jake responds with a short, "I'm fine." But the rest of the group stays quiet. Sensing the awkward silence, Jake then asks how they've been. Adam answers that they're doing great, but it's clear there's some tension in the air. Caroline, standing silently in the background, notices it too. She wonders why everyone's acting so strange. From the outside, this should be a reunion between old friends, but something about the mood feels off. Eventually, Adam asks Jake to explain why he called them out here. Jake answers plainly, getting to the point. He tells them about his encounters in the forest. He tells them about how he has been ambushed by people who seem to think he's responsible for something he knows nothing about. Something serious. The way they acted made it clear they thought he was guilty. Jake doesn't yet understand all the details, but he knows enough to realize that someone has framed him. This meeting is his attempt to clear the air before more damage is done. Adam begins to speak, but before he can get far, Caroline suddenly steps forward, her tone sharp and direct. She cuts through the tension and demands to know how many people Jake has killed since they last saw him. The question catches everyone off guard. Adam quickly tries to rein her in, attempting to keep the mood under control, but Caroline doesn't back down. She insists Jake answer, unwilling to let the issue slide. In response, Jake doesn't dodge the question. He admits he's taken several lives since they separated. He admits that he has had 3 different encounters that resulted in combat. But even with those incidents, he says it couldn't possibly be enough to start a war. He sounds certain. A skeptical Bertram isn't entirely convinced, though, and presses Jake further, saying he would know if Jake was lying. Jake's tone shifts, becoming more defensive. He explains that he was never the one to start those fights. Every time he only responded in self-defense. While the exchange unfolds, Caroline begins to think. Internally, she reflects on how different Jake seems from the image they'd been given. William had described someone dangerous and volatile, someone who was an unhinged threat. But standing here now, Jake feels nothing like the monster she was expecting. There's a clear contrast between what they were told and what she's seeing. Adam, hoping to cut through the confusion, tells the others that this is what he's been trying to say all along. He insists Jake didn't start anything. In his view, William must have lied to them. That's the only explanation that fits. Jake, hearing William's name come up, immediately focuses on that. He wants to know if they heard about him from William. Adam confirms that they did. Jake then warns them about what really happened. How William tried to ambush him when he came out to meet them. He tells them not to trust him. There's something wrong with William, and Jake is sure he's working towards something malicious. Adam nods, saying that he's suspected as much for a while. With everything adding up, he's starting to believe that Casper's death may not have been what it seemed. In fact, he now thinks William was the one who killed Casper. This news comes as a shock to Jake. Up to this point, he didn't even know that Casper was supposedly dead. Bertram confirms it with a grim nod, surprised that Jake wasn't aware. Jake explains that he had been checking the system notifications, trying to track the number of survivors. He had been monitoring the numbers, always wondering who might have died, but never knowing for sure. When he spotted Joanna during one of his scouting missions near their camp, he was overwhelmed with joy. Seeing her alive made him believe that maybe all of them had made it. He never even considered that the one to fall would be Casper. As this realization hits him, Jake's voice falters and he begins to cry. It's a raw, quiet moment. Adam notices and asks if he's okay. Jake says he is, but it's clear the news has taken a heavy toll. He wasn't prepared for this. Caroline, standing nearby with a hand to her face, mutters that this was a mistake. She says they never should have come. Her mood has shifted completely. Adam, noticing her reaction, asks what's wrong. Caroline tells him they should have just stayed in camp. But now, it was too late. Now they've stepped into something they can't undo. Right then, something shifts in the atmosphere. Jake freezes for a moment, eyes narrowing. He senses something, or someone nearby. There's movement in the bushes, soft rustling that stands out in the silence. Jake quickly grabs one of his arrows and points it toward the source. Whoever it is, he knows they're there, and he's not taking any chances. Adam, caught off guard by Jake's sudden change in focus, asks what he's doing. But Jake doesn't answer. His eyes stay fixed on the brush, steady and alert. The tension spikes. A moment later, the rustling stops. Realizing there's no use hiding anymore, someone steps out from behind the trees. It's Richard. He walks into the open with a confident, casual demeanor, as if the whole scene amuses him. He compliments Jake on his perceptiveness, then pauses to strike a relaxed pose, almost mockingly. With a smug expression, he makes a comment about how nice it is to see Jake again, like they're old friends catching up. With his bow still drawn, Jake watches as Richard steps out from the bushes. The sudden appearance sets off alarm bells in his mind. He immediately turns to Adam, furious. The timing is too convenient, too suspicious. Jake jumps to the conclusion that Adam was in on it, that he brought him out here just to set him up. Adam quickly tries to defend himself. He insists he had nothing to do with it. And surprisingly, Richard confirms Adam's innocence. He admits that Adam was left in the dark and offers a half-hearted apology, though it's clear he doesn't feel much remorse. He tells Adam that if he had told him about the plan, he would have hesitated, gotten soft, and possibly ruined everything. Adam, now betrayed by someone else he trusted, turns sharply to Caroline. His voice rises as he demands to know if she knew what was going on. Caroline looks guilt-ridden and admits that she did. Her eyes drop as she quietly apologizes. Adam's frustration only grows. He asks her how she could lie to him, how she could go along with something like this. Caroline tries to explain. She says that if Adam had heard what she'd been told, stories about Jake being a threat and a monster, he would have doubted him too. But Adam doesn't accept that. He cuts her off, telling her that he did hear those same stories. and yet, despite everything, he chose to trust Jake. He had faith in his own judgment and asks why she couldn't do the same. With nothing left to say, Caroline lowers her head, ashamed. Then Richard takes center stage again. With a sly smile, he tells Jake to come with him so they can clear everything up. If Jake really hadn't attacked anyone, Richard says, they could let it all go. Act like none of it ever happened. But Jake doesn't move. He doesn't lower his bow. He doesn't believe a word of it. Richard keeps talking, even bringing up the time Jake killed his archer. He says he's willing to forgive even that, just to smooth things over. But Jake isn't convinced. Beneath Richard's casual words, Jake can feel the weight of something much darker. That hidden killing intent, he senses it clearly. Jake knows Richard is lying. This isn't a peace offering. It's a trap. Still aiming, Jake tells Richard that if he really wants to talk, he needs to tell his men to back off first. That's the only way. Adam turns at that moment, confused. He hadn't seen anyone else. But then the rustling starts again. Figures emerge slowly from the woods, dozens of them. From every direction, Hayden and his men appear, surrounding the clearing. Adam is stunned. Hayden walks forward confidently, complimenting Jake's senses. Despite Jake noticing something was off, Hayden still managed to sneak in with a full team. Now standing beside Richard, Hayden is formally introduced to Jake. Richard says they're working together on this plan, this coordinated effort to capture Jake. Adam can't believe what he's hearing. He speaks up, saying he never agreed to anything like this. He thought they were here to talk, not ambush. But the truth is now unavoidable. This was a setup from the beginning. Jake activates his perception skill. His senses stretch outward, and he quickly realizes just how surrounded he really is. They've covered every angle. This frustrates him deeply. He thinks he should have noticed earlier. He's angry with himself for letting this many enemies sneak up on him despite all his training and heightened awareness. Then Richard raises his sword and points it directly at Jake. He tells him there are only two options: come with him peacefully or die where he stands. The ultimatum hangs heavy in the air. Jake clenches his jaw. He's still holding his bow, but he's outnumbered and unsure of how to proceed. Then Hayden, growing impatient, acts. He raises his hands and casts a powerful fire spell. A massive fireball hurtles toward Jake. There's no time to think. Jake reacts on instinct, leaping into the air just before the fireball explodes at his feet. The blast sends shockwaves through the clearing. As he lands, Jake retaliates, loosing an arrow toward Hayden. But the mage is ready. He conjures a shimmering energy shield just in time, blocking the shot. Realizing this is no longer a standoff, Richard gives orders to his warriors, telling them to stay back and not interfere. Hayden issues his own command to the mages: keep Jake pinned, limit his movement. The mages respond in unison, channeling their spells together. In a matter of moments, the ground beneath Jake begins to crack and buckle. Hayden, determined not to let Jake slip away, prepares another spell and hurls a fireball straight at him. Jake vanishes just in time, using his skill, Shadow Vault. To those watching, it appears as if he teleported, disappearing into thin air. In reality, he's leapt through the shadows and reappears on a nearby tree stump. But his moment of relief is short-lived. The enemies quickly spot him and fire again without hesitation, not giving him any time to breathe. From the sidelines, Adam watches Jake struggle against the relentless barrage. Unable to take it anymore, he approaches Richard and demands that he call off the attack. Adam insists that Jake isn't the killer, that this isn't justice. But Richard doesn't budge. He coldly responds that Jake had his opportunity to surrender, and now this is the only way forward. Frustrated and desperate, Adam turns to Caroline and pleads with her to intervene. The onslaught hasn't stopped, and Jake is going to be killed if no one acts. But Caroline yells back that there's nothing she can do. The situation has spun out of control, and it's beyond her power to stop the advancing wave of violence. The leaders double down. They order their soldiers and mages to maintain the pressure. They instruct them to keep firing, to give Jake no time to think, no moment to recover. Arrows, magical weapons, and explosive spells rain down on him from every direction. Hayden adds to the chaos by powering up another fireball, yelling for everyone to unleash everything they've got. Richard raises his voice as well, shouting the order to kill Jake on the spot. Inside the necklace, Cecil watches helplessly. Alarmed by what he's seeing, he begins to panic. He pleads silently for Jake to escape somehow. His concern grows with every blast and every arrow that comes dangerously close to hitting its mark. Jake, crouched and breathing heavily, begins to feel the impact of the attacks. Small bruises cover his arms and shoulders, signs of glancing blows and near misses. But he knows he won't be able to avoid all of them for long. He's overwhelmed. Internally, he concludes that one of the enemy mages must be interfering with his Shadow Vault skill. Something is preventing him from using it again, and without it, his mobility is crippled. He looks around and realizes the circle is closing in. The archers have repositioned, cutting off his retreat. Thick, magical vines erupt from the ground and wrap around his limbs. They tighten quickly, binding him in place and leaving him vulnerable. Jake curses internally as his muscles strain against the magical restraints. He sees Richard give another command. The archers take aim and fire. There's no time to dodge. One arrow pierces his shoulder with brutal force, and another slams into his leg. Blood gushes from the wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Pain explodes across his body as he falls to one knee, still restrained by the vines. His attackers declare they've got him. The trap has worked. He's pinned, wounded, and surrounded. Jake growls through clenched teeth, demanding to be released, but his voice is weak compared to the overwhelming force bearing down on him. Richard steps forward slowly, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands. The look on his face is one of grim satisfaction. He's ready to end it. Adam, horrified at what's about to happen, yells in protest. This wasn't supposed to be an execution. Inside the necklace, Cecil covers his eyes. He can't bear to witness what's coming. The fear in his voice is clear as he mutters that they're going to kill Jake. Jake, now kneeling in the dirt, his head bowed and his teeth gnashing from the pain, knows he's seconds away from death. His body trembles, blood soaking through his clothes. He doesn't look up. He doesn't speak. Standing tall in front of him, Richard raises his sword high into the air, preparing for the final blow. He declares that it's over and that Jake would die. As Richard stood over Jake, his blade raised and positioned to deliver the fatal strike, Jake's breathing turned frantic. Each huff was filled with despair and the quiet acceptance that this might truly be the end. His body trembled beneath the weight of pain and betrayal. He thought of everything he'd been through, all the battles he'd survived, the beasts he'd slain, the trials he'd overcome. Yet now, with all his strength and skill, he found himself powerless in the face of betrayal. Despite enduring all manner of hardships, it was the betrayal of those closest to him that seemed to be his undoing. Across the battlefield, Adam tried to rush forward, visibly torn and desperate to intervene. But Caroline held him back tightly, likely trying to protect him even if it meant letting Jake suffer. Adam struggled, but she wouldn't let go. In the center of it all, Jake's thoughts turned to Cecil. Quietly, almost as if resigned to fate, he apologized to his companion, hoping that someday, someone would find the necklace and release Cecil from it. Jake was certain that his time was up. Then, just as Jake's eyes closed in grim surrender, something unexpected happened. A notification materialized before him. It declared that his bloodline ability had been upgraded to something called Moment of the Primal Hunter. Jake's eyes flew open in shock. Confusion was quickly replaced by instinct. His heart pounded faster. Something deep within him stirred, primal and overwhelming. His body, beaten and bruised, began to react. Even as Richard's blade descended toward him, Jake felt time itself stretch. That final moment, the heartbeat before the sword would have ended his life, seemed to last forever. In that elongated second, Jake became hyper-aware. He could sense every thread of mana in the air around him, like an invisible current flowing into his very core. It felt as though something inside his stomach was filling, a growing surge of pressure and power that demanded to be released. His body tensed. He couldn't contain it any longer. With a roar that echoed through the forest like a shockwave, Jake unleashed all of it at once. The magical vines that had restrained him snapped like twigs under the force of his eruption. A burst of raw energy exploded outward from his body, blasting everything and everyone around him. Enemies were thrown backward like ragdolls. Even Richard, who had been right above him, was hurled through the air and landed hard against the ground with a heavy thud. Jake's roar didn't stop there. The power that had welled up inside him continued to pour from his mouth as a concussive force. Shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, shaking the trees and the earth alike. Everyone nearby was forced to shield themselves from the overwhelming force. Richard, sprawled on the ground and bruised from the impact, struggled to make sense of what had just happened. He stared in disbelief, trying to comprehend the sheer scale of Jake's transformation. At the same time, Hayden stood in astonishment, unable to identify what kind of magic Jake had just used. Nothing they'd seen before resembled this surge of raw, primal energy. In the aftermath, Jake stood tall, completely changed. He ripped off the last remnants of his binds, his posture now menacing and wild. His breathing was heavy, but his stance was unshaken. There was no hesitation in his eyes, just raw instinct and fury. He looked nothing like the Jake they had known. To Adam, the transformation was shocking. He stood frozen, watching his friend become something entirely different, something untamed. Caroline, watching from the sidelines, could only stare in horror. The rumors she had once heard suddenly felt real. Everything the people had said, the stories of Jake's monstrous bloodlust, now seemed true. The man standing before them wasn't just Jake, he was something else, something terrifying. In her eyes he had indeed become the monster they feared. Richard, now getting back to his feet, winced slightly from the injuries the blast had left. But he wasn't ready to back down. Trying to rally his men, he barked out an order. He told them not to be afraid and that Jake couldn't possibly defeat all of them. At Richard's command, the army surged forward, their war cries echoing through the clearing as they charged at Jake like a flood of steel and fury. shields raised, weapons drawn, and magic ready. They moved as a coordinated unit determined to overwhelm their target. But Jake stood firm. Without hesitation, he pulled out his twin blades and inhaled deeply, centering himself in the chaos. Then, in one fluid motion, he dashed toward the oncoming wave, slicing into the front lines with a lethal rhythm. His blades moved with such precision and speed that bodies dropped before they even realized they'd been struck. Richard, quickly catching on to Jake's tactic, shouted for his men to form a line and hold position. The soldiers obeyed, raising their shields in a tight formation to block Jake's advance and contain him. Jake reacted instantly. Leaping into the air, he had reached into his necklace and hurled several glass vials down at the shield wall. The vials shattered on impact, releasing a vile purplish liquid as necrotic poison splashed across their front lines. Screams followed the sizzle of the poison immediately. The substance burned through their clothes then flesh, stripping it down to bone in mere moments. The formation broke, panicked soldiers stumbling back as the toxic substance spread on their bodies. From a distance, Adam watched, stunned. He struggled to process what he was witnessing. Jake, single-handedly cutting through their forces, unstoppable in his assault. The disbelief in his words were clear as he uttered that no one seemed capable of stopping him. Hayden overheard, and his response came with a sharp edge of pride. He muttered that they'd soon find out the truth of that, and with grim resolve he stepped forward. As he moved, his eyes lit up with focused intent, and he finally activated a spell he had been keeping in reserve. In an instant, fiery wings burst from Hayden's back, bright and blazing, lifting him into the air like a divine executioner. Rising above the battlefield, he declared that he had no choice but to use this power. With his staff now aimed forward, he charged through the sky toward Jake, flames trailing in his wake. Jake spotted him immediately and tried to retreat. But the moment Hayden gained momentum, his speed became undeniable. He was closing the distance fast, far too fast. Jake had no choice but to throw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding Hayden's direct assault. The ground where he had been cracked under the blast of Hayden's fiery charge. Scrambling to his feet, Jake kept his eyes on his airborne attacker. He was still reeling from the realization that if he hadn't dodged, those wings alone could have taken his life. Their heat, their force, their speed, and the spear he held forward, it was a terrifying combination. Hayden turned midair, fire curling behind him, and prepared for another attack. This time, he taunted Jake, telling him there was no escape, that running was useless. He dove again with incredible speed and confidence. Internally, Jake knew he was right. There was no way he could outrun someone moving that fast. Even if he tried to stand and fight, reinforcements were undoubtedly on the way. A prolonged battle would be suicide. His only option, the only sliver of hope, was to use his shadow vault technique to escape. Jake crouched low, focusing his will. He prepared to slip into the shadows and vanish, praying that the technique would succeed this time. But before he could act, Cecil's voice rang out from within the necklace, cutting through the noise and tension. The message was the worst thing the archer could possibly hear. There was a barrier in place, and so Shadow Vault wouldn't work. Jake's heart sank. He scanned the area, searching desperately for the source. Someone was trapping him. Someone had planned this, boxed him in deliberately. And then a familiar voice came out with an apology. Jake turned toward it. Standing not far away, her hand glowing faintly with residual magic, was Caroline. Her expression was conflicted, but her resolve was clear. She told him they were too far in now, and that she couldn't let him escape. Jake's eyes widened. He froze, not from pain, but from the depth of her betrayal. He whispered her name, as if it physically hurt to say it. After everything, after defending himself, surviving the ambush, and enduring Richard's cruelty, it was Caroline who had locked the cage shut. As Caroline maintained the barrier around Jake, ensuring he remained trapped, Adam finally stepped forward, unable to remain a bystander any longer. With determined strides he approached her, calling out her name and urging her to stop. His voice cut through the tension, and Jake, still inside the magical confines, looked on in surprise, perhaps even a little bit of gratitude surfacing amid the grim situation. Adam pressed on, telling Caroline that this didn't have to happen, that Jake didn't have to die. He walked right up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, trying to meet her gaze. He pleaded with her to look at him, to see reason. But Caroline, eyes cast downward and voice heavy with guilt, could only manage a soft, "I'm sorry." But before she could even finish, Richard struck. With cold precision, he stepped in and swung the hilt of his sword into Adam's head. The impact was brutal and immediate. Adam crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Richard, without a hint of remorse, looked at Caroline and dismissed her hesitation. He told her not to bother. Adam wouldn't have been convinced no matter what. Turning his attention back to Jake, Richard walked slowly toward the barrier, confident and composed. He commended Jake for his earlier maneuver, admitting that, for a brief moment, he'd believed Jake might actually escape. But that illusion had passed. With a twisted calmness, Richard concluded that Jake had only proven his point, that he was too dangerous to be allowed to live. and for that reason his execution was necessary. Then, without pause, he turned to Hayden and asked if he would like to carry out the sentence. Hayden, seething with rage, readily agreed. Jake, cornered and wounded, assessed his surroundings. The barrier around him left no room to dodge, no gaps to exploit. He thought to himself that if he could charge a power shot, there might be a slim chance he could shatter the barrier. But with the limited space and the speed of the attack coming, he knew it was impossible to channel for that long. Still, he wasn't finished. Reaching over his shoulder, Jake began pulling something from his back. Internally, he knew he had only one shot, one opportunity for a counterattack. He had to make it count. Hayden, fueled by grief and fury, took his position just outside the barrier. He declared that this was for his son, venom in his voice as he called Jake a murderer. He raised his weapon and prepared to execute a spell-infused strike known as Trial of Embers. A deadly charge augmented by fiery magic. With a powerful burst, Hayden launched himself forward. The spell was overwhelming in speed and force, and as Hayden barreled into the barrier, it shattered like glass under the weight of his rage. His weapon found its mark, plunging straight through Jake's chest and exiting through his back. Jake's scream rang out, raw and agonized, blood erupting from his mouth as his body was skewered. Hayden, panting with exertion and hatred, drove Jake's limp form into a tree with a violent slam. The bark cracked and Jake's blood painted the trunk, running down in crimson streaks. Standing close, Hayden stared into Jake's pained expression and sneered. He whispered coldly that he hoped Jake would die slowly. He wanted him to feel every second of it. Jake's body trembled, blood streaming down his face and torso. But then, through clenched teeth and a mouth stained red, Jake spoke. His voice was weak but sharp, laced with malicious intent. He told Hayden that if he was going to die, he'd be taking Hayden with him. Suddenly, Jake's hands locked around Hayden's body. Purple light pulsed from his palms, and within moments, Hayden began to feel it, a sizzling, burning sensation that crawled across his skin. Confused and alarmed, Hayden shouted, demanding to know what was happening. What was this burning sensation? Jake, bleeding but grinning with dark satisfaction, gave his answer. He asked Hayden, almost playfully, if he liked it. And then he revealed the truth. The searing pain was necrotic poison, something Jake had brewed long before. He told the mage that during Hayden's charge, only moments ago, he had managed to coat his hands in necrotic poison. The same potent mixture he'd prepared well before this fight had even begun. Jake admitted that thanks to his natural resistance, the poison barely affected him. But for Hayden, it would be a different story. Jake's voice dripped with menace as he told him that in a matter of seconds, the poison would be burning through his very bones. And the moment Hayden pulled away, Jake seized his opportunity. Despite the gaping wound in his chest and the agony racking his body, he reached up with both hands, grasped the magical spear still embedded in him, and roared. With a forceful, agonizing pull, he yanked the weapon free. The sound of his gruesome yet resilient roar was followed by the loud wooden clang of the staff hitting the forest floor. Hayden, now still worried about the threat, turned to Jake with contempt. He declared that Jake's escape didn't matter. Jake was too weak to continue. He had no strength left to fight. And to prove it, Hayden raised his arms and conjured a massive fireball above his head, an orb of swirling, volatile flame. He said he would end things from a distance this time. He wasn't going to get caught up in another trick involving poison. Jake, still crouched and clenching his wound, acknowledged internally how right Hayden was. He was in no condition for another fight. The hole in his chest throbbed with every breath, his strength was dwindling, and even standing fully upright felt like a distant luxury. Then Hayden hurled the fireball at him with fury, shouting for Jake to take it. But something was off. At that moment, Jake didn't flinch. Instead, a devilish grin curled at the corners of his blood-stained mouth. It was almost like he knew something they didn't. After that, the fireball struck the tree behind Jake with a thunderous impact. The explosion lit up the night, engulfing the entire trunk in a cyclone of fire. The flames devoured everything, leaving the tree nothing more than scorched ash and smoke. Hearing the blast, both Richard and Caroline sprinted toward Hayden. Caroline's eyes were wide with shock as she asked what had happened, but Hayden didn't answer at first. He was too stunned, too consumed by the pain from the poison and the uncertainty in his gut. Richard, however, was furious and impatient. He demanded answers, shouting over the crackle of flames. His voice turned desperate as he screamed to know where Jake was. "Where is his damn body?" he barked, startling even Caroline with the sheer force behind his words. That's when Hayden finally answered, breathless and shaken. He told them the truth, the terrible, unthinkable truth. Jakey, the primal hunter, had escaped. Not far from the wreckage of the battle, Jake was already moving. He staggered through the forest, one bloodied hand pressed tightly to the hole in his chest. His breathing was labored, his clothes soaked with blood, and each step left a fresh crimson mark on the ground. But still, he walked, one foot in front of the other. Internally, Jake told himself he couldn't stop now. The shadow vault had worked, but only just. It bought him distance, not safety. If he stayed in one place too long, they'd find him again. Inside the magical necklace, Cecil stirred, worried and anxious. He called out to Jake, asking if he was okay. But Jake, anticipating what Cecil might do next, immediately warned him. He told the imp to stay put. It was still far too dangerous to come out. They weren't out of this yet. And so Jake pressed on, dragging his wounded body deeper into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood with every step he took. He repeated to the imp that he shouldn't come out until he finds somewhere safe. Somewhere to recover. Until then, survival meant staying one step ahead. Richard, unwilling to let the moment slip away, barked out orders with sharp urgency. He commanded every soldier to fan out into the forest. He wanted them scouring every inch of it. No delay, no mercy. Jake couldn't have gotten far, not in his condition. The troops didn't hesitate. At Richard's word, they sprang into motion, sprinting in every direction with weapons drawn and senses sharp. As they disappeared into the forest, Richard added one more command that made his intentions clear. He told them this was likely their only chance to capture Jake, and if they found him, they were to kill him. Far ahead of them, hidden by distance but not out of danger, Jake felt the pressure tightening around him. He could feel the subtle shifts in the air, the ripple of movement that betrayed his pursuer's presence. He glanced back, his mind sharpening. It wouldn't be long before they found his trail. Inside the pocket dimension of the necklace, Cecil's voice broke through the tension. The imp told Jake to look up ahead at something he has seen. Jake turned his eyes forward, and there it was. The barrier. That strange, multicolored, flickering veil he and Cecil had noticed a while back, while searching for Richard's encampment. It stood there now like a doorway, stretching through the woods with no clear end in sight. Jake limped toward its edge, muttering to himself. He remembered the challenge dungeon from before. That dungeon had a protective field, too. One that rejected anyone beneath a certain level threshold. If this one worked the same way, then maybe, just maybe, it could act as a wall. Maybe the soldiers wouldn't be able to pass through it, and he could finally disappear from their reach. But Cecil, still watching from the safety of the necklace's inner realm, wasn't convinced. He shook his head and gave a grim reminder. If this barrier really was anything like that dungeon, then stepping into it might just lead Jake into even more danger than what he was fleeing. Jake paused at the threshold, placing a blood-stained hand against the shimmering surface. For a second, he considered. Then, with a tired but determined breath, he muttered that it was a risk he'd have to take. He had no other option if he wanted to survive. Without further hesitation, he pushed himself forward. The magic of the barrier rippled as his body passed through, piece by piece, until he was completely on the other side. Inside, the forest looked different. From within the necklace, Cecil spoke again, cautiously optimistic. He asked Jake how it felt. Could he sense anything? Jake answered softly, nothing yet. No danger. No hostile auras. Maybe, just maybe, they were safe. He let out a tired sigh and closed his eyes briefly. His entire body was trembling. Blood still leaked steadily from the wound Hayden had left, and every breath was harder than the last. But for the first time in what felt like forever, Jake whispered that he might finally have a few seconds to rest. Then, just as he thought the worst might be behind him, that fleeting moment of relief shattered. A pressure prickled at his skin, a presence. No, it was many of them. His eyes snapped open and his body tensed on instinct. Something was wrong. From the thick brush ahead, the undergrowth trembled. Then, without warning, they emerged monstrous, primal, and furious. A horde of red-scaled, yellow-eyed beasts charged into view. Jake took one look at them, at their massive claws, sharp teeth, and snarling faces, and let out a dry chuckle. Of course, he said through gritted teeth, a wary smile pulling at his cracked lips. Still smiling bitterly, Jake muttered to himself, almost amused by the absurdity of it all. What a shitty way to die. They circled around him, pacing slowly but deliberately, closing off every direction of escape as though they were herding prey. Jake, already drained and barely holding himself upright, too much blood had already left his body. His limbs were cold, his vision flickered. His body no longer even registered pain. As one of the beasts sank its teeth into his shoulder, Jake didn't cry out. The sensation was distant, almost numb. Another creature clamped onto his leg, dragging him slightly, and yet still no agony came. Instead, he found himself quietly acknowledging that this truly might be where his story ended. Then a third one lunged, claws extended, snarling as it prepared to finish him off. Still restrained by the two biting down on him, Jake could only watch as it pounced. And in that frozen moment, a bitter realization crept into his mind. His expression reflected more than pain, it showed something deeper. Disappointment, even sadness. But before the final blow could land, something unexpected happened. A voice echoed out of nowhere, deep, amused, and filled with a sardonic tone. It was the voice of the malefic viper, the ancient dragon serpent god. The entity expressed mild surprise at seeing Jake like this. Jake now stood in a new place entirely. He was no longer within the forest. The pain was gone. His bloodied, tattered form had vanished. The malefic viper sat leisurely on a floating rock, suspended by nothing at all, holding a drink in hand. With casual arrogance, the divine being made a dry remark about how rude it was for someone to barge into another's domain without so much as a warning. He sipped from his glass as though none of this were unusual, clearly amused by Jake's sudden appearance. Jake, still stunned by his abrupt shift from near death to this surreal plane, tried to piece together what had happened. Just moments ago he had been on the verge of being devoured. Now he was standing here, fully healed. He asked, still reeling, what had just taken place. In response, the serpent god toyed with his drink and gave a vague, half-serious answer. He reminded Jake of the blessing he had granted him during their previous meeting, a divine mark given not just as a boon, but as a link. That blessing, the Viper explained, created a mutual connection. They were bound together now in a strange way. Despite the gravity of the conversation, the malefic Viper remained relaxed, even amused. He confessed that he hadn't really expected Jake to just show up here unannounced. In fact, this was a first even for him. Jake asked if the Viper had summoned him, but the being clarified that while he had helped ease the process, it wasn't exactly a summoning. Jake himself had somehow triggered it, whether by instinct, desperation, or sheer willpower. It had been Jake who initiated the crossing into this divine space. Jake, still trying to make sense of his surroundings, turned to the malefic Viper and asked where exactly they were. In response, the serpent god made a grand, sweeping gesture with his arm, proudly referring to their current location as the headquarters of his order. He spoke of the place with a reverent satisfaction, describing it as magnificent. With a wry note in his tone, he even likened it to his own personal bedroom, his sanctuary, so to speak. Jake couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, joking that the Viper was certainly humble and down to earth. The comment didn't go over the divine entity's head. He understood the sarcasm and responded with a bit of self-awareness, noting that if one were ever to seek ascension to godhood, a touch of ego was practically a requirement. Then, still amused, he invited Jake to take a seat beside him. Before Jake could settle down, a sudden jolt of panic overtook him. His hands shot up to his neck as he realized the necklace was missing. With a sharp sense of urgency, he asked where it had gone, his voice filled with concern. Cecil was still inside it, at least that was the last thing he remembered. But the Viper, calm and unbothered, simply waved off the concern. He told Jake to relax, assuring him that Cecil was likely with his physical body. He explained that Jake had probably released the imp before slipping into unconsciousness. Jake, still uneasy but trying to trust the explanation, eventually sat down next to the Viper. The question still nagged at him though, so he asked what exactly the being meant by real body. Did this mean Jake wasn't actually here? The malefic Viper, casually sipping from his glass, explained the situation. Jake's condition was critical, his body teetered on the edge of death. He wasn't entirely alive in the conventional sense, but he wasn't fully dead either. He existed in a kind of liminal space, somewhere between both states. Yet Jake's primary concern wasn't for himself, it was for Cecil. He expressed his need to return, to make sure the imp wasn't in danger. But instead of acting immediately, the Viper placed a hand on Jake's shoulder, attempting to steady him with a reassuring presence. He told Jake to calm down, stressing that while his body was in the process of healing, stress would only complicate things. The more Jake panicked, the more difficult his recovery would be, especially for his soul. That last part caught Jake off guard. He didn't understand what his soul had to do with any of this. The concepts being thrown at him no longer made sense, and he said so plainly. The Viper responded with a knowing patience, explaining that the subject of karmic projections was far too complex for someone of Jake's current level, especially given the limitations of his human heritage. It wasn't an insult, just a reality. Certain things, particularly those involving the soul and higher forms of metaphysical interaction, were difficult to grasp without transcending those natural limits. As Jake absorbed this, he allowed himself to glance upward at the view surrounding them. The sky above wasn't one of clouds or sunlight. It was filled with distant stars, swirling galaxies, and cosmic beauty that painted the heavens like an astral tapestry. It truly did feel like the heart of something divine. Amid that awe-inspiring silence, the Viper continued. He explained that Jake's soul had come to this place on its own, guided by an instinctive sense of safety. Somewhere deep within Jake's subconscious, a choice had been made, one meant to preserve his life. Faced with inevitable death, some part of him recognized this domain as a place where he could survive, even if only for a while longer. It had been a risky move, the god admitted. But Jake's instincts had made the call when his conscious mind could not. Listening to this, Jake quietly reflected on how often those instincts had saved him lately. They weren't just random bursts of adrenaline, they had become something deeper, something primal. And now apparently, they had gone so far as to reach out to a god. The malefic Viper, still swirling the liquid in his glass, remarked calmly that danger had a way of sharpening one's instincts. In moments like those, survival wasn't so much a decision as it was a reflex embedded deep within the soul. Jake, still visibly uneasy despite the surreal calm of their surroundings, turned to the godlike being with the question that had been bothering him a little: when and how would he return to his real body? The Viper answered without much flair, simply stating that Jake would return naturally once his body had finished healing. There was nothing to do but wait for now and hope that no one found his body before that healing was complete. That thought struck Jake hard. The worry registered instantly on his face, his expression tightening as he asked what would happen if someone did find him. The Viper's demeanor shifted. He gave Jake a cold, direct stare and told him bluntly that it would mean instant and permanent death. No coming back. Meanwhile, in the real world, the harsh reality of that possibility played out. Just within the barrier's edge, Cecil was dragging Jake's unconscious body across the dirt. The imp grumbled angrily, voicing his frustration aloud even though Jake couldn't hear him. He reminded the motionless body that he had warned him not to enter the barrier, that it was dangerous, but as usual, nobody ever listened to the imp. As Cecil strained with the effort, he muttered sarcastically that Jake should at least be grateful for being let out of the necklace before his master had apparently dropped dead. When he had emerged, he'd found Jake already unconscious, perhaps dead for all he knew, and alone in the middle of a dinosaur-infested death zone. Surrounded and overwhelmed, Cecil had been forced to fend off the creatures himself. It hadn't been easy. The imp had used every bottle of necrotic poison he could get his tiny hands on, scattering them to repel the red, scaled beasts and keep them from tearing Jake's body apart. Somehow, the tactic had worked. Whether it was the stench or the lethal reputation of the toxin, the monsters had backed off, giving Cecil enough time to act. Now, after what must have been a painful, exhausting effort, the imp had successfully dragged Jake's limp body to a somewhat safer spot. Grumbling all the while, he claimed that Jake was lucky he'd lost so much blood, because otherwise, there was no way a tiny imp like him could have moved such a heavy load. He even added bitterly that maybe he should have left Jake out in the open after all. Maybe that's what he deserved. But the irritation faded. Cecil's voice softened, and with a heavy sigh, he admitted to himself what he didn't want to say aloud. He asked more to the body than to anyone. Who was he kidding? The truth was, he didn't know what he would do without Jake. And finally, he whispered a plea, desperate and quiet, for Jake to wake up, back in the surreal space that the malefic Viper called his bedroom. Things had taken on a different tone. The serious conversation between the two had turned into a more personal exchange. Jake scoffed at something the Viper had just proposed, declaring that it had to be the dumbest idea he'd ever heard. The Viper, completely unbothered, chuckled and told Jake to cut him some slack. He defended his idea by saying it had sounded good at the time, though his tone made it clear that hindsight had changed his opinion. Just outside the cosmic chamber, someone else had taken interest in their discussion. The hall master had her ear pressed against the door, clearly eavesdropping with great curiosity. From within, she could hear Jake joking that if the goal was to get slapped in the face, then sure, the idea made perfect sense. The hall master furrowed her brows. The casual tone of the conversation she overheard didn't match anything she expected. This was the malefic Viper, the godlike being whose presence alone could shake entire regions. Yet here he was, bantering with someone like they were long-time companions. She leaned in closer, her thoughts racing. Who in the world was in that room with him? As the hall master continued to press her ear closer to the chamber door, trying to make sense of the strangely casual conversation inside, she began to rationalize what was happening, or at least her best try at a rationalization anyway. In her mind, this had to be some kind of divine test. The malefic Viper, her god, was surely gauging her loyalty or resolve, perhaps expecting her to act in defense of his honor. Convinced now that this was a divine directive, she stiffened her posture, pushed open the door with determined urgency, and loudly proclaimed that she would defend his honor immediately, just as he wished. But the sight that met her eyes instantly shattered the momentum of her dramatic entrance. There, seated side by side in the celestial chamber the Viper had earlier referred to as his bedroom, the hall master froze, eyes wide, completely blindsided by the ordinary atmosphere she'd interrupted. The dramatic speech she'd begun fell apart in her throat. In a hurried pivot, she stammered that she wasn't going to do anything after all. Clearly, she had interrupted something important. Her tone shifted awkwardly, and the intensity with which she had opened the door now stood in comical contrast to her immediate retreat. Seeing an opportunity to ease the awkwardness, the malefic Viper made a smooth transition and formally introduced her to Jake. He turned to his guest and explained that the woman before them was named Viridia, and that she was the one responsible for overseeing the mortals in this particular region. As Jake's name passed the Viper's lips, Viridia's demeanor shifted again, but not in embarrassment this time. She recognized the name instantly. So this was Jake, the one tied to her god, the one she'd heard about. Her expression tightened slightly as her eyes began to analyze him more carefully. It made her curious, and possibly a little wary. Jake gave her a friendly greeting, waving nonchalantly and saying it was nice to meet her. That one small gesture, casual and polite, had an unexpected effect on Viridia. In a flustered rush, she bowed immediately and began apologizing profusely for interrupting. She referred to him as the Chosen One, a title that caught Jake off guard but only made the atmosphere more tense and awkward. Watching her over the top reaction, the malefic viper winced slightly, visibly affected by second-hand embarrassment. He muttered under his breath that she'd just made things a little weird. Trying to redirect the situation back to something more productive, the viper invited Viridia to sit with them. He explained that they had been discussing an important topic and her presence would be useful. The subject, as he described it, revolved around a particularly thorny matter: how to deal with someone from Jake's past, specifically, a former crush who had recently tried to kill him. He was clearly referring to Caroline. The weight of that topic pulled the conversation back into more serious territory. Jake picked it up again, expressing how he still couldn't shake the feeling that everything that had happened, the betrayal, the attack, was just one massive, stupid misunderstanding. The malefic viper wasn't having it. He cut through Jake's sentiment without sympathy, pointing out that whether it was a misunderstanding or not didn't matter. The bottom line was that Jake had almost died. He'd walked blindly into what was clearly an ambush, and that kind of mistake couldn't be brushed off. The viper emphasized that what had already happened was done, and now, Jake's focus needed to shift. His new mission should be clear: to get revenge on those who had tried to end his life. Jake began to defend himself, trying to explain that he'd only made the choices he did because he thought he could. But the viper didn't let him finish. Before he could complete the thought, the divine being reached out and placed a firm hand on Jake's shoulder. His voice was sharp now, cutting off the excuse mid-sentence. He told Jake bluntly that whatever he had thought wrong. He had been foolish. And worse, he was still too weak to afford the luxury of making those kinds of mistakes. Viridia, still seated with Jake and the malefic viper, chose that moment to speak up again. She voiced her unwavering belief in the wisdom of her divine patron. Whatever he said, whatever advice or instruction he gave, she believed it to be absolute truth. In her eyes, his words were not to be questioned. They were the correct answers by default. The malefic viper let out a long, theatrical sigh at her display of loyalty. While he clearly appreciated the sentiment, he couldn't help but make a light jab. He noted aloud that while devoted followers were nice to have, they often made for terrible conversation partners. The comment caught Viridia off guard. She blinked at him in disbelief, clearly not expecting the critique, even if it came with a smirk and a teasing undertone. Shifting gears, the viper turned his full attention back to Jake. With a serious tone, he asked him what it was that he truly desired, what he wanted deep down, at the core of his being. Jake, not entirely sure how to respond at first, gave the simplest answer that came to mind: he wanted to return to his body. He didn't want to die. That was his main concern. But the malefic viper wasn't satisfied with that. He pressed Jake to think deeper, bigger, to reach beyond the fear of death and reflect on what his heart truly longed for. Jake fell silent for a moment, reflecting. Then, with a clearer mind, he started to speak. This time, there was more weight behind his words. He said he wanted to fix the mess surrounding Adam and the others. He wanted to make sense of the betrayal and chaos. He spoke of revenge, of what Hayden did to him, driving a blade straight through his chest. He declared that he wanted to kill Richard and William, those who had played their parts in this web of deceit. But that wasn't all. His tone shifted as he clenched his fists and a different kind of desire surfaced. He admitted that he craved battle, the thrill of victory, the rush of facing strong opponents and the high that came from defeating them. He wanted more of that, again and again. He wanted to test himself against the strongest foes he could find. As he stood and looked up at the glittering expanse of stars above them, he voiced his final desire to grow stronger, endlessly stronger, until he reached a point where he could do whatever he wanted. No limits, no chains. The malefic viper smiled at that answer. He found it fitting, worthy even. He told Jake that true freedom, the kind Jake had just described, was indeed a noble goal. But he warned him that real freedom could never be achieved by someone who remained tethered to the past. Freedom came at a cost, and that cost was power. Power didn't come easy, and it didn't come cheap. The viper told Jake that he had to hunger for it, chase it relentlessly. If he truly wanted to live freely, then he had to become someone no one could betray. Not because of trust, but because betrayal would mean destruction. He had to become someone who could crush those who turned against him without hesitation, treating them like insects. He went on to say that one day, Jake would find himself standing atop a mountain of corpses, metaphorically or perhaps literally. And when that moment came, he had to make sure he was the only one left standing at the peak. That, the viper said, was what it meant to be truly free. As he delivered those words, something strange and powerful began to happen. Jake's entire form started to glow, faint at first, then more intensely, until his entire body radiated with a blue light. The energy shimmered and pulsed like his soul was preparing to return to where it belonged. Viridia's jaw dropped in awe, her eyes widened, and she exclaimed aloud what she was seeing. She called him the Chosen One, once again unable to contain her astonishment. Jake, still glowing with that ethereal light, turned to the Viper and calmly said that he thought his body was calling his soul back. The malefic Viper nodded, understanding that their time together was at its end. He told Jake it was time for their goodbye, and added that he hoped they would meet again someday. In a rare and strangely fitting gesture, the two gave each other a fist bump. Jake thanked the godlike being sincerely, telling him that their conversation had meant a lot to him. It had given him clarity, purpose, even comfort. And then, just like that, Jake's soul vanished from the chamber, pulled away toward his physical form. The room was silent for a brief moment after his departure. Then, the malefic Viper turned to Viridia and casually asked her what she thought of him. Viridia didn't hide her reaction. Her cheeks flushed a bright, unmistakable red, and she answered honestly, perhaps even impulsively. She said she thought Jake was absolutely remarkable. The next chapter begins with Jake in the cave where Cecil had dragged his unconscious body some time before. Now, Jake was awake and active, focusing on his workout. He was doing sit-ups, counting each repetition carefully in his mind as he pushed through the physical effort. Nearby, Cecil was sleeping peacefully but began to slowly wake up. As Cecil's eyes blinked open and adjusted to the dim light in the cave, he noticed Jake and for a moment wasn't sure if it was really him or just a trick of the light. Then as Cecil took a closer look, he saw Jake fully healed, looking much better than before. Jake was in the middle of his workout, clearly exerting himself with heavy breaths and visible signs of effort as he continued doing sit-ups. The sight was a surprise and relief to Cecil, who immediately realized Jake had somehow pulled through the terrible injuries he had suffered. Jake responded with a friendly greeting, smiling warmly at Cecil as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The smile showed that despite everything, Jake was in good spirits. Cecil, overwhelmed with happiness, quickly moved closer and wrapped his small frame around Jake's head in a tight embrace. Jake acknowledged this, explaining that he knew how close he had come to death and that he'd been lucky to survive the ordeal. Jake then apologized to Cecil for making him go through all that trouble, acknowledging that dragging his body all the way to this cave must have been hard work. He said he really owed Cecil one for all the effort and care Cecil had shown. Cecil reassured him that despite being frustrated and angry at first, once he realized what Jake had done, especially how Jake had freed him from the necklace before passing out, he felt deeply grateful. Cecil explained that being freed like that probably saved his life, because if Jake had died with Cecil still trapped inside the necklace, Cecil would have been stuck there forever, trapped and powerless. Cecil reflected on the significance of Jake's action, pointing out that even when Jake thought he was done for, when he thought all hope was lost, he still cared enough to release Cecil and give him a chance to live freely again. For Cecil, that was a profound gesture and a debt he felt he could never truly repay. When they bumped fists in a sign of friendship and mutual respect, Jake told Cecil not to worry about repaying anything, because that was simply what friends did for each other. The conversation then shifted slightly when Cecil brought up a different but related topic. Since they were talking about friends and loyalty, Cecil asked Jake if he wanted to discuss what had happened during the ambush. Jake was in the process of getting dressed, and he said there really wasn't much to say. He admitted he had made a mistake at the ambush but said his goal was to learn from that mistake and move forward rather than dwell on it. Cecil took some responsibility as well, admitting that he shouldn't have pushed Jake into meeting with his former friends since the idea had actually come from him. But Jake reassured Cecil that meeting with his old friends wasn't the real problem. It was something that had to happen. The true mistake was his lack of strength and power at the time. If he had been stronger and more capable, it wouldn't have mattered whether the situation was an ambush or not. He would have been able to handle it no matter what. Jake clenched his fist tightly, and with a determined look in his eyes, he told Cecil that he was done treating his training and progress like some kind of childish game. Just as he was thinking this, a blue notification window suddenly appeared in front of him, signaling that his system inbox was full. Jake hadn't checked any of his system alerts since before the meeting had turned into the dangerous ambush. So now, curious and somewhat anxious, he decided it was time to catch up on all the messages he'd missed. As he opened the inbox, he was immediately hit with a barrage of notifications, flooding the screen faster than he could read them. He exclaimed in surprise and frustration, overwhelmed by the sheer number of alerts. Then, one particular notification caught his eye, stating that he had slain a spearman of embers. This stood out because Jake didn't remember killing anyone by that name. He thought to himself that it was probably referring to Hayden, the one who had stabbed him through the chest not long ago. But that was strange because Jake knew for certain he hadn't killed Hayden. He recalled that just yesterday he had hit Hayden pretty hard by smearing that acid, like necrotic poison on him, which had caused significant damage, but surely that alone wasn't enough to kill him. Jake swiped through more of his notifications, noting with growing confusion that many of them claimed he had killed people he never actually did. The list seemed to be full of false kills, at least from his point of view. Cecile, watching this, suggested that maybe someone else must have finished off those enemies for him. Jake's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger crossed his face as he guessed that it was probably Richard. His mind raced, putting pieces together. Gritting his teeth, he thought about how Richard had likely used him as a pawn in his own games, using Jake to weaken their mutual enemies so Richard could gain an advantage. Jake cursed Richard quietly, calling him a bastard for manipulating the situation and taking credit for kills that were not his own. The thought of being used this way stung deeply. Trying to ease the tension, Cecil shrugged and pointed out that at least Jake had gotten some experience points for participating, even if only a little, in killing those enemies. It wasn't nothing, and every bit of experience would help him grow stronger. Then, something unusual happened. Instead of the usual blue notification window, a bright yellow notification suddenly appeared, shining with a brilliance that caught both Jake and Cecil off guard. The light was much more vivid and intense, and they both stared at it in stunned silence. Jake wondered out loud what a class evolution might be, while Cecil speculated that if it looked that shiny and impressive, it was probably something special. Shortly after, another blue notification appeared. This one praised Jake's skills, commending everything he had done so far, facing dangerous foes, fighting with determination, and showing strong ambition. The message then asked Jake if he would like to begin the evolution process now. Without hesitation, Jake accepted. He knew this was exactly what he needed. If he was going to survive what lay ahead, he had to become stronger, and this evolution seemed like the perfect opportunity to do just that. After he accepted, a new window appeared, congratulating him for evolving his class. It told him that he had reached level 25 and his new class name was Ambitious Hunter. Jake liked the sound of that immediately. The name fit well with his mindset and goals. Then, a detailed description notification popped up, explaining everything he needed to know about the new class. William silently watching the blacksmith at work. He stands nearby, lost in thought, wondering just how long he's been standing there. The blacksmith is hard at work, hammering iron, reshaping it with precision. William doesn't know how much time has passed. For all he knows, it could have been hours. But to him, it has only felt like seconds. Each movement of the hammer, each motion of the blacksmith's hand, draws him in deeper. He's completely mesmerized. As the rhythmic clanging continues, William's attention sharpens. Internally, he begins to recognize what he's witnessing, not just metalwork, but craftsmanship on a level he hasn't seen before. The armor being forged before him is, in his eyes, more carefully crafted than anything he's encountered. And even though the rest of the camp is making preparations for their upcoming assault on Hayden's position, William remains still, fixated on the task at hand in front of him. Elsewhere, we're briefly shown what the others are up to. Richard is gathering the men, lining them up as if for inspection. It's a soldier's formation, orderly and tense. Caroline, not far from the gathering troops, is seated before an array of medical tools and supplies, a mix of traditional remedies and magical potions, all neatly arranged and ready for use. But while they prepare for war, William remains inside the forge, captivated by the work of a master. His eyes are wide with wonder, his expression lit up as he continues to watch the blacksmith, who pours every ounce of effort into the piece he's finishing. At last, the blacksmith pauses. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he looks at William and tells him it's done. Without hesitation, he lifts the finished armor, a sleek, black and gold piece that glints faintly in the forge light, and hands it over. William receives it carefully, still caught off guard by how flawless the final product looks. He comments on how incredible it is, unable to hide his surprise. As he holds the armor, a blue system notification flashes in front of him. It gives a detailed breakdown of the item's attributes. Among the features listed, 2 enchantments stand out: expanding armor and kinetic force diffusion. The second one catches William's attention. He immediately turns to the blacksmith, asking what exactly that means. In response, the blacksmith chuckles lightly and simplifies it, saying if someone swings a heavy weapon at William while he's wearing this, he won't be turned into paste. He then offers a more technical explanation. The armor is designed to absorb and spread out incoming force across its surface. This makes it easier for someone with William's build to endure strong hits that might otherwise cripple a regular fighter. It doesn't make him indestructible, the blacksmith adds, but it does mean he can last longer in a fight than most would expect. William reacts with subtle surprise, his expression shifting slightly as he takes it all in. The blacksmith then pats him on the shoulder and asks what he thinks. William admits he's unsure how to respond. What he feels now is something unfamiliar: gratitude. And he confesses that he might be feeling it for the first time. The blacksmith acknowledges this with a nod and tells William there's one more thing. He explains that he's going to give William something important, a piece of paper containing information about the armor and what he hopes William will do with it. But he's clear it should only be opened after everything here is finished. William accepts the paper, still a bit puzzled, and asks what he means by that. The mood shifts as the blacksmith becomes more serious. Placing both hands firmly on William's shoulders, he looks him in the eye and asks for a promise. He asks that William will honor his wish to avenge his family. William doesn't hesitate. He affirms that he will. He's already said as much and he means it. The blacksmith then turns away slightly, as if what he's about to say weighs too heavily to be delivered face to face. He starts to speak about something he's kept hidden, his true identity. All this time, he's gone simply by the Smith, keeping his distance from others. But now, he says, he trusts William enough to share what he's held back. His name, he reveals, is Hermann Schmidt. His son, now deceased, was named Gunnar Schmidt. His daughter-in-law, Karen, is also gone. As he speaks their names, we're shown a glimpse of the two, a moment frozen in his memory. He adds, with quiet pain, that Karen was pregnant at the time they were killed. The weight of that revelation hits William. For a moment, even someone like him, so often detached, is visibly shaken. There's something in his expression, a flicker of genuine emotion. Then, as if making peace with his past, Hermann lifts his head. A faint magical glow begins to radiate from his body. He speaks again, asking William to carry out one final request, not exactly for vengeance, but to keep his family's memory alive. Turning his head just slightly, he tells William that no one else can do this. The glow intensifies, it becomes brighter, stronger. William instinctively raises his hand to shield his eyes as the light grows harder to look at. Confused, he begins to ask what's happening. But Hermann doesn't respond to William's question. Instead, he speaks his final words, offering a quiet farewell to the one person he had allowed himself to trust. He calls William his young friend and expresses a wish for him to find happiness in this world. He hopes that one day, William might come to understand himself. Sensing that something was wrong, William instinctively reaches forward. There's a growing tension in the air. For the first time, he calls out Hermann's real name, not the title of Smith that he had gone by all this time. But the moment is already slipping away. Without warning, Hermann collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. William is startled. His eyes widen and his breath catches. He calls out in confusion, demanding to know what just happened. He stands frozen, staring at the man's unmoving form, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. An unfamiliar feeling starts to rise in him. It unsettles him. Inside his own mind, he tries to put words to the emotion, struggling to identify it. It almost feels like fear, but not quite. It's something else. He doesn't understand it, and that only unsettles him more. Then, as he continues to stare, the blacksmith's body begins to change. The edges of his form start to break apart softly, his body dissolving little by little. Bit by bit, he begins to fade, as if his physical form is turning into light and slowly dispersing into the air. And in that moment, something happens that William never expected. Tears begin to fall from his eyes. They start slowly, but they fall all the same, and he notices it. He wipes his face, caught off guard by the reaction. Quietly, he mutters something to himself. In his mind, he begins to reflect on what all this means. A memory flickers, one from the past, from a time long before now. It was a memory tied to regret, to choices that could not be undone. But even then, William had felt nothing. He was detached, empty, untouched by guilt or sorrow. Now, though, in this quiet forge, watching the last fragments of Hermann Schmidt disappear, something is different. In the present, William admits something to himself. He always thought grief was a kind of sickness, a defect that infected people, one that had never touched him. He believed he was immune to it, incapable of such things. But as he stands there now, everything has changed. For the first time, he understands it. And strangely, that realization makes him smile. It is not a smile of joy but of recognition. He feels something, and it matters. Despite this new awareness, William pulls himself back. He clenches his fist tightly and grits his teeth. He tells himself that he cannot afford to be distracted by emotions right now. There's still a mission ahead. He looks to the ground and spots the armor he had set down earlier. His eyes focus. He rushes toward it, reaching out. As soon as he touches it, the armor begins to change. It reacts to him immediately, shifting into a liquid-like state. The dark surface softens and stretches, flowing toward his body and latching on. It moves across his form quickly, attaching itself piece by piece. He watches in surprise as it coats him, merging with his body until he is fully suited. Now completely clad in Hermann's creation, he feels its weight, its presence, and the strength it holds. There's a sense of power coursing through him, something that wasn't there before. It feels like more than just armor. It feels like a gift. Then, a system notification appears in front of his eyes. It confirms what he's experiencing. He has gained the expanded armor of Hermann Schmidt. The system explains that this piece carries the full weight of its creator's intentions. It's not just protective gear. It holds within it the hopes, the ambitions, and the goals of the man who made it. And with it comes a new ability, the legacy of Hermann Schmidt. Understanding the significance, William places his armored hand against his armored chest. He acknowledges what this means. This is not just armor. This is what remains of Herman. His legacy is now bound to William. A familiar grin returns to William's face. It's one filled with confidence, a little bit of pride, and a sense of purpose. He silently promises the fallen blacksmith that the two of them will leave their mark. He will show the world what they can accomplish now that they are one. Then, his eyes catch something else. On the ground nearby is the piece of paper Herman gave him earlier. For a moment, he had forgotten about it entirely. He reaches down and picks it up, examining it. As he looks closer, he realizes it's enchanted. It seems to contain a voice recording. Curious, he raises it to his ear and taps it gently. The moment he does, his expression shifts. His eyes widen as he listens. Whatever he hears catches him completely off guard. The message from Herman is unexpected, and William can hardly believe it. He blinks in disbelief, the corners of his mouth pulling into a faint, amused smile. Then he lets out a short laugh and, with a light chuckle, speaks under his breath. His reaction is part surprise, part admiration. There's a sense of respect in it, even if laced with playful annoyance. The blacksmith, it seems, had one final twist planned. Meanwhile, far away from the forge, another scene is unfolding. Jake is deep in the forest, standing amidst the aftermath of a battle. The ground is littered with the corpses of raptors. Their bodies are sprawled across the dirt, arrows sticking out from every angle, with blood staining the grass and leaves all around. Jake stands tall, having just finished off the last of the group. Duke nearby wipes sweat from his brow. He remarks that the hunt wasn't half bad, clearly satisfied with their results. Cecil, observing the scene, comments on Jake's growing presence. He says Jake is starting to look genuinely intimidating and admits he wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of his skills. Jade joins in the conversation, turning to Cecil. He mentions how Jake's abilities seem to be expanding rapidly. As he scrolls through his notifications, he explains that every time he levels up, he seems to unlock more techniques with his arrows. He's learning more with every fight. Curious, he opens up his status screen to check how much experience he gained from the battle. After reading the numbers, he nods to himself. He's pleased. He even entertains the idea that he might be able to raise his alchemy skill to level 50 before this entire tutorial ends. The thought brings a smile to his face. Then, the imp asks an important question. He wants to know how much time Jake has left. Jake agrees that it's something worth checking. He opens up his system again, intending to check the remaining time. But as he does, something catches his attention. The number of survivors has dropped drastically. He says that the numbers shouldn't have dropped that fast. Cecil, hearing the concern in his voice, walks over to take a look at the screen. He sees it for himself and asks what exactly is going on. Jake responds, still watching the numbers fall. The rate of decline is rapid, far too fast to be natural. Even as they stand there watching, more names vanish. The number keeps decreasing at an alarming pace. Confused and increasingly worried, Jake asks the only question that makes sense to him at that moment. He wants to know what on earth is going on. The story then shifts back several hours earlier to a different scene. Richard is standing in front of his gathered army. His troops are assembled in tight formation, waiting for his orders. Richard stands on a slightly raised area so that he can be seen and heard clearly. He begins to speak to his men with firm determination. Richard tells them to polish their armor and ready their swords. He reminds them that the bastard Hayden is already dead. His words carry a sharp edge as he refers to Hayden's forces in the past tense. He continues by saying that only one of Hayden's men remains, a lieutenant named Desmond, who Richard believes is consumed by thirst for revenge. Richard explains that they have given Hayden's forces chances to surrender, but those chances have been ignored. He asks his men if they will allow the enemy to start another war. The soldiers respond with a loud roar, shouting a unified refusal. Raising his sword high, Richard declares that tonight the battle will end for good. He urges the men to crush the enemy completely. The troops respond with fierce agreement, stomping the ground and shouting loudly to show their readiness. At that moment, a notification appears in front of Richard. It pulls his attention away briefly. The window shows his progress on a personal quest called A Leader is Born. Richard reflects to himself. After weeks of what he calls a damn tutorial, he is finally close to completing the quest. But he does not plan to settle for just the minimum. He smiles with a hint of malice, thinking ahead. Once he is done with Hayden's people, only one trouble remains, an archer named Jake. As an afterthought, his eyes glance toward William standing nearby. Richard notes silently that William no longer seems loyal. He can sense this by William's skills and attitude. Still, Richard does not see this as a real problem. His plan is to use William to destroy his enemies first. After that, he intends to put the dog down, ending William's usefulness once and for all. Richard then walks over to William and waves at him. He asks if William has seen the blacksmith around anywhere. William replies that the blacksmith is not the type to get involved in things like this. He adds that the old man cares more about his smithing work than anything else in the world. Richard shakes his head, saying it is a shame because the blacksmith's hammer would have been more useful on the battlefield than anywhere else. Richard then places a hand on William's shoulder and gives it a light squeeze. He says it is a comfort to have William here and tells him to make sure to show them what he can do. Richard ends this interaction by calling William friend, but his tone is insincere. William answers aloud with, "Of course," but inside he is angry. He thinks that Richard should keep his hands off him. Internally, William wonders who Richard thinks he is, calling him his friend. Later, all of Richard's men gather outside Hayden's camp. They stand ready to face the enemy's remaining forces. Among Richard's troops are mages, warriors, archers, and others that are all prepared for the battle ahead. On Hayden's side, now led by Desmond, the only defense is a long wooden wall with spikes. This wall has been built to keep Richard's forces from entering the camp. Some of Richard's men shout insults at Desmond, calling him a coward and demanding that he come out to fight. But Desmond remains silent, standing behind the wall without responding. Richard seems annoyed by Desmond's silence. He says that if Desmond refuses to come out, then Richard and his men will come inside. Without hesitation, Richard raises his shield and appears to charge it with magic. He then releases a strong blast from the shield aimed at the wooden barrier. The attack breaks through the wall, leaving a large hole. William, watching the scene, squints and shields his face from the blast. He thinks the attack was effective and seems somewhat impressed. Now with the wall breach, Richard calls out, demanding to know where Desmond and his troops are. Seeing he had no other choice, Desmond took his stance, ready for battle. He pointed his staff forward and prepared to unleash his power. Then, with a forceful shout, he sent a large blast of magical fire toward Richard and his troops. The fire moved like a cannonball, but carried the intense heat and destructive power of magic. Richard quickly noticed the incoming attack. Without hesitation, he looked at his men and ordered them to raise their shields. Almost instantly, a giant magical barrier formed around Richard and his troop, protecting them from the multiple beams of fire and magic flying toward them. The shield absorbed the impact and held firm, keeping the soldiers safe. Desmond was not alone. Behind him stood a group of mages, all taking the same battle, ready posed with their staffs pointed forward. At Desmond's signal, they unleashed a powerful combined magic attack aimed at Richard's forces once again. On the battlefield behind Richard, Caroline watched the situation closely. Concerned, she asked what their plan was going to be. She realized the enemy would keep attacking with spells and their magical shield could not hold forever. Richard answered simply that they would charge at the enemy. Richard then commanded his troops to advance. Despite the ongoing magical bombardment, his men ran forward toward Desmond's forces. Seeing this, Desmond ordered his troops to retreat, pulling back quickly to avoid close combat. Richard let out a light chuckle, amused by how the enemy fled. He began to say that the fight should be even easier than he expected, but he was interrupted before finishing his sentence. A large explosion suddenly erupted behind him and his men, forcing them to stagger backward. Richard turned to see what caused the blast and realized that Desmond's troops had ambushed them from behind. One of Richard's men, clearly panicked, asked what they should do now. Richard's response was loud and fierce. He pointed his sword toward the enemy and shouted that they should slaughter the attackers, letting out a powerful roar. As the battle raged on, Richard reflected on war. Steel clashed against steel, shields met swords, and weapons collided with brutal force. He thought war was a messy business. It was not about trained fighters showing off skills in neat duels. Instead, it was senseless and bloody. The scene showed one man slashing another, decapitating him with a single strike. Another warrior was riddled with arrows, falling to the ground. Richard noted that in battles like this, enemies often target the magic users first because they are more vulnerable. Next, Richard saw an archer impaled by a swordsman. He added that archers are then targeted to stop them from creating distance with their attacks. He also observed that healers like Caroline do their best to keep everyone alive. Skilled healers are always protected by their allies, and Caroline was no exception. She stood surrounded by men guarding her as she worked. Richard then moved into the fight himself, slashing at his enemies. He believed that in the end, no one shined brighter than a true warrior. After defeating an opponent, he stood over the fallen man with quiet confidence. With the battle won, Richard approached Desmond, who was kneeling on the ground, exhausted. Around them lay many bodies, riddled with wounds and covered in blood. Caroline stood nearby, watching. Richard offered Desmond a chance to give up and live, but Desmond simply smiled and told Richard to end it quickly. Richard raised his sword, smiling as he prepared to strike. Desmond bowed his head, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, the ground around Desmond began to shake and crack. Richard staggered backward, confused and wary of what was happening. A bright yellow light started to glow from Desmond. To protect Richard, Caroline activated a barrier around him, shielding him from the strange magic. She reassured Richard that she had blocked the spell and that he did not need to worry. Feeling safe behind the barrier, Richard looked at Desmond with contempt and scoffed, calling him an idiot. Then, without warning, a voice agreed with Richard. Blood suddenly splattered everywhere, including on Richard's face. He turned quickly to see what was happening. Stammering, someone called Richard's name. It was Caroline. She had been stabbed by William, who was wielding a giant spear. William impaled her and lifted her into the air with the weapon. Blood spilled from Caroline's mouth as she looked at William, silently asking why he did this. Suddenly, Caroline's body turned to stone and then collapsed to the ground with a heavy clunk. William stood over her, smiling with a cruel expression. And as if in an effort to add insult to injury, he declared that they were all idiots. After William speared Caroline, turning her into stone, her statue fell heavily to the ground. With that done, William moved on without hesitation. He let out a slight laugh as he looked down at the fallen healer's stone form. A devious grin played across his face as he remarked to himself that it was always the healer who was the first to go. Nearby, two of Richard's men who had witnessed William's brutal act immediately reacted. One of them shouted William's name in disbelief, unable to process what he had just seen. The other screamed out the cruel fact that William had just killed their healer. Before anyone else could react, another soldier charged at William from a different angle, sword raised, shouting for the others to help him take William down. William barely bothered to acknowledge them. To himself, he called the approaching soldiers minions, showing his utter disdain for these common fighters. He saw them as nothing more than henchmen, disposable and insignificant. Without hesitation, William used his magic to levitate a barrage of daggers around him. With precise control, he sent the daggers flying directly at the soldiers. The blades pierced through their bodies, tearing some in half and even decapitating one. The soldiers fell instantly, their severed bodies scattered across the battlefield. William turned his gaze toward Richard, mocking him by calling him the big boss, just as he had referred to Caroline as the healer, and the fallen soldiers as henchmen. Richard stood a short distance away, his sword resting on his shoulder. He was breathing heavily, likely exhausted from his earlier battle with Desmond and his troops. Despite his wariness, his eyes locked onto William with a mix of frustration and determination. Without warning, William charged forward, spear in hand, ready to face Richard head-on. Their weapons clashed with force, the spear meeting the sword in a battle of strength and skill. As they struggled, Richard demanded to know what William was doing. William replied coldly that he was doing something Richard should have done a long time ago. Their weapons shifted and clanged repeatedly as the fight continued. William's thoughts raced. He knew he couldn't afford to be reckless. Even with the powerful armor gifted to him by the blacksmith, Richard remained a formidable, high-level warrior. During the fight, Richard managed to graze William's cheek with his sword, a sharp reminder of the danger he faced. William realized that if he was not careful, Richard could easily overpower him in a straight fight. The two clashed again, their weapons and armor ringing loudly as they fought fiercely. Richard's anger grew, and he lashed out with words as well as blows. He called William an insolent and knave little dog, demanding to know who he thought he was. Richard reminded William that without him, he would be nothing. Hearing this, William gritted his teeth, anger rising within him. Richard continued, claiming that on the very first day of the tutorial, if he had not stepped in to stop them, others would have killed William then and there. In other words, William owed him his life. Richard accused William of fooling everyone with a false innocent, knave act he had maintained for so long. But Richard said he was the only one who ever saw William's true potential. Raising his sword high, shouting in fury, Richard swung it down at William, demanding to know if this was how William intended to repay him after everything he had done. But before the strike could land, William reacted quickly. Using his spear, he slashed at Richard's torso. Richard fell to his knees with a heavy thud, blood spilling from the wound. He clenched his teeth, struggling to stay upright. From his position above Richard, William spoke coldly, declaring that he was not Richard's dog. Standing tall with a broken, deranged smile, the same cruel expression William often wore, he held his spear firmly and warned Richard never to look down on him again. Now clearly growing desperate, Richard scooped up a handful of sand from the ground and threw it directly at William. The boy instinctively raised his hands to block it, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he wondered what exactly Richard was trying to do with such an odd and seemingly useless move. Without wasting a moment, Richard pushed himself up from the ground. Gripping his sword tightly as he charged forward, he declared firmly that he wasn't done yet. The air thickened with tension as Richard swung his sword toward William, who responded by blocking the attack with his spear. As they clashed, William found himself thinking over the strange sensation coursing through his body. He felt incredibly strong and powerful, more than he had expected. It wasn't just the new armor that was giving him this strength. There was something else, some hidden force fueling his might. He smiled inwardly, intrigued by this unknown energy stirring within him, wondering what exactly it was and what this new feeling meant. Meanwhile, Richard skidded backward across the ground from William's powerful kick. desperately trying to regain his footing. As he stopped sliding, he let out a heavy breath and muttered, "Nuff," signaling that he was tired of toying with William and was ready to end the fight once and for all. Now forced to reveal his full power, Richard discarded his cloak as if it were a burden slowing him down. He commented with a mixture of surprise and irritation that it was quite unexpected for a brat like William to have pushed him this far. Standing tall and resolute, Richard told William in no uncertain terms that he would not die here on this battlefield, certainly not at the hands of someone like him. Then, in a calculated move, Richard placed a finger to his mouth and bit down hard, drawing blood. William's eyes sharpened as he watched, realization dawning on him. He recognized the move instantly. It was something he had seen the blacksmith Herman do when gifting him the enchanted armor. Suddenly, where Richard's cloak had been, a mysteriously glowing red cape appeared, swirling behind him. The blood Richard had sacrificed to gain this power was now granting him a significant boost, just as the blacksmith's ritual had empowered William's armor. Now fully charged, Richard surged forward with renewed speed and fury, shouting for William to die. William's mind raced. He knew dodging was impossible. Richard was too fast. The spear came crashing through his chest, Richard shouting, "It's over," as the weapon pierced him. William screamed loudly, blood pouring from his mouth and dripping down his back. But despite the pain, William let out a quiet chuckle, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Blood staining his teeth, he managed to speak, praising Richard with a simple, "Not bad." The clutching Richard tightly, William added that it was too late for Richard. With a fierce cry, he activated his magic, calling out the name of his skill vortex of steel. In an instant, the fallen soldier's blades, scattered around them, began to levitate. More and more swords rose from the ground, gathering into a swirling mass, hurtling toward both combatants. Richard, having just removed the spear from his own body, stepped back cautiously. Confused, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" As the blades zoomed in, one of the swords grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Still breathing heavily, blood spattering his mouth, William declared this his ultimate move, an attack designed to kill Richard once and for all. Around them, the blades spun faster and faster, forming a tornado-like vortex. William told Richard flatly that now it was over for him. With a single, commanding word from his bloodied lips, William ordered the blades to disperse. The deadly storm tightened, slicing into Richard piece by piece. Despite his desperate attempts to block and brace for the onslaught, the damage was relentless and unstoppable. The violent vortex continued to tear through Richard, spinning around him without relent. When the attack finally ceased, the battlefield fell eerily silent. Richard knelt on the ground, his blood painting the earth beneath him in dark red. Before him stood William, tall and victorious despite his own fatal injury. The scene then zooms in on Richard's battered form, his body twisted unnaturally, one hand severed and his entire frame drenched in blood. His injuries were horrendous, one of his eyes was gone, leaving a hollow socket from which blood relentlessly poured. Through labored breaths and fading strength, his final words barely escaped his lips as he asked William, "Why?" William's lips curled into a devious smile as he lifted a hand to his face, savoring the moment before answering. Calmly at first, he declared that this was all part of his plan from the beginning, that Richard had been nothing more than a pawn in his game, just as everyone else had been. But then his voice cracked with raw anger as he screamed that Richard was responsible for the death of his friend, Herman. Blood dripping from the gaping wound in his abdomen, William's voice grew louder and more frenzied. He shouted that Herman had forged the armor he now wore, and that together they had defeated Richard. Yelling even louder, he insisted that together they had beaten them all. Be it Richard, his henchmen, Caroline, everyone. A manic laughter escaped William's lips as he continued, his words chilling and filled with vengeance. He vowed that after this, he would march straight back to the camp and slaughter every last one of them. He planned to pile their corpses high as a tribute to Herman, to prove that they had triumphed together. Suddenly, Richard's mangled body collapsed with a heavy thud onto the ground. William sank to his knees, still speaking through gritted teeth, promising to show his friends that their victory was shared. Then, his smile twisting into something more deranged, he lowered his voice to a quiet, chilling whisper. He vowed that after all of this, he would hunt down the archer and exact his revenge as well. His voice faltered as he tried to finish his sentence, saying he would show the system that he was superior to every last one of them. But life was slipping from his eyes, and moments later, he too fell heavily to the ground, succumbing to his grievous wound. Just as it seemed that William's story had reached its end, a mysterious voice broke the silence. It spoke of how curious it was that this young man had suddenly been overwhelmed by emotions he had never before experienced. The voice called it a gift, a rare gift from the system granted to someone who secretly yearned to understand others. Slowly, a figure stepped forward, revealing himself as the owner of the voice. He explained that the floodgates had been opened within William. Although William had believed his lack of emotions made him superior, It was now those very emotions that might push him to achieve extraordinary things. The figure stood directly over William's still form, and as the camera pulled back, his full appearance came into view. An older man with scattered white hair, dressed entirely in black robes and a matching cloak. He held a black cane in one hand. Stretching out his hand toward William's chest, the man seemed to channel a mysterious power, declaring that William did not yet have permission to die. Suddenly, William's heart, which had long since stopped, began to beat again. The figure's voice commanded him to rise once more, signaling yet another chapter for the psychotic warrior. The next scene starts with Adam, who begins to narrate his backstory, taking us back to when he was 16 years old. At that time, Adam had landed his first job as a tutor, helping elementary school kids with their homework every afternoon. He describes feeling more like a glorified babysitter than a teacher, sitting in classrooms, standing among the children, reading books out loud, and guiding them through their assignments. But there was one particular school Adam never liked going to. It was located in a rougher part of town, where trouble seemed to follow the kids like a shadow. On one of those days, while tutoring a boy struggling with his homework, Adam was suddenly interrupted. A girl burst into the classroom, calling his name urgently to warn him that a fight was breaking out in the hallway. Rushing over, Adam found two boys in the middle of a heated struggle. One was pinning the other to the ground, accusing him of stealing his notebook and lying about it. The boy underneath shouted for him to get off, their voices rising in anger. Trying to break them apart, Adam stepped in, shouting at them to stop. As he grabbed the boy on top, who was about to throw a punch, the boy's fist accidentally struck Adam in the eye instead. The pain was sharp, and Adam would come to expect a new bruise like this every time he went to that school. Now, we see Adam in his bathroom, staring at his reflection, the swollen black eye staring back at him. His father's voice calls from outside, asking if he's around. Adam calls back that he's in the bathroom, still tending to his injury. His father steps in, eyes immediately drawn to the dark bruise. He calls it a shiner, asking where Adam got it. Adam answers bluntly, saying it was from tutoring, the same old nonsense that never seemed to end. His father laughs it off lightly, telling Adam it could be worse and that he'd be fine. Frustrated and angry, Adam snaps at his father, yelling that he doesn't want to do this anymore. He doesn't want to work with kids and begs for a different job, asking to be given something simple like sorting mail at his father's company. Anything to get away from the bratty children who only caused him trouble. But his father doesn't let it go. He warns Adam not to speak like that. Taking a step closer, his father explains that the kids at that school have had a tough life, something Adam couldn't understand. Hesitant, Adam asks what that means. His father shakes his head and reminds him that Adam has been cared for since the day he was born. He has never wanted for anything, never had to worry about clothes or meals. The job was meant to teach Adam a lesson about life, about using the gifts he'd been given for a greater good. He tells Adam he's supposed to lead those kids, to keep them on the right path, and that this responsibility should not be taken lightly. Pointing firmly, he says Adam should become someone people can look up to, someone worthy of following. Adam's narration picks up again as we see a glimpse of that change. The next day, he pulled the two boys who had fought aside and had a serious talk with them. It wasn't easy at first, but with time, he was able to turn their rivalry into friendship. We see the boys laughing together as Adam playfully ruffles their hair. By the end of the year, every one of his students had passed. When Adam graduated, his father offered him a position at the company, but he refused. Adam wanted to find his own place in the world. He started as an intern, worked hard, and eventually became a full-time employee, then a manager. With each stage, more people began to follow him, little by little growing into the team we now recognize, including Jake, Casper, Bertram, Caroline, and Joanna. Adam concludes by reflecting that he was good with people, strong in his leadership, and that those qualities made him someone others could truly look up to. The scene shifts back to the great forest, now heavy with rain. Adam walks through the puddles, his footsteps soft but weighted. He says quietly to himself that here, in this place, he is not strong. As his gaze drifts downward, the ripples in the puddles reflect haunting images, first Casper's face, then Lyra's, then Jake's. Each reflection seems to fade into the next, like memories slipping through his fingers. Adam's voice grows heavy as he admits how hard he's tried, how desperately he's fought, yet this cruel tutorial has taken everything from him. No matter how much he fights or how loud he claims to protect them, his friends just keep disappearing. And there's a deep ache as he thinks of someone he can't protect at all, Caroline. Then, shifting from vision to harsh reality, Adam's eyes catch sight of something frozen and unmoving. He stumbles upon Caroline's body, encased in cold, lifeless stone. He kneels beside her, trembling as he reaches out to touch the rigid surface. Whispering the question that burns inside him, who did this to her? The memory flashes forward. The last time they spoke was during a fierce argument. Tears come unbidden as Adam recalls that bitter fight, and worse, how he never got the chance to say goodbye. His sorrow is interrupted by Bertram's voice calling him over urgently. Adam rises and moves quickly, following Bertram's call. As Adam approaches, his eyes fall on William's blood-stained form, lying broken on the ground. In that moment, everything clicks: the stone that holds Caroline's body, the cruel magic behind it. William was the one responsible. Rage wells up in Adam's chest, his teeth clench tight as he curses William for the death and destruction he caused. He places a hand on William's battered body and, shockingly, feels a faint but steady pulse. William is still breathing despite the grievous wounds. Bertram's question hangs in the air: what will they do now? Adam's fury explodes as he pulls his sword free with a sharp, ringing clang, shouting that he wants to kill William here and now. After all the pain William's caused, maybe ending him would be a favor to the world. Trying to steel himself, Adam mutters that William is a monster. Yes, a monster, right? But his voice wavers and his hands tremble as the weight of what he's about to do sinks in. Then, suddenly, his sword slips from his grasp, crashing to the ground. He clenches his fists, questioning why he can't go through with it. His mind screams that he should end William before he hurts anyone else, but his heart refuses to follow. Defeated, Adam sinks down to the wet earth with a heavy thud. He admits bitterly that this place has broken every person they've encountered, turning them all into killers. Yet even as tears spill down his face and his shoulders shake with sobs, he makes a vow to himself: this place will not break him. He will not lose hope. As if in answer to his resolve, a bright yellow notification suddenly appears before him, glowing softly in the rain. Adam stares at it in surprise. A class evolution is available to him. Puzzled, he moves closer to the light, trying to understand what it means. Bertram approaches, curious, asking what's happening, but Adam only keeps his eyes fixed on the notification. Suddenly, a flood of invitations begins to pour in dozens, then hundreds, even thousands, each one a summons from a different realm. Adam's bewilderment grows as he watches the notifications stack up. Bertram asks who they are from, but Adam admits he doesn't know. Still, he feels something stirring deep inside, a faint pull toward these strange offers. Scrolling through, he sees names attached to the invitations: Umbra, Yggdrasil, Artemius. Each name carries a hint of who the sender might be, a subtle signature etched into the message. Bertram asks what Adam plans to do. Adam hesitates, then wonders if this flood of invitations is exactly what he's been waiting for. A chance to make sense of the chaos and pain of the past 2 months, an opportunity to find his place in this bewildering new world. Just then, a golden notification shines brighter than the rest. It's an invitation from the Holy Mother, asking if he will accept her realm. Adam hesitates only briefly, curiosity and hope tugging at him as he confirms the acceptance. In an instant, the world around him shifts and changes. He is transported to another realm, a breathtaking city of gold floating high in the sky, shimmering like the very image of heaven itself. Looking around in awe, Adam asks aloud if this is truly heaven. Before him, a radiant figure appears, a beautiful golden goddess, her hair like spun sunlight and her robes glowing with divine light. She smiles warmly and welcomes him, the brilliance of her presence filling the space with a serene, powerful glow. A true goddess indeed. After Adam was transported to the Holy Mother's realm, he found himself standing before her, feeling an unexpected flush rise to his cheeks. The sight of the radiant figure and the grandeur of the place made his heart race uncontrollably. She asked him gently about his first impressions of her realm, whether he found it beautiful or not. Adam struggled to respond, stammering as he tried to call something beautiful, though it was unclear if he meant the realm itself, or perhaps her presence. As his reaction betrayed a mix of awe and nervousness, with a soft smile, she invited him to take a seat. She acknowledged that he must be very confused about what was happening, and first thanked him sincerely for accepting her invitation. Then, slowly, she explained that many beings from various realms had taken an interest in him. Adam, still unsure, questioned if she truly meant him, wondering why he had suddenly become the focus of such attention. The Holy Mother explained that he had first caught her eye because of his connection with William, the metal servant, and that interest had only deepened with his link to Jake, the Viper's chosen. Though Adam tried to make sense of it all, asking if this kind of meeting happened to others who experienced class evolutions. She clarified that while many had evolved, not all were summoned to a meeting like this. As she took a slow sip of her tea, she revealed that his connection with others was only part of the reason for her attention. The most important factor was something much deeper. Throughout the entire tutorial, she said, only one individual remained who had not taken a single human life. Turning her gaze toward Adam, she said that he was what she had been searching for, a merciful shepherd, a beacon of light who could bring hope to people's hearts. The weight of those words made Adam's eyes widen in surprise. He had never seen himself in that light. Confused and overwhelmed, Adam began waving his hands as if to fend off the heavy implications, apologizing repeatedly. He asked if he was being recruited into some kind of religion or a grand cause. More questions poured out, especially about the identity of the savant and the hunter she had mentioned, names that had been left vague. The Holy Mother answered carefully, saying that the servant was connected to an old friend of hers, while the hunter had roused the Viper's interest. She admitted she could no longer see the hunter clearly, likely because of interference caused by the Viper himself, but that she had been told he was a friend of Adam's. Adam's mind immediately jumped to Jake, wondering if that was who she meant. Trying to understand, Adam asked what it meant to rouse the Viper. Smiling softly, the Holy Mother explained that the malefic Viper was an ancient, nearly primordial being who had existed since the dawn of the system itself. He had secluded himself away for countless eras until the system's worlds became integrated, and she believed Adam's friend had been the one to inspire the Viper's return. Curious and cautious, Adam then inquired whether the Viper's return was a good or bad omen. She responded enigmatically that only time would reveal the truth. Then, with a soft laugh, she expressed her happiness at seeing Adam no longer moping around in that empty, lonely realm he had come from. Adam found himself thinking that her words were cryptic, her tone full of riddles and subtle meanings that he struggled to fully grasp. Summoning courage, he posed a question he felt might be a bit forward: was coming to her realm a good or bad thing? The Holy Mother observed that he seemed to care deeply about the concepts of good and bad. Ultimately, she said it depended on what he chose to do while here, but if she had to choose, she would say it was a good thing, her warm smile softening her words. Still seeking clarity, Adam asked what he was supposed to do now and why she had brought him to this place. Rising from her seat, the Holy Mother stood tall, her presence radiating power and grace. She told him she wished to offer him both a gift and a responsibility. Then, spreading her magnificent golden wings wide, she revealed the gift. It was her blessing. With those wings outstretched, glowing brilliantly, she rose into the air and reached out her hand toward Adam. She explained that the responsibility was to serve beneath her, to carry her message and spread her word throughout his universe. Adam gazed upward at her, nearly speechless, overwhelmed by the brilliance shining from her and the weight of what she was offering. As she descended to meet him, coming close enough that he felt the warmth of her presence, Adam blushed once again, unsure but captivated. He asked quietly what word she wished for him to spread. Her answer was simple and clear: to serve her, and to serve the Holy Light. The Holy Mother's words carried softly as she began to explain the core of her teachings. She spoke of hope, justice, and righteousness. As she spoke, the scene shifted briefly, revealing a glimpse of an old man patiently teaching children, passing down lessons of wisdom and guidance. It was a quiet image of learning and growth, embodying the ideal she cherished. Continuing, she added that her teachings were also grounded in fairness and love for one another. The vision changed again, this time showing a young couple sitting beneath the shade of a tree, holding each other tenderly as a simple yet powerful symbol of compassion and unity. But her message did not stop there. She spoke of the punishment of the wicked, a reminder that justice would reach those who chose a darker path. Alongside this, she emphasized the importance of self-actualization, the journey each person must take to become the best version of themselves. Adam listened carefully, absorbing each layer of her words. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind: was she God? The Holy Mother laughed softly, clearly amused by the question. She admitted that she was a god, but not the kind Adam might have heard about in stories or legends. With a gentle wave of her hand, she gestured toward the magnificent clouds, which parted to reveal a radiant path stretching out before them. She told Adam that, in time, he too could step into godhood. It wouldn't be quick or easy, it might even take many years, but if he followed her guidance, she would help set him on that path. Adam found himself reflecting deeply on what she said. It was a lot to take in, and he admitted as much quietly to himself. Just then, a golden notification appeared before him, counting down he had only 51 seconds left in her realm. The Holy Mother's tone became more urgent but still kind. Their time together was limited. She said that if he wished to join her, she would grant him a blessing and send him back to the tutorial. She stretched out her hand, the light from her wings pulsing softly as she told him she could hold him there only for so long. What would he choose? Adam, still turning her words over in his mind, nodded slowly. He said that he thought he understood now, that all this time he had been wandering aimlessly, lost because of the tutorial and everything it had done to him. But if she could guide him back to where he belonged, then he accepted. A smile broke over his face, his fists clenched tightly as he struck a determined pose. The Holy Mother smiled back warmly, nodding in approval. "Very well, my child," she said. Suddenly, Adam was lifted into the air. She flew to meet him, her wings beating with golden light. When she touched her hand gently to his head, she spoke softly, expressing her wish that he would fulfill the purpose destiny had set for him. And with that, Adam received the blessing, the greater blessing of the Holy Mother. The scene shifted abruptly back to the battlefield, where Adam had been frozen and catatonic for what seemed like an eternity. Bertram had been by his side the entire time, shaking him and shouting for him to wake up. He demanded to know what the hell had happened, growing frustrated as Adam remained unresponsive. Finally, Adam blinked and gasped, trying to shake off the lingering haze. He questioned aloud if what he had experienced, the meeting with the Holy Mother, had been nothing but hallucination. But then, a notification appeared, interrupting his doubts. His new class had just reached level 25. Realization dawned on him. It wasn't a hallucination. He had really met a god. Bertram, still incredulous, asked if it was true, and Adam simply nodded, saying he thought so. Before long, another notification appeared, this time, telling him that he had just lost a skill, called Common Strike. Soon after, a flood of notifications came in rapid succession, informing him that he was losing more and more of his old combat skills. Confused and alarmed, Adam asked why he was losing all his familiar abilities. Then, as if to balance the loss, another notification popped up, announcing that he had gained a new skill. He started to suspect that maybe the old skills were being replaced by newer, stronger ones. His suspicions proved correct when he saw yet another notification, this time declaring he had acquired a legendary skill. He paused, wondering what exactly a legendary skill entailed and how much stronger it might make him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the system, Jake was staring at his own notification window, eyes fixed on the rapidly dropping survival count. Cecil stood beside him, breaking the silence by asking if Jake was still focused on those numbers. The window showed only 49 survivors remaining. Jake's expression grew troubled as he noted that over 200 people had died within mere minutes. He realized something major must have happened. Cecil asked if he was worried. Jake admitted he was, but there was something else weighing on him. He sighed, confessing that everyone there had betrayed him except Adam. He had trusted those people, and that nearly led to his death. Determined not to make the same mistake again, Jake clenched his fist tightly. He told Cecil that now, the only thing he could do was focus on getting stronger. And with that resolve, he began moving forward, Cecil following closely behind. Jake said he was going to try to kill another beast lord. Jake receives a notification asking if he wants to enter a dungeon. He agrees, and suddenly he is transported inside. However, what he sees surprises him. It does not feel like a traditional dungeon at all. Instead, the place looks like a wide forest filled with small ponds of shimmering water and lush, vibrant vegetation. Jake expresses surprise at the scene. He had expected some dark, damp cave or something similar. Instead, he is surrounded by beautiful plants, sparkling ponds, and peaceful animals. He calls the place an upgrade from what he imagined, though Cecil, nearby, looks a bit cautious and uneasy. Another notification appears, informing Jake that he has entered the Lucenti Plains. His current objective is to defeat the Great White Stag, the legendary creature of this area. Jake starts thinking out loud. He says that the stag he sees is not the most intimidating creature. Cecil repeats what Jake said, and Jake jokes that while the stag looks weak now, he better not hear any complaints when he gets an antler shoved somewhere unpleasant. Before Cecil can finish his own response, Jake quickly tells him to hold on. Jake points out some deer, like creatures drinking by a nearby pond. He believes those must be the stag and its minions. When he checks their levels, he notices they are all level 65. Jake thinks that's not a bad level, but he had hoped for a tougher challenge. He admits he feels a little disappointed. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake all around him. Jake stumbles, confused about what is happening. Then a large hooped creature covered in white fur appears, stomping into view. Jake is shocked by the sight. He admits he was wrong about the stag's size and power. The great white stag stands majestically before him. Its fur is silvery, white, and covers its entire muscular body. Its antlers are perfectly symmetrical, glowing with a silvery sheen. Drawn by the impressive sight, Jake slides closer to get a better look. Cecil asks where he is going, and Jake tells him to wait. Cecil warns him that he should at least hide inside the necklace first before moving. Jake finds cover behind a large rock near the pond where the great white stag is drinking. From this hiding spot, he watches the stag closely. He thinks this must be the biggest creature he has seen in the tutorial so far. He even calls the creature almost majestic. Jake then notices several smaller white deer nearby. He assumes these are the stag's personal guards. He checks their levels and realizes they are too high for him to even identify properly. This excites Jake, and he begins to grin internally. He thinks this place might be worth his time after all. However, as Jake tries to move forward, he accidentally snaps a twig on the ground. The smaller deer immediately become alarmed and turn toward his position. One of them powers up a strong magical attack and fires it straight at the rock where Jake was hiding. The blast destroys more than half of the rock and sizzles what remains. Fortunately, Jake had already moved to a different spot and remains unharmed. He internally exclaims that it was a close call. Once the attack ends, Jake sighs in relief. He realizes he will have to be more careful from now on. Jake thinks to himself that he might be able to take on a few of those beasts, but there are far too many for him to rush in without a plan. After the attack, the beasts remain alert for a while, but eventually go back to what they were doing. The great white stag continues drinking at the pond, paying attention to the area but not moving far. Jake reflects that he will need to spend some time coming up with a proper strategy. About 30 minutes later, Jake reassesses the situation. He thinks he has a good idea now. From what he can see, there are 7 smaller ponds arranged in a circle around the plains. At the center of this circle is a much larger 8th pond, where the Beast Lord, the Great White Stag, resides. Jake sees that the Beast Lord never strays far from this central pond. But he noticed that the other deer are a very different story. He saw a clear pattern in their movement. Every few minutes, the groups would move in an organized clockwise rotation from pond to pond, circling the 7 smaller ponds that surrounded the large central 8th pond. This meant something important. There was a brief window of time when only one group would be at a particular pond, isolated from the others. Jake realized he could use this to his advantage and attack one group at a time without immediately alerting the rest. In other words, the ponds themselves formed a sort of kill zone, but he was racing against time. He had to take down each group quickly before the next wave replaced them at the pond. Satisfied that he had a workable strategy, Jake decided there was no sense in waiting any longer. With a determined look, he stepped forward. He grabbed one of his arrows and his bow, ready to put his plan into action. As one of the normal-looking deer quietly drank from the pond, Jake began channeling his power shot. He reminded himself that power shot was still his strongest attack and that he only got one shot to use it in a fight. He resolved to use it on the biggest target first. Focusing his energy, he released the shot. The arrow struck the deer squarely on its back. Without hesitation, Jake drew both of his daggers and dashed toward the other deer. Knowing he had to move quickly, his mind raced as he slashed at the first deer, aware that the next group would arrive within a minute or so. There was no room for error. Every strike had to count. He made sure to finish each foe with a single precise blow, stabbing and cutting with speed and efficiency. As he wiped out the group, he told himself he had to be done before time ran out. When the last deer fell, Jake took a deep breath and said he hoped that was enough. Exhausted from the quick massacre, he knelt near one of the ponds to catch his breath. From inside the holding necklace, Cecil gave a nod of approval. He said Jake hadn't done badly, which brought a faint sense of relief. Jake's curiosity got the better of him. He wondered why all these beasts crowded around the ponds. Creatures of their level shouldn't need so much food or water. There was something unusual about their behavior. With a few seconds left before the next group would arrive, Jake turned his attention back to the pond, intent on investigating. As he studied it, something caught his eye. He noted that although the pond looked normal on the surface, there was a hole at the bottom. This discovery led Jake to realize that the smaller ponds must be connected by tunnels beneath the surface, all leading back to the large central pond. The 7 smaller ponds formed a circle, with this larger pond at the center. This arrangement suggested a purpose beyond mere drinking spots. Jake found himself wondering what that purpose could be. His thoughts were interrupted when his danger sense suddenly triggered. He spun around and saw something that made his heart race. The stag he thought he had killed with the power shot was still alive, and it was charging straight at him. Jake's mind reeled. How could it be alive? He remembered how close he had come to taking the creature's head off. He stared at the spot on the stag's back where the arrow had struck. The damage seemed to have almost completely healed. It became clear that this beast must possess some form of rapid healing ability. This explained how it had survived what should have been a fatal blow. Reacting quickly, Jake drew another arrow and prepared to fire a second power shot. His thoughts focused on one urgent goal. He had to take the stag down before it could reach the Beast Lord, the great white stag in the center pond. The charging deer was moving fast, cutting through the forest toward Jake. He considered how its speed would make it difficult to get a clean shot. Despite this, he decided to take the chance. He released the arrow just as the beast leapt to the side, dodging the shot. The arrow missed Jake and crashed into a nearby rock. The impact caused a few of the other beasts to become alarmed, their heads snapping toward the sound. Jake's worst fear was coming true. The missed shot seemed to have alerted the great white stag as well. Panic rose in Jake's chest. He took a small step backward, exclaiming internally as he braced himself for what might come next. Realizing the gravity of his mistake, he broke into a full sprint, shouting an expletive under his breath. The entire herd was now stirred, and dozens of white deer with glowing red eyes and an eerie third eye in the center of their foreheads charged after him, their intent unmistakably deadly. Inside the pocket dimension of the holding necklace, Cecil's voice rang out, demanding to know what had just happened. Gritting his teeth, Jake explained hurriedly that he had panicked and fired off his shot too quickly, which had set everything in motion. As he ran, the 3 smaller white deer were hot on his heels, relentless in their pursuit. One of them fired a powerful magical beam, forcing Jake to duck and roll just in time to avoid the attack. Barely escaping, Jake found himself dodging 2 more beams fired by the other deer. He kept low, weaving through the terrain to avoid the deadly blasts. From inside the necklace, Cecil warned Jake that he better pick up the pace, because it sounded like a laser show out there. Jake, drenched in sweat from the frantic running, assured him he was trying his best. Cecil then asked about the white stag's role in all this, and whether the beast was coming after Jake as well. Glancing back, Jake observed that the stag remained calm, waiting by the center pond. The great white stag took a slow drink from the water, leaving Jake to conclude that the stag was sending its minions to deal with him instead of pursuing him personally. Just as he was coming to this realization, one of the smaller deer began preparing another powerful magical beam. Jake barely managed to dodge it by sliding down a hill, his heart pounding. Desperate, he scanned his surroundings for a hiding place. When he reached the bottom of the hill and looked back, the 3 deer had stopped their chase, standing silently on the slope above him. They did not advance further. Jake was taken aback by their sudden halt and wondered aloud why they had given up the pursuit. Cecil, from inside the necklace, speculated that perhaps they had simply decided it wasn't worth continuing the chase. At that moment, Jake called Cecil out of the necklace, wanting his help to confirm a theory. Cecil emerged, hovering in the air as Jake sent him aloft to get a better view of the area. From his vantage point, Cecil surveyed the landscape but could only describe it as a vast field. Jake then asked about the whereabouts of the 3 deer that had been chasing him. Cecil spotted them walking calmly back toward the ponds. This sparked a thought in Jake's mind. He mentioned it was interesting and paused considering the implications. Cecil, curious, pressed Jake to share his idea. Jake speculated that the ponds themselves formed some kind of boundary, either magically enforced or instinctively respected by the beasts. He suggested that none of them could, or perhaps would not, venture beyond that border. If this were true, then Jake realized that as long as he kept his distance and stayed outside the boundary, the deer wouldn't continue their pursuit. With this newfound understanding, he decided to climb a nearby hill to test his theory. As he began ascending, Cecil questioned his intentions, asking where he was headed. Jake explained that he wanted to gain higher ground for a better vantage point. Reaching the top of the hill, Jake scanned the area below. He reflected on the limited maximum range of his bow but concluded that from this distance, he should be able to take a clean shot at the deer. Observing the creatures, he further considered that if the ponds truly acted as a boundary, he could pick them off one by one from afar without provoking a chase. Still cautious, Jake decided to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He coated his arrow with necrotic poison, intending to combine this with a fully charged power shot and an entirely new skill he had been eager to test out. This first arrow would be his strongest and most decisive attack yet, made to count from the moment it left the bow. Jake pulled back one of his arrows and settled his gaze firmly on the white great stag. He reminded himself that if he only had one shot, the target had to be clear and decisive. The stag, calm and seemingly unconcerned, was feeding on grass as Jake slowly began charging his power shot, willing himself to hold the aim steady. Again, he urged himself to remain calm and precise, watching the stag's slow movements closely. With everything aligned, Jake released the shot, sending the power shot arrow flying through the air toward the beast. A small smile crept across Jake's face as he activated a new skill he had been eager to try called Twin Arrow. Suddenly, a second arrow materialized alongside the first, each infused with the power shot's destructive force. He knew this would let him take down the Beast Lord and one of its minions before either of them could react. But just as the arrows neared their targets, the white stag suddenly became alert. It raised a magical shield around itself, blocking the power shot aimed at its back effortlessly. The second arrow, however, found its mark on a nearby doe, instantly killing it. The lifeless body dropped to the ground, but the Beast Lord appeared indifferent, turning away as if nothing had happened. Observing this, Jake realized the stag cared only about protecting itself and showed no concern for its fallen minion. Cecil asked what Jake planned to do next. Without hesitation, Jake pulled another arrow from his quiver and declared he would continue sniping the remaining deer from a distance. A devious smile spread across Jake's face. Although the twin arrow technique hadn't worked perfectly, the death of that one minion was progress. He decided to focus on the lackeys for now, treating the fight more like archery practice, saving the main stag for later. Throughout the day, Jake took careful aim and unleashed a series of power shots, striking down one lackey after another. He was precise, stabbing one in the neck, then firing multiple shots in quick succession. One to the left, to the right, and straight ahead, thinning the herd with each strike. At one point, a well-placed arrow decapitated one of the deer, leaving its headless body to slump lifelessly. Eventually, Jake paused to catch his breath and checked with Cecil how many potions he had left. Cecil sifted through Jake's small supply bag inside the holding necklace, but most of the bottles were empty now. He grimly informed Jake that his potions were basically gone, already exhausted from earlier use. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jake admitted that maintaining this level of skill use was far more taxing than he had expected. It had taken him the entire day to clear out the minions, and now only the white stag remained. Cecil expressed disbelief that the Beast Lord had simply sat there watching his entire horde get slaughtered without intervening. It seemed almost like the stag didn't care about losing its entire herd, which was strange. Jake gritted his teeth, acknowledging Cecil's observation. The behavior was indeed suspicious. From his elevated vantage point, Jake scrutinized the Beast Lord closely, wondering silently what it was up to. Since the stag showed no signs of moving or attacking, Jake concluded there was no reason for him to engage just yet. He told Cecil that he might as well rest, for now, and face the Beast Lord fully recharged tomorrow. With that decision made, Jake turned his back to the stag's direction, beginning to prepare a fire. But before he could get fully settled, Cecil suddenly opened his eyes wide and urged Jake to wait, pointing back toward the stag. Trying to draw Jake's attention, Cecil asked what the stag was doing now. Jake turned just in time to see the stag slowly making its way toward the center of the largest pond, the one where it had been resting earlier. As the stag reached the water's edge, a strange glow began emanating from the pond. Cecil immediately questioned why it was glowing, and Jake quickly noticed it wasn't just that one pond. The other smaller ponds around the area began to glow as well. Soon, every pond in the circle pulsed with an eerie light, and even the body of the doe Jake had killed started to shimmer with the same glow. A deep frown crossed Cecil's face as he commented that this didn't look good. Their eyes then fell to the ground, where glowing lines began to spread, connecting the ponds in intricate patterns. These lines grew until a complex magical circle was fully formed on the earth, linking all the ponds together. Seeing this alarming development, but the danger was far from over, Jake immediately knew he had to act quickly. Without hesitation, he began climbing down the hill, urgency sharpening his movements as he urged Cecil to stay put. Cecil, surprised by Jake's boldness, asked if he was seriously planning to run straight toward the glowing ritual. Jake, keeping his eyes fixed on the glowing ponds below, pointed out that the water was splashing everywhere, displaced by some unseen force. He explained that whatever this ritual was, it was fueling the Beast Lord's power, causing the creature to grow bigger with every passing second. From Jake's vantage point, the stag was visibly increasing in size, threatening to become a monstrous, gigantic threat if the process continued unchecked. While moving swiftly, Jake's mind raced, thinking how this was turning into a real-life kaiju movie scenario. Internally, he congratulated himself on deciphering the ritual, but immediately turned to the harder question: how to stop it. He reasoned that the stag's staff must be drawing power directly from the ponds, as if they were charging some magical battery that fueled the beast's growth. Jake considered that destroying the ponds might sever the stag's power supply. But looking at the distances between the ponds, he realized there was no way to reach them all in time. Frustration crept in, and he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate harder. "Think, man, think," he muttered internally, studying the pattern of the ponds and their connections. Then, suddenly, his eyes snapped open with a flash of insight. He recalled the holes at the bottom of each pond and realized that the water was all connected beneath the surface. That meant he didn't need to destroy every pond individually. Poisoning just one could potentially contaminate them all. His mind immediately shifted to the limitation he faced. He had already used up most of his poison while taking down the deer earlier. But then, reaching into the glowing holding necklace, Jake pulled out the den mother's poison gland, the very same poison he had harvested from the first beast lord he defeated. Memories of that difficult battle came rushing back, reminding him that this poison was powerful enough to break through the beast lord's resistance back then, and far stronger than anything he could currently produce. Holding the poison gland tightly, a confident smile crossed Jake's face as he thought about how useful it was to have saved it for a moment exactly like this. He raised the gland high over the pond, then crushed it, releasing the potent toxin into the water. In his mind, he declared that today was the day this would all pay off. The poison splashed into the pond, turning the water a murky green as the toxic substance spread. Thanks to the underwater connections, the poisoned water began flowing through the holes linking each pond together, traveling toward the larger pond where the beast lord was still basking and swimming. As the pond where Jake had introduced the poison turned completely green, he allowed himself a small moment of triumph. His plan appeared to be working. Sure enough, the glowing lines forming the magical circle on the ground began to flicker and fade. Cecil, watching closely, looked surprised and said he thought Jake had actually done it. He had actually broken the ritual's power. But, just as the poisoned water reached the stag at the center, its eyes suddenly widened with a furious glare. Jake allowed himself a small, confident smile, knowing the hardest part was behind him. Now, it was time for a little fun. The white stag began to snort angrily, fixing its gaze on Jake, then let out a powerful roar as it leapt from the pond, charging directly at him. Jake swiftly pulled out both of his blades, gripping them tightly, and prepared for the imminent clash. The Beast Lord stomped forward heavily, aiming to impale Jake with its sharp antlers. Jake knew that dragging the fight out would be impossible. He was already exhausted from fighting all day. There was no room for a long struggle. With determination, Jake dashed toward the Beast Lord, blades ready. He silently apologized to the stag, almost mockingly, before stating that he would have to finish this in one decisive strike. The stag charged as well, its antlers thrust forward with deadly intent. In that moment, a blue notification flashed before Jake's eyes, announcing that his primal hunter bloodline skill had activated. His eyes glowed a fierce primal red, fueling his resolve. Closing the distance, Jake slid under the beast's belly, delivering a swift slash that cut deeply, causing blood to spill as he slid past. The stag collapsed heavily, blood pooling around it. A notification appeared confirming that Jake had slain the great white stag and that his objective was complete. Breathing heavily, Jake stood, eyes closed, catching his breath. He let out a relieved sigh, quietly acknowledging that he had done it. Sissel's voice broke the silence, exclaiming loudly in disbelief at how Jake had killed the creature in one strike. Jake smiled and admitted he had only just barely pulled it off. Had he been half a second slower, he would have been pierced by the stag's antlers. He credited his victory to the Den Mother's poison, explaining that it had entered the stag's bloodstream during the ritual, weakening and slowing the beast, just enough for Jake to gain the upper hand. Raising his hand triumphantly, Jake declared that he had indeed killed another beast lord. But the victory was short-lived. The stag's body suddenly began to glow with an ominous light, drawing both Jake and Cecil's attention. As they cautiously approached, a crystal shot out from the stag's wound, glowing with an intense blue radiance. A notification appeared, identifying the object as the corrupted mooncore shard. Jake held the crystal in his hand and immediately connected the dots. This had to be what the ritual was all about. The stag was creating this powerful crystal inside its body. Cecil asked what Jake intended to do with it, but Jake admitted he didn't know yet. Still, if it was anything like the Den Mother's poison gland, he was certain it would prove useful in the future. He carefully placed the shard inside the dimension of the holding necklace for safekeeping. Almost immediately, a new notification appeared, bringing a tutorial quest called The Beast Lords into view. It informed Jake that having slain 2 of the 4 beasts, he needed to defeat the others, and soon he would face the king as a result. Jake's eyes caught the mention of a king, and he murmured thoughtfully, "A king, huh," before smiling with interest. Meanwhile, far away on another part of the battlefield where William's body lay, 2 strangers entered the grim scene. One urged the other to take note of everything around them. The other scanned the area, noting the dozens of fallen warriors scattered across the field. One man approached the fallen bodies while the other asked what he was doing. The first explained he was scavenging for new equipment, reasoning that none of the dead would miss the gear. His companion soon spotted William's armor, admiring its quality and calling it nice. Kneeling beside William, the first man called for assistance to remove the armor. As they tugged and pulled, they quickly realized the armor was tightly fused to William's body, almost as if glued on. Despite their efforts, it wouldn't budge easily. Suddenly, and unexpectedly, William's eyes snapped open. The next scene opens with a system notification appearing, telling us that only 49 survivors remain. This stark message sets the tone for the grim situation they are all facing. In the dense forest, William moves forward, battered and bruised from his recent fight with Richard. Despite the pain and exhaustion, he continues walking, leaving a trail of blood behind him. His movements show he is struggling, but he does not seem fully aware of the severity of his injuries. William lets out a small, almost mocking chuckle. A devious smile spreads across his face. He reflects on the moment he killed the men who found his broken body on the battlefield and tried to steal his armor, believing him to be dead. At the time, he was only half conscious, and that fact makes him question if what happened was real. But now, seeing that he is still alive and moving through the forest, he knows it really happened. He notices that his legs feel numb, almost as if they no longer belong to him. Despite this, he says he doesn't care. The pain is distant and unimportant because the fact that he is still alive matters more. He acknowledges that Richard's sword had dealt him a fatal wound, impaling him deeply. That wound should have ended him. Yet, somehow, he survived. That thought alone fills him with a strange happiness. Still smiling with a hint of madness, William brings his hand to his face in a dramatic gesture. He speaks to himself about how everything has become clear to him now. He believes he has been chosen for something, though he does not say by whom. The sense of purpose fills him with a new energy. At that moment, William senses something unfamiliar stirring inside him. It is a feeling he cannot place, something he might never have experienced before. Placing a hand on his chest, he wonders if this is what happiness feels like. The smile on his face grows wider, more deranged. He questions whether he has finally begun to experience the curse of emotions. His thoughts drift back to his fight with Casper. He remembers how Casper wielded the power of emotion to command a dark and powerful magic. Casper created a massive orb of black energy that amazed William. But he also recalls how emotions can corrupt people's minds. He calls it a curse so harsh that it can drive someone to long for death. William's mind lingers on his friend Herman, the blacksmith. After Herman gave him the armor, he was broken by this curse. William sees what emotions did to him and thinks that will not happen to him. Leaning heavily against a nearby tree for support, William holds his large abdominal wound closed with one hand. Despite the pain, he continues speaking to himself. He declares that this kind of suffering will not touch him. He believes he will be the one to reach true perfection. With those final words, he lets out a loud roar. He strikes a triumphant pose as if the injuries that still plague his body no longer matter. The pain seems to fade in his mind, replaced by fierce determination. The scene shifts to Richard's camp. The remaining members who stayed behind instead of joining the fight gather for a meeting. Adam is the one who called the meeting. Adam tells the others about an encounter he had after the battle. He met a goddess and made an alliance with her. As the others press for more information, he smiles awkwardly and admits that he barely understood everything that happened during the encounter himself. Because of that, he can't explain any further. He continues by saying that the exact details do not matter. What matters is that the goddess offered them a path of hope. He reminds the group that Richard is dead, along with the warriors who fought with him. In their current situation, hope is more necessary than ever. Despite Adam's words, the crowd looks doubtful and uncertain. Some begin whispering among themselves, unconvinced by his message. Adam adds that now they have only each other left. They must trust one another and watch each other's backs if they want to survive. Adam placed his hand on his chest as if making a vow. He told the group that if they all put their trust in him, he could lead them out of this brutal tutorial world. His voice carried determination and hope. Despite this, some of the women in the crowd still looked hesitant. One of them admitted she wasn't sure about trusting him. Another said she felt a little nervous about it all. Their doubts were clear. Adam noticed their reactions and quietly clicked his lips shut. Inside, he realized that his story about meeting a goddess probably sounded too unbelievable. They had no real reason to believe what he was saying. Just then, someone spoke from the crowd. It was Adam's friend and former co-worker from back on Earth, before the world had turned upside down and thrown them into this cruel tutorial. Her voice broke the tension. She said that she trusted Adam, speaking loudly in front of everyone. This caught Adam off guard. He called her name quietly, unsure if she really meant to support him like that. She stepped forward to where Adam stood and addressed the crowd. She explained that Adam had been leading her since they arrived in the tutorial. While she didn't fully understand the goddess story or the so-called gods, she trusted Adam himself. She believed his heart was in the right place. If he said there was a way forward, she would follow him. As she finished, she gave Adam a friendly push, encouraging him. Her words seemed to sway some of the doubters. They murmured among themselves for a moment. Then one of them spoke up on behalf of the group. They told Adam that they would trust him. Another added that if trusting him helped them survive this world, they would follow him. Adam smiled at their words. He thanked them and promised he would not let them down. Later, as Adam and Bertram walked away from the crowd, Bertram patted Adam on the shoulder. He told Adam he had done a good job back there. Adam replied that it didn't feel like a job or work. Instead, it felt fulfilling. It gave him a sense of purpose in this crazy, upside-down world they were trapped in. As a notification popped up before Adam, telling him his class had reached level 36, he smiled and said it felt like the system was rewarding him for his efforts. Looking through the notifications, Adam reflected that if he was leveling up so quickly, he must be doing something right. Then he mentioned something else. He had already completed a quest given to him by the Holy Mother. The quest was called, "The Leader is Born." Its goal was for Adam to become the leader of at least 95% of the surviving humans in the tutorial, since Richard's camp, which held most of the survivors after the recent battle, had agreed to follow Adam. The quest was marked complete. However, the reward for completing this quest would only be given at the end of the tutorial period, according to the notification. Bertram wondered aloud what the reward might be. Adam replied that he hoped it would be something useful for everyone. As they continued walking, Adam's expression grew more determined. He said that although things would not be easy once they returned to Earth after the tutorial ended, he believed they would figure it out together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jake was preparing to enter another dungeon. The entrance was a massive, abyss-like hole dug deep into the ground. Standing before the hole, Sissel commented that it looked very deep. Jake, checking with his sphere of perception, said it was only about 30 feet down. Cecil looked confused. He asked how Jake could be sure since he couldn't even see the bottom. Jake suggested it was probably a dungeon entrance and that some kind of system magic was hiding the true depth from sight. He shrugged and said he was going in. His words were simple. Well, when in doubt. but Sissel stopped him, telling Jake to wait. The imp sighed deeply and facepalmed, asking himself if it was really wise to rush into another dungeon so soon. After all, they had barely managed to escape from the last one not long ago. The thought of diving back into danger so quickly weighed on him. Jake responded without hesitation. He pointed out that with less than 2 weeks left before the tutorial ended, and fewer than 50 survivors remaining, they didn't have much time to waste. He explained that most of the remaining strong enemies were hidden inside dungeons, and that hunting weaker foes out in the open forest wouldn't bring much benefit. The only meaningful challenge left was to track down the final 2 beast lords. On top of that, there was the king of beasts waiting at the end of that questline. Jake asked Cecil what kind of hunter he would be if he ignored that. Listening to this, Cecil felt a bit tired of Jake's eagerness to rush headfirst into danger. He sighed quietly, wondering why he couldn't have ended up with a companion who was slower and more cautious. Jake paid no attention to Cecil's doubts. He simply insisted that they were going in, eyes fixed on the dark abyss of the dungeon entrance. At that moment, a blue notification appeared, informing Jake that he had just entered a dungeon called the Forgotten Sewers. His objective was to defeat a creature known as the Nest Watcher. As they walked through the damp tunnels, Cecil complained about the terrible stench filling the place. Jake wondered if it was really a sewer, since he hadn't expected such areas to exist in the tutorial world. Then he reminded himself that with the system, anything was possible. Cecil complained again, this time about how the entire place seemed to be covered with magic that blocked his vision. He could barely see anything ahead of them. Before he could finish his sentence, Cecil accidentally hit his head on a low, hanging lamppost, confirming just how limited his sight really was. Jake asked if he was alright. Cecil joked that the hunter should just pretend it didn't happen. Jake reassured him that it wasn't really his fault. Even with his sphere of perception, things were hazy and limited here. Jake explained that it felt like the dungeon was filled with a dense, magical liquid, making it hard to see through. Closing his eyes, Jake concentrated and tried to push the boundaries of his manosphere, hoping to extend its range. As he focused, the view inside his perception shifted. They saw various parts of the sewer running channels, dripping pipes, and the usual bricks. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, which made Jake wonder what exactly they were dealing with. Jake then asked Cecil to enter the pocket dimension inside the holding necklace. Although Jake was confident he could navigate the dungeon on his own, it wouldn't be good if they got separated. It was safer for Cecil to stay in the necklace where they could easily regroup. Cecil agreed immediately, saying Jake didn't even need to ask twice. Now walking alone through the sewer tunnels, with Cecil safely inside the necklace, Jake thought that the place might be some kind of maze. However, he could barely tell which parts he had already passed through. Everything looked almost identical. The endless repetition of the sewer channels was disorienting. From inside the necklace, Cecil asked if Jake had found anything yet. Jake sighed and admitted that he hadn't found anything so far. Worse, it felt like he had been walking for ages without any progress. As he spoke, saying he just wanted to get out of there, his senses suddenly alerted him. Mid-sentence, he paused, feeling something was wrong. Inside the necklace, Cecil flinched and asked what had happened. Jake readied his bow and aimed an arrow toward the possible threat. He told Cecil not to panic but explained that it seemed something was inside the walls. Then, through the broken bricks, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, watching them. The rest of the creature's form was hidden in the shadows, shrouded by darkness. Suddenly, a small, hairless creature with glowing red eyes bursts out of the wall. It looks like a red mole but with a fierce and angry hiss. Jake instantly knows he must act fast. Without hesitation, he releases the arrow. It flies straight and pierces the creature's chest midair. The beast drops to the floor with a heavy thud, dead. Looking down at the fallen creature, Jake realizes it was a mole rat creeper. He examines it and thinks it might be the ugliest thing he has killed so far. He shakes off the thought, telling himself at least it is dead and begins to move on. Before he can get very far, he senses danger again. He glances up and sees several pairs of red eyes staring down at him from above. He realizes he spoke too soon about the last mole rat. Jake quickly draws another arrow and takes aim. A second mole rat leaps toward him, but Jake's shot hits it in the abdomen, piercing it and knocking it back. Then a third one jumps onto Jake's arm, clinging tightly and biting with sharp teeth. Reacting fast, Jake grabs an arrow and stabs the rat that bit him, letting its blood flow out. His face now smeared with blood, Jake readies his bow once more and fires again. Another mole rat is hit in the abdomen and falls dead to the ground. After killing several of the creatures, their bodies cover the floor, pierced by arrows and splattered with blood. Jake is breathing heavily, slouching slightly with his hands on his knees as he catches his breath. From the pocket dimension inside the holding necklace, Cecil's hesitant and worried voice calls out to Jake, asking if all the mole rats are dead and if Jake managed to kill them all. Jake replies there is still one more to deal with. He says it is somewhere inside the sewer walls, He can barely sense its presence, but he knows it is there, watching him closely. Just then, a pair of glowing eyes appear from the darkness. These eyes are not red like the others, but a shining golden yellow. Dark energy seems to ripple and pulse from the creature toward Jake. The creature speaks from the shadows. It addresses Jake as human and asks why he killed the other creatures. Black energy continues to flow from it. Jake flinches and braces himself, surprised to hear anything speak besides Cecil's voice from the necklace. Wearing a cautious expression, Jake asks the creature if it can really talk and questions who it is. The dark energy continues to spread as the beast asks Jake who he is. Its tone warns him not to come into someone else's domain and ask questions. Suddenly, the whole area begins to rumble, the walls shaking slightly. The creature asks Jake in broken, barely understandable speech if he was sent by the king. It also demands to know why Jake has come here. Jake is even more surprised by the question and by the fact the creature can talk. He repeats the word, king, as if unsure what it means. Then he understands. The creature must be talking about the same king the system message mentioned before. Jake smiles and points to himself. He says he has come to defeat the beast lords and that he will kill the king of the forest. The creature laughs at him, calling Jake a little pup. It continues in broken English, saying the king is strong and Jake is weak because he is human. This angers Jake slightly. The creature laughs again and Jake senses it is getting closer. He can feel its presence more strongly now. Jake smiles and pulls out another arrow. He asks the beast if it really just called him a pup. He points the arrow toward the creature still hidden in the shadows. Jake says they will see if he is really just a pup. As Jake releases the arrow, it flies through the air toward the creature. The beast, still mostly hidden, pulls out a sword and prepares to face Jake's attack. The beast swung its sword through the air just as Jake's arrow came close. It sliced the arrow midair, stopping the attack before it could reach him. Then the creature stepped fully out of the shadows, revealing itself as a large humanoid rat. It stood on two legs, its muscles rippling under tattered, worn clothes, holding a sword. The beast spoke again, calling Jake a weak human. Meanwhile, far away at Richard's camp, William arrived and entered through the main gate. He immediately noticed something was wrong. There were no guards posted at the entrance. He thought to himself that things must have fallen apart quickly after Richard's death. His eyes narrowed in cautious confusion as he wondered where everyone had gone. The scene shifted to the inside of Adam's office. Now the leader of the camp, Adam, sat calmly as William stood before him. Adam commented that William had healed surprisingly well, even though he looked terrible the last time they met. William asked if Adam had been to the battlefield recently. Adam said he had, but he wasn't talking about William's injuries. With a knowing smile, Adam said William had seemed confused before, as if carrying a heavy wrong he was trying to fix. Now it looked like William had succeeded in that goal. William frowned, confused by Adam's cryptic words. He then asked Adam what he planned to do next, wondering if Adam would try to stop him from killing him. Adam shrugged and said there was no point in trying. He believed William had already chosen his path, and nothing anyone said would change that. William raised his wand, asking if Adam really planned to give up without a fight. He asked what about the others still in the camp. Adam told him that there were no other camp members left. They had all found their places already, and soon William would find his too. He said this with confidence, placing a hand on his chest. Bertram stood nearby, smiling quietly. At that moment, a blue notification appeared before William, telling him that only 4 survivors remained in the tutorial. Surprised, William asked if it was really true. He guessed immediately that Adam had killed all the others and began to smile with dark amusement. He joked that people called him a psycho, but it looked like Adam was the real one. Adam denied killing anyone and invited William to follow him. The 3 of them left the room together. William's eyes widened as they passed by bodies lying on the floor. He cursed loudly, shocked at the sight. Adam asked if William was starting to understand. With a satisfied expression, Adam explained that the others had placed their hopes in William with a promise to reach the Holy Land. He called it a burden he carried gladly. William stared at Adam in surprise. He asked what had happened to him since William had been unconscious on the battlefield. It seemed to William that Adam had lost his mind. Adam chuckled and smiled, saying maybe he had gone crazy. But that was how things were meant to be. He said they could only hope to fight against fate, and that hope alone was enough. William raised his magic, lifting his daggers into the air and pointing them at Adam. He said he had done enough talking and now it was time to act on something he had wanted to do for a long time. Adam and Bertram looked up, joining hands as if in prayer. William sent his daggers flying, striking both of them. Their heads were severed, and their bodies collapsed to the floor with heavy thuds. But then something strange happened. Their bodies slowly turned into particles, glowing wisps of light rising into the sky. William stared, surprised by what he saw. He wondered if it was some kind of spell causing the bodies to drift away, along with all the other fallen lying on the floor. As the golden lights floated upward, William wondered if they were truly heading to the Holy Land. He smiled and told them to have fun up there. Then he spun around, playing with his wand. Now that all that was settled, he said to himself, it was time to find an archer to kill. The giant rat-like creature charged straight at Jake, sword in hand. Its movement is aggressive and fast, leaving no sign that it still had any interest in conversation. As the creature rushes in to attack, Jake reacts quickly. With the beast's heavy sword already swinging down toward him, Jake triggers his Shadow Vault skill just in time. His body vanishes and reappears elsewhere, avoiding the attack entirely. The giant blade slams into the ground where Jake had just been standing. The impact is explosive. The force of the swing breaks through the surface of the terrain, sending shattered rock and dust flying in all directions. It's clear that a direct hit from that weapon would have been devastating. Now standing safely off to the side, Jake lets out a short laugh. Acknowledging how narrowly he avoided being hit, it was far too close for comfort. The rat beast doesn't waste time. It shifts its stance, now standing with its massive sword resting over its shoulder. In its usual broken speech, it declares that Jake is weak. The words carry an air of contempt, even though the last attack had clearly missed. From what he's just seen, there's no way he can maintain enough distance to rely on ranged attacks. Trying to use his bow in this fight would only slow him down and leave him vulnerable. With that in mind, he places the bow back into the magical holding necklace he wears, clearing it from his hands. That leaves him with one option: close combat. Jake reaches over his shoulders and grabs both of his daggers from their sheaths. As he arms himself, the rat creature continues to watch, commenting in its broken way that it finds Jake's behavior interesting. But Jake doesn't engage with the words. His focus is already locked in. Holding both daggers, he prepares for close quarters combat. This is how he'll have to win. Then both fighters move at once. Jake launches forward with full force, daggers pointed ahead. At the same time, the rat beast also lunges forward, sword extended and aimed directly at Jake. The two charge toward one another, neither slowing down, both fully committed to the head-on collision. When they meet in the middle, their weapons clash. The sound of metal grinding against metal fills the air. Sparks burst from the point of impact as the strength behind both attacks collides. Jake pushes hard against the beast's sword, his muscles tensed, his teeth clenched from the effort. The beast holds firm, matching his strength. In the middle of this high-pressure lock, Jake's skill activates. Moment of the primal hunter takes effect, enhancing his abilities. There's no dramatic shift outwardly, but Jake can feel it in his body. He moves with increased sharpness now. They break from the lock and immediately begin exchanging blows. The fight becomes fast and chaotic. Blades crash together again and again. Each movement is sharp and precise. Jake realizes how close this is. Neither side is dominating. The outcome could go either way. Determined to break the stalemate, Jake pushes forward again. He dashes in, blades raised, aiming for a decisive strike. The beast answers by lifting its sword high above its head, preparing to bring it down with full strength. The two meet once more in a fierce struggle. Their weapons lock again, pressing against each other, sparks flying from the grinding steel. At that moment, a thought crosses Jake's mind. He starts to wonder if he and the beast are truly equals. The fight has gone on long enough and has been close enough that it's no longer clear who has the advantage. Jake suddenly pulls back, using Shadow Vault again to instantly reposition himself away from the beast. At the same time, the rat creature also retreats, though it does so through normal movement, sliding to a stop across the ground. For a brief moment, there's distance between them again. The beast then speaks, acknowledging Jake's strength. Its voice is still rough and broken, but the meaning is clear. Jake has earned its respect. However, the creature also warns him. It tells him that the king of the forest, the opponent Jake had previously said he wanted to face, is far stronger. As the beast says this, it points its sword at Jake again. The atmosphere shifts as the rat beast's sword begins to glow. Dark, swirling energy starts to wrap around the blade. It's a clear signal that the beast is preparing a charged attack. The black energy pulses and swirls ominously, giving off a sense of building danger. Jake immediately recognizes what's happening. The creature is getting ready to unleash something powerful. Seeing this as his chance, Jake quickly reaches into the holding necklace and retrieves his bow once more. He draws it with speed and purpose, knowing he only has a short window to act. As the beast finishes charging its strike, it launches the dark energy attack toward Jake, declaring that the hunter will fall. Jake is already in position. He channels a power shot, drawing back the arrow and aiming without hesitation. He lets the arrow fly just as the enemy's attack is about to reach him. The two attacks meet in midair. There's an intense burst of force as the energies collide. Both fighters watch the point of impact, silently waiting to see whose attack will win out. The tension in the air is heavy. Each one stares, locked in that moment, hoping for victory. Then, suddenly, blood begins to drip. It falls steadily to the ground. Then we see the source. The rat beast's hand has been severed. The beast looks down at its missing hand. It doesn't scream. It doesn't lash out. It simply asks itself if this means it has lost. As the battle comes to an end, Jake approaches the wounded creature, his steps steady now that the fight has been decided. He doesn't gloat or show arrogance. Instead, he acknowledges what has just happened. Jake admits that the beast fought well. It had been a hard-fought match, and the rat-like creature had proven itself a worthy opponent. Hearing this, the beast reacts. There is no fear in its eyes, only a strange sense of clarity. It reveals that it actually hates the king. Long ago, the king had trapped him, and the bitterness from that betrayal had never faded. The giant rat confesses that if Jake is truly going to fight the king, then he wants to help. He tells Jake to take revenge in his place. Jake doesn't reject the offer. Instead, he calmly asks how the beast intends to help him. In response, the beast begins to summon something. Dark magical energy gathers around its hand. The creature explains that a long time ago, it created a curse aimed at the king. That power still remains within him, and now, he is ready to pass it on. The dark mana forms into a concentrated mass. The beast reaches out and tells Jake to take it. His words are simple, but they carry everything he has left. He says Jake should use it to kill the king and adds one last request: take. Revenge me. Jake accepts. He gives his word, promising that he will see it through. Then he reaches out and takes the curse from the beast's hand. As soon as he does, the giant rat begins to fade. Slowly, its massive body dissolves into glowing blue light. It doesn't scream or resist. Instead, it simply says thank you before disappearing completely. Almost immediately after, a system notification appears. Jake has slain the Nest Watcher. Now with the battle behind him, Jake begins making his way out of the sewers. Cecil is out of the necklace now, walking at his side. As they move together, they talk about what just happened. Cecil remarks on how intense the fight had been. He refers to the giant rat as the Nest Watcher and calls it a crazy fight. Jake agrees. There's no need for elaboration. They both know how close it had been. Jake looks at the item he's carrying now. The curse, now revealed as a small bead, sits in his hand. A new notification appears explaining what it is. The object is known as the Dark Bead of the Nest Watcher. It's a condensed sphere of dark mana. More than just a weapon, it represents the last hope of the creature who entrusted it to Jake. Jake stares at the bead for a moment. He knows what it means. He understands the burden. Speaking aloud, even though the beast is no longer there, Jake promises again that he'll follow through. He tells the fallen creature not to worry, he'll make sure it's done. Soon after, they reach the exit of the dungeon. As they step back into the forest, Cecil reacts with relief. He looks around and calls it home sweet home. The fresh air, the open sky, and the sunlight feel like a blessing after being underground for so long. Cecil says it feels good to see the sun again. Jake stretches his arms a bit, clearly relaxing now that they're finally out. He starts to say that he could really use some rest. But before he can finish that thought, something shifts. His danger senses kick in without warning. In a heartbeat, Jake drops back into combat readiness. His hands move instinctively to his back, pulling both daggers free. His eyes scan the surroundings as he demands to know who's there. Then someone steps out. It's William. He walks forward calmly, already grinning in a familiar, irritating way. With a dramatic tone and a mocking pose, he greets Jake. He asks if Jake missed him, smiling with an edge that immediately sets the mood. Jake's reaction is sharp, his expression changes, and the anger is immediate. Weapon still drawn, he demands to know what William is doing here. But William acts as if the answer is obvious. He laughs a little, surprised that Jake would even need to ask. Jake doesn't drop the question. He repeats it, still confused and clearly not in the mood for games. He asks again what William is talking about. This time William's voice shifts. He's still smiling, but now there's force behind his words. He yells at Jake to stop pretending. He tells him that this is it, the final confrontation. According to William, this is the battle between the last two survivors of the tutorial. A destined showdown to decide the true champion. Jake still doesn't understand. He asks again, more forcefully, what the hell William is talking about. But something catches his attention. He pulls up the system display and checks the current number of survivors. And there it is. Only 2 names remain. Just him and William. The realization hits him. Jake stares at the screen in disbelief. He says it can't be true. There should be more people. It doesn't make sense. William, on the other hand, is already mocking him. His voice grows louder and sharper. He asks Jake if he really didn't know. He calls him a moron, laughing at how clueless Jake had been not to check this information earlier. He's enjoying this, clearly feeding off Jake's confusion. Then William delivers the real blow. With a cruel smile, he tells Jake that he killed Adam. He says it happened just yesterday. He doesn't hold back either. He describes it clearly. He says he took Adam's head clean off, just like he did with the others. The name hits Jake hard. His face shifts from confusion to rage. He repeats the words, demanding confirmation. You did what? He asks, his voice cold. William doesn't stop. His eyes take on a deranged look, and he continues his sentence, saying that Adam died like all the others before Jake can respond. But Jake doesn't wait any longer. Fueled by a deep, burning anger, Jake suddenly lunges. He crosses the distance in an instant, grabs William by the face, and shoves him backward with force. Now glaring at him with cold fury, Jake utters only one command. He tells William to die. Shifts. What comes next is not a continuation of the fight, but instead, a look into Jake's past. It begins by showing that, growing up, Jake didn't have many close friends. He spent much of his early life alone, not necessarily by choice, but because close connections just didn't happen often for him. However, there was one exception. One friend who stood out from the rest. His name was Patrick, though Jake always called him Pat. Pat had bright red hair and a constant energy about him. One day, young Pat showed up at Jake's house, full of excitement about something he was holding in his hands. When Jake saw it, he immediately asked the kind of question kids only ask when they're both shocked and hopeful. He wondered aloud if it was really what he thought it was. It turned out that it was. Pat had somehow gotten his hands on a copy of a comic called Grave Dance. At the time, it was the only thing comic fans were talking about. The release had stirred up huge buzz, and copies were said to have sold out in under 3 minutes. But Pat, against all odds, had managed to get one. And because they shared everything, that meant Jake had one too, in a way. What belonged to one of them often belonged to both. They did everything together. The comic was just one example. There are memories of the two of them laying side by side on the floor, flipping through the pages and laughing together at the story inside. They shared snacks too, sitting together in a park, passing food between each other without a second thought. Even their clothes weren't entirely their own, sometimes wearing identical outfits, styled to look like rock stars, enjoying themselves and feeling proud in matching clothes. Video games were another thing they enjoyed together, spending time in front of a bright screen, completely absorbed in the fun. All of it created a pattern. They didn't just spend time together, they shared parts of their lives freely, without hesitation. At one point, Jake borrowed Pat's copy of Grave Dance, and in return, Pat borrowed one of Jake's video games. It was a simple trade, nothing unusual between the two of them. But what followed would change the nature of their friendship in ways neither of them expected. A week later, Jake approached Pat and asked if he had the video game. Jake was ready to trade back, but Pat seemed nervous. He told Jake that he didn't have the game on him and asked if he could give it back tomorrow. Jake was confused. He asked Pat what was going on and why he couldn't return it now, but Pat, still visibly uneasy, insisted it was nothing and said he just wanted to play it a little longer. Jake didn't press him at first, but he mentioned that he would be leaving for a trip that weekend, so he really needed it that day. Pat apologized again and repeated that he didn't have it with him. That was when Jake offered to just go over to Pat's house to grab it himself. Still, Pat remained uncomfortable and didn't explain clearly what was going on. Jake noticed that something was off, but at the time, he didn't understand what that meant. Then, all of a sudden, Pat snapped and blurted out that he had broken the game. Jake was shocked. He asked if that was true and Pat repeated that he was sorry. It was only a video game, but to young Jake, it meant more than that in the moment. Looking back on it now, Jake would call it stupid, but at the time, it hit harder. The fallout was quick. After that day, the two boys didn't speak for 2 full weeks. Jake was upset, and neither of them knew how to repair the silence. Eventually, Pat was the one who tried. He reached out and told Jake he had something to give him. He said he would bring it to him during recess. Jake agreed to meet him, but when the time came and Jake went looking for him, Pat wasn't there. He was missing from the spot they had agreed on. Not long after that, Pat switched schools. There was no warning. He just disappeared from Jake's daily life. It would be years before Jake found out what really happened. When the truth finally came to him, it painted a different story from the one he had believed as a kid. The reality was that Pat had never broken the game at all. What really happened was that a group of bullies had attacked him and stolen it from his bag. He had been beaten, and the game had been taken by force. The day he was supposed to return it, he had been ambushed. Despite that, Pat had tried to fix the situation. After the incident, he saved up his own money in an attempt to buy a replacement for Jake. That was what he had planned to give Jake during recess. But before he could deliver it, the same group of bullies attacked him again. This time, they not only took the replacement game, but they beat him so badly that his parents decided to move him to another school entirely. Through all of it, Pat never told Jake what had happened. He never explained about the bullies or the stolen game. Jake could only guess that Pat had kept him out of it on purpose. Maybe he was trying to protect him, or maybe he just didn't want to lose a close friend he had. But even after Jake eventually learned all of this, he didn't do anything. Not then, and not later. He never reached out to Pat to tell him he understood. He never sent a message to say he didn't blame him. He never offered an apology for cutting him off back then or abandoning their friendship when it mattered. He didn't even thank him for trying to make things right. None of that ever happened. Instead, Jake moved on. He acted like it had never happened at all. And now, looking back on it with full knowledge of the truth, Jake explains why he did that. It was just simply the kind of guy he was. Jake Thane the coward. The story returns to the present moment, pulling us back to the forest where everything is still happening. Jake is no longer lost in thought. He is now fully immersed in violence. He is on top of William, who lies beneath him bloodied and still. Jake is unleashing a storm of blows driven by rage, while glowing blue energy erupts from his hands and eyes. The power around him pulses with each strike. A short distance away, Cecil watches. He has taken a step back to a safer position, far enough to avoid the chaos but close enough to see what's happening. His hand is stretched out in Jake's direction. He calls Jake's name, but there is no sign that Jake hears him. Jake is lost in his anger. His mind is consumed. He continues cursing at William, telling him to die, and hammering his head into the earth again and again. The blue energy doesn't stop. It pours from Jake with no sign of slowing down. Cecil watches in stunned silence. He can't believe what he's seeing. Jake's strength, the energy radiating from him, the way he's fighting, it's all on a level Cecil can't even understand. He starts to wonder what kind of power this is. And between Jake and William, there isn't really a fight happening anymore. It ended before it even began. William is just taking the full force of Jake's outburst, unable to fight back. As Jake continues his assault, Cecil comes to a realization. It feels like something inside of Jake finally gave out. Whatever Jake had been holding in, whatever pressure had been building over time, had now broken wide open. Cecil imagines it like a sealed container that couldn't handle the strain anymore. And when it broke, the force of everything inside came spilling out all at once. Jake draws back his fist again. He is still furious, still driven by instinct. His eyes remain glowing, his body still pulsing with energy. And Cecil, watching this moment, thinks to himself that Jake has surpassed his own limits. That whatever was holding him back is now gone. Jake has pushed past it all, and William is suffering the full weight of the consequences. Each blow that Jake lands shakes the forest. The sound echoes far out into the trees, startling birds and animals hidden in the brush. Even the ground itself trembles under the intensity of what is happening. It no longer feels like just a fight. It feels like destruction. As Jake winds up to deliver one final blow, this one clearly meant to end it completely, Cecil reacts. He shouts out that William is already dead. Without hesitation, he runs forward and places himself directly in Jake's path. His arms are raised high, his body positioned to intercept Jake's next strike. It's an act of desperation, but it works. Jake freezes. His fist is still held in the air, still surrounded by the glowing blue light, still caked with blood. But it doesn't fall. He looks up and sees Cecil standing in front of him. Jake's eyes widen. He seems startled. Jake lowers his hands slowly. The glow around him begins to dim. He looks down at William's body and then at his own hands, still soaked in blood. He finally speaks in a quieter tone, asking what he's done. His voice is filled with confusion and regret. Trying to comfort him, Cecil tells Jake that it's going to be okay. That he's okay now. But Jake doesn't seem to believe that. He doesn't move right away. Then, after a moment, he lowers himself to the ground. He sits there, slumped and silent. All the energy that had been overflowing from him seems to be gone. Jake begins to talk again. This time, it's not about power or fighting. He talks about his friends. One by one, he says they're all dead. His voice is filled with pain, and his eyes look hollow. Then he buries his hand in his hair, pulling at it in frustration. He repeats the words louder this time. Everyone is dead. He starts naming them. Adam, Casper, Caroline, and not just them but others too. Bertram, Joanna. As he lists each name, images of those people begin to flash in his mind. Friends he lost. People he couldn't protect. Finally, the realization hits him in full. Jake sits there, hands gripping his head, eyes filled with tears. He breaks down and says the words out loud as if he has only just understood the full weight of them. I'm alone. His voice cracks as the words leave his mouth. And with that, he begins to cry. 10 minutes had passed since Jake had killed William. After crying uncontrollably over the loss of everyone, he now sat motionless, his body slouched against the ground. He remained a short distance from the large crater he had created with the force of his strikes. At the center of the crater, William's lifeless body still sat, completely unmoving, its position untouched since the moment of death. Jake hadn't left that spot. The devastation of what had happened weighed too heavily on him to even stand. Eventually, Cecil, who had been nearby, cautiously suggested that it might be time for them to leave. He spoke carefully, saying that staying there any longer wouldn't do Jake any good. But Jake remained seated on the ground. His posture had not changed. He was slightly curled up, barely moving, and he quietly responded that he didn't feel like going anywhere. Cecil tried again. He reminded Jake that he couldn't just stay like this forever. He asked what exactly Jake expected to happen if he kept sitting there in the ruins of what had just happened. But before he could finish his thought, something strange occurred. Without warning, everything around them stopped. It was not just a stillness in the air or a quiet moment. Time itself came to a halt. Jake, Cecil, and everything in the surrounding area became completely frozen. Nothing moved. It was as if reality had been paused altogether. In that unnatural silence, a figure suddenly appeared next to William's corpse. The voice that followed expressed disapproval, calling the entire situation a mess. This was the same man who had previously brought William back from death after his fight with Richard. His appearance remained unchanged. A pale, sickly white complexion, scattered white hair, and a hollow smile that never quite disappeared. He wore black from head to toe and carried a sleek black candlestick. Looking down at William's damaged body, the man said he was disappointed. Then he mentioned that they would simply have to try again. He extended one hand, placing it gently over William's crushed face. A bright light began to glow from his palm as he seemed to start repairing the damage, healing what had been destroyed. But before he could finish, another voice interrupted him. It was the voice of the malefic viper. He said someone needed to stop the pale man from interfering and trying to take William's body so casually. As he said this, the viper stood with his arms folded, keeping a steady gaze on the scene before him. In response, the pale man tried to dismiss the concern. He claimed it shouldn't matter, that it was of no real consequence. Then he turned the discussion back around, asking if the viper wasn't the one who had started all this to begin with. He reminded him that he had told him to leave Jake, his chosen, untouched. Yet now the viper was interfering with the pale man's own choice, which he implied was William. The viper didn't deny the accusation, but he corrected the pale man. He stated that taking the mortal's body was, in fact, a significant matter. It wasn't something he could let pass. The pale man, confused by this level of resistance, asked why that would be. Why, he asked, would the viper care so much about the body of a dead mortal? The viper smiled in response and told him it was none of his business. What mattered, he said, was that the body belonged to Jake's chosen status, and since Jake was his chosen, it meant the body belonged to him as well. Now growing impatient, the pale man closed his mouth tightly, though somehow still managing to sigh. Then he asked what it was that the viper wanted. He clearly just wanted to end the argument quickly. The viper explained his demand in simple terms. If the pale man took the body, he would owe the viper a favor. That was all. The pale man stepped closer, placed a hand firmly against the viper's chest, and stated that they both understood that a favor between them was never simple. It carried far more weight than the words suggested. Trying another approach, the pale man offered to compensate Jake instead, who still sat frozen nearby, locked in time. But the viper immediately rejected that idea. He said there was no way he would allow the pale man near Jake, not under any circumstances. Velastromas then shrugged, wearing a coy smile. He repeated the two options. Either the pale man could leave the body here and walk away, or he could take it and owe him the favor. There would be no other arrangement. Now visibly frustrated, the pale man asked if the viper had not already done enough. He brought up the damage that Jake and the viper had caused, stating that it had thrown everything into chaos. In his view, the entire tutorial had been ruined by their interference. But the viper's demeanor changed. He stopped smiling and spoke more firmly. He warned the pale man that this would be his last time repeating the condition. If he tried to take the body, he would be in debt to him. There would be no more discussion after that. Realizing that the viper had no intention of backing down, the pale man hesitated. Then, without arguing further, he turned away from the conversation and walked back toward William's body. Accepting the outcome, he finally agreed to the viper's demand. He said that he would owe him and seemed to understand that pushing the issue any further would not end well. He returned to William's body and once again placed his hand over it. The same bright light as before began to shine from his palm. In an instant, both the pale man and William's body vanished from the spot. The moment they disappeared, time resumed. Everything that had been frozen suddenly continued moving as if nothing had happened. The malefic god who had remained where he was, let out a sigh, his tone one of mild irritation, and crossed his arms. He muttered to himself about how troublesome the other gods had always been. Apparently, this pale figure, just like him, was also a god. And it seemed even among divine beings, ever small was considered a problem. Then, from some distance away, Jake called out. His voice was clear and demanding. He asked the viper who that pale man had been. The question hung in the air, sharp and urgent. The viper turned his head slightly, visibly surprised that Jake had seen anything. He pointed out that time had been frozen. Jake wasn't supposed to have witnessed any of it. That entire confrontation was meant to occur outside the awareness of mortals. But Jake quickly answered. He said his bloodline ability had remained active throughout the whole event. Because of that, he had been able to sense everything, even the presence of the pale man. Hearing this, the viper's expression shifted slightly. He no longer looked annoyed, but rather a bit more cautious. He told Jake to be careful with that kind of information. He warned him not to share such things so freely. He explained that not only were bloodlines extremely rare, but Jake's specific bloodline appeared to be unusually powerful. Letting others know about it so casually could invite trouble. But Jake had no interest in that kind of advice right now. His voice rose, clearly growing impatient. He shouted back that he didn't care about that at the moment. What mattered to him was finding out who that pale man was and why he had taken William's body. His words were forceful and insistent. Without warning, the Viper disappeared from his spot and reappeared directly behind Jake. The sudden movement startled Jake, who spun around quickly with wide eyes. The Viper then answered his question. He said that the pale man was a god known as Eversmile. He described him as sickly, pale, and always wearing a smile that felt more deranged than friendly. According to the Viper, Eversmile was a maniac, someone to be cautious of. But, he added with a calm tone, now that Eversmile owed him a favor, it was acceptable. The situation was under control, at least from his perspective. Jake wasn't convinced. In fact, he seemed furious. He shouted again, now even more upset. He asked the Viper if he was seriously telling him that he had just let Eversmile leave with the body of the man who had killed all of his friends, and all for some favor. The Viper replied calmly, trying to make Jake understand. He told him that a favor from a god was not a trivial thing. It carried weight far beyond what Jake was imagining. It wasn't something given lightly or wasted on minor matters. Then, as if trying to shift the tone, the Viper offered a piece of information. He told Jake that if it helped, he should know that his friends weren't exactly dead. This made Jake pause, and his expression shifted. He looked surprised, almost confused by what he had just heard. The Viper continued. He said that while some of Jake's companions had indeed died, others were still alive. He mentioned Adam, Bertram, and even Casper. All of them, according to the Viper, were safe and currently located on the other side of the tutorial. Jake was visibly stunned by this. The revelation hit him hard. He asked how that was even possible. It didn't make sense to him. How could they have survived after everything that had happened? The Viper explained further. He said that when it came to having a powerful variant class, Adam might actually surpass Jake. Adam had recently become an augur, and now that he held such a title, he had become extremely difficult to kill. It wasn't easy to take someone like that down. As for Casper, the Viper hesitated. His tone shifted slightly, and he didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he told Jake that he would have to see for himself. Whatever had happened with Casper, the Viper chose not to explain it outright. He left that part deliberately vague. At that moment, Cecile, who was now inexplicably sitting on the Viper's shoulder, asked a question of his own. He wanted to know what would happen to William now that Eversmile had taken him. The Viper replied that William would likely be revived. Since William was the chosen of Eversmile, the god who had taken him, it was only natural that he would bring him back. The Viper added that he had already done everything he could to give Jake the opportunity to take revenge on William. That had been his goal. He said he had orchestrated their meeting in this place specifically so Jake could confront and defeat him. And based on the outcome, he was pleased. He smiled, clearly satisfied with how things had turned out. Jake, in his view, had not disappointed. Jake, still struggling to make sense of all this, said that he had thought the system was supposed to prevent gods like the Viper from interfering so directly. He had been under the impression that such meddling wasn't allowed. The Viper responded with a shrug. He explained that he had done his best to minimize his interference. He tried to keep it to the bare minimum necessary. So far, he said, that approach had worked out fine. But Jake had another question. He recalled that Eversmile had said something about them ruining the tutorial. Jake wanted to know what that had meant. What exactly had they done to ruin anything? The Viper didn't answer right away. He seemed tired of all the questions. With a sigh, he said that it would be easier to show Jake everything at once. There was no point in explaining it piece by piece when a single vision could reveal the entire truth. Then, raising one hand, the Viper gently touched Jake's face. As soon as he made contact, Jake's vision began to shift. He started to see something unfamiliar. He asked what was happening. The Viper answered calmly, saying that he was showing him the story of two individuals. One had entered the tutorial with his friends. That was Adam. The other had entered completely alone. That was William. The boy William relied only on himself. Early in the tutorial, he stumbled upon a wand and with it, he gained the means to kill. He used that weapon without hesitation, cutting down others wherever he went. The wand gave him power and he embraced it. In contrast, the other boy Adam faced immediate tragedy. On the very first day, his group was attacked. In that initial brutal encounter, two of his friends were supposed to have died, Jake and Joanna. The story, as the Viper told it, framed their deaths as the first turning point in Adam's journey. But Jake, watching this unfold within the vision, interrupted. He objected firmly. He pointed out that wasn't how it had happened. Neither he nor Joanna had died that night. His voice cut through the vision, reminding the god that something in that version was off. The Viper turned to him, unbothered by the interruption. He explained that this was not Jake's story. This was the version of events that should have occurred. The one that would have unfolded if fate had not been rewritten. Then the god resumed the tale. He said that in the aftermath of that loss Adam, weighed down by grief, found himself aligning with two others, Richard and Nicholas. Jake recognized the names. He remembered Nicholas well. That was the other archer, the one Jake had ended up defeating himself. When he pointed this out, the Viper simply responded with a single word: precisely. That, he said, was where things began to change. That was the moment Jake's continued existence began rewriting the course of the story. From there, the Viper explained, a complex web of manipulation unfolded. Richard had been using William, pulling strings from behind the scenes. But what Richard didn't know was that Nicholas, in turn, was manipulating him. Each had their own agenda, and in the original version of the tale, this chain of betrayal and scheming would have culminated in Richard's death at Nicholas's hands. However, that balance of deception didn't last. William eventually killed Nicholas. While Nicholas was cunning and manipulative, he lacked strength in direct combat. William, on the other hand, had grown increasingly brutal and efficient. With Nicholas removed, William's rise became unstoppable. He began to dominate the tutorial, eliminating his remaining competitors one by one. In that timeline, there was no Jake to oppose him. Jake had died long ago, as he was meant to. And so no one remained to stop William's ascent. By the end of the tutorial, William stood alone. Everyone else had been erased. And with that, Eversmile would have succeeded. He would have gained the most powerful disciple the tutorial had ever produced. But things hadn't gone that way. One variable had changed everything. Jake, his unexpected survival, enabled by a mysterious bloodline no one had anticipated, altered the path entirely. That first night, when Jake should have died, something different occurred. He had awakened. He had endured. And that survival unraveled the fixed threads of fate. That, the Viper explained, was why Eversmile considered this tutorial ruined. The divine plan had been interrupted. A thread meant to be cut had instead been woven deeper into the narrative. Even so, the Viper reminded Jake that in both versions of the story, his friends had met their end. He told him not to place all the blame on himself. But Jake couldn't accept that. He shouted in frustration. He said he could have done more. He had survived. That meant he had a chance to change things, and he failed. He had turned away from his friends instead of standing with them. He had been a coward, he said. While they faced danger, he had remained on the sidelines. The Viper, however, disagreed. He told Jake that wanting to stay out of other people's problems wasn't wrong. He had made a choice, and that choice hadn't been evil. But Jake didn't see it that way. The god told him again, his friend's weaknesses weren't his responsibility. That only made Jake angrier. He asked if the Viper expected him to become like one of those people who turn their backs on others. To ignore those he cared about, just for the sake of self-preservation. To that, the Viper gave a serious answer. He said that no one was Jake's responsibility, unless Jake chose for them to be. Those words struck something deeper in Jake. He didn't respond with anger this time. Instead, he said he didn't want to become like the Viper. He didn't want to live a life of solitude, sad and detached until the end of time. Hearing this, the god's eyes widened. For the first time, there was no witty remark, no sarcastic reply. He seemed surprised. He fell into a moment of silence, reflecting on what Jake had said. But Jake wasn't done. There was something more he needed to make clear. He said that if one day he were to fall in battle, he hoped things would end there. He didn't want to be brought back. He didn't want the Viper to revive him. Cecil, who had been listening nearby, was confused by this. He asked Jake why he would say something like that. Why wouldn't he want to be revived? Jake answered him plainly. If he were brought back, it would make the fight meaningless. There would be no weight to it, no real risk. He didn't want a divine safety net. He wanted to know that he could lose. That what he fought for could be lost. That's what made it real. Then, with those final words, Jake turned and stormed off. He still had a task to complete. The dungeon boss, or rather the Beast Lord, was still waiting for him. Cecil tried to call out, telling him to wait, but the Viper stopped him. He said to let Jake go. The god's tone had shifted. It was more serious now. He said that his chosen one had already gone through more than most, and from now on things were only going to get worse. Cecil didn't understand what he meant by that. He asked what the Viper was talking about. The Viper hesitated for a moment. He said he hadn't planned to say anything. Jake wouldn't understand, and he probably wouldn't want to hear it anyway. But then, speaking more solemnly, he explained that as a god, he could sometimes glimpse beyond the present. He could peer slightly through the veil of fate. He couldn't see everything, but he could catch glimpses of what lay ahead. He said that when he orchestrated the meeting between Jake and William, he already knew what the outcome would be. That part was inevitable. But he had seen just a little further beyond that moment. And what he saw, he said, was enough to tell him one thing. Jake would fight the king of the forest before the tutorial ended. But he was destined to lose that battle. The scene opens in the malefic Viper's lair, where he watches his crystal ball with quiet focus. The Hall Master enters, curious about how his chosen one, Jake, is handling things now that the tutorial is nearing its end. The Viper explains that Jake is doing well in some ways but not so well in others, which leaves the Hall Master puzzled until he goes on to clarify. Ever since Jake defeated Eversmile's chosen one, he hasn't been quite the same. He has spent days wandering the forest, speaking far less than usual while hunting down more creatures than ever, their bodies left scattered behind him. With each hunt, his growth has accelerated, levels and stats increasing at a steady pace. Eventually, his power reached a point where he felt ready to face the final Beast Lord. He attacked without hesitation, landing a decisive shot that took down the beast as it charged at him. The malefic Viper can't deny that Jake's focus has served him well in gaining strength, yet there's no ignoring the coldness that has settled over him. His eyes have grown dim, as if the drive for power has stripped away something vital. He moves like a machine now, pushing forward with only one goal: to crush every obstacle in his way and take on the final test, defeating the King of the Forest. As night falls, about 15 hours before the tutorial will end, Jake sits by a campfire with Cecil. The flames crackle while Jake methodically sharpens his weapon, making it clear that he's ready for what comes next. Cecil, still unsure about him, asks about their plan for the morning. Jake simply repeats what's always been true: they will face the King of the Forest head on. That is all that's left. The tension between them lingers as Cecil tries to check on Jake, asking if he isn't worried at all. Jake doesn't give a clear answer, but the concern on his face says enough. Cecil pushes a little more, hoping Jake might open up, but Jake's response stays cold and distant, insisting he's fine. A frustrated sigh escapes Jake. Winning this final fight is all that matters to him now. He believes that if he comes out on top, everything he's suffered will have been worth it. Cecil's worry grows stronger, and he asks what Jake will do if he loses, but Jake snaps at the thought, driving his knife into the ground to shut it down. Cecil is left with nothing more to say. With the conversation going nowhere, Jake decides to rest, lying down to get whatever sleep he can before the coming fight. But Cecil isn't ready to let it go just yet. He calls out to Jake, wanting him to know what he really feels. He thanks Jake sincerely, remembering how things went back in the dungeon. Without Jake, Cecil knows he would still be trapped, or worse, already dead from one of the traps. More than that, he knows that if not for Jake, he would still be alone. In this harsh place, he's found a friend, and even with all the struggles, he understands just how much he owes him. It's awkward to admit, but he's grateful for everything Jake has done. Embarrassed by his own words, Cecil urges Jake again to get some rest. Jake, half trying to lighten the mood and half showing his gratitude, tells Cecil he's thankful too, thankful that Cecil has stuck with him all this time. He offers him a small fist bump to show it. Even as their hands meet, Cecil can't shake off the words of the malefic Viper echoing in his mind. Jake wasn't meant to win against the King of the Forest. That thought leaves Cecil uneasy, and with a heavy sigh, he can only hope that the Viper's prediction is wrong. Morning arrived, and with it came trouble. A loud boom echoed through the forest, followed by a tremor that shook the ground beneath Jake's feet. The sudden shock left him tense, wondering what could have caused it. Beside him, Cecil tried to make sense of it too, thinking it might be an earthquake, but neither of them could say for sure. Not wanting to stand around, Jake decided he had to find out for himself. He dashed off toward the source of the noise, leaving Cecil behind calling after him, confused about where he was going. Jake didn't explain much, he just knew he needed to see it with his own eyes. As he moved closer, the sound grew clearer, each step confirming that whatever caused it was massive. When Jake finally saw it, he froze in shock. Standing before him was the King of the Forest, a towering figure with a giant wooden frame that loomed above everything else. The beast's gaze fixed on Jake, acknowledging him in a voice that rumbled through the trees. It spoke of Jake's progress, saying he had come farther than expected, but the words of praise quickly turned into a threat. The king intended to end him right here. Jake tensed as a large notification window appeared before him. It laid out a clear choice, forcing him to decide how his story here would end. The first option was safe: he could leave the tutorial immediately, keep all the rewards he'd earned, and even gain a bonus of 50 million points, plus everything that came with finishing the tutorial normally. The second option was far more dangerous: he could stay and fight, facing the King of the Forest head-on. If he succeeded and killed the king, he would earn 300 million points and all the rewards for clearing the tutorial by force. The choices played over in Jake's mind. He could walk away, alive and already rewarded, or he could risk everything for a chance at an even greater prize. Normally, there wouldn't be any hesitation. Backing down wasn't in Jake's nature. But standing there, looking at the sheer size and power of the King of the Forest, a flicker of fear ran through him. The beast's presence alone made the risk clear enough. For a moment, uncertainty dug in, but Jake pushed it aside, grinding his teeth as he remembered what he'd said the night before. He had promised he wouldn't lose to the King of the Forest no matter what. That reminder settled everything in his mind. A grin broke across his face. There was only one choice for him. He would stay and fight. Decision made, Jake stepped forward and spoke to the king of the forest, asking for something before they truly began. He pulled his bow from the holding necklace and requested that the king take one of his shots. He claimed he just wanted to see how big the gap was between them. Amused by Jake's boldness, the king agreed, curious to witness Jake's power for himself. This response pleased Jake more than anything. This wasn't some trick or sneak attack. Jake genuinely wanted to measure himself. He needed to see exactly what he was capable of. He took his time, preparing his strongest move. His bow and arrow drawn with a fully charged power shot, infused with his deadliest poison. Everything he had learned up to this point was poured into this single shot. He believed that this attack, if anything could, might bring down even a beast like the king of the forest. With one last breath, he let it fly. The arrow tore through the air with force, heading straight for the king, who continued to watch with interest. When the arrow hit, it exploded violently, sending wind and debris flying in every direction. Even Jake had to brace himself as the shockwave rattled the clearing. As the dust swirled and the wind howled, Jake waited, hoping to see what his strongest shot had done. But when the debris cleared, the truth was clear. The king of the forest still stood, completely unharmed. The massive beast casually held the arrow Jake had fired, pinched between its fingers like it was nothing. Jake could hardly believe it. The king looked at him, calling the attempt impressive but ultimately pointless. With that, the king crushed the arrow in his hand and made it clear that Jake's best effort wouldn't be enough to bring him down. After Jake's strongest attack failed to harm the king, the giant beast mocked him in a taunting way. It claimed it almost admired someone as weak as Jake for even managing to touch him at all. But the king reminded Jake that he had promised only one free shot, and now that chance was wasted. Taking a dramatic stance, the king aimed at Jake and fired a sharp projectile that grew straight out of its wooden fingers. It told Jake he should have surrendered when he could, because now he would suffer instead. As the deadly attack flew toward him, Jake's instincts kicked in. His bloodline ability activated on its own, catching him by surprise. The fact that it triggered so soon showed him just how dangerous his opponent truly was. Jake dodged to the side just in time, the projectile tearing through the air where he had just stood. He grabbed an arrow, ready to counter. But before he could aim, the king vanished and reappeared behind him. Jake barely had time to react before the king struck him with a powerful blow. The force sent Jake crashing into a nearby tree so hard that blood burst from his mouth. Lying on the ground, stunned by the impact, Jake struggled to breathe. The king called him pathetic and stepped closer, taunting him again. The beast asked if Jake really thought he was as foolish as the weaker beast lords he had defeated before. Each word felt like a slap, but Jake forced himself to stand, ignoring the pain. He told the king to shut up, anger burning through him. The king didn't stop. He aimed his fingers again, forming another sharp projectile. He fired straight at Jake, challenging him to dodge once more. Jake realized he didn't have enough time to move normally, so he prepared to use his shadow vault skill. As the attack closed in, he vanished just in time, reappearing high on a tree branch out of reach for the moment. From his higher position, Jake took a second to breathe. He knew he needed to keep his distance if he wanted any chance to figure out how to beat the king. He fired another round of arrows, hoping to slow the beast down. But the king simply gathered his magical energy, mocking Jake's effort. With a clap of its massive hands, the king unleashed a gust of powerful wind that shattered Jake's arrows before they could even reach him. Seeing his best shots fail one after the other, Jake felt a wave of frustration. His archery skills, which had carried him this far, seemed useless against this monster. He put his bow back into the holding necklace, knowing he had to try something else. Using Shadow Vault again, he slipped away, hoping to buy himself time to come up with a plan that might actually work. The king spotted him escaping and roared out, calling him a coward. But Jake ignored it, moving through the forest as fast as he could. The king's voice thundered after him, warning that he wouldn't be able to hide forever. In the next moment, the beast began unleashing waves of explosive magical attacks all through the forest, trying to flush Jake out no matter where he ran. Far away from the chaos, Cecil tried to keep himself safe. He had climbed to one of the highest points within 5 miles, hoping the king's attacks wouldn't reach him there. But even that didn't guarantee safety. A sudden explosion burst nearby, shaking the branches around him and making it clear that nowhere was truly safe from the king's power. Cecil's heart pounded as he watched the forest rumble with destruction. Seeing the king's relentless power, he couldn't help but wonder if Jake really stood a chance in this fight. Back on the battlefield, the king of the forest kept searching for Jake while Jake hid behind a large rock, trying to catch his breath and come up with a real plan. He thought back to his earlier attack and realized that the king must have some sort of armor strong enough to block even his strongest shot. If he wanted any chance at winning, he had to find a way to break through that defense. Just then, the king's deep voice echoed through the trees, speaking directly to Jake as if he were standing right in front of him. The king told Jake he already knew where he was hiding and mocked him for clinging to false hope. He told Jake that resisting was pointless because the outcome was inevitable. The king could not be defeated. But while the king spoke, Jake's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. He remembered something that might finally work. Even as the king continued taunting him, Jake stayed hidden, focusing on his plan. Meanwhile, the king caught some rustling behind the boulder. The same one Jake crouched behind. He narrowed his eyes, believing he had finally cornered Jake for good. Taking aim with his massive hand, the king sneered a final goodbye before unleashing a powerful blast. The attack struck with a deafening roar, tearing through the forest and completely destroying the spot he targeted. Watching the devastation, the king laughed to himself, sure that even Jake could not have dodged that in time. He stepped closer to the smoldering crater, praising himself and calling himself the true king of this forest. But as he looked down, something caught his eye. A small, cracked black ball lay in the dirt, leaking strange energy as the cracks spread. Curious, the king crouched down, wondering what this thing was. In his mind, the fight was already over, so he didn't see it as any threat. But then the black sphere broke open completely, and waves of dark energy poured out, curling around the king like smoke. It was the tiny black ball Jake had gotten from the rat, the nest watcher, the vengeful beast who had once been defeated by the king but now wanted revenge. The nest watcher had created the curse specifically to harm the king of the forest and had given it to Jake for this moment. The dark energy clung to the king's massive wooden body, burning into him. He roared in pain as the vengeful spirit of the rat formed within the shadows, wrapping itself around the king and declaring that he would be king no more. Furious, the king cursed the nest watcher for daring to betray him like this. Hidden at a distance, Jake saw the king's armor, like shell, begin to melt under the curse's attack. He knew this was his chance. Gripping the corrupted mooncore shard he had gotten from the white stag, Jake burst from his hiding spot and charged straight at the weakened king. Seeing him coming, the king gathered his strength and fired a barrage of sharp projectiles to stop him. Jake's bloodline instinct kicked in again, letting him see every move the king made. But this time, he felt slower than before, the earlier hits and exhaustion wearing on him. Still, he refused to stop. He dodged the attacks, weaving through them with each step. He realized now he could see the king's every move clearly, a chance he could not waste. Gathering all his remaining strength, Jake used the crystal's power to launch himself high into the air, aiming straight for the king's heart. Holding the shard tight, he stabbed it deep into the king's massive wooden chest. He pushed with everything he had left as the dark energy from the curse and the crystal's power collided. The king could only glare at Jake in disbelief as the magic began to explode from within. A huge blast of light erupted, shaking the entire forest. Even Sissel, far away, had to cover his eyes from the blinding flash as the shockwave rolled over him. Smoke and debris filled the clearing, making it impossible to see what had happened. When the dust finally began to settle, Jake stared through the haze, expecting to see the king defeated. But to his shock, the king of the forest was still standing. Though damaged, the giant beast glared at Jake with hatred burning in its eyes. It growled that he had had enough. The king cursed the other beast lords, spitting out their names with disgust. He hated that even in death they dared to strike at him through Jake and the rat's curse. His rage only made him stronger. Seeing the king's anger swell, Jake took an uneasy step back, clenching his teeth as fear ran through him. The king raised his voice and declared that this would go on no longer. He would end Jake right now, once and for all. After the king of the forest declared he would end Jake's life once and for all, he paused to wonder how he could even be feeling pain. How could a mere human like Jake damage him this much? He was the king who had crushed and killed countless beasts, proving he was born superior to them all. Long ago the system had brought him into this forest to battle the other beast lords. One by one, he had hunted them down and defeated them without effort. That was how he had become the crowned king, the final boss of the tutorial. And yet, now this single, weak human standing before him had thrown all that into question. The king reached up and gripped his wooden mask. He told Jake that his defiance had shown him something he had long ignored, that he had grown complacent in his throne. Strangely enough, the menacing king actually thanked Jake for pushing him this far, for forcing him to use his trump card. Jake's eyes narrowed with unease, realizing something bad was coming. The king said that Jake should consider this an achievement worth being proud of. Then, with one final warning, the king cracked his mask apart. Jake braced himself, shielding his face with his arm, unsure if the mask itself was some kind of weapon. As the mask split open and fell away, the king muttered that he had hoped he would never need to reveal his true form, for it was not something easy to unleash. Soon, the last fragments of the mask hit the forest floor, and Jake found himself staring into the king's true face, a gaping black void, like a dark abyss. Energy roared out from the king's transformation, whipping the air into a storm that slammed into Jake. He dug his feet into the ground and covered his eyes with his arm, trying to resist the force that threatened to blow him backwards. But suddenly, Jake felt a sharp, crushing pain inside his skull, an attack that struck his mind instead of his body. He realized with horror that just looking into the king's void-like face was hitting him with a psychic assault unlike anything he had faced before. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as the attack tore through not just his mind but his very soul. It wasn't just him, either. Birds dropped out of the sky, crashing to the forest floor as the king's mental power killed every living thing nearby. Even Sissel, who had hidden himself far away, felt a sliver of the king's terrible power. He trembled as he wondered how long Jake could possibly endure this. All around, the oppressive energy pulsed through the forest like a suffocating wave. Jake clutched his head, screaming as the psychic force ripped through his mind. Blood leaked from his eyes, streaking down his face in crimson trails as he let out a ragged, animalistic growl of pure agony. Standing tall in the chaos, the king of the forest looked down on Jake, his void-like face unmoving. He commended Jake for the last time, telling him he should feel honored to have come this far, but this would be his end. Even now, with blood pouring from his eyes and mouth, Jake refused to give up. He gritted his teeth, digging his fingers into the dirt, trying desperately to resist. He fought to move, to breathe, to stand, anything to keep fighting. But another crushing wave of mental pain slammed into him, and he vomited blood once more. His body convulsed, then finally collapsed to the forest floor with a heavy thud, unmoving and half buried in his own blood. The king of the forest, seeing this, gave Jake one final farewell. To him the hunter had been impressive but foolish. And now, lying broken and silent, it seemed the viper's prophecy had come true. Jake had faced the king and lost. But just then, a faint flicker appeared in the corner of Jake's vision. A system notification lit up, showing a slow percentage increase in his hidden ability. Flashes of his memories played. Every fight, every scar, every brutal lesson were all building up to this moment. Something inside Jake was changing, whether the king realized it or not. As Jake's body lay on the ground, in that moment, flashes of Jake's past battles filled the void. What had happened between him and William, how that pain and rage had forced something deep inside him to snap. Every moment of struggle had pushed him far beyond any limit he ever knew. His percentage continued to rise slowly but steadily, pushing his hidden ability higher and higher until it finally overflowed. Back in the present, Jake's body began to twitch. His fingers moved first, then his arms. It was like his body was trying to come back to life, refusing to stay down even when there seemed to be no strength left. But the king of the forest, still convinced Jake was dead, turned his back and started to walk away from the battlefield, believing the fight was over. As the king stepped through the ruined clearing, he suddenly felt something strange. A chill ran down his wooden frame. He looked back to where Jake's broken body should have been, but the spot was empty. Confusion crossed his mind as he tried to sense where the hunter had gone. He did not know that Jake, driven by a newly awakened skill, was already right behind him. Jake's eyes were wide open, but there was no human emotion in them. There was only a cold, raw bloodlust that seemed almost animal. He had unlocked something new, something that broke past everything that had held him back. His new skill, Limit Break, pushed his dead body to keep fighting like a beast that refused to stop hunting. Without any warning, Jake slammed a devastating blow into the king's back. The king stumbled forward, thrown by the sudden impact. It was the first time he had felt a strike like that from Jake. But before he could recover, Jake was already there again, his body moving so fast that even the king's mind struggled to keep up. The second blow came even harder. Jake's fist smashed into the king's side, sending him crashing into the ground with a force that broke the forest floor beneath him. The king tried to understand how any of this was happening. He had believed that no one could survive witnessing his true form. Yet Jake's fists kept falling, each one stronger than the last. It slowly dawned on the king that the man he thought he had killed no longer existed. Jake's mind and body had given way to something else entirely. What stood above him now was no longer just a human being but a predator fueled only by instinct. The king tried to brace himself, to defend against the attacks, but there was no escape. Jake was relentless. With a final roar of power that seemed to come from deep within his broken frame, Jake delivered one last crushing blow. The king's wooden body splintered under the impact, shards breaking apart and scattering across the battlefield. The king's final thought as his core shattered was that Jake had become the true monster in this forest. When it was over, Jake stood on top of what remained of the king's carcass. His eyes were empty, lost in the haze of primal instinct. His hands dripped with blood and splinters. The strength that had carried him this far slowly faded, and his body collapsed to the ground. The forest fell silent again. The tutorial was finally over. Far away in distant realms, the gods who had watched every moment through their crystal spheres were left in stunned silence. The Holy Mother, peering into her own sphere, could hardly believe what Jake had done. He had somehow changed the fate written for him. He had done the impossible. In another realm, the malefic Viper and Viridia watched Jake's final moments together. The Viper could not hide his satisfaction as he watched Jake's broken but victorious form. He had doubted his chosen one would succeed, but Jake had proved him wrong by defeating the king. Viridia asked if Jake was still alive, but the Viper knew the truth. Jake's body had already died back on the battlefield. The only reason he kept fighting was because limit break forced his lifeless body to finish what his spirit could not. Viridia wondered if it had all been for nothing, but the Viper did not agree. For him, this was everything. Jake had proven himself not just to the beasts but to every god and creature watching across the multiverse. It did sting the Viper to even imagine Jake would get no reward for his impossible feat. He thought about using his own power to bring Jake back, but he knew Jake had refused such a gift. Jake had never wanted to be revived. Even so, a crooked smile crept across the Viper's face. He knew the system might have its own plans for Jake. Back on the battlefield, Jake's body lay still among the shattered remains of the king. His eyes were shut, his chest unmoving, but as the view came closer, a faint twitch could be seen at the corner of his eyes. Somewhere in the darkness, Jake's mind drifted to another realm. When his eyes opened again, he found himself sitting on a simple chair, just like the first time he had entered the tutorial. He looked around, not quite believing that he was still alive. It felt impossible, but somehow he had survived. A faint smile tugged at his lips as the weight of what he had done finally settled in. He had left the game behind him. He had beaten the king. And now, the hunter who had started with nothing was ready to face whatever came next. This was not the end. It was the beginning of a new chapter for the hunter who refused to stay dead. Far away from the world Jake knew, somewhere deep in another dimension, a magical being raised its hands, golden light shining from its fingertips. The figure slowly took shape, standing in a room that seemed to appear out of thin air. The being wore an ancient robe, its face hidden behind a permanent, unsettling smile. This was the ancient god known as Eversmile. In front of him lay William's broken body, battered and lifeless. Eversmile looked at the damage with a casual calm. He knew that owing Velostromos a favor had been an annoying price to pay, but he had expected that when bargaining with the Malefic One. He started to heal William's body, golden energy weaving through torn flesh and shattered bones. For Eversmile, fixing a body was simple. The real challenge would be bringing William's life back. Holding a golden leaf from Wagidrazil, the world tree, Eversmile seemed ready for the task. He pressed the leaf onto William's forehead, letting its power sink into his skin. This piece of the world tree was priceless. No amount of gold could have bought it. It had cost him a favor to the ancient tree itself. But that was the cost of bringing back a life that had already ended. As the leaf disappeared into William's skin, his body twitched. Slowly at first, then all at once. He bolted upright with a scream. Confusion and fear filled his eyes as he gasped for breath. The memory of Jake beating him to death came rushing back, sharp and vivid. The terror of it made him scream again and again, trapped in the nightmare of that final moment. Eversmile watched, amused, and greeted William, glad to see him alive again. William turned to face the god, on edge and unsure what this being wanted. Eversmile explained plainly that William had died and that he had been revived by Eversmile's power. William looked at himself, almost in disbelief, trying to accept that he really had died. He asked why he was brought back at all. Eversmile told him that he wished to study him, finding William's existence curious enough to warrant a closer look. To William, it sounded like he was being turned into some kind of lab rat, something he immediately rejected. But Eversmile shook his head and told him that he didn't plan to experiment on him in that way. He wanted William to remain exactly as he was. His death had changed things, but Eversmile believed it could still be useful. With his hand stretched out, he offered William a chance to become his disciple. William didn't know what to say. He barely understood what was happening. He looked around and asked where he was and what had happened to the tutorial. Eversmile told him simply that he had failed it when he died. He explained that after William died, he brought his body here, a place made to look familiar to somewhere he knew well. William noticed the space around him. It looked like his old room back on Earth. For a moment he thought he really was home, but Eversmile clarified that this was not Earth at all. It was just a copy, shaped to calm William's mind. But the effect was the opposite. William thought it was unsettling and said he wanted to leave. He still didn't trust this god standing before him. Hearing this, Eversmile waved his hand. The familiar walls vanished, replaced by a dark, endless void. Only a single sphere of light hovered between them, casting a dim glow. Now, with no distractions, Eversmile finally introduced himself properly. He spoke of being one of the 12 primordials, a god and more importantly, a scholar. All he wanted was to learn from William. William asked what Eversmile hoped to learn. Eversmile answered that he wished to study karma, the unseen thread that tied actions, words, and choices together. To him, karma was the force that judged lies and truth, that paid back debts and balanced the scales. He said this power touched everyone, including William. To drive the point home, Eversmile reminded William of the blood debt he carried, the death at the hands of Jake. He created an illusion of Jake standing before William. Seeing that image made William flinch in fear. The memory was still too fresh. Eversmile noticed how much this image rattled him. It was clear that the trauma from Jake had left a deep scar in William's mind. Seeing this, Eversmile decided he needed to keep Jake away from William for now. He knew that showing Jake too soon would only cause more harm than good. It might even ruin what he wanted to learn. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Holy Mother, Adam sat alone in a bright, peaceful library, his robes flowing around him as he flipped through old texts. Not far from him stood Inara, a priestess of the Holy Mother, pretending to read but secretly watching Adam closely. She couldn't understand how someone so ordinary, so weak in her eyes, could carry such strong holy energy. She thought back to when Adam first arrived in their realm. He had come from what her father called the tutorial. She remembered the moment he appeared. Days ago, Adam's life had ended at William's hands, but his gift from the Holy Mother, an ability called One More Light, had brought him back. His body was remade in this sacred realm, a second chance given to him where so many others had failed. When Adam first arrived in the Holy Mother's realm, he was genuinely surprised it had worked. He'd been revived, brought back to life in this holy place, proof that his ability wasn't just theory. Right behind him, Bertram began to rematerialize too, revived just as Adam was. When Bertram fully appeared, Adam welcomed him back, but Bertram was more focused on what this meant. He asked Adam if this made him immortal now. Adam didn't think so. He told Bertram that he'd probably still die of old age one day. He believed this was a one-time miracle, not something he could repeat every time death came for him. Now dressed in their new ceremonial robes, Adam explained that Bertram, as his loyal guardian, could be revived many times as long as Adam stayed alive. But Bertram didn't look too excited about the idea of dying over and over for Adam's sake. They both turned their attention to a thin thread of light that now visibly tied them together. Adam asked if Bertram regretted becoming his guardian, since it meant their fates were permanently connected. If Adam died, Bertram would too. As they walked through the hall, Adam pointed out that this link meant they'd be together, whether they liked it or not. Bertram only shrugged and joked that it wasn't much different from how things had always been. Adam let the joke pass and shifted the topic to what they had to do next. He mentioned they needed to find a few people in this realm. He didn't even finish speaking before he stopped, surprised to see them standing just a short distance down the hall. Adam walked up to them, recognizing Inara and a man dressed as a knight. The knight bowed quickly, calling Adam an augur and promising to assist him until he chose to return to his own universe. Adam replied that there was something he needed to handle first. Before Adam could get to the point, the knight launched into a speech about how they would spread the glory of the Holy Church together. Adam shut that down immediately, telling him they wouldn't be doing that yet. He reminded the knight that he had already upheld his side of their agreement with the Holy Mother's realm. Now it was their turn to keep theirs. The knight tried to brush off Adam's words, acting as if they'd take care of that later. Adam refused to let it slide. He pointed out that he didn't make a deal with the knight standing before him. He made it directly with the Holy Mother herself. Right then, a massive painting of the Holy Mother in front of them began to glow with golden light. Everyone dropped to their knees except Adam, who stayed standing, facing the glowing image. He declared that even though he'd accepted his role within the church, he would always put the well-being of his fellow earthlings first. Bertram, kneeling beside him, quietly admitted he couldn't get up from his kneeling position, no matter how hard he tried. Adam just kept looking at the portrait, saying he was glad to have done business with the Holy Mother. Then he turned to those kneeling before him and told them to get ready for what was coming next. Back in the present, Inara kept on watching Adam in the library, remembering how that moment had unfolded. Inside, she felt a deep dislike for Adam. To her, putting Earth above the church was nothing short of blasphemy. It bothered her that even after all her father's lessons and her own, Adam still clung to that idea. She couldn't understand him, or Bertram for staying by his side. She thought she was being subtle in watching him, but Adam noticed. It frustrated him, knowing she was still judging him like this. He started wondering what strings had been pulled to keep her there with them. He realized the Holy Church was no stranger to internal politics. Adam knew exactly why they wanted him around. They needed his special skill, endless tongues, to help spread their teachings. But deep down he cared far more about Earth than he did about church politics. When he thought back to his meeting with the Holy Mother, he admitted to himself that he did want to share her teachings with humanity. He believed they could unite people. But what he wanted even more was to see his old friends again. Through the Pantheon, Adam had learned about Jake's role in the tutorial. He'd heard what happened after the camps attacked him. Adam couldn't help but think he should have handled things differently back then. He wondered how things would have turned out if that attack hadn't happened. Maybe Jake would have stayed with them. Maybe they would have brought William down together. Adam looked at the painting of the Holy Mother again. He wondered if Jake would have stuck by them if fate hadn't been thrown off course. He didn't blame Jake for any of it, he just felt regret for how it all unfolded. He remembered the way Jake used to look back when they worked together in the same office, a guy who never wanted promotions or raises, just doing his job and going home. Now, Jake had found something new to live for, even if Adam didn't know what it was. He smiled at the thought, still flipping through an old book. He was genuinely happy for Jake. Adam knew returning to Earth would be difficult, but he didn't see Jake as an enemy. He still saw Jake as a friend, and he truly believed they would meet again. Elsewhere, we see that all this with Adam took place just before Jake woke up, transported to another dimension. And in that moment, Jake smiled too. There was an accomplished look in his eyes. He'd finally left the game behind. Jake was still in the other dimension, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. The last clear memory he had was of the king of the forest hitting him with a psychic attack. After that, everything had gone black. He could only remember bits and pieces. He remembered losing control, fighting back, slamming the king into the ground, and finally killing him. The next thing he heard was the notification telling him he had slain the king of the forest. That was how the tutorial ended for him. As soon as the king was dead, Jake was healed completely and transported back to this dimension where everything had first begun. It felt strange to stand there, realizing the 2-month ordeal was actually over. He could hardly believe it but was relieved to be done with it. Even so, one thought stayed in his mind as he held the magical necklace that stored his loot. He couldn't help but wonder where Cecile had gone. Before he could think about it any longer, the necklace accidentally activated. A glow spread out, and all the loot he'd collected appeared neatly laid out on the table in front of him. Jake quickly noticed that not everything was from before. Mixed in with his old items were some new weapons and gear. He spotted a new dagger and a bow right away, and just seeing them made him feel excited. Finally, some real upgrades. Checking the item descriptions, he saw he now owned the Windsor bow and the Venomfang dagger. The dagger in particular reminded him of a tooth he once pulled from the Den Mother, one of the beast lords he'd faced. He figured it probably came from there. Then he found something else, a hard wooden mask. At first it just seemed familiar, but as he looked closer he realized it really was the king's mask, the same one from the forest. It was now his called, the Mask of the Fallen King. Looking through its stats, he could see how much it boosted his mana. It was a huge boost, bigger than anything he'd had before. He brought the mask up to his face and when he did, it snapped perfectly into place. Wearing it felt strange because it didn't get in his way at all, but he could feel the energy it gave off and could sense his mana flow more clearly. Taking it off again, he looked at it and felt satisfied, wondering just how much stronger he had become now. He thought about how nice it would be to see his actual progress directly. Almost on cue, a stream of system messages began to appear. Among them was the notification for killing the king of the forest. Seeing the king's level of 136 made Jake pause. He realized that at his much lower level, he should never have been able to win, even with all the gear he'd gotten from the other beast lords. He still felt amazed that he'd survived that fight at all. He knew this was the right moment to check how much he had leveled up. Looking at his new stats, he saw that his classes had jumped up by 9 levels. It was a huge increase and just showed how dangerous that final fight had been. He also noticed that he'd gained several new titles for what he'd done. One stood out, Kingslayer, which gave him resistance against nobility-based skills. Another one, Slayer of the Mighty, gave him a bit more pride in what he'd accomplished. When he looked back at the tutorial quest, he realized he'd completed that too. Even though he'd barely thought about it lately, the reward was nobility. He was now technically a lord with control over a city-level pylon of civilization. But to Jake, that didn't feel like much of a reward. He didn't see himself as the type who could run a city or be a proper noble. Still, it showed him that the system had some kind of hierarchy built into it. After that, he turned his focus to the new skills he'd picked up. There were so many system messages that it hit him. He really needed to keep better track of these things. Going through them, he saw one called Big Game Hunter. It boosted his power and resistance when facing stronger enemies. He wondered if that skill had been helping him all along during the fight with the king. Then he found an upgrade to his old power shot ability. Now he could infuse mana into it and charge it faster. Something that would definitely come in handy. Another new skill was Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, which would help him lock onto targets more effectively. But the one that really got his attention was the skill that had saved him against the king, Limit Break. Limit Break was the reason he'd been able to keep fighting even when he should have been dead. Remembering how it made him feel unstoppable back then, he now saw its drawback: overusing it could hurt the user. He thought about what might have happened if he hadn't been restored before being brought here. He knew he'd have to pay more attention to that skill in the future, but pushed the thought aside for now. While he was still looking over the last of his notifications, the same alien-like creature that had appeared the first time he entered the tutorial showed up again. It greeted him just as it had before. Jake responded out of habit, but in his mind he wondered if this was really the exact same creature, or just another copy of the same type. The creature praised him for finishing the tutorial. It seemed genuinely impressed that he had defeated every beast lord and even the king of the forest, saying his performance had been excellent. After praising Jake, the creature informed him that he had earned the title of progenitor of his universe, specifically the 93rd universe. Along with that, he received extra bonus points as part of his reward. Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but notice how grand these titles sounded compared to what he expected. He then asked if he would be sent back to Earth now that everything was over. The creature explained that Earth was still going through some changes and he wouldn't be able to return for another 3.5 days. Until then, he would have to stay here or find somewhere else to go. Jake asked where else he could go, but the creature only told him that he could go anywhere he had the power to reach by himself. This made Jake realize he didn't really have any other option for now, so he would just have to stay put and wait. Wanting to know if there was more to his reward than just a title, he asked what else he would get. The creature then told him about the tutorial store and that he could use his points there. But before he could do that, Jake needed to find out his total tutorial points first. Once all the calculations were done, adding up everything he'd gained during the tutorial, his total points shot up to over 21 billion. Seeing such a huge number left him completely shocked. He asked what he could actually get with so many points, and the creature explained that he could buy items, skills, or other kinds of rewards. But there was a limit. He could only make 5 main purchases, while any leftover points would be saved as credits. When Jake opened the store, he didn't expect much at first. He doubted there would be anything truly valuable. But as he scrolled through and saw legendary rarity items on display, he realized how wrong he was. The only problem was that he didn't meet the requirements for most of them. He could still buy those items and hold onto them for later, but it wasn't what he really wanted. Then he noticed a custom option in the store and asked the creature what that could do. The creature told him it could give him almost anything he wanted, as long as he had enough points to pay for it. That made Jake start asking more questions. When he asked if he could bring back fallen friends, the creature said it was possible, but that it wouldn't be a true resurrection. Then he asked if he could be made into a god, but the creature explained that while he could raise his levels, doing so could have negative side effects later. Jake then asked about enhancing his bloodline ability, but the creature stayed silent at first, which made Jake wonder what had happened to it. Finally, the creature answered, saying it didn't have enough data to give him a clear answer. He moved on and asked if he could buy information instead. The creature confirmed that he could, but the cost would depend on the value of the information. Some information, though, would always be off limits. Before Jake could think any further about what to buy, a voice reached him from beyond, warning him not to waste points on something he could get for free. Jake looked around, wondering if it was his old ally, the malefic Viper. The voice confirmed it was a divine message. The Viper told him to focus on skills and items that would actually help him instead of buying information. The Viper also advised him to skip weapons and armor for now, and instead consider getting a cauldron or useful skills. Before the message could continue, it was cut off, but Jake got the hint. He turned his attention to the cauldrons available in the store. There were 2 that caught his eye. The cauldron of myriad essences would let him switch mana affinities whenever he needed to, while the Altmar cauldron was well suited for his growing alchemy skills. He decided both would be good picks. Next, he browsed through the skills. It wasn't easy to choose since there were so many tempting options, but he narrowed it down to 2 that seemed worth it. The first was the 1-step mile skill, which would let him cover huge distances in a single step, a massive advantage. The second was Gaze of the Apex Predator, which could immobilize or even kill a target through eye contact by striking at their soul. He couldn't help but think about how the king of the forest had used a similar psychic attack on him, so having a move like this could be a game changer. Still, he wondered how it might interact with his perception abilities. Once he made up his mind, he decided to confirm his picks now and worry about his 5th choice later. As he confirmed the purchases, pain shot through him, but he could feel the changes working. The new skills settled into place, and just keeping his eyes open made him feel like he was releasing a wave of power. Right away, 2 of his skills merged into one that passively enhanced his eyes, sharpening his perception even more. He also got the 2 cauldrons he had chosen. Finally, it was time to make his last pick. As he looked through the options, something caught his attention that shocked him. After thinking it through, he realized it was exactly what he needed to make things more interesting, so he quickly used his final choice to buy it. With that done, the store window disappeared. He had gotten everything he wanted for now. Jake settled into a comfortable spot, ready to wait here until Earth finished its transformation. But his thoughts drifted back to what the Viper had said. Not all his friends had died during the tutorial. He started to wonder who might have survived and what they had been doing all this time just to stay alive. While Jake was lost in those thoughts, the scene shifted somewhere else. In a dark room lit only by flickering candles, a cloaked figure stepped up to a mirror. In the reflection, it was clear that it was Casper. His eyes looked cold and empty, his skin pale and almost lifeless. He had survived, but he was no longer quite alive in the usual sense. Something had changed him completely, hinting that his story was far from over. Casper stood in front of the mirror, staring at the strange reflection that looked back at him. Even he didn't seem comfortable with what he had become, thinking of his body as numb and unfamiliar. A system notification confirmed what he already knew. He had turned into a risen human, an undead version of his old self. He spent a moment thinking about the drawbacks. He could no longer feel his muscles moving, his heartbeat was gone, and all his normal senses had dulled down so much that he felt cut off from the world. But soon enough he had realized that what he'd lost had only been replaced with something different. He noticed the odd blackened realm around him in a new way, as if the darkness itself gave out a kind of life. Breathing in the thick manna in the air, he remarked that he could smell it now, feel it brushing against him. He could sense warmth, but it was never his own, it was always outside himself. That brought his attention to the locket around his neck. Even if his body was cold and lifeless, he felt like he still carried a bit of warmth with him through the soul trapped inside that locket. He kept hoping that one day the woman he loved would return, though deep down he wasn't sure how true that hope really was. After taking a final look at himself, he left the dark space and made his way to a different place. He arrived in a large grand hall with a round table at its center. There were others there, figures cloaked and gathered for a meeting. One of them, a tall woman named Priscilla, spotted him first. She didn't expect to see him today, but Casper only gave her a cold glance that made it clear she should have expected him anyway. Priscilla stepped up to stand beside him, speaking in a calm tone, while the other cloaked figures whispered quietly among themselves. She reminded him that when they returned to Earth they would have to handle things carefully. Casper agreed, showing that he was prepared for whatever came next. Above them, a floating skeletal figure wrapped in long white garments hovered in the air. This creature announced that the final preparations for their return to Earth were almost done, but it also warned that their old planet wouldn't be welcoming for beings like them. The living would always fear the undead, and the Holy Church especially would have an even stronger hatred for their kind. As the skeletal being spoke about the importance of diplomacy, Casper's thoughts drifted. He knew well that it wouldn't take much for the living to launch a crusade to wipe out the undead entirely. He reflected on how the undead empire had grown stronger by pulling in people from the tutorial, giving thousands of humans a second chance at life, if one could even call it that. Them being undead and all. Even so, they still seemed to think Casper was special, different from the rest. One thing bothered him more than anything: Priscilla. She kept hanging around him, pestering him constantly even though he'd made it clear he didn't need her help. He guessed it probably had something to do with who his teacher was, the Archlich, a figure whose power kept people like Priscilla nearby. As the meeting continued, Casper left, moving through a magic circle to transport himself elsewhere. He reappeared in a chamber where the Archlich sat on a throne, like chair draped in dark robes. This skeletal teacher had guided him since he joined the undead, shaping him into something more than just another risen human. The Archlich looked at him, asking why Casper still bothered attending meetings like that when they were such a waste of time. Casper answered, saying that not showing up would seem suspicious and that being there helped him keep an eye on the strength of the other undead. The Archlich waved this off, reminding Casper that levels alone didn't measure true power. He wanted Casper to become something greater, an asset that would last for millennia, not just another mindless warrior for the undead empire. With that reminder, the Archlich tapped his bony fingers together, signaling that it was time for the lesson to begin. He moved closer as Casper focused, trying to draw on his magic. The Archlich spoke calmly, explaining that mortals who gained magical abilities had to work with what they were given. Unlike other creatures, they couldn't just create power out of thin air. They needed to shape what was already around them. To make his point, the Archlich demonstrated by weaving mana in the air, showing Casper how to use the environment to strengthen his magic. As Casper copied him, tracing runes in the air, the Archlich reminded him that his real strength lay in his emotions. He needed to push those emotions into his magic, making his intentions clear so that his spells would respond naturally. If he practiced enough, this would become second nature, the true form of his power. Casper struggled to hold it together, gasping as exhaustion settled in. The Archlich, seeing this, commented that Casper might not be naturally talented, but his unusual gift of harnessing emotion made him promising. The Archlich admitted, though, that this style of magic, while powerful, could be unstable and unpredictable. He was about to give more advice, but suddenly something strange happened. The Archlich froze in place mid-sentence, as if time had simply stopped. Casper looked around in confusion, calling out to his teacher, but no response came. An energy started to swirl around him, closing in until it completely surrounded his body. Before he could react, Casper was pulled out of the room entirely and thrown into a new realm. He hit the floor hard, feeling a sharp pain as he realized he couldn't move. A voice echoed around him, mentioning how messy this situation had become. The next moment, a powerful force pinned him down even more, making him bow involuntarily at the feet of whoever owned that voice. The figure spoke about a request for an experiment that had turned into a complete mess, but Casper barely heard it. He was more focused on why he couldn't lift himself back up. With no other choice, he agreed to whatever was being asked of him. The force around him lifted just enough for him to raise his head. He saw an unfamiliar figure. An elf, like being with white hair wearing purple robes. In the elf's hand was Casper's locket, the same locket he had always worn around his neck. The elf studied it, seeing it for what it was, the source of Casper's pact with the undead empire and a symbol of his foolish attempt to cheat death. The elf understood exactly what Casper was hoping for, calling out the truth that he had accepted only a shadow of what he was promised. The broken soul inside the locket, the soul of the woman Casper loved, was unlikely to ever awaken again. Finally, the elf liked being asked Casper if he truly wanted to see her again. The question caught Casper off guard, but he knew his answer and nodded without hesitation. The elf agreed, then reached out and grasped the locket around Casper's neck, slowly filling it with some kind of energy. While this was happening, Casper wondered if this being really could help him. He thought about the things his teacher had mentioned before and guessed this one might be one of those higher beings, maybe even a god with power over souls. When the elf finished, the locket returned to its place on Casper's chest. The being told Casper to return to his world with this new blessing and to act as his messenger and connection there. According to him, Earth would soon become a very interesting place. Before Casper could question any of it, he was pulled back to the exact moment just before time had stopped. Right back in front of the Archlick, who was mid-sentence giving him some advice. Casper stood there shocked, still trying to make sense of what had just happened. The Archlick seemed confused too, noticing Casper's distracted look. Just then, Casper's locket began to glow faintly. He felt a tremor run through him as he opened it, curious and anxious at the same time. His thoughts drifted back to memories of his girlfriend, to small moments like her giving him a kiss on the cheek, and then to the terrible day he found her dead because of William. Now, staring into the locket, he saw Lyra's face inside, not just an image but her actual soul. She was clear and alive, looking right back at him. The system now called it Lyra's locket, a legendary item. A window explained that the elf-like figure was the Blight Father, and that he had enchanted the locket, turning it into both a phylactery for Lyra's soul and a storage space for other things. Seeing her face now, Casper felt a wave of disbelief. But then, as if to confirm it, her voice came through, softly calling his name. He knew she was really there. Elsewhere in the Holy Mother's realm, Bertram was busy getting slammed into the walls during a sparring session. His weapons clattered across the floor every time the Holy Knight struck him down. The knight was trying to teach him that although his senses were decent, his body was too stiff and his movements predictable. Bertram tried to excuse himself, blaming the odd magic of the time-warping arena, but the knight didn't care, charging at him again to hammer the lesson in. Just outside, Adam stood watching, his book in hand. He told Bertram to hang on while flipping through the pages. Adam wasn't worried about this kind of training. As an augur, he didn't need to fight to level up. Knowledge alone was enough for him, though he knew it was a slow path. Killing someone would actually hurt him more than help, since losing his given class was always a risk. His thoughts drifted to how the system worked. He reflected on how training or studying could slowly raise levels, but that alone wasn't enough to build up records. These records summed up a person's entire being, covering all they'd achieved so far and hinting at what they might become. Without enough records, real progress couldn't happen. He compared it to a basin. The more records one had, the bigger the basin to hold experience. Adam thought about how the hardest part was always the rank evolutions. Each one demanded a certain amount of records to break through. He knew that titles could help, adding new records and giving certain benefits. All of this fed into unlocking new skills for a person's class, profession, or other paths they chose. His thoughts then shifted to concepts. These were about understanding things that were usually impossible to grasp, with skills built into them, like his own divination. His one more light skill after William killed him was tied to this. The deeper the understanding of a concept, the stronger it became. While Bertram kept getting knocked down, Adam kept thinking about how records covered all of these. Be it skills, titles, concepts, and even one's hidden potential. He reminded himself that blessings from gods worked through this too. People blessed by God sent some of their records up to their patrons and got some back in return. On paper, it was supposed to benefit both sides, but Adam suspected the gods kept a few secrets for themselves. Looking at the Holy Mother's painting, he wondered if even the gods fully understood the system, or if it was something everyone just had to figure out for themselves. Meanwhile, back with Jake, the weight had finally worn him out. He asked the alien-like creature again if there was anywhere else he could go. The creature told him he had 4 invitations from different gods and could choose where to spend his remaining time. The first invite was from Karok, the main contributor to the tutorial, offering his blessing and guidance. The second came from Umbra, who invited Jake to join her court to learn how to use his affinity for dark mana, something Jake didn't even know he had until now, but it made sense, explaining his Shadow Vault ability. The third was from Gwynder, who offered his blessings and legacy. And then there was the last one, from the Malefic Viper, which caught Jake off guard because it looked like nothing special, just a crumpled piece of dirty paper with a kid's drawing on it. This one promised him a cool-ass time, warp training in alchemy, with vodka included. Of course, that was the one Jake went for without hesitation. Once he made his choice, a magical door appeared in the room, ready to take him to the Malefic Viper. Jake turned to the creature, saying his goodbyes. Before stepping through, he paused for a moment to think. Just 2 months ago, he'd been sitting in that same chair in formal clothes, having no idea what he'd be thrown into. In that time, he'd faced constant danger and heard about countless deaths. He'd spent every day pushing himself to get stronger because he had to. Yet despite it all, he found himself admitting that the whole experience had been fun in its own strange way. He wondered what would come next as he dashed for the door. On the other side of the door, Jake found himself showered in an unexpected burst of confetti. He looked around, confused, only to see the Malefic Viper and one of his followers standing there wearing bright birthday hats. They congratulated Jake on making it through, which left him feeling both awkward and oddly welcomed. Seeing how different the Viper looked now, Jake wondered about it, but the Viper acted clueless and his follower played along. Jake decided not to push it and just accepted things as they were. The Viper patted Jake's shoulder, clearly pleased, and spoke highly of Jake's fight against the King of the Forest back in the tutorial. After that, the Viper introduced his follower, Duskleaf, explaining that he'd taught this man alchemy since he was young and that Duskleaf had even managed to ascend to godhood himself. Not long after, someone else came forward to greet Jake. It was his old friend Casul, who surprised Jake with an excited hug. Jake couldn't believe Cecil was there, and when he asked how this happened, the Viper explained that he'd brought Cecil out right before the tutorial ended. Reconnecting like this, Jake and Cecil bumped fists, both still surprised they were alive and back together. Behind them, Duskleaf seemed impatient, reminding the Viper that he'd been promised an alchemy session. The Viper brushed it off lightly, saying they'd get to it and that Jake would be joining them too. Jake wondered if he was interrupting something, and Duskleaf didn't hide his annoyance. Still, the Viper insisted it was fine, but pushed Jake to get moving so they could stay on schedule. He then told everyone they'd head to the lab now, which got Jake and Cecil excited, but Duskleaf didn't look too impressed. As they moved along, Jake brought up what had been on his mind for a while. He reminded the Viper that he'd promised to share information about Jake's family and what happened to them during the tutorial. The Viper turned to Jake, telling him that they'd get to that soon enough, and reassured him they had more time than Jake realized before he'd need to return to Earth. Cecil backed the Viper up, telling Jake to trust him, so Jake dropped the topic for now. While they walked, Jake mentioned the invitations he'd gotten from 3 other gods. The Viper was surprised and asked how that was possible, since Jake shouldn't even be on their radar because of something called the Shroud. Hearing this, Jake asked what the Shroud was, and the Viper explained it was tied to a true blessing and suggested Jake check his titles to confirm. Jake did just that, pulling up the list of his titles. It clearly showed he held the Viper's blessing, and the Shroud was indeed mentioned in the title's description. That left the Viper more confused than before since the Shroud was supposed to make Jake undetectable to most beings. Still, he brushed it off and asked who'd invited Jake. Jake listed them off, including Karok, Umbra, and Gwynder. The Viper said he wasn't surprised by Umbra's and Gwynder's invitations, but admitted he didn't know who Karok was. Duskleaf then spoke up, describing Karok as a rogue god who wasn't really impressive. He added that Gwynder was an old, powerful god who led the Crimson Flame. The Viper added that Umbra was an old acquaintance of his, strong in dark mana and shadows, and she ran an impressive court of shadows and assassins who could accomplish a lot with the right support. Hearing that, Jake couldn't help but feel impressed. Even with that explanation, Jake still wondered how they determined which gods were strong and which weren't. The Viper answered, saying it worked much like it did for humans but on a bigger scale, since God was really just a broad word for immortal beings with a lot of differences between them. Wanting to understand better, Jake asked how the Viper stacked up compared to Umbra and Gwynder. The Viper thought about it and said he'd probably beat both, though he figured Umbra was stronger than Gwynder. Still, He explained that the real strength of a god depended on where they fought. Any god was almost unbeatable in their own realm, and that there was a difference between beating a god and being able to kill one. One thing still bothered Jake, so he asked what exactly a primordial was, since the Viper's notification had described him as one. The Viper explained that primordial was a name given to those who'd reached godhood back in the first era. He said he was one of the 12 who had done so back then. The Viper then got a bit nostalgic, telling Jake about how brutal it was to become a god in that era, and that it was a miracle any of them had survived. Duskleaf scoffed at the Viper's bragging, while Jake found himself fascinated, feeling like he'd really gotten lucky meeting someone like this. The Viper pointed out that being one of the first didn't automatically make him stronger, and nowadays there were so many gods he'd lost count. Still, he admitted that while the general quality of gods seemed lower now, there were still exceptional ones, mentioning Yip of yore as an example, someone from the dimension before Jake's who had killed gods. With all that said, the Viper announced that they'd finally arrived at the lab. Jake looked up and saw a huge gate covered in glowing runes, which made him a bit uneasy. He asked about it, and the Viper explained that because they were short on time, they'd be entering a place where time moved slower, something like the movie Interstellar. The Viper warned Jake that they could only slow time as much as Jake could handle. Too much distortion could mess with him and even block his records. Because of this, the Viper said that Cecil, the imp, would have to stay behind this time. Cecil looked a bit sad but understood what it meant. Jake would have to go on alone once they stepped through the gate. Now standing there, Jake and Cecil faced each other, both realizing this was their goodbye for now. Jake started to say something but Cecil stopped him, telling him it was fine and that he'd be busy anyway. Trying to lighten the mood, Cecil playfully hit Jake on the arm and explained that he'd be on official duty now in Jake's universe, serving as an official imp under the Viper's order. They bumped fists one last time, and Cecil told Jake they'd catch up again soon. As Jake began to walk away, Cecil called out a final thank you, smiling at Jake for everything he'd done. Once inside, the Viper welcomed Jake into what would be his new home for the next few weeks. Right away, Jake could sense with his perception that this place held a powerful alchemy lab somewhere within it. The Viper warned him that the process ahead would be unusual. Placing his hand on a red crystal, the Viper asked Jake to speak up if it ever felt like too much. Almost immediately, swirling strings of colorful energy formed around Jake, leaving him disoriented. The sensation reminded him of how his moment of the primal hunter skill felt, only this lasted much longer and came with a sharper edge. Jake told the Viper it felt like tiny needles pricking him all over, which made the others wonder why. The Viper explained that this meant Jake had already hit his limit with the time distortion. He asked Jake if he had ever gained any skill connected to time manipulation or distortion that might explain it. Realizing Duskleaf was there and didn't need to hear the details, Jake answered in a coded way, saying he'd experienced a different kind of distortion tied to a skill he didn't name. The Viper understood what he meant, but Duskleaf was left confused before the Viper quickly moved on. Without wasting more time, the Viper put on loud music, surprising Jake. The Viper called it a training montage, and before Jake could question it, they jumped straight into the lessons. The next few days became a blur of intense learning. Jake and Duskleaf worked together, brewing all kinds of potions and poisons, including the Malefic Viper's signature poison. They went through different processes so Jake could understand the sense behind the Malefic Viper's skill. Some parts were unusual, like when they joined fingertips, an action that helped Jake gain the touch of the Malefic Viper skill, even though he didn't quite understand how it worked. The training didn't stop there. Jake unlocked the scales of the Malefic Viper skill, allowing him to temporarily turn parts of his skin into scales for better protection. Using blood, he gained the blood of the Malefic Viper skill, which let him make his own blood poisonous for different uses. One of the more difficult lessons involved Jake eating poisonous mushrooms. This earned him the palate of the Viper skill, which helped him detect poisons and build immunity by consuming them. After all that, Jake moved on to mana control. He spent long hours meditating in one spot, focusing on expelling and condensing the mana around him to move the rocks nearby. Duskleaf guided him through it, explaining that focus control and understanding his mana affinities were key. After some time, Jake managed to lift and move the rocks a little, but eventually, they dropped as he collapsed from the strain. Duskleaf, watching Jake on the ground, commented that collapsing only twice in 18 days was impressive, considering Jake's low grade of being. Jake got up, still frustrated, complaining about how he hadn't been able to level up during all this time. Hearing that, the Viper told him that if leveling up was what he wanted, he had something special to show him. They soon stood in front of a giant barrel filled with swirling poison. The Viper called it the trial of myriad poisons, saying it was something he had prepared for Jake. Duskleaf immediately questioned this, worried about Jake's safety. But the Viper insisted he was simply delivering a reward he'd promised Jake. Trying to make it seem less intimidating, the Viper poured vodka into the barrel, joking that he'd promised Jake alcohol too. Jake looked at the bubbling mix and joked back that he wasn't sure he wanted to taste this experimental cocktail. The Viper explained why this trial mattered. He told Jake that his class was top tier for alchemists because of skills like the palate, which required consuming huge amounts of toxins to evolve. This was exactly why the trial existed, to help Jake push his limits and level up faster. Duskleaf, still worried, pointed out the real danger: most people died trying to complete this trial. Looking at the barrel, Jake asked how long it would take. The Viper said it depended on how quickly Jake could absorb the toxins. He briefly mentioned how painful it would be, then told Jake to strip down and get ready to jump in. Before doing it, Jake took a moment to pause. He turned to the Viper and held out his hand, like he was meeting him properly for the first time. Jake said that while he'd heard the Viper's real name from Eversmile, he'd never heard it directly from the Viper himself. He wanted to hear it now because he was tired of calling him Viper, or Malefic One. Treating it like a fresh start, Jake introduced himself again as Jake Thane. The Viper took Jake's hand and introduced himself by his true name, Velastramaz. Jake, half-joking, called him Villy, which made Velastramaz laugh and joke that his religious followers would probably want to kill him for that. Jake joked right back, and Duskleaf, watching the whole exchange, was already done with their banter. With that out of the way, they both turned back to the bubbling poison barrel. Velastramaz gave Jake one last push, urging him to dive in and face the trial head-on. Standing at the edge of the barrel, Jake took a moment to steady himself before facing what lay inside. The toxic sludge below him bubbled slightly, making the entire thing look even more unwelcoming. Duskleaf, watching from the side, reminded Jake that what he was about to do would take real willpower. Hearing that, Jake considered shifting some of his points into willpower, hoping that would help him push through. But the Viper explained that this wasn't about stat points. This was about grit. Jake simply needed to brace himself and be stubborn enough to face what was coming. Not wanting to stand around thinking too much, Jake dipped his foot into the bubbling mix. Feeling the cold, corrosive liquid around his leg only made him more certain he needed to get it over with. Without wasting more time, he stepped forward and dropped himself fully into the barrel. The toxic sludge splashed around him before swallowing him up entirely. Once fully submerged, Jake noticed how the space inside felt larger than it should have. It was like being suspended in a vast ocean of poison instead of just a barrel. His sphere of perception helped him stay aware of what was happening both inside and outside the barrel, giving him some sense of control despite being surrounded by danger. Outside the barrel, Velastramaz peered into the bubbling mix with a look that showed he was enjoying every second of this. But even then, he hadn't fully activated the real trial yet. He lifted his hand, and with a simple motion, he released the full wave of harmful toxins into the liquid. Slowly, the sludge around Jake shifted in color, turning a deep green as the toxins awakened. Inside, Jake immediately felt the shift. His perception helped him sense the change, and he tried to count the different toxins around him. But when he focused, his eyes went wide. There weren't just a few poisons. There were millions of separate toxins, each trying to push their way into him all at once. The pain came in a rush. Jake felt as if countless needles were stabbing him all over. His muscles tensed, and he clenched his fists while his whole body trembled under the wave of agony. He couldn't even scream as the poisons paralyzed him, leaving him floating helplessly in that ocean of sludge. Outside, Duskleaf checked the time, seeing they were getting close to the 1-hour mark. This was when most people usually failed the trial. He asked for Velastramaz's thoughts, but the Viper just kept his eyes locked on the barrel, offering no words, only a look that said he was eager to see what would happen next. Inside the toxic ocean, Jake's body showed the toll it was taking on him. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, drifting through the green liquid. But instead of letting the poison win, Jake forced himself to stay conscious. Somewhere inside, he told himself that this trial wouldn't consume him, he would be the one to devour it instead. Focusing through the pain, Jake used every bit of his perception to sense the poisons and herbs within the sludge. If he could track their energies, he could pull them in and absorb them. But this was far from simple. For every toxin he absorbed, more came to take its place. The flow felt endless, making it feel like he was making no progress at all. Despite that, Jake noticed something else happening. Even as his health dropped and his body felt close to breaking, each toxin that his palate skill absorbed gave him a little boost in health, stamina, and mana. It wasn't much, but it was enough for him to see that if he just kept going, he could survive this. He simply needed to endure, one breath at a time. Watching him from outside the barrel, the Viper actually seemed pleased. Velastramaz noted that Jake was holding on well. Duskleaf agreed, seeing that Jake had passed through the first checkpoint of the trial without giving in. If he could keep this up, he might actually succeed. But just as Duskleaf said this, something strange caught his attention inside the bubbling mix. Deep within the toxic ocean, something shone with an unnatural green light. Duskleaf turned to his master, suspecting that something new had been added. Velastramaz's grin made it clear he had done exactly that. Seeing the reaction on Duskleaf's face, it was obvious he knew how dangerous this was. But the Viper didn't hide it. He confirmed without hesitation that he'd added something extra into the barrel. Whatever it was, Jake, still floating inside, would soon find out for himself as the trial grew even more dangerous than before. Seeing what Velastramaz had added, Duskleaf grew frantic. He knew exactly how dangerous the malefic Viper's blood was. He tried to convince his master to stop the trial immediately and even made a move to halt it himself. In his mind, there was no way Jake could handle the soul strain that came with it. The blood would rip Jake's soul apart if he made a single mistake. Velastramaz didn't let Duskleaf interfere. He grabbed his hand and held him back, calmly telling him that Jake's soul was much stronger than Duskleaf gave him credit for. Even when Duskleaf argued that the slightest misstep could finish Jake off for good, Velastramaz wouldn't budge. He believed Jake wouldn't back down, no matter what got thrown at him. Duskleaf finally gave up trying to change his master's mind. He sighed, hoping Velastramaz was right. The Viper reminded him that the blood's real effect wouldn't even kick in yet. They still had time. Inside the barrel, Jake floated on while Duskleaf worried. Duskleaf didn't fully understand why his master trusted Jake so much, but deep down he hoped that if Jake did fail, it would happen before that dangerous point was reached. Meanwhile, Jake's thoughts drifted. He wasn't even sure how long he'd been inside this poisonous ocean. One thing he did notice was how his palate skill seemed stronger now. He felt like he could handle more poison than before. To test himself, he opened his mouth and drew in even more of the toxic sludge, forcing it into his body. Duskleaf, peering in, was surprised to see Jake do this on purpose. Velastramaz, on the other hand, looked entertained. He understood exactly why Jake did it. Jake wanted to push ahead faster. He wasn't satisfied with the pace of the trial. Inside, the feeling was harsh. It felt like thousands of worms squirmed around in Jake's gut as he took in the poisons. But with each wave of poison he absorbed, he could tell his palate skill was getting stronger. He even noticed that he could move his hand again, meaning the paralysis was starting to fade. Out of nowhere, Jake heard an ominous voice speak inside the toxic ocean. It was Velastramaz, reaching him from the outside. He congratulated Jake for making it through the first phase and asked if he was ready for the next. Jake felt a flash of confusion, realizing there was another stage he hadn't been told about, but he knew he wouldn't back away from it. He gave a short nod, accepting whatever came next. Seeing this, Velastramaz activated the next step. His blood's power surged through the liquid, turning it an even brighter, more dangerous green. Jake watched as the glowing sludge moved towards him. He didn't even have time to brace himself before it pierced right through his body. A wave of pain and confusion hit him. His body felt like it melted into the green liquid, dissolving into nothing but goop. But then Jake's eyes snapped open. He realized that somehow his mind had been pulled somewhere else. He was now standing in Velastramaz's realm, yet at the same time he could still feel his physical body floating inside the barrel. His awareness was split in two. Turning around, Jake saw something massive in the distance. A huge dragon-like creature was there, its wings spread wide as it lifted off the ground and came toward him. When it landed nearby, the force shattered the ground, sending dust and debris into the air. Jake stayed calm, standing firm as the dust settled. He asked what the creature was. From behind the cloud of dust, a voice answered him. It sounded confident, almost familiar. As the figure stepped forward, Jake saw it wasn't the dragon anymore. A human-shaped figure emerged, and he realized that the voice was his own. Before him stood another version of himself. But this version looked twisted, covered in scales, with green eyes and wings like Velastramaz. The green-eyed Jake looked at him with an unsettling grin, asking what the normal Jake thought of this new form. Standing face to face with this new version of himself, Jake took in the details. The alternate version had scales covering his body, wings stretching out behind him, and sharp claws on each hand. The green eyes matched the energy of Velastramaz. This version seemed to show off the form proudly, asking if Jake saw it as an upgrade. Jake gave a reluctant nod, but inside he couldn't help but cringe. Hearing his own voice sound like that unsettled him more than he expected. His eyes dropped to the sharp claws on the other version's hands, and he wondered how someone like that could even hold a bow properly. The alternate Jake didn't hesitate to prove it. He conjured a bow and arrow out of thin air, showing that his claws weren't a problem at all. In fact, he explained that the claws could change shape, making them even better suited for archery than normal hands. With the bow ready, the winged version drew back the arrow, energy flowing around him like the same venomous power that Velastramaz used. When the arrow was released, it carried that energy with it, slicing through the air until it exploded far off in the distance. The blast was massive, leaving both Jakes watching the aftermath. Jake had no words at first, just seeing how much raw force that shot carried. Inside, though, he couldn't help but compare it to the king of the forest. He realized that this version of him made that old threat look small. Curious about why he was even brought here, Jake asked the alternate why this place existed. The scaly version only laughed at him, finding it funny how his old self still needed reasons for everything. But then his tone changed. He told Jake that this vision was a glimpse at what he could become one day. The wings spread out as if to add weight to his words. Embracing the power of Vilastromas, the malefic one, was the path to all this strength. But Jake didn't feel right about any of it. He noticed how the alternate called Vilastromas the malefic one in a way that felt obsessive. Something about it was off. Jake called him out on it, saying he sounded like a fanatic. The alternate didn't deny it and didn't see any problem with it either. He spoke firmly about Vilastromas' power, saying it was foolish not to accept it. In his eyes, the Viper was the highest example of what they could be. Jake stayed cautious, knowing that nothing ever came free. He asked what the real price was behind all this power. The alternate explained that the cost was simple. Choosing this path meant cutting away every other possibility. He didn't see it as a loss. He had made a choice and stuck with it, accepting that there would always be beings above him for now. He believed the results spoke for themselves. He had gained a unique class, a new race, and skills that were stronger than any human could normally have. While he lifted chunks of the realm's floor around him with just his energy, he declared that reaching the level of a god was only a matter of time with this power. For him, that was worth any sacrifice. Then he looked at Jake, wanting to hear what he thought now. Jake stayed unimpressed. He didn't believe that following a preset path was the only way. He made it clear that he wanted to carve his own way forward, even if it was harder. The alternate shook his head, calling it a waste of talent to stumble around blindly when they could just walk the Viper's road. Jake could see his point. There was comfort in following a clear plan, and the promise of power was real. But it wasn't for him. He rejected it outright, saying he'd rather trust his own instincts than surrender himself to someone else's plan. Hearing this, the alternate grew annoyed. He thought Jake's decision was foolish, throwing away guaranteed strength for the uncertainty of doing it alone. Jake shot back that they'd always done things their own way. That made the winged version of Jake angry. To him, Jake was throwing away everything. He demanded to know if Jake really believed he could reach godhood by himself, without help. After hearing the winged alternate's question, Jake just shrugged. He admitted he didn't know for sure, but he'd give it his best shot. He made it clear that while he'd learned from Vilastromas, he wouldn't become a copy of him. He wasn't interested in being anyone's second-rate version. Seeing that words wouldn't work, the winged Jake decided to force the choice instead. He raised his bow again, energy swirling around the arrow, aiming straight at Jake. This was meant to be the final chance. Our protagonist was to choose the Viper's path or be taken by force. Jake didn't flinch. He just told his other self to hurry up and get on with it. He wanted to return to his real body already. The casual response only fueled the alternate's rage. Gritting his teeth, the winged version let the arrow fly. It shot forward, carrying its deadly energy until it collided with a thunderous blast. But when the dust settled, the alternate was shocked to see Jake still standing. He'd stopped the arrow before it reached him, snapped it like it was nothing, and reminded the alternate that although they came from the same root, they'd become different long ago. Jake brought up the memory of the Viper's painting. Back then, he'd dreamed of fighting the dragon and winning, not following it like a loyal pet. He told the alternate version straight that he'd never settle for being anyone's imitation. Before the winged Jake could react, Jake appeared right behind him and struck him in the back of the head, pointing out that if his other self hadn't strayed so far from who he used to be, he'd have seen that attack coming. The alternate tried to run, but Jake didn't let him. He leaped ahead and smashed him down into the ground with a solid hit, pinning him there. Jake knew then that his intuition hadn't once warned him about any danger. He realized this was all in his own mind, a pocket space inside himself, so it made sense that he had full control here. With the alternate grounded, Jake said that this version was just an incomplete shell, a possible path that didn't even have the real bloodline. He made it clear he'd rather walk his own road and see how far he could go on his own. Even then, the alternate asked one more time if Jake really wanted to give up the malefic Viper's path. Jake told him he wouldn't abandon it entirely. Instead, he'd use it, learn from it, then branch off to make it his own later. He called himself greedy for wanting everything, and the alternate just laughed, calling him crazy. Jake laughed too, saying at least his madness was his own. They said their goodbyes as the alternate version faded away like smoke. Once alone again, Jake faced the drop of Vilastromas' blood inside the barrel. It radiated that same powerful aura he'd felt before. Reaching for it, he took hold of the drop and absorbed it. A system notification appeared right away, confirming he'd done it and gained its enhancements. The space around him began to crack apart as the alternate reality broke down. Another notification told him that absorbing the blood had strengthened his bond with the Viper's legacy and boosted his power. Outside, Valastramaz and Duskleaf watched closely. The Viper caught sight of something inside the concoction that made him smile. He commented to Duskleaf about how interesting Jake really was, more than he'd first guessed. Back inside the barrel, Jake's eyes snapped open at last. He'd done it, he had survived and succeeded. As soon as Jake managed to pull himself out of the barrel, the malefic Viper stood by clearly pleased. Jake had gone beyond what the Viper expected. Originally, Valastramaz planned to take his blood back, but now that Jake had absorbed every drop, there was nothing left to reclaim. A fact that actually satisfied him. Jake stepped out, dripping and worn out, and commented on how insane the whole experience had been. The Viper agreed, seeing it as proof of Jake's resilience. To lighten the mood, Valastramaz teased him, asking if that ordeal made him want to kneel and worship him properly now. Jake didn't entertain that idea and instead made a sarcastic remark about wanting real alcohol that hadn't been mixed in with bathwater. They shared that brief laugh, but Valastramaz reminded him he might want to get dressed first, since he was still standing there with nothing on. Later, fully clothed again, Jake turned his focus to what came next. Valastramaz told him to check his system notifications since the upgrades should be significant after absorbing that blood. When Jake pulled up the notifications, he saw he'd leveled up a good bit. His palette skill had jumped all the way to being classed as rare ancient, something that caught his attention right away. Checking its effects, he noticed his endurance had increased, so he asked if that meant he was now more resistant to poison. Duskleaf, who was nearby, confirmed that was the case. Jake kept scanning his stats and found that his blood skill had changed too. It now gave him extra vitality for every level gained. He guessed that this trend would apply to all the Viper's skills he learned. Absorbing Valastramaz's blood must have triggered these improvements. While Jake processed this, the Viper clapped, clearly amused and satisfied by the progress. He also pointed out that his blessing on Jake had become even stronger. As if to mess with him, Valastramaz made a strange joke about how absorbing his blood made them closer, which didn't sit well with Jake. Pushing past that awkward moment, Jake brought up a question that had been bothering him. He wanted to know why gods bothered to bless mortals in the first place. He wanted to know what they really gained from it. Valastramaz explained that unlike mortals, gods had other ways to level up, and one of those ways was by collecting faith. Mortals acted as channels for that faith, so gods would invest in them and benefit in return. But he made it clear he hadn't blessed Jake for that reason. It just worked out nicely for both of them. Jake wondered if this meant the Viper expected him to spread his word back on Earth. But the Viper shut that down immediately. He said Jake was already giving him plenty just by existing as he did. Hearing this, Duskleaf chimed in, pointing out how Valastramaz seemed to have chosen a rather disappointing prophet. The Viper agreed without any hesitation, adding that Jake hadn't sacrificed anything for him, not even a firstborn child. Jake questioned whether Valastramaz was actually the kind of god who wanted those things. The Viper said he didn't care about the firstborn bit but didn't mind sacrifices in general. This made Jake curious about what Valastramaz really stood for. So, he asked the Viper to explain what his followers actually believed in. Valastramaz summed it up simply. It was greed, power, and freedom. That was his path and his creed, shaped by his own brutal rise to power. He explained that a god's doctrine usually reflected their personality and the way they gained strength. For him, that path was paved over anyone who dared to stand in his way. Jake found it a bit much and turned to Duskleaf, hoping for something different. But when he asked what Duskleaf's creed was, the answer was short and to the point. Alchemy, and nothing else. Jake pushed for more, but there wasn't anything else to say. Duskleaf didn't care about followers or doctrines. He only cared about what helped him advance his craft. Jake thought that sounded risky. He asked if not having followers could mean Duskleaf might just fade away someday. Duskleaf seemed genuinely confused by that idea and didn't think it made sense at all. Valastramaz jumped in to explain that while Earth stories painted gods as dependent on faith, in reality, it wasn't true for most. Even the Viper himself had followers but didn't rely on them for power. It wasn't unusual for some gods to go for ages without a single follower. The Viper pointed out that gods like Duskleaf were just more reclusive by nature. Duskleaf agreed, repeating that having worshippers did nothing for his alchemy. Jake stood back and watched them argue like old friends, finding the sight oddly amusing. As the two gods kept up their playful bickering, Jake suddenly cut in with a question that stopped them both. He wanted to know how old they really were. Valastramaz told him he was from the First Era, while Duskleaf was said to be from the Fourth. Each era, as Jake found out, spanned at least 7 billion years. Jake tried to do the math but gave up almost immediately, deciding it was easier just to call them both ancient. He joked that it was strange for two old beings to be dragging someone as young as him into some strange religion. They kept going back and forth, using the huge age gap as the main punchline, while Duskleaf just looked annoyed with their jokes. Finally, Duskleaf reminded Jake that he still had system notifications left to go through. So Jake focused on that, scanning the new skills and information popping up. As he looked, Jake noticed one skill that came from Duskleaf, but Duskleaf seemed unwilling to share it. Jake respected that and turned the offer down, which brought clear relief to the giant god. Velastramaz, on the other hand, thought it was a wasted chance for Duskleaf to get someone as devoted as Jake. Then Jake found another skill in the list, called Dark Beacon of the Viper. He didn't hesitate to decline that one right away. From the name, he figured it would make him more like the twisted version of himself he'd come across before, something he wanted no part of. Seeing how the options leaned in that direction, Jake couldn't help but think the system had a way of pushing him toward some cult-like path. But then his attention was caught by something else, a skill called Sagacity of the Malefic Viper. This one would allow him to tap into Velastramaz's records, boosting his knowledge and wisdom. Jake liked the idea of that. He noticed a pattern in the Viper's skills too. Each seemed to push up a different stat. He figured this one was tied to absorbing the Viper's blood earlier and felt it was worth it, so he picked it without hesitation. Almost immediately, pain hit him like a hammer. Jake fell to the floor, the flood of knowledge slamming into his mind. He could feel bits of information swirling, mostly hints about mana control, but the full scope stayed locked for now. It was clear there was more he'd get to access later. Through gritted teeth, he tried to make sense of it, but the pain made it nearly impossible. Once the worst of it passed, Jake dragged himself upright, still reeling from the experience. Velastramaz asked how it went, and Jake explained about the sagacity skill. The Viper couldn't resist joking about how wise he was, calling himself a sage, acting like he was a great philosopher or something. Jake brushed that off and decided to check his status screen properly. He hadn't really looked since the tutorial, so seeing how much stronger he'd become now made him feel good for a moment. But that moment faded fast when he asked the gods if they thought he could take down the king of the forest now. Both of them shot him down without hesitation. Velastramaz laid it out plainly. Even with Jake's progress, the king of the forest was no ordinary creature. It was a unique life form with powers that would have overwhelmed Jake in seconds if not for its arrogance and distraction. The truth was that Jake only won because he'd managed to twist the situation in his favor. If he'd been weaker, he would have died. Hearing that, Jake felt a bit crushed, wondering if his victory had only been pure luck. The Viper saw how down he looked and gave him a playful thump on the shoulder, telling him not to undervalue what he'd achieved. No matter the circumstances, he had beaten a monster that was meant to be nearly impossible. Velastramaz explained further that the system designed tutorials to be beatable in theory, but it adjusted their difficulty based on who was involved. Once the system detected all the divine help Jake would get, it increased the challenge to match. In the end, facing the king of the forest made Jake's tutorial one of the toughest. Winning it was still something to be proud of. Once that topic settled, all three of them took their seats around a table. Jake asked what came next, since he knew he'd be leaving soon. Velastramaz told him they only had a few hours left before he'd return to Earth, so it was time to talk about what was coming. The tone shifted as Velastramaz warned him that the Earth Jake remembered no longer existed. It had become something entirely different, something unrecognizable. Before Velastramaz could continue explaining what had become of Earth, he decided to lighten the mood a bit. He brought out a bottle of liquor, joking about it not being poisoned, and poured out a drink for Jake. As they settled in with their cups, Velastramaz warned Jake that there were some things he couldn't share. Whether it was because the system wouldn't allow it, or because it would be better for Jake not to know, some answers would have to remain hidden. With that out of the way, Jake asked his first question. He wanted to know how Velastramaz knew so much about Earth when Duskleaf clearly didn't. Duskleaf, meanwhile, seemed unimpressed with the drink and quietly mixed something alchemical into his cup to fix the taste. Velastramaz explained that unlike Duskleaf, he had a special skill that let him gain information almost effortlessly, like having an endless source of knowledge in his mind. Hearing this, Jake was fascinated and wanted to know if he could get that skill too. Velastramaz made it clear that it wasn't something Jake could just learn. That level of partial omniscience was something only a god could handle. He added that other gods had similar abilities, but he doubted any of theirs were as good as his. He went on to give Jake more details about how the skill worked for him. Jake, still curious, asked how it felt to take in so much information at once, since he knew firsthand how painful it could be. Velastramaz reminded him that as a god, his wisdom stat was so high that what hurt Jake didn't even register as a problem for him. Finishing the last drop of his drink, Velastramaz decided it was time to return to the topic of Earth. Jake wanted to know exactly what he should expect when he got back. Velastramaz explained that when the system takes over a universe, it transforms everything, especially planets that have life. Earth had been completely reshaped to handle the power its people would now have. He reminded Jake that the old Earth would never have been able to support the magic and energy that humans now possessed. So the planet itself had been made bigger and more suited for its new reality. Oceans were deeper, landmasses spread far wider, and mountains now reached higher than ever before. The world would stretch on endlessly in every direction. That wasn't the only change. The wildlife left behind during the transformation had also changed. While the enlightened humans went to their tutorials, the creatures that stayed behind adapted and evolved. On top of that, the system added new creatures to the world. Velastromas warned Jake not to underestimate them, saying there would be D-grade beasts scattered around valuable areas, guarding treasures or rare spots. They would be dangerous if Jake wasn't careful. But there was something worse than the new wildlife. Velastromas asked Jake to think about what would have happened if he hadn't killed the king of the forest. Jake understood immediately what that meant. Velastromas explained that the powerful beast lords Jake defeated would have been sent to Earth too. Because they were taken care of, Jake had removed some serious threats before they could appear there. Processing that, Jake stood up, realizing that other threats would still be out there. Earth wouldn't just be home to wild creatures. Many powerful beings with their own goals would be there too, ready to clash with humanity. Velastromas told Jake not to panic, explaining that these D-grade monsters would be confined to their territories at first, just like Jake saw in the tutorial. But that restriction wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later, they would be free to roam. Jake sat back down and asked what he was supposed to do about all this. Using a bit of magic, Velastromas showed him a vision of a massive rooted tree. He explained that Jake needed to exploit the territory that once belonged to the king of the forest by finding something called the pylon of civilization. And claiming it, Jake could create a base for himself. This would give him an advantage over the other humans when they returned. But Jake didn't want that right now. He was focused on finding his family above anything else. Velastromas understood right away. He saw that Jake was similar to him. Both of them preferred leaving leadership to others while benefiting from it in the background, like Velastromas did with his loyal follower Viridia. But then Velastromas' tone changed. He had bad news that made Jake tense up. Velastromas told Jake not to even think about searching for his family. Hearing that made Jake's thoughts spiral into a dark place. He imagined the worst, that his parents, his brother Caleb and his sister-in-law Maja were all gone. Desperate, he asked if there was any way to bring them back. Velastromas, looking grim, said he had tried more than anyone but didn't think it was possible. Maybe if it had just happened and they still had the body and special items, it might have worked. But once a soul was too far gone, it couldn't be retrieved. The weight of that truth hit Jake hard, leaving him deeply shaken. But then, unexpectedly, Velastromas told Jake that his family was actually still alive, saying it as if all of this had just been a joke. Jake didn't take it well. He slammed his hand on the table, angry and frustrated, demanding to know why he shouldn't go looking for them if they were still out there. Velastromas answered calmly, telling Jake that searching for them would only waste his time. Jake didn't know where to even begin, and if he focused on that, he would have to neglect his own growth. Jake said he had hoped for at least some clue to guide him, but Velastromas shut that down too, explaining that neither he nor the system would help with that. Thinking he could actually find them was just wishful thinking. With a heavy sigh, Velastromas told Jake he needed to trust that his family would look after themselves for now. Jake sank back in his seat, unsure what to do next. Feeling lost, he asked Velastromas for advice. Velastromas told him to focus on becoming stronger, reminding him that the path ahead would be full of people he needed to protect. At the very least, Velastromas pointed out, Jake still had two gods on his side, himself and Duskleaf, who would stick with him until the end. Jake thought about what that really meant. He remembered that he'd be returning to Earth alone. Most of his old friends and colleagues were either dead or had drifted away from him. He knew Adam had survived, but he had no idea what their reunion would look like. And Casper was undead now. That was another thing he didn't know how to handle. All of it made him wonder if he should follow Velastromas' advice and find a place to settle down first, but he didn't know what that would lead to either. He started to imagine different paths. Maybe he could become the leader of humanity, or maybe he'd just live alone somewhere in the wilderness. But none of those ideas felt right, and he still didn't know what he truly wanted to do. Standing up, Jake asked how much time he had left before he would be sent back. Velastromas explained that in the time-warped room they were in, they still had about an hour, but outside it would only be a few minutes. Jake, now feeling impatient, asked everyone to leave the room with him. Together they walked toward the door. With a wave of his hand, Velastromas opened it. But before Jake stepped through, Velastromas used his power to give Jake a parting gift. Jake's clothes transformed into a new outfit. A stylish green, nice garment far more fitting for what lay ahead. Jake looked himself over and felt satisfied with the change. Standing before the gate, ready to begin this next stage of his journey, Jake thought about how much Earth would have changed by now, and how much he had changed too. Meanwhile, elsewhere Adam and Bertram were also preparing to leave. They were being briefed by the same holy knight who had first welcomed them to the Holy Realm. The knight reminded them that their safety came first. They were told to avoid dangerous places and to focus on gathering followers. If they obeyed the Holy One's words, they would find success. He also warned them to watch out for deceivers pretending to be friends. Adam asked about the results of the tutorial. To his surprise, the Holy Mother herself appeared to answer. Bowing before her, Adam and Bertram listened as she told them that Jake had won. He had defeated the king, making him a progenitor for their universe. She made it clear that she didn't want Adam to fight Jake, but she also didn't want him to join Jake either. As she spoke, Adam and Bertram began to glow with a golden light, signaling that they were about to be sent off. The Holy Mother's final words were ones of encouragement, sending them forward. Somewhere else, Casper was reflecting on how the world he would return to was nothing like the one he left behind. His family and friends were no longer as they were. He knelt before his teacher, the Archlick, who praised him for being prepared and reminded him that the Blight Father would be watching him closely now. The Archlich hoped Casper would make their empire proud. But Casper's thoughts stayed with the locket he carried, the one that held Lyra's soul. Even as he walked over to join Priscilla and the others, who were waiting to be sent back, his focus stayed on Lyra. He told her that it was time for them to return to Earth together. Back with Jake, he said his final goodbyes to the gods. Velastramaz reminded him to stay alive, while Duskleaf, still mainly concerned about his alchemy, added little more. Jake responded that he didn't plan on dying anytime soon and that he'd improve his alchemy skills by the next time they saw each other. Knowing they would be watching him from afar, he told them to sit back and enjoy the show. As the transportation process began, Jake thought about how much everything had changed and how much he had changed too. His titles, skills, and levels were all different now, but more than that, he was a completely different person. The same was true for everyone else heading back. And as Jake's body started to shimmer like smoke, being sent back to Earth, he realized that maybe it was okay not to have all the answers right away. Whatever was coming, he'd deal with it step by step. As he vanished, he accepted that what would be, would be. Back on Earth, everything looked wild and broken. Plants had grown over buildings and streets. Many tall buildings had fallen onto each other. Greenery covered every part of what used to be a city. The place looked nothing like it did before. In this changed world, people began to return. One by one, humans started appearing again, transported back by a soft golden light. Some rematerialized outside among the overgrown streets, while others found themselves inside crumbling buildings. Among those who appeared, Bertram and Adam stood together. They realized right away that they were back at their old office. Looking around at the familiar setting now overtaken by nature, Adam noticed how many survivors there were. Unlike their own brutal tutorial, other tutorials must have had a higher survival rate. Seeing so many familiar faces around him confirmed it. Focusing now, Adam used a skill that let him sense the feelings of everyone nearby. The skill, which worked like a beacon, made him feel the mixture of fear, confusion, and relief flowing through the crowd. Everyone was talking quietly among themselves, but Adam could sense one presence he couldn't read at all. Jake. He stood off to the side, leaning against a wall. He was fully geared up, wearing his new outfit and a mask that hid his face. Even with the mask, Adam knew it was him. And seeing Jake's distant, unreadable posture made Adam uneasy. He could tell right away that Jake had changed even more than before, and that he had probably gained new abilities that made him even more of an unknown. While Adam worked to calm the crowd down, using his voice to pull their attention, Jake stayed where he was, watching everything in silence. The people gathered around Adam, listening, but they kept whispering to each other and glancing at Jake from time to time. Jake's silent stare made some people nervous. It was hard for them to know what he was thinking or if he would even help them at all. Among the crowd, someone suddenly called out to Adam. It was a man named Mike, someone Adam recognized. Mike looked stunned to see Adam alive and asked if Adam had been in the same tutorial as his wife, Joanna. He wanted to know where she was now. Adam put a hand on Mike's shoulder and told him about how the tutorial they went through was full of people who turned on each other and killed anyone they could. He explained that Joanna hadn't survived. Hearing this, Mike fell to the floor, overcome by grief at the news. Adam added that he and Bertram had both died in that tutorial too and had only come back because of intervention from higher powers. Mike started crying as he thought about Joanna, remembering that she wouldn't be returning to this world with him. Adam explained that a man named William had caused it all, killing others for his own gain before failing in the end. To confirm that, Adam turned to Jake, who still stood at his spot, silent and distant. Everyone looked at Jake, uneasy around his masked presence. Jake, not bothering to move, confirmed what Adam said but also pointed out that a god had brought William back to life. After that, Adam told everyone that staying scattered wouldn't keep them safe anymore. Earth had changed too much. In some ways, it was even more dangerous than the tutorials they had just escaped. He urged them to come together and not try to survive alone. While Adam spoke to the people, Jake watched him carefully. In his mind, Jake noted that Adam's new role helped him win people's trust quickly, though Jake thought Adam probably didn't even need that help. Seeing Adam stand up for the others without blaming Jake for what happened in the tutorial told Jake that maybe things between them weren't as bad as they could have been. Jake thought he might try to talk to Adam alone later, but before he could do that, Mike, still shaken from his loss, came up to Jake. He questioned Jake's mask, calling it pointless, not understanding why Jake would hide his face like that now. Jake, not showing any reaction, turned the focus back on Mike, pointing out how weak he seemed. Mike, surprised, asked what Jake meant, but Jake didn't bother explaining much. He simply repeated that Mike was weak. Then Jake turned his eyes on everyone else, calling them all weak too. He told them that their equipment and levels were low and that they'd accomplished nothing because they wasted their time during the tutorial instead of growing stronger. Mike's grief turned into anger. He clenched his fist and threatened Jake, telling him to stop talking or be forced to stop. Jake, completely unfazed, told him to try it. Fueled by anger, Mike swung at Jake, but Jake was far above him. While Mike's punch came in, Jake didn't even move his feet. He caught the punch mid-swing, holding Mike's hand firmly as if it was nothing. Jake wondered to himself how all these people had stayed so weak. The average level here barely reached the mid-teens while he was far beyond that now. Without hesitation, Jake twisted Mike's hand, breaking his fingers. Mike fell to the floor in pain, clutching his broken hand. Instantly, the crowd reacted. Weapons were drawn and pointed at Jake as everyone demanded to know who he thought he was and what he was trying to do. But before it could turn into a fight, Adam stepped forward, putting himself between Jake and the angry people. He pushed the others back, telling them to calm down because he wanted to speak with Jake alone. Jake didn't answer right away. He looked at Adam, weighing whether or not to follow him, the tension between them still there but not fully hostile. After a moment of silence, Jake agreed to talk with Adam. Before stepping away, he tossed a healing potion to Mike, who was still on the floor, holding his injured hand and sobbing from the pain. With the others watching from a distance, Jake and Adam moved away from the crowd so they could talk more privately. Adam began by acknowledging what Jake had done. He told Jake he was glad he hadn't gone as far as killing Mike and said it was clear Jake had grown even stronger. Jake, thinking about Mike's weakness, said that someone like Mike wouldn't survive long out here anyway. But Adam disagreed. He explained that he was trying to prevent that kind of pointless death and that there was still a lot of work to do if he wanted to keep people alive. Adam then asked Jake if he planned to stay. Jake confirmed he was leaving. He said he didn't really fit in with the others, and it was better for him to go his own way. Hearing this, Adam surprised Jake by bowing his head. Adam apologized for everything that had happened and told Jake he was genuinely happy that Jake had managed to finish his tutorial and survive. He said he hoped Jake would find what he was looking for out there. Adam even brought up how the camp's actions had almost gotten Jake killed before. Despite that, Adam said he still saw Jake as a friend and always would, which left Jake without words for a moment. To show he meant it, Jake handed over a bag of supplies. He told Adam it would be useful, especially since healers were so rare and potions were hard to come by. Adam accepted the bag with thanks, but couldn't help thinking how Jake had just pulled it out of some kind of spatial storage, a rare skill that made him stand out even more from everyone else. Wanting to give something back, Adam offered Jake some of his research notes. He felt they might help Jake, though he wished he had something better to give in return. Just as they were about to say their goodbyes, a loud noise echoed through the building. Cracks spread across one of the walls as something huge pushed against it. Suddenly, the wall crumbled and a massive creature burst through. It looked like a giant dinosaur with rough, rocky scales, a rocketer, towering over everyone and roaring so loud the walls shook. Its level was 51, which made the people nearby freeze in fear. But before the beast could even attack, it suddenly stopped moving. It was trembling as if something stronger had scared it. The reason became clear right away. Jake had activated his apex predator gaze skill. The creature, sensing Jake's oppressive stare and strength, froze on the spot. Before anyone could react, Jake released an arrow charged with power. It struck the creature in a single, massive explosion. The rocketer fell dead instantly, its blood splattering across the broken walls and floor. Jake had brought it down alone with one shot. Without paying much attention to the corpse, Jake turned back to Adam, ready to pick up where they'd left off. He said his goodbye, then without another word, he stepped away, making his exit just like that. As Jake disappeared from sight, someone from the crowd ran up to Adam, frustrated. He demanded to know why Adam was letting someone as strong as Jake leave. He asked why Adam didn't make Jake promise to protect them. Adam shut that down quickly. He told the man that Jake had his own path and his own burdens, and that they shouldn't expect protection they hadn't earned. He made it clear to everyone that Jake owed them nothing. If they wanted someone that's strong to stand with them in the future, they needed to become strong enough and useful enough to deserve it. Until then, they were on their own. Adam told them all to prepare to move out together and face this changed world as a group. Meanwhile, Jake had already stepped outside into the overgrown city. As he walked through the open area, he felt eyes on him. Looking up at a nearby building, he spotted someone standing on the rooftop. It was Casper, watching him from above. Jake, always aware of his surroundings, noticed Casper right away. They both gave each other a knowing nod, a quiet greeting that said more than words. Without any big farewell, Casper turned away and went on his own path. Jake noted that Casper, like himself, wasn't much of a social person and probably preferred to be alone. Still, he was glad Casper had survived and made it back to this world too. In their minds, they each wished the other well. Jake silently hoped Casper would stay safe out there, and Casper did the same. Both of them hoped they might meet again someday, somewhere in this new, wild world that awaited them. That's it for this episode. Until next time. Out in the overgrown ruins of the city, Jake kept moving through the cracked floors and tangled plants. Looking around, he found it hard to even recognize the place anymore. Everything familiar was buried under thick vegetation, broken buildings, and wild nature taking over. At one point, he spotted a group of people in the distance. Seeing them made him feel overwhelmed because he didn't want to deal with anyone right now. He needed some quiet time alone to plan his next move. To avoid them, he jumped up the side of a nearby building, landing far above the street. The people below could only stare at how easily he got away. Finding a good place to stay hidden and focus was important now. Jake knew he needed time to train and prepare, so he thought back to the Viper's advice about finding the king's territory. That idea didn't sound so bad to him anymore. He needed somewhere stable and secure. Scanning the area, he noticed a tall telecom tower on top of one of the higher buildings. He figured it would make a good spot to get a better look at the surroundings and figure out where to go next. So he climbed all the way up until he was standing at the very top, using it like a lookout. From up there, he finally got a clear view of what the world looked like now. In one direction, what used to be a normal lake had turned into a huge body of water that looked more like an ocean. Wide plains stretched far into the distance, reaching the horizon. He could also make out mountain ranges far, far away. Seeing all of it made him realize just how much the world had changed. He was glad there were no cars or signs of civilization nearby. He liked having this wide, open view to himself. Using his keen sight, Jake realized he could see nearly 1,000 kilometers into the distance from this spot. But he wasn't looking for pretty views. He needed to find his pylon of civilization before the deadline ran out. If he didn't claim it within a few days, anyone else could take it instead. Looking across the landscape, he noticed a large forest about 50 kilometers away. He didn't know for sure if the pylon was there, but something told him it was worth checking. He trusted his instincts and decided that was the direction he'd go next. Once he had a target, Jake didn't waste any time. Like a bird taking flight, he jumped straight off the top of the tall tower, falling all the way down. When he hit the ground, the impact shook the area and startled everyone around him. Before they could even react, he dashed off at high speed, moving like a blur in the direction of the forest. While he ran, he thought about what the Viper had told him, that the king's territory would be worth claiming, especially since his noble title allowed him to do so. Even if he didn't care much about ruling over people or building a city, he knew he could earn valuable rewards by doing it. That was reason enough to push forward. As he sped through the city streets, he caught glimpses of chaos all around. Fights were breaking out between survivors, and old rules no longer mattered. The world's old laws had vanished overnight. People were left to fend for themselves, and many were turning on each other to survive. Jake kept his focus on his own goal, but he couldn't ignore everything. When he saw a few men attacking women and children out in the open, he felt no interest in becoming a hero for people he didn't know. He didn't want to be dragged into every random problem. Still, something inside him wouldn't let him walk away either. So in an instant, he released an arrow that split the air, ripping through the attackers and blowing off their limbs before they even knew what happened. The survivors were left stunned, but Jake didn't stick around to say anything. He kept running, refusing to slow down. Finally, he burst out of the crumbling city and into open plains covered in tall grass. He paused for a moment to look around and breathe in the fresh air. Out here, there were no crimes, no buildings, and no humans. It was just space for him to move freely. He was glad to be away from people for a while. But before he could get too comfortable, he heard a sound nearby. It was a mooing that caught his attention. When he looked closer, he saw a herd of massive cow-like creatures grazing in the distance. These weren't normal cows, though. They were called bovine stompers. And they were much bigger than any regular cattle he'd seen before. Seeing them gave Jake the perfect excuse to test out his new skill. He stretched his limbs, took a step forward, and activated one-step mile. In an instant, he moved forward like he was teleporting. The skill didn't take him a full mile away, but it did move him so fast it felt close to it. The best part was that it cost him almost no mana to use. Curious to push it further, Jake used the skill again and again in quick succession, jumping across the field at incredible speed. He discovered he had to keep his feet on the ground to use it properly, and that he needed to see exactly where he was stepping. But that was easy for him because his sphere of perception allowed him to sense everything around him, even behind him. He could move backward with the same ease, almost like he was moonwalking through space. As he darted through the field, he realized just how weak these creatures were compared to him. It made sense, though. Most survivors were still low-level, so the system had to give them monsters they could actually handle. For Jake, this was no challenge at all, but he didn't mind. He was happy to get some practice and reminded himself that there were still danger zones ahead, with tougher D-grade beasts waiting for him. There would be plenty to test his limits soon enough, and that was exactly what he wanted. Jake kept moving forward and soon stepped under the thick canopy of trees at the forest's edge. The way the shadows fell around him reminded him of the tutorial zone he had gone through before. It felt like stepping back into the start of it all. As he walked deeper in, he spotted a flock of birds overhead. They were called Luminous. Low-level creatures, but still strong enough to kill any normal human from before the system had changed the world. He watched them for a moment but kept walking, not feeling threatened at all. He also noticed that none of the other beasts in the area seemed interested in bothering him. Every creature he passed stayed clear of him, moving away as if they could sense that he was not worth attacking. It made the path easy and quiet, and he liked that. But that calm didn't last long. Out of nowhere, a small squirrel-like animal called a maki jumped onto his leg. Before he could shake it off, it shot out a burst of flame from its mouth, burning through his pants. Annoyed, Jake kicked the creature away and kept moving. So at least, most beasts still avoided him, but there were always exceptions. As he continued, he noticed just how huge the forest really was. He'd been walking for an hour already, but the trees still stretched on in every direction. Luckily, his sagacity skill let him sense that he was getting closer to what he was looking for. Before long, something unusual caught his attention. Up ahead, he could tell there was a clearing. He focused and picked up on the faint energy of the pylon hidden there. But he also sensed something else nearby, something large circling around it. When he stepped into the clearing, he saw exactly what it was, a giant mole-like monster pacing around the glowing blue crystal structure. This creature was known as the Savage Mole Lord, and seeing the word Lord attached to its title surprised Jake. It seemed this beast was trying to claim the pylon for itself. The monster noticed Jake coming closer and turned to face him. But Jake wasn't bothered. He activated his gaze of the Apex Hunter skill, and the mole froze up immediately when their eyes met. It stumbled backward, clearly wanting to escape, but Jake wasn't about to let that happen. With one-step mile, he moved in a blink, cutting off the mole's retreat by appearing right in front of it. The sudden move startled the beast, and it reacted on instinct, swinging its massive claws at him. Jake blocked the attack with his daggers, the sound of claws scraping against metal echoing through the clearing. He wasn't about to let the creature slip away. He used his other blade to stab deep into the mole's side. The poison on his venom-fang blade spread instantly, making the beast roar out in pain. Blood splashed across the ground as the mole collapsed with a heavy thud. Jake didn't give it a chance to recover. He stood over the wounded beast, raised his weapon high, and drove the blade straight into its head. The final blow ended it for good, the mole's body shuddering before it fell still in a pool of its own blood. With the threat gone, Jake turned away from the dead monster and focused on what he'd really come for. He stepped closer to the glowing blue crystal rod, the pylon of civilization. Placing his hand on it, he felt a rush of energy as a notification appeared, congratulating him for discovering it. In that moment, the pylon changed color, pulsing with a different glow as another message told him that he was now its controller. That meant he officially owned the surrounding area, and his mana would flow out into the land, marking it as his domain. He could feel it happening, his mana spreading through the ground and weaving into the territory around him. A new notification let him know that his mana would now regenerate faster inside his domain, making it easier to recover his strength. It also wished him luck in leading his domain and guiding the people within it through this new age. Another message appeared, explaining that all citizens living in his domain would gain a slight bonus to the experience they earned. Seeing this, Jake finally understood why Velastramaz had been so insistent about him claiming the pylon. Now it made sense. The pylon was tied directly to him. As he stood there, still touching the crystal, he thought about how the mana regeneration would come in handy when he practiced his alchemy. It was one less thing to worry about. Then another notification popped up. It congratulated him again and informed him that he was the first human to claim a pylon. Because of that, his rank had been upgraded from a lord to an earl. That title gave him access to noble, exclusive opportunities and special events that would help him get even stronger. Jake realized this was probably the real reason Velastromas had pushed him to do this. The pylon was a shortcut to power. Now, as the system gave him one final congratulation and wished for him to lead his world to glory, Jake stood there taking it all in. He knew he had the strength, the skills, and the will to make that happen. And if there was one thing certain about Jake, it was that he'd use everything he had to see it through. Jake remained in front of the pylon, silently appreciating his new title. Becoming an earl had a nice ring to it, and it made him wonder if he had somehow skipped a few ranks by being the first human to reach the pylon of civilization. It felt like a fast promotion, but he didn't dwell on it too long. Another notification appeared, offering him a profession change to Principal City Lord of Earth. But he ignored it. He wasn't interested in a title that tied him to responsibilities he didn't care for. Turning away from the glowing structure, he looked out across the domain he had just claimed. Shockingly, it didn't impress him. The land was full of animal remains, and the air was thick with an unpleasant stench. There wasn't much to see, and nothing to admire as well. He returned to the pylon, the massive crystalline rod standing firm in the dirt. And surprisingly, Jake tried to remove it, testing if it could be taken elsewhere. But it didn't budge, as it was clearly anchored into the ground. Trying something new, he stretched his hand out and released a small wave of mana into it. His goal was to stop the structure from spreading its influence outward. That adjustment seemed to work, and with the pylon no longer actively anchoring itself into the land, using his mana more precisely, he managed to lift the structure from its hole. The glowing crystal was now free, but carrying it was still a hassle. It wasn't heavy, but its shape made it awkward to move. And to make things worse, it couldn't be stored in his spatial storage. To make it easier, Jake used several strands of mana to support the pylon and suspend it in the air behind him. With that done, he set off again, hoping to find a place that better suited his needs. As he moved through the forest, weaving between trees and leaping across uneven terrain, he thought about what he wanted in a proper base. A nearby water source was important. So were caves, the kind that could supply ingredients for potions, like rare mushrooms. Space for a garden, although not too necessary, would also help. He kept all of this in mind as he searched. Eventually, after hours of travel, he found the kind of area he'd been looking for. The landscape opened up to reveal everything he had hoped for: fresh water, caves nearby that extended into surrounding mountains, and plenty of open space. Exploring a bit more, he reached one of the cave entrances. He paused and took in the feeling he got from the place. His senses told him there were valuable things inside. That was one problem solved. Perhaps this would work. Next, sitting on top of the floating pylon, Jake now faced a new issue. He had the perfect location, but nowhere to put the pylon itself. He considered storing it inside the cave, but that didn't sit right with him. He didn't want to live in a cave, and if the pylon was deep inside it, that would create unnecessary distance. He also didn't want to leave it exposed out in the open. That would make it a target for anyone or anything passing by. While thinking it through, a better idea came to him. He could bury it. That way, it would be close but hidden. To make that happen, he pulled out one of the items he had obtained after the tutorial, the last item he'd purchased from the tutorial store. It looked like a ball of slime at first, soft and flexible in his hand as he morphed its shape. But almost immediately it transformed and reshaped itself into a proper digging tool. This was the Omni tool, and it was designed to adapt to any task. Using it, Jake got to work. He dug quickly and efficiently, hollowing out the ground until he had a space large enough to bury the pylon. Then, he covered it up with dirt and tapped the surface flat. Now the pylon was safely hidden underground, right where he wanted it. With that task complete, Jake stretched his limbs and took a moment to think about what came next. He considered building a shelter, but quickly decided it wasn't necessary. The dense tree canopy overhead shielded him from the sun and wind, and extreme temperatures didn't bother him anymore. He had bigger things to worry about. For now, he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the nearby pond. Fully submerged, he let the still water surround him as he thought through his next move. Then, while floating calmly on the surface, Jake reminded himself of his long-term goal. He still wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to see just how far he could push his abilities. Maybe one day, far down the line, he could even leave Earth behind and explore the multiverse. That possibility excited him. There was also one specific ambition he hadn't let go of despite things turning out totally different. He wanted to fight a powerful dragon. That goal remained unchanged. Climbing out of the pond, Jake dried off and geared up again. He realized that, at the very least, one part of his plan had already come together. He had secured a base of operations. Now he could begin focusing on his alchemy and raising its level to match his class rank. But even as he thought about that, He reminded himself that he would also need to improve his archery. It was another part of his overall build that couldn't be ignored. Now sitting beside a boiling cauldron, he took stock of his remaining alchemy ingredients. He still had a good amount left from the challenge dungeon in the tutorial. It would last for a while, but not forever. Sooner or later, he would need to forage for more. Deciding not to wait, he dropped a few more ingredients into the cauldron, then stood up, ready to start his foraging run. His grinding session would begin now. But while Jake settled into life in the forest, mastering his craft, and planning for the future, things weren't so peaceful elsewhere. Far away from him, others were struggling through complete chaos. A massive beast rampaged through the land, tearing down the human survivors who tried to stand against it. They tried to fight back, but the creature overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Jake sat peacefully on the forest floor, eyes fixed on the soft bubbling of his cauldron as it brewed potions. In another location, flocks of aggressive birds descended on scattered survivors, taking them down one by one in brutal attacks. Still, Jake remained focused on his work. He was in the middle of another brewing session, steadily leveling up his alchemy skills by crafting low-rarity potions again and again. Back in the city, things weren't any better. Stronger survivors had quickly seized power, using their strength to dominate the weaker ones. They reduced others to slaves and reshaped the city into something horrible. But none of that touched Jake. In his forest, he sat under a tree, calm and far removed from the power struggles playing out in the distance. 2 full weeks passed like this, weeks of pain and hardship for others, and silent grinding for Jake. For him, those days had felt slightly dull, almost boring. Still, there were small wins. In that time, Jake successfully created a stamina potion. That small accomplishment gave him some satisfaction, and even if things felt slow, he had managed to raise his levels, both in his profession and his race. Now standing near the edge of the pond, he looked out across the water. His next task was clear in his mind. It was time to push forward again. Without hesitation, he stepped directly onto the surface. Using mana to coat his feet, he managed to stay balanced above the water. This technique had taken time to figure out, but now that he understood how to wrap his limbs in mana, he was able to move across the pond's surface step by step. Reaching the middle, he crouched and took a calm, focused posture, as if he was meditating. At that moment, dozens of mana threads extended from his body, spreading outward like flexible limbs. He guided them through the water, reaching down to the pond's floor and wrapping them around scattered stones. Once he had them locked in place, he pulled. The rocks responded to his mana and rose upward. It was clear now that he didn't need to force them, as his mana could naturally influence them the moment it made contact. Soon, a cluster of stones hovered well above the surface, held in place by his threads of mana. He focused hard, keeping them suspended for as long as he could. After 10 full minutes of maintaining the hold, the strain finally reached its limit. He let go, and the stones dropped back into the water with a splash. Still, it was a sign of progress. Holding that weight for 10 minutes wasn't a failure, it showed growth. Looking up into the open sky, he took a moment to appreciate the environment. The landscape was still, the moon visible in full with its craters in view. It wasn't much, but it was something to appreciate. As he walked back from the center of the pond, something started to bother him. Weeks had passed and still no beasts had wandered into his territory. It seemed strange. His domain was vast, and yet nothing interesting had come near it. The thought stayed with him. He found himself reflecting on the isolation and the fact that there were no other people to interact with. He understood it wouldn't last forever, but for now, it made things feel even more lonely. As his situation lingered in his head, his mind drifted to Adam. He hadn't seen him in some time and began to wonder what the other survivor might be doing at that moment. Far away, in a completely different setting, Adam stood upright in his white and gold robes, fully dressed in the attire of the Holy Church. Beside him stood Bertram, one of his trusted companions, who looked toward the distance and asked whether their destination was the location just ahead. Adam responded with calm certainty. The path forward was set, but they wouldn't head there yet, not until their forces were strong enough. Their eyes locked on a distant city. A magical barrier completely enveloped the place, shaped like a dome or bubble around the structures. That was their target, but not for now. As the group observed the city from afar, a female archer from their holy army approached. It was Maria. She raised the question that was on her mind: how many more soldiers did they really need? Behind her, a massive legion of troops stood assembled, their numbers stretched far across the horizon. The size of the army was significant, but even so, Adam insisted that more were still needed. Looking back toward the barrier-encased city, he explained that what waited inside was beyond their current strength. They would need more training, more people, and more preparation. Then, activating one of his powers, Adam sprouted glowing wings of golden light. These were his augur wings of liberation, a holy ability that allowed him to support his troops. The feathers from the wings could replenish lost mana and stamina to nearby allies and grant them temporary boosts in combat. He remarked that there were other followers of the Holy Church who had been recruited from the tutorials, and with their help, it would be possible to keep expanding their numbers. Back in the forest, Jake had returned to his regular routine. Sitting near his cauldron, he casually watched the potion boil while whistling quietly. Everything was calm. But then something shifted. A sudden feeling swept over him, a disturbance in the air. He stood up immediately, sensing that the flow of mana around him had changed. Something wasn't quite right. It became clear something had entered his domain. Then, in the distance, a massive flock of birds suddenly took off from the trees, flying wildly in all directions. As though something had scared them, Jake's eyes narrowed. There was no longer any doubt something or someone had arrived in his forest. In the forest, a loud roar filled the entire place. As a bearded man came running through, holding an axe in his hand, he looked afraid and tired, panting profusely, but he kept running anyway, not even stopping to catch a breath. Behind him, 3 people followed closely. One was a red-haired woman, another had blue hair, and the third was a younger man with brown hair. As they ran, the blue-haired girl, who seemed to be the man's daughter, shouted that the beast chasing them was right behind. Hearing this, the man stopped and turned around. He gripped his weapon tightly as the others also stopped and got ready. They all seemed to understand that they couldn't run anymore. The bearded man, clearly frustrated, braced himself as he wondered why this beast kept coming after them. They had already escaped from so many other creatures, but this one still found them. Then the sound of branches breaking underfoot rang out. Soon the creature appeared. It was a giant, oakwood tiger, with glowing green stripes and bright orange eyes. It growled low, showing it was ready to strike. Facing the beast, the bearded man thought about how it kept finding them no matter where they went. Even though one of his companions, Miranda, had used her intuition skill to lead them here, he still wasn't sure if this was a safe place. He also realized something strange. The beast hadn't killed them yet, even though it had the chance. It felt like the tiger was toying with them, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The glowing lines on the beast's back changed shape and turned into long vine-like whips. The vines shot forward, heading straight for the bearded man. He quickly raised his axe, trying to block them. The force of the hit knocked him down. As he hit the ground, the beast lunged at him, seemingly going for the final strike. Knowing he had no other choice, the man got up and ran at the beast, swinging his weapon. He knew if he didn't fight back now, he'd die. But the beast was too fast. It struck first, slashing him with its sharp green vines. His weapon flew out of his hands and he was thrown backward. Blood spilled as he crashed into a tree and slid down, too hurt to get up. The blue-haired girl and the younger man shouted out to him, calling him Dad. They looked scared and worried. Now bleeding badly, the man coughed as he lay against the tree. But as his vision grew blurry, he thought about his promise to his wife, his promise to protect their children, and as the beast sent its vines again for a final strike, he closed his eyes. He accepted that if dying meant his children could survive, then so be it. But right before the attack landed, something unexpected happened. The beast came to a halt. The man opened his eyes. The vines were still in the air, trembling just inches from his face. Then he noticed the beast wasn't looking at him anymore. Its attention had shifted, and it seemed nervous. Looking in the same direction, the man saw someone standing nearby. It was a masked figure, and the beast wasn't just nervous. It was scared. That figure was Jake. He stood quietly, watching the beast. Then Jake raised his dagger and stepped forward, threatening to end the fall beast. Seeing this, the beast roared and sent its vines at him, but Jake moved quickly. He dodged the attacks, cut the vines swiftly, and closed the distance. Without wasting time, Jake stabbed the beast. Green blood burst out of the wound as the creature pulled back in pain, roaring as it did. The injured man watched in disbelief as the beast finally dropped to the ground with a loud thud. He hadn't expected this outcome. The fact that Jake had taken down the creature so quickly left him both shocked and confused. As the beast lay motionless, Jake walked over to the injured man and calmly held out a potion, telling him to drink it. The bearded man looked even more confused, unsure of what was happening. Before he could respond, the red-haired girl stepped forward. She walked over, took the potion from Jake, and thanked him for what he had done. She helped the wounded man drink it while Jake, still watching her, asked who she was and why they were here. She explained that her name was Miranda, and that she was a close friend of Hank, the injured man lying on the ground. Before she could say more, the blue-haired girl and the younger man ran toward them, calling out to their father. They reached him quickly and tried to comfort him while checking to make sure he was relatively okay. As this happened, Miranda introduced them to Jake. The girl was Louise and the boy was Mark. They were Hank's children. She explained that they had been trying to survive and ended up being chased into this forest by that same beast. She apologized for crossing into Jake's land without permission, as it seemed like they were trespassing. Jake, still seeming a bit awkward, scratched the back of his head as he listened. After a moment, he accepted her explanation and the apology. Miranda then asked him if he had been able to see the power level of the beast they encountered, because none of them had. Jake replied that the beast was only level 59. He admitted that it was a little difficult to deal with but still called it just a level 59. This surprised Miranda. The way Jake casually said that made it seem like level 59 wasn't much to him. She thanked him again and asked if he had fought stronger monsters during his tutorial. Jake confirmed that he had, although not out in the open like this. Hearing that, Miranda started to understand a bit more about him. At the very least, she could now believe that he was human like the rest of them. Then she asked if it would be possible for her group to stay in his territory for a while. They needed to rest and heal before they could keep going, so they'd at least have a fighting chance out there. As she asked, all three of her companions went quiet and looked toward Jake. It was clear they were tense, waiting for his answer. Jake didn't respond right away. He stared at them for a few moments. With his mask on, he looked cold and unapproachable, scary even. But finally, he let out a sigh and agreed. He said they could stay as long as they didn't bother him when he was working or practicing. Later on, Jake was sitting near his cauldron again, brewing more potions. Even though he had asked to be left alone, Miranda kept watching him from a short distance. Her eyes followed everything he did, which made Jake feel uncomfortable. He didn't say anything, but inside he was screaming. As he pulled out herbs from his spatial storage to drop into the cauldron, he thought to himself that he would rather fight another tiger than deal with this awkward situation. Jake didn't enjoy talking to people, and he wasn't comfortable with this kind of attention. But even so, he knew he couldn't turn them away earlier. If he had refused, they might have died. He kept tossing herbs into the bubbling mix, trying to ignore the awkwardness. Still, he found Miranda's constant attention quite off-putting. Something about her gave the impression that she was good at dealing with people. Our protagonist could tell that she had a skill for it. Meanwhile, Miranda continued to observe Jake closely. She wasn't sure what exactly he was doing. When she saw him pull ingredients from his storage, it looked like he was pulling them out of thin air. She noticed that Jake had been working non-stop for hours. She was surprised by how focused and serious he was about it. When she realized he could even make stamina potions, it started to make sense to her. That explained why Hank had been healing so fast after drinking the potion. As she continued watching, she began to wonder if Jake had a class or profession that made him this good at potion making. But despite her curiosity, she didn't ask. She still felt too scared of him to question anything he did. As Hank continued to rest, still being taken care of by his daughter Louise, Miranda found herself thinking about the situation. With everything she had heard lately, she realized that Jake's cold and distant behavior toward them was actually more tolerable than the open hostility she'd seen from other humans. There had been so much conflict between people, including cruelty and oppression. In comparison, Jake's lack of interest in them wasn't so bad. While she stood quietly and looked across the area, her thoughts shifted to her own strength. Her class, sitting at level 18, didn't offer much when it came to combat. Hank, despite being stronger with a class level of 31, still wasn't strong enough to protect them from what they had faced. Then she thought about her profession. It was level 41 now, but even that wasn't of much help as her profession was rather strange. Looking back on her past, she remembered how even before the system took over their world, she had been given a similar profession related to managing and leading others. It was a social type profession that gave her skills connected to communication, management, and planning. On top of that, she had a limited ability to sense mana in the environment. She had gained experience by guiding others, and her profession even provided boosts to those she managed effectively. She recalled giving instructions and organizing groups back in the early stages, especially due to the nature of her tutorial. Unlike what came after, those early trials gave non-combat types a chance to shine. She remembered how they were grouped into teams of 5, each team assigned to one of 7 different factions. But the tutorial structure had grown much harsher later on. The system encouraged conflict by rewarding groups for taking out others, pushing teams to attack and compete ruthlessly with each other. That setup had created constant fighting between factions till it led to what ended up as an all-out war. After the tutorial ended, Miranda assumed her profession wouldn't be so useful anymore. But when she recalled the strange way Jake's domain had stood out to her back then, almost calling to her, she began to see things differently. Maybe her profession hadn't been as useless as she once thought. Maybe it had led her here for a reason. Still, even with her skills and experience, she noticed something strange. Jake wasn't reacting to her like she would normally expect. Her communication-based skills didn't seem to work properly on him. But that didn't surprise her so much. Since the moment they met him, none of them had been able to identify who or what Jake really was. Hell, at first, she couldn't even tell he was human. Now, as she watched him work, her attention remained fixed on everything he did. Jake was completely focused, carefully pouring something into his cauldron. He seemed fully locked onto the task at hand. Miranda thought about how she had worked with many skilled craftsmen and craftswomen during her tutorial. She had led some of them and seen the way they worked, but Jake felt completely different. He was on another level entirely. She could tell by watching that he was making something incredibly complex. The process needed intense concentration, yet Jake carried it out smoothly. He even made the work more efficient by pulling ingredients from his necklace, what looked like a kind of summoning ability to her, and using what appeared to be telekinetic powers to move tools and other things around. Time passed quickly. Afternoon turned into evening, and evening into night, but Jake kept working without pause. Miranda stayed where she was, still watching. She noticed something else about him that stood out even more than his skills. The man never took a break. Most people, even incredibly diligent workers, would need to rest after maintaining that level of focus. But not Jake. No matter how frustrated he got or how much effort he poured into it, he kept giving 100% of his effort, constantly. As she saw him stretch slightly while continuing to work, she made a quiet mental note of the mysterious man. He was likely a good and reliable worker even before the system came into their lives. But then something unexpected happened. Jake walked toward the nearby pond and Miranda's eyes followed him as he calmly walked on the surface of the water, yet he didn't sink. It was like he was walking on solid ground. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. He continued walking across the pond until he reached the center. Then, right there on the surface, he sat down and shifted into what seemed like a state of meditation even doing the pose. Miranda stared in shock. She already thought Jake was impressive, but now she was genuinely amazed. In addition to everything else she'd seen, this man could walk on water too. She couldn't help but wonder what else he was capable of. Meanwhile, Jakey had begun practicing his control of the threads of mana, just like before. He summoned and lifted heavy rocks from the bottom of the pond, carrying them into the air above him using only his mana. To Miranda, this was entirely new. She had never seen anything like it. She had already seen him perform alchemy, use telekinesis, walk on water, and now this. She had to ask herself, how could one person have all these abilities? Who even is this man? Still stunned, she quickly approached the edge of the pond. Without thinking too much, she stepped forward and placed one foot on the surface. The water shifted slightly beneath her, causing a light splash. That seemed to be enough to break Jake's focus. The rocks he had been lifting suddenly lost their support and crashed back into the pond, sending up loud splashes. Miranda froze, wondering what had just happened. In the next instant, Jake appeared behind her. He had moved so fast, it was as if he had just teleported. She turned around and saw him staring at her, eyes locked on her, looking far too menacing behind that mask. The intensity of his glare made her jump. She even staggered back a bit, clearly startled and shivering slightly from the tension. Jake kept his expression for a while, looking cold and unreadable. The sharp, intimidating glare that made her feel even more uneasy as she flinched, as if unable to stand looking at him. But then something surprising happened. Jake looked away, and in a completely different tone, spoke in a quiet and hesitant voice. Despite his earlier intensity, he suddenly seemed shy and awkward. In a very bashful and soft manner, Jake asked her to stop staring at him. Miranda didn't know how to react. She was completely caught off guard to say the least. This nervous request left her both surprised and confused. A few minutes earlier, before Miranda startled him at the pond, Jake had been trying to focus on his meditation. He sat there attempting to concentrate, but no matter how much he tried, he could still feel her eyes fixed on him. The steady stare made him uneasy, and it stayed with him no matter how he shifted his focus. As the day dragged on and she continued to linger, he grew more and more uncomfortable. For hours he tried to push through and ignore it, but the pressure of being watched never left him. To Jake, this was more difficult than facing a powerful dungeon boss. He could handle danger in combat, but being stared at so directly was something he couldn't block out. Even when he had moved to the center of the pond, sitting on the surface in a meditative pose, the same problem followed him. He kept hoping she would leave, but she never did. She continued to watch him closely, and eventually it broke his concentration. That was when the rocks he had been lifting with mana threads had crashed back into the water, creating the loud splash. By this point, Jake had run out of patience. He was tired of feeling her eyes on him, so he got up, frustrated and irritated by the situation, and decided to confront her directly. As he noticed her standing near the edge of the pond, he even wondered why she would behave that way. In his mind, a grown woman should understand that staring was rude. Since she didn't, he felt he would have to tell her himself. Appearing behind her, still wearing his menacing wooden mask, Jake stared straight into her soul. His sudden presence startled Miranda, making her flinch. Inside, Jake was trying to build up the resolve to scold her, but the moment he actually tried to speak, all his confidence faded. Instead of firmly addressing her, he looked down and quietly asked her to stop. The shift surprised her. Rather than harsh, he came across as shy and hesitant. For Miranda, it was unexpected to see someone so powerful react like that. Jake could not even look at her properly, and his posture showed how his social anxiety held him back. Inside, Jake himself realized the problem. His anxiety seemed worse than before, and he stood there with his head lowered, avoiding direct eye contact. Miranda tried to ease the situation by explaining that she hadn't meant to offend him. She only stayed because she wanted to watch him craft, finding it inspiring. Hearing this, Jake forced himself to exhale and calm down, trying to reduce the pressure he felt. He told her that if she truly wanted to observe his work, she could have just asked instead of silently staring. To him, the way she had handled it was unhelpful for both of them. Her reaction was immediate. Miranda's blue eyes lit up, and she seemed pleased by his response. She asked if he really meant it, and before long she began asking him question after question. She wanted to know about everything he could do, his potion making, his ability to walk on water, his telekinesis. The rapid stream of questions left Jake feeling slightly overwhelmed, but he still answered her. Soon enough he had explained a good amount. Miranda, trying to make sure she understood, went over the details she had picked up. She learned that his alchemist profession gave him the ability to make potions and more, and that he had earned it by completing a challenge dungeon. Jake also mentioned the many dungeons he had cleared, though this only led to more questions. Miranda wanted to know if those dungeons had been part of the weekly trials, or located in the city zone. When Jake admitted he didn't even know what those terms meant, she was surprised. That difference told her something important. She pieced together that they must have gone through two different kinds of tutorials. Jake confirmed this, explaining that his own tutorial was more of a survival of the fittest type, brutal and combat-heavy. He also noted that the others likely went through a different setup, something closer to Miranda's version, a social-style tutorial that emphasized professions and teamwork rather than pure survival. Miranda agreed with this conclusion. She even added details about her own group. Hank's profession had evolved into a stronger version of builder. Louise held an artist-type role, and Mark was a basic builder. Thinking about it, Miranda couldn't help but find some irony in their situation. Only a few months ago, she had been working in a manufacturing plant. Now, she was sitting in the woods speaking with a masked stranger whose abilities seemed unlike anything she had seen. Jake, in turn, realized he was still wearing his mask. He apologized, recalling in his mind that he hadn't removed it for 2 weeks. With a simple adjustment, he made the mask invisible, glad that the item allowed him to keep its effects active even while hidden. Miranda froze at the sight of his uncovered face. She seemed puzzled, staring at him in silence. Jake noticed her reaction and asked what was wrong. She admitted that he didn't look the way she had imagined. Based on the intensity of his eyes behind the mask, she had expected him to look much harsher and more intimidating. Recovering quickly, she asked if the mask itself was some sort of skill. Jake confirmed that it was, and then turned the focus back onto her. He wanted to know about her own abilities, noting that her aura seemed to affect the mind. He suspected it was somehow tied to her profession, and he wanted to understand it better. Miranda seemed caught off guard by Jake's question. She hesitated, almost stumbling over her words before apologizing. She admitted she hadn't even realized she was using her aura on him, and tried to explain that it only made her appear more trustworthy. Jake, however, told her not to worry about it. He explained that the ability didn't affect him anyway, but it did give him valuable practice in recognizing and adapting to that kind of influence. Because of that, he even encouraged her to keep it active. He then added, half joking, that he had no abilities like that himself. Hearing this, Miranda let out a breath of relief. She admitted she had been worried about the possibility of him having a hidden mental skill that she wouldn't be able to sense. Thinking back to her own experiences, Miranda recalled that during her tutorial she had purchased a defensive skill from the store specifically to guard against mental attacks. That mention made Jake pause, as it reminded him that tutorial points and tutorial stores were features they all seemed to share, no matter what version of the tutorial they went through. Another thing they had in common was the high death toll each tutorial carried. That thought visibly dampened Miranda's mood. She explained that out of the 100,000 people in her tutorial faction, nearly 10,000 had died. The number alone weighed heavily on her, and she seemed troubled as she turned the question back to Jake, asking how many had survived in his case. Jake answered without hesitation. His response was 1. At first Miranda misunderstood, assuming he meant 100 survivors. Even that number shocked her, but Jake quickly corrected her. With the cold look behind his mask, he clarified that he hadn't meant 100. He meant just 1. Him alone. Miranda was stunned by the revelation and pressed further, trying to understand. Jake added that while others had technically managed to escape, they had still died in the process, meaning in the end, he was the only true survivor. Hearing this, Miranda asked whether the monsters in his tutorial had been so overwhelmingly powerful that they caused such a massacre. Jake corrected her again. While beasts had killed many in the beginning, it wasn't them who accounted for most of the deaths. In the end, the real killers had been humans themselves. He told her about the psychopath who murdered the others, William. When Miranda asked what became of William, Jake told her simply that he had killed him. The answer left her quiet for a moment before she finally expressed sympathy, apologizing that he had to go through something so terrible. But Jake brushed it aside, stating plainly that William wasn't even the first person he had killed. Miranda was visibly unsettled by how casually he said it. Her expression shifted, and she stared at him in shock. Jake noticed the change and asked what was bothering her. Her reaction grew even more uneasy. With a shaken voice and wide eyes, Miranda asked him what he planned to do with her group. The question confused Jake. He told her he had no plans for them at all. Still, she pushed a little further. She asked why he had killed others. The question struck a nerve. Jake's tone sharpened as he explained that they were enemies who had attacked him first. He questioned whether that was really why she was acting so strange. Miranda then realized her mistake. She understood that his killings had been acts of self-defense. That explanation made Jake relax slightly, but he also admitted that in William's case, it had been an act driven more by rage. Still unsettled, Miranda asked what was wrong with him if he couldn't see the problem with killing people. Jake answered bluntly. From his perspective, if they were his enemies, then killing them wasn't wrong. He reminded her that this new world was not the same as before. In the old world, killing was judged as black and white, but here the rules had changed. He added that while he didn't enjoy killing, he would do it when necessary. That answer did not calm Miranda. If anything, it unsettled her more. She asked if that meant he would kill anyone he decided was his enemy. Jake didn't hesitate. He confirmed that he would. If it was necessary, then he would act. Miranda's expression made Jake reflect for a moment. He thought back to his first conversation with Velastromaus, wondering if he had sounded just as naive back then as Miranda did now. Miranda wasn't done. She pressed him further, asking when he decided such actions were necessary. Jake responded without hesitation again, saying it was whenever he decided it was. This exchange made Jake realize something. He had already been through this kind of debate before, and at its core, it always came down to a difference in how each person valued life. For Jake, holding on to Miranda's way of thinking was impossible. He had chosen a different path, and that path required him to view things differently. He was a hunter, and in his eyes, his role was simple. His purpose was to hunt and kill his prey. Jake then shifted the focus back onto Miranda by asking how many enemies they had killed during their own tutorial. The question clearly had a purpose behind it, and Miranda immediately recognized where he was going with it. She quickly pushed back, insisting that their situation had been different. In her case, they had only been attacked by non-intelligent creatures and had only defended themselves against those. But Jake pressed further. He asked if she would consider it acceptable to kill children, since children weren't as intelligent as adults either. The comparison caught Miranda off guard. She stumbled over her response, struggling to refute the point, and argued that it wasn't the same at all. But Jake wasn't done yet. He shot back that it was the same. He explained that the system had changed every living being at a fundamental level. Even animals now had the potential to evolve beyond human intelligence. He thought up examples like the nest watcher and the magical white stag, pointing out that these creatures had risen far beyond what anyone would expect of beasts. From that perspective, Jake argued, every living creature carried the same kind of potential. To kill any one of them was to cut off that possibility for growth. It was no different than killing a child who might one day grow into an intelligent adult. His reasoning went even further. He noted that the same idea could now be extended to plants as well. Since plants were also able to evolve under the system, they too had the potential to become something greater. Jake then reminded Miranda of the tiger he had killed when saving her life. He asked her if she believed that act had been justified. She admitted that it had been necessary, because if he hadn't done it, she would be dead. But Jake did not stop there. He followed up by asking if her judgment would change had the tiger been human instead of an animal. He told her directly that to him, it would have made no difference. In either case, whether beast or human, he would have acted the same way. Staring at Miranda, Jake made it clear why he thought this way. He explained that it was because he placed absolute trust in his own intuition over any moral code or law. With that, he broke the tension by stepping away. He told Miranda he was heading out for a while and advised her to get some rest. He promised to be back soon, while she remained standing where she was, still lost in thought. Jake soon found himself walking through the forest. As he moved deeper into the thick trees, he reflected on the discussion he had just had. In truth, he felt satisfied with the answer he had given her. Even though it was an argument he suspected Velastromaus himself might have used, Jake believed he had made his point effectively. At the same time, he admitted to himself that he didn't know how he would have carried the argument further if Miranda had pressed harder. In essence, he had ended up defending the idea that murder was acceptable, and he knew that sounded far too blunt. He picked up his pace as he crossed into the rocky terrain, leaping quickly from one spot to the next. The movement was refreshing, and he realized how much he had needed this walk. For nearly 2 weeks he had done very little, both in terms of physical activity and social interaction. Having Miranda around to talk to had been a nice change of pace, but now stretching his legs brought him a sense of relief. As he moved along the rocky ground, Jake's thoughts shifted back to the conversation. He mentally noted that he had deliberately left out any mention of Velastromas and the other gods. From Miranda's behavior, it was clear she didn't know anything about their existence. That only made it more obvious how unusual his own tutorial experience had been compared to others. Thinking about how much he still didn't understand, Jake's focus lifted to the view ahead. In the distance, a dark cave entrance waited for him. Without hesitation, he walked toward it, ready to head inside. As Jake stepped into the cave, he immediately noticed something different in the air. The entire place carried a strong sense of water and earth affinity, almost as if the mana of the earth itself had grown more intense here. Mixed within that current were faint traces of dark mana scattered here and there. Wanting to understand better, Jake closed his eyes and activated his skill, the sense of the malefic viper. With his heightened perception and his growing understanding of mana, he felt confident he could draw much more from the ability than before. As his senses began to explore the deeper parts of the cave, a notification appeared before him. His skill had upgraded. Now it carried even more precision, allowing him to sense mana and its affinities with far greater clarity. Jake realized just how well Velastromas' skills overlapped and complemented one another. They worked in unison to make each ability stronger. Moving deeper into the cave, he considered how each ability seemed to serve a purpose. One increased his perception, another boosted his intelligence. He thought about how much more effective they might become if he could continue upgrading them. His thoughts were interrupted when tiny green lights appeared around him. They floated through the air like green fireflies, and for a moment he wasn't sure what he was looking at. Then, as he examined the mushrooms nearby, it became clear they were spores. Looking closer, Jake noticed that the spotted mushrooms producing them were still young. He made a note to return later when they had matured, thinking they would make for a good meal. Continuing on, Jake realized that since entering the cave he had encountered nothing dangerous. Only harmless bugs and mushrooms dotted the path. That absence of threat made him decide to go further in, pushing into the darker areas. The deeper he went, the less natural light there was, until the cave was in pitch-black darkness. Even with his sphere of perception showing him the way, the environment still felt too shrouded. Eventually, Jake stepped on something unusual and looked down. A small plant had latched onto his foot. It was his first monster of the cave, a fly-eater, something that looked like a Venus flytrap. The sight reminded him of a mushroom he had once harvested. Reaching into his spatial storage, he pulled out that same species he remembered, the flytrap mushroom, and he compared it. He wondered how different this monster plant really was from the other plants. Observing further, he noticed that these fly-eaters lay in wait beneath the surface, ready to grab prey that wandered too close. They weren't capable of hurting him, so he chose to leave them alone. By this point, Jake realized just how far he had traveled. He was so deep inside the cave that he could no longer sense his pylon back at his camp. Along the way he had encountered a few monsters, but none were even remotely impressive. None of them rose above level 25, and the whole expedition felt disappointing. With a sigh, he acknowledged how uneventful this adventure had been. But before long that feeling vanished. Up ahead, the dark path led him to a breathtaking sight, an underground forest of enormous glowing mushrooms towering high above him. Their bright light filled the cavern, and Jake knew he had gone much deeper than he had originally thought. Looking up at one of the massive mushrooms, he couldn't help but think of the endless potions that could be brewed from such a resource. As he explored, he noticed strange tube-like structures nearby. Their purpose wasn't immediately clear, but his attention was drawn to sudden movement. A rustling sound traveled through the cave, putting him on alert. He kept walking cautiously until the source of the disturbance revealed itself. Sharp limbs struck out from the darkness, followed by the form of an abnormally large mantis-like creature. The beast, a mantis scyther, perched high on one of the glowing mushrooms. Its appearance made Jake smirk. Looking up, he saw that there were several more of the creatures, all standing on the mushroom caps. In the next instant, they leapt forward in unison, charging straight at him. Jake drew his daggers, his stance shifting into battle readiness. Despite their numbers, he grinned. Finally, this trip had given him something worthwhile. Far away, back at Jake's base, Miranda remained seated near the pond. She was still weighed down by the conversation she had shared with him earlier, still turning it over in her mind. A frustrated sigh escaped her as she questioned what she had expected from him. The gap between her group and Jake was larger than she had realized, both in strength and in mindset. As she stared out across the calm water, her thoughts drifted back to lessons from her old life before the system. Back then, she had learned to sort people into two groups, those not worth watching out for, and those who were. In her view, most people fell into the first category. But as Jake clashed with mantis scythers far away from her, she reflected on the second group. These were the ones who didn't fit the usual mold, people who were volatile but driven. They were the ones who chased improvement endlessly, the ones who became restless when their ambitions weren't realized. As the mantises tried to ambush Jake again, Miranda's thoughts remained fixed on the type of people she had been describing. To her, they were always the most valuable employees in a company, the kind who could push everything forward to a higher level and at a faster pace. While Jake slipped between the creature's attacks, bouncing off the cave wall and launching himself right back at them with a grin across his face, Miranda reflected that these same people could also be the most dangerous. Their drive to advance meant they would use any method necessary to reach their goal. Inside the cave, Jake executed a decisive strike. His movement was swift and precise, cutting through the mantises all at once. As their bodies collapsed to the ground, Miranda's thoughts in contrast noted that such ambitious people never hesitated to trample on anyone who stood in their way. When the clash was over and Jake stood tall among the defeated creatures, his sharp expression made the comparison clearer. Miranda admitted to herself that Jake was exactly that kind of person, the type who was endlessly ambitious, restless, and determined to push forward no matter the obstacles. She respected that in him, but at the same time, she felt an undeniable fear of him. Surrounded by the corpses of the mantis scythers, Jake's glare looked more dangerous than ever. Meanwhile, Miranda sat back at the base, still wondering whether he would be the type to help those around him rise higher, or the type to leave them crushed beneath him. Her thoughts reminded her of how different the stakes were now. This wasn't a matter of corporate struggles anymore. This was about survival, about life and death. Back in the cave, a massive shadow loomed over Jake. From the darkness, a creature even larger than the others emerged. It was a giant mantis beast, an alpha mantis scyther. But Jake didn't respond with fear. Instead, his expression showed clear excitement. Miranda's words overlapped this moment, as she reflected on how her earlier assumptions about him during their conversation had been completely wrong. Jake quickly shifted his stance and raised his bow. Drawing the string back, he released a splitting arrow aimed directly at the towering creature. The alpha responded instantly, beating its wings and taking to the air, evading the shot before descending again with its scythe, like arms swinging for Jake. In an instant, Jake reappeared behind it, already drawing another arrow. As he aimed, his eyes carried a cold, blank look, and his menacing glare stood out even more. Miranda wondered whether this man was going to be a monster or a savior. Her thoughts carried on while Jake let loose another attack, this time piercing through the giant beast and forcing it to let out a shriek of pain. The alpha realized it was no match for our primal hunter. It tried to retreat, leaping back in desperation, but Jake refused to let it escape. He caught up quickly, once more pulling his bowstring tight and charging up the next strike. His grin widened as he did this, enjoying the battle even as he prepared to finish it. Finally, with a sharp and predatory glare, Jake activated one of his deadliest abilities, the gaze of the apex hunter. The alpha froze in place, completely unable to move, trapped by the hunter's petrifying gaze. That was the opening Jake needed. He fired his last arrow, a final decisive shot that ended the fight once and for all. Back at the base, Miranda was still by the pond, sitting quietly in her chair. Hank approached her and asked where the masked man had gone. But Miranda had no answer for him. His attention shifted to the chair she was using, and he wondered out loud how the mysterious man had managed to find such a thing in a world like this. The conversation didn't stay on the chair for long. As Hank washed his face in the water, he asked what had happened after he fell asleep the night before. Miranda explained that she had stayed awake and ended up speaking with their host, describing the talk as an interesting one. Looking toward his two children resting nearby, Hank's concern surfaced. He asked Miranda if she thought they were truly safe here, his worry aimed at the masked man who had taken them in. Miranda admitted that in this new world, she didn't believe anywhere was truly safe. Still, she suggested it was better to remain here, at least for now. Hank agreed, saying they would stay until the mysterious man returned. But then he asked Miranda a question that caught her off guard. He wondered if she had ever learned the man's actual name. At that, Miranda froze. The realization hit her that none of them had ever asked. They had only called him things like the masked man or spoken about him indirectly. They didn't even know his name was Jake. When Hank pressed the question again, Miranda stuttered. She admitted she didn't know. In truth, she was too scared to ask. As she spoke, we saw a glimpse of our primal hunter, still in the depths of the cave. His eyes carried a menacing glint as he moved deeper into the darkness. The corpses of mantis beasts sprawled across the ground behind him, left as a trail of his destructive path forward. With a gaze like that, it was clear why Miranda was afraid. As Jake walked deeper into the cave, he reflected on how anticlimactic the earlier fight had been. Killing what he thought was the lord of the biodome felt far too easy, and the victory left him unsatisfied. Still, his senses hinted at something ahead, a strong concentration of mana that gave him reason to believe there was more to discover. Following that trail, he soon spotted the source. Embedded in the ground was a massive glowing yellow crystal, large enough to rival the pylon of civilization. Its radiance filled the area, and Jake immediately tried to identify it. Yet for the first time, the system provided no answer. This confused him. Every other time this happened, it had either been during tutorial, related encounters, or within a dungeon, so he knew there was something unusual about this crystal. Observing the surroundings, Jake noted the overwhelming flow of mana pouring out of the crystal. He thought this might be the very reason the entire biodome had flourished. Curious, he placed his hand against its surface, wondering if it was even possible to remove something so deeply rooted into the ground. His senses soon revealed the problem. The crystal wasn't just covered by dirt as he had thought. It was tethered beneath the earth, connected to every giant blue mushroom spread throughout the cave. All of them were part of one vast underground organism. This discovery was interesting, but Jake didn't dwell on it. He reached into his special storage necklace and pulled out a tool. Slowly, it materialized in his hand. It was the Omni tool, an adaptive device capable of changing into whatever shape he required. Holding it brought a hint of satisfaction to him. He no longer cared about the complexity of the mushroom ecosystem. He simply wanted the crystal. Shaping the tool into a shovel, he struck the ground, aiming to uproot it. The moment he severed the roots of a single mushroom, the entire chamber shook violently. A strange energy spread outward, rattling the ground and releasing waves of mana. Jake immediately realized that something had been awakened. Its presence was quickly filling every corner of the biodome. The sensation was powerful and familiar. He had only encountered something like this once before. The air trembled under the weight of an overwhelming presence, and soon the earth responded. Long vines surged upward, wrapping themselves around the crystal. They pulled it higher, locking it in place with greater force. Jake didn't move. He simply stood with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. This was the aura of a higher, grade monster, and he was eager to see it. His patience was rewarded as a massive form rose before him, constructed out of the very blue mushrooms that filled the cave. The crystal itself was embedded into the creature's mushroom-like head. Towering above him, the beast made Jake appear as small as an insect. The environment quickly shifted. The ground pulsed, and not only the mushrooms but every single plant in the biodome radiated the creature's aura. Using his knowledge, Jake identified the being. It was the indigo fungus mycorrhiza, a colossal organism that had already claimed control of the ecosystem. Without warning, roots and vines erupted from the soil, lashing out violently at him. Jake dodged and evaded, realizing the truth in that moment. The mantis he had defeated earlier wasn't the true ruler here. This organism was, and it had long since spread its influence through every plant in the dome. He soon witnessed the vines extend toward the corpses of the mantises he had slain earlier. They pierced into the bodies, and Jake paused, curious about the outcome. The vines began to glow, and in seconds the corpses withered away, drained of every last drop of essence. At once, Jake understood. This was why he had seen no bodies while entering the cave. Everything was consumed by this creature to fuel its growth. The ground split open again as more vines shot upward. Jake didn't need to wonder anymore. The power of this entity was undeniable. He judged it to be at least a D-grade beast, well over level 100, with unknown abilities beyond what he had already seen. Logically, the correct choice was to retreat. He doubted the creature could follow him outside. But beneath the wooden mask he wore, a smirk appeared. This was exactly what he had been searching for. Something that finally presented a real challenge. The vines tried to entangle his feet, but Jake noticed he could move more freely than expected. Despite its scale, this organism wasn't nearly as dangerous as the king of the forest he had faced before. Using one-step mile, Jake darted forward, weaving between the vines. He chained it with Shadow Vault, vanishing and reappearing to avoid the endless strikes. Even if this beast wasn't as threatening as the king, he knew better than to underestimate it. Emerging from one of his shadow vaults, Jake noticed a shift in the air. A green haze began to spread around him, and he quickly recognized it. The creature was releasing poison, a deadly gas capable of wiping out nearly every living thing in the cave. It didn't concern him, though. His resistance to toxins meant the gas posed no real threat. Still, this gave him an idea. As another massive vine swung down toward him, he grabbed it firmly. The thought struck him clearly. If this organism was a giant biological entity, then it could also be poisoned. That realization shaped his next move. As Jake grabbed hold of the vine, he activated his skill, Touch of the Malefic Viper. A sickly green energy seeped into the vine and began coursing through it. At first, it spread steadily, but soon the vine pulsed violently in resistance. Then another vine cut off the infected section, severing it before the poison could spread any further. This caught Jake off guard, and he quickly understood that the organism's vitality was much stronger than expected. Now fully focused on him, the organism increased its assault. More vines erupted from the ground beneath him, each one striking out with greater force than before. Jake had become its primary target. He was forced to stay on constant defense, weaving and dodging as the vines lashed out in quick succession, giving him almost no chance to counter. As he shifted around, evading the relentless strikes, Jake realized his earlier assessment of the beast had been correct. The problem was not its weakness, but his own relative strength against such a massive opponent. Even with poisons at his disposal, he wasn't making much progress. Tossing bottles of poison at the organism did little. Its body was simply too large and the effects too minimal. While he continued evading, the environment began to change. The surrounding plants suddenly glowed with a faint yellow light, and then they withered almost instantly. Jake quickly sensed a massive gathering of mana in the air, all of it pulling together above the organism's head. A yellow sphere of energy condensed there, growing rapidly, and he could feel the overwhelming danger radiating from it. Before he could respond, the organism directed a destructive beam of blue energy that fired straight toward him. The attack struck, blasting him across the cave floor. He skidded violently, the ground around him sizzling as the ray burned into it. For a moment, it seemed like that single strike could have ended him. But Jake survived, though badly hurt. At the last second, he had activated his scales, the scales of the malefic viper, around his abdomen to shield himself. Even so, he was injured, blood staining his clothes as he coughed from the impact. Before he could get up, fresh vines shot forward, stabbing into his wound. They began draining his blood directly into the organism. Instead of panicking, Jake triggered his blood of the malefic viper skill. His blood instantly turned toxic, spreading through the vines and causing them to wither. With one clean motion, he sliced them away and freed himself. Knowing he had no time to waste, Jake dashed away from the spot, forcing his tired body to move. His stamina was draining quickly from the repeated use of Shadow Vault and One-Step Mile. But he had no other choice. He headed toward a dark corner of the cave, where the exit lay beyond. However, before he could reach it, vines erupted once again, this time shaping themselves into a monstrous figure made of plants and fungus. The organism was deliberately blocking his escape. Jake drew his bow. He wasn't about to fall here. With a powerful dash through the air, he aimed directly at the creature. His bow pulled back, glowing with energy, as he charged his power shot. The arrow released with explosive force, shattering the makeshift plant monster completely. Without slowing down, Jake burst through the resulting explosion and kept running. His speed carried him straight to the exit, and within moments, he emerged from the cave into the forest outside. He slid to a halt, breathing heavily, his body aching from the wounds and exertion. Glancing down at his injury, he allowed himself a moment of dark humor about how disastrous this expedition had turned out. Sitting against the base of a tree, he thought about what had just happened. In only a few hours, he had encountered not just one but two monsters stronger than him, one of them a confirmed D grade. Earlier he had worried about not finding worthy challenges, but now those challenges had appeared one after another. Drinking a healing potion, he started planning. The first step was to recover and regain his strength. After that, he would return to confront the fungal organism again. His poisons hadn't worked this time, but he was already considering ways to adapt for the next fight. As he moved through the forest toward his base, he noticed his wounds and armor would need time to recover as well. The self-repair enchantments would take a while to restore, and his body wouldn't be back to full condition immediately. He might even have to go shirtless again while he waited. Eventually, he neared his base and thought back to Miranda and her group. He had assumed they would have left by now, especially after their sharp disagreements. But when he arrived, he saw them still gathered by the lake. Their presence surprised him, as he was certain they would have moved on. For a moment, he felt uncertain about approaching them, but he reminded himself that this was his pond and his base. There was no reason to feel anxious about confronting them if necessary. Then a new idea came to his mind, something he had taken from Vilastromaz. If they stayed, he could test it out. But before that, he knew he needed a moment to reset and recover. For now, he decided to take a little time to recharge his social battery before dealing with them directly. Miranda, Hank, and his children were still gathered by the pond when they noticed someone approaching from the distance. As soon as they recognized Jake, Miranda quickly turned and spotted the bruise on his abdomen. Concerned, she immediately asked about it. Jake kept the situation calm, downplaying the injury. He told her it was nothing significant and reassured her that the creature he had fought would not be able to follow him here. Even though he wasn't entirely sure of that, he gave the impression that there was no threat. Miranda, however, wasn't satisfied with such a quick answer. She moved closer, wanting to confirm for herself whether Jake was truly fine. He reassured her again, explaining that a healing potion would be enough to deal with it. Hearing that, Miranda finally let out a breath of relief. Jake then made it clear that he hadn't expected to see them still there when he returned. This surprised Miranda. who asked if he was implying that they could not stay. The others grew tense while watching the exchange. Jake clarified that he was not going to stop them from staying, but his conditions remained the same. If they stayed, he needed quiet so he could focus on his alchemy. On hearing that, Miranda and the others felt relieved. They had nowhere else to go, and his agreement gave them some stability. Almost hesitantly, Miranda added that she had noticed something unusual. Since they had arrived, no beasts had come close to bother them. Jake paused at this, then asked to speak with Miranda privately. She was surprised by the request, but agreed. The two of them sat down on Jake's chairs near the water. Jake noted to himself that this time, at least, he remembered to take off his mask before speaking with her. He considered it progress, maybe he wasn't as socially inept as he thought. But Miranda unexpectedly pointed out something else. He was half naked. She asked about his missing armor. Embarrassed, Jake cursed internally and quickly pulled clothing from his spatial storage to cover himself. He explained that his armor was inside that storage, repairing itself. This led Miranda to ask about the spatial storage he mentioned. Jake explained it simply, describing it as a magical item that allowed him to store things securely and even keep alchemy ingredients fresh. From there, the conversation shifted again. Miranda asked what exactly Jake had fought. He told her about entering the cave and reaching a biodome, where he had faced a massive D-grade entity. It was too strong, and he had been forced to retreat. Miranda was shaken by this information. She asked if D-grade beasts were not all at level 100 and higher. Jake confirmed this, explaining further that the difference between grades was large and each step up meant much stronger opponents. Miranda could only compare it to her own situation. She admitted she couldn't imagine fighting something like that, since even the tiger Jake had saved her from was far beyond her ability. Jake used her words as an opening to steer the discussion in a new direction. He asked Miranda directly what her goal was in this new world. She answered simply that her goal was survival. Jake pressed further, asking how she planned to achieve that. Miranda admitted openly that she was not a fighter. She could not handle monsters the way Hank or Jake could. Jake reminded her that survival didn't only depend on fighting. What she needed, in the end, was power. With a serious look, Jake asked her again how she intended to survive. Pressured by his question, Miranda admitted that her only option would be to have someone powerful, like Jake, protect her. Jake smirked at this. That was the straightforward answer he had been aiming to hear. He then explained the reality of such an arrangement. If she wanted protection, she would need to offer something that made it worthwhile. Even then, it would not matter in the long term unless she developed strength of her own. After that, he told her something important. The reason no monsters had come near this area was because of the pylon of civilization buried beneath their feet. It was an item designed for founding a city. Jake explained that while he had no interest in ruling a city himself, it would be wasteful not to use the pylon for its intended purpose. Because of that, he suggested a new possibility. He proposed that Miranda take the role of city lord and establish a city here. On paper, Jake would be the one connected to the pylon, but in practice, Miranda would handle the responsibilities. Before she could respond, a system notification appeared in front of her. It asked her to accept the role of principal city lord. Jake repeated the question, asking her directly if she would accept it. Miranda hesitated. She pointed out that she did not even hold the title of a lord, so she couldn't accept such a role yet. Almost immediately, another notification appeared before Jake, asking if he wanted to grant her the title. Jake didn't act on it right away. Instead, he held back, saying they needed to come to an agreement first. He pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from his spatial storage. Miranda looked at it with some surprise, finding it strange but almost amusing. In this new and dangerous world, with all its magic and monsters, Jake was still resorting to a simple contract written on paper. Jake handed the paper over to Miranda, explaining that it would be easier to keep track of things if it was written down. He also suspected this was something she would be more comfortable with, and she agreed. While looking over the details, she received a system notification describing the profession. The description was thorough, listing benefits such as the stat points she would gain per level. She seemed impressed, though still curious, and asked Jake what exactly he expected from her in this role. Time passed, and their discussion eventually led to a finalized agreement. The contract was simple but clear. In exchange for safety, stability, and certain other benefits, Miranda would take on the responsibilities of being city lord. This meant handling all the demanding and tiresome duties while Jake remained free to continue his own pursuits. Jake thought the arrangement worked out well. He was satisfied that Miranda seemed pleased with it too. She even agreed to let him maintain his separate masked protector identity, something that allowed him to operate in peace. With the agreement complete, they planned to meet again at dawn to discuss the next steps for building up the city. For Jake, however, the thought of returning to alchemy was far more appealing than administrative planning. He still had a massive mushroom to deal with, and his focus was set on that challenge. As he began pulling his alchemy supplies from his spatial storage, Jake reflected on his earlier fight. His bow had proven nearly useless against the enormous fungus, but his poisons and his poison-infused skill, the touch of the malefic viper, had shown some effectiveness. Thinking through it, he concluded he needed something more specialized. He flipped through his alchemy books, searching for inspiration. What he required was a potent fungicide, one that could spread slowly but effectively. After careful study, he found a formula that seemed promising and realized it would not take too long to prepare. During this work, Miranda approached him again. She noted how busy he looked, her attention drawn to the sheer number of books he had pulled from storage. Jake hadn't even realized how many he had gone through until he saw her reaction. Surrounding him were shelves of alchemy texts, all drawn from his spatial storage as he searched for the right solution. Miranda, curious, asked about the storage itself. She wondered just how much space it actually held. Jake kept his response simple, saying only that it was big enough. Then he shifted the focus back to her, asking how it felt to take on the role of principal city lord. Miranda admitted that it was a lot to process. She explained that the new profession gave her skills granting access to systems she had never seen before. One of them allowed her to track the number of people connected to the pylon. Though she noticed Jake's presence was missing from the count, Jake suspected this was due to the shroud of the primordial placed on him by Velastromo's. Miranda went on to describe the other skills she had gained. They revolved mostly around planning, construction, and improving the growth of citizens in non-combat areas. That naturally made her think of Hank. With his builder profession upgraded, he would be well suited to take advantage of these systems. It seemed fitting, especially since Hank and his children had chosen to remain here instead of leaving. Miranda then brought up what she believed should be their first priority, protecting the pylon beneath their feet. Her idea was to place Jake's house directly over its location. Since Jake appeared comfortable there, it made sense to her. From her perspective, it also helped with appearances. When the city grew, everyone would assume she was the one keeping the pylon safe, since she was the city lord. Meanwhile, Jake would simply look like a powerful citizen who happened to live nearby. Few would suspect that his house concealed the pylon itself. She even added in a half-joking tone that this plan only worked as long as Jake remained the strongest among them. She gave him a playful look while saying it. Jake, however, remained cautious. He pointed out that the plan did not solve the issue of detection by anyone skilled at sensing mana. Even if hidden, the pylon could be exposed to the right individual. Miranda countered that before becoming city lord, she had not been able to sense it at all, even while standing directly above it. She also explained that she now had the ability to adjust and expand the pylon's zone as she leveled up. Because of that, she and the others, including Hank, agreed to keep the valley free of buildings. They would leave the area open except for Jake's house, ensuring he had peace and quiet, while also placing him in the best position to defend the pylon. Jake accepted the idea, then asked what their first concrete step would be. Miranda answered that they should begin with his house. Jake seemed confused by this choice until Miranda pointed out the obvious. With all the shelves, furniture, and materials he had already accumulated, he was the one who most clearly needed a proper home. Not long after, Hank and his children arrived at the chosen site. As the builder, Hank quickly examined the area and began asking practical questions. He wanted to know what materials Jake preferred for construction. Jake hesitated but eventually said he preferred wood, provided it could withstand heat. Hank reassured him that he had enchantments to handle that problem, and with that, preparations for Jake's house officially began. After Hank and his daughter worked together on a schematic sketch for the house, they presented it to Jake. The design was practical and left room for expansion. They explained that a second floor could be added in the future if needed. Hank also asked if Jake wanted a cellar included. At first, Jake was ready to decline, but after thinking it over, he agreed. He requested that the cellar not be built directly beneath the house, which suggested that he had a separate plan in mind for it. Not long after, Jake found himself sitting on the edge of a nearby cliff. His mood was sour, and he looked frustrated. He had been temporarily forced out of his own camp by Miranda while construction was underway. Though the reason was understandable, he still grumbled internally about being sent away. He was especially annoyed because it happened right after he had suggested what he thought was a brilliant idea, building the house around the pylon, so that the pylon itself could serve as a structural pillar. Even while practicing alchemy at this new spot, he continued to complain to himself about the situation. In the middle of this, a system notification suddenly appeared. Jake checked it and saw that he had reached level 70 in his alchemist profession. Along with the level increase came additional free stat points. His frustration quickly faded into satisfaction as he realized the significance of this milestone. Reaching level 70 meant he had gained access to 5 new potential skills to choose from. Jake wanted to take the decision seriously, so he sat down and tried to evaluate each option objectively. After careful thought, he managed to narrow the choices down to 3. The first was a skill called Wings of the Malefic Viper. This ability would allow him to fly, while also increasing his agility and giving him the power to release a poisonous fume during flight. The second was Fangs of the Malefic Viper. This skill would let him coat his teeth with a venom as strong as the viper's blood. It also came with a strength boost. He considered how well this might synergize with his arrows, making it a strong offensive option. The third was Pride of the Malefic Viper. This one focused more on defense. It boosted willpower, helped resist mental attacks, and also enhanced something described as words of power. Though Jake had no clear idea what that truly meant, he closed his eyes, focusing on the decision. He tried to carefully weigh which option would benefit him the most in the long run. However, he didn't maintain that calm state for long. Before he knew it, he was peeking at the choice that truly drew his attention above all the others. His instincts were clear. Without hesitating further, Jake confirmed his decision. He had chosen Wings of the Malefic Viper. More than anything else, he wanted to experience flight. That's it for this episode. See you on the next one. Until next time.